Chapter 81 Raise your hand to kill. Flat body. In the carriage. Voices slowly sounded. Uh-huh. Thousands of people stood up in unison. Why is the Holy One back? Bai Zhong grabbed a Black Flag army member and couldn't help but scold it. Didn't I ask you to tip off the Holy One and ask the Holy One to leave quickly? These three people are too strong, and the people behind them are that person is even more terrifying. The Black Flag army soldier said with a mournful face. Sir Bai Zhong, the Holy One is the 9-5 Lord, and I am just an ordinary soldier. How dare I disobey his orders? If he wants to come back, even if he gives me 8, I don't even dare to stop him. Bai Zhong smiled bitterly upon hearing this. Yes. Who dares to stop Yang Macheng? Yang Macheng, I didn't expect you to dare to come back. It's really beyond my expectation. Gu Yuzhen narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the carriage. Humph. Just pretend and hide in the carriage. Master, let's see how I can catch this Emperor's kid. Hongman sneered. He grabbed it from behind and took out a battle axe. This tomahawk was as tall as a man, completely black, and weighed at least 1,800 kilograms. He held it in his hand as easily as holding a bean sprout. Drink! With a low shout. Hongman's voice was like a wolf and a tiger, and the wind and sand rolled around him. I saw the soles of his feet touching the ground and his whole body rushing away. Every step he took on the ground made a loud rumbling sound, leaving a deep footprint, and dense cracks spread along the footprint. He was like a rampaging monster, unscrupulous, and no one dared to stop him. Guard! Protect the Lord! Bai Zhong saw this and shouted quickly. This Hongman was born with divine power, and even carried the Xuanwu stone tablet into the palace. Although everyone had never seen him take action, they knew how terrifying he was. No more fun! Qin Ming sneered. Hongman is the adopted son of Gu Shitong. It was a child that Gu Shitong found in a group of monster beasts' den before he retired. I don't know what the monsters fed Hongman. Hongman was born with supernatural powers, and his physique was stronger than ordinary people. Although he is only in the middle stage of Tongmai realm, his strength can resist the strong ones in the later stage. There was once a warrior in the late stage of Tongmai realm who went to the Taekwondo gym to provoke him, but was split in half by Hongman with an axe. Although Gu Yuzhen didn't speak, he nodded. Obviously, he didn't think anyone could survive Hongman's attack. Tongue! 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 At this moment, many Alki masters jumped out quickly to protect the front of the carriage, trying to stop Hongman's charge. Roll! Hongman didn't even look at it, shouted angrily, and ran into it like a tank. 7 or 8 Alki masters who rushed up were knocked away on the spot. Their internal organs seemed to have been displaced, and they flew dozens of meters away. They were already dying when they fell to the ground. My dear Emperor, I'm here to get your dog's head today. Call. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Hongman struck down with an axe, and the extremely luxurious gilded carriage was chopped into pieces on the spot. In a burst of dust, Yang Macheng, who was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the carriage, was immediately exposed. Not good! Bai Zhong and others were all eclipsed, but it was too late to save them. Hongman's axe shattered the carriage, but its momentum did not weaken at all. Instead, it hit Yang Macheng's head with even greater speed. It's over! Qin Ming smiled faintly. However, a smile just appeared on the corner of her mouth, but the smile solidified on her face in an instant, under the eyes of everyone who couldn't believe it. Yang Macheng grabbed the drop giant axe with his right hand, as if searching for something in a bag. Boom! A sound like thunder suddenly exploded. An invisible sound wave spread out in all directions, centered on Yang Macheng and Hongman. The expressions of the surrounding Alki masters all changed drastically, and they retreated towards the rear. What? The little emperor actually caught this axe? Qin Ming was shocked. So what if you catch it? Gu Yuzhen said confidently. You and I both know Hongman's strength. Even those in the late stage of Tongmai realm don't dare to resist him head-on. Even if Yang Macheng comes next, I'm afraid his internal organs will be shattered by this force. Right? Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Waves of shouts rang out, and everyone looked forward. The faces of Lu Yaoer and Guan Jing turned pale. Bai Zhong almost fainted. At this time, the venue was shrouded in a burst of dust, and no one could see clearly what happened. At this time, a strong wind came and blew the smoke away. Gu Yuzhen, who was full of confidence, suddenly changed his face and exclaimed, How is it possible? Qin Ming also took a breath of air and shouted in disbelief. This is absolutely impossible. Just see. Yang Muchung stood in the field with one hand on his back. He held the giant axe that Hongman had smashed down in his right hand, locking its momentum firmly. As for Hongman, veins appeared on his forehead and arms, and he was obviously unable to move despite exerting 100% of his strength. Hongman gritted his teeth. When he hits the axe, even an Iron Man will be split into two pieces by himself. And Yang Muchung actually caught his full-strength axe. Not only was he not injured, but he also acted lightly. Doesn't this mean that the other party is stronger than himself? At this time, Yang Muchung raised his eyes slightly and landed on Hongman. Hisses. At this moment, Hongman felt an unprecedented feeling of hairiness rushing into his heart, as if he was being stared at by a sleeping wild beast. The feeling of death was approaching crazily. Tongue! Without any hesitation, he quickly retreated towards the rear. Want to escape? Yang Muchung casually threw away the battle axe in his hand and looked at Hongman, who retreated violently. Call! As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand casually. Just saw that the dust that had not yet dispersed in the air quickly gathered with the force of this wave, transformed into the shape of a palm, flew out, and slapped Hongman's body heavily. Just hearing a dong sound, Hongman's chest collapsed with a terrifying palm print. Immediately, there was a bulge with a palm print on his back at the corresponding position. Tear. A tearing sound resounded quietly. In an instant, the blood all over Hongman's body was reversed by this palm strike and gathered on his back. It turned into a blood arrow and tore out from Hongman's back into the ground. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, the whole person hit the ground heavily like a kite with its string broken, making a dull sound. Quiet! There was deathly silence in the palace. No one thought that this man, who was like a god and demon, would be killed in Yang Muchung's hands with one move, without even a chance to fight back. Hongman. Seeing Hongman being killed, Qingming let out a roar, and a cold light shot out from her eyes. She waved her double daggers, already attacking Yang Muchung at that moment. The double daggers danced, forming a continuous shadow of swords and lights all over the sky. Hisses. The light and shadow of the sword surged crazily, and with the infusion of inner energy, they were like ferocious snake shadows, biting towards Yang Muchung crazily. I'm going to kill you. Qingming opened his eyes angrily and shouted sternly. It's up to you. Yang Muchung smiled disdainfully, looked at Qingming, and flicked his finger. Chapter 82. Kneel down for me. Hisses. The shocking snake cry suddenly resounded. The sword light circulated. Thousands of snakes danced, and the cunning and strange sword light instantly enveloped an area of 100 meters in radius. Wherever the sword energy passed, the rocks peeled off and turned into powder. Seeing the inner energy that was coming, a cold light flashed in Qingming's eyes, and she saw her hand stirring. Roar. A roaring sound that looked like a snake but not a snake. A roar that looked like a dragon but not a dragon actually came out. The endless snake shadows intertwined with each other, entangled crazily, and actually gathered together, pressing towards the inner energy like a wild dragon. Boom! The two snake shadows with superimposed power collided with Yang Muchung's inner energy with a single flick of his finger, and suddenly made a shocking explosion. In the explosion, the inner energy was completely crushed, but at the same time, the snake shadow that was bombarded was completely shattered. Phew! Qingming spurted out a mouthful of blood almost as soon as the snake shadow was crushed. It was obviously because the move was broken and he suffered backlash, and her body was thrown upside down by the air wave generated by the collision of the two attacks, and fell to the ground with a crash, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and looking at Yang Muchung, who was still standing. Qingming's eyes were full of disbelief. How is that possible? Ha ha. This little emperor has the cultivation of the late Tomai realm, so you are no match for him. A cold light flashed in Gu Yuzhen's eyes. You stand down and let me deal with this little emperor. Qingming gritted his teeth, glared at Yang Muchung resentfully, and then said respectfully, Master, you must kill him to avenge Hongman. Gu Yuzhen nodded and took a step forward. Yang Muchung's cultivation level was obviously beyond his expectation. The cultivation level in the late Tomai stage was no more than 10 people in the entire Taekwondo gym. But even so. So what? Are you Yang Muchung? Gu Yuzhen asked calmly with his hands behind his back. Exactly. Yang Muchung stared at Gu Yuzhen. Who are you? Ha ha. I'm afraid I'll scare you to death if I tell you. I'm the son of Gu Shitong, the current owner of the Korean Taekwondo Hall, and a warrior with a late-stage Tamai realm. Gu Yuzhen looked at Yang Macheng with interest and said, "If you kneel down and beg for mercy, maybe I can keep your whole body." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Macheng had already spoken with a flick of his finger. Yang Macheng actually launched the attack first. Qing Ming was stunned, and Gu Yuzhen was stunned. They couldn't believe that after Gu Yuzhen reported his name, Yang Macheng dared to take the lead and challenge them. This is simply hitting an egg with an egg against a stone. Boom. However, Yang Macheng didn't care. There is no precedent for anyone who dares to attack him to survive. While Gu Yuzhen and Qing Ming were stunned, Yang Muqing's inner energy had already hit her. This fierce internal energy even shocked her. At this moment, Qing Ming had time to retract her hands, put the weapon in front of her, and then forcefully took Yang Muqing's blow. Crack! A crisp sound. Qing Ming's weapon broke in response, and her whole body was knocked away by the huge force contained in this internal energy. In Gu Yuzhen's angry gaze, it hit the lion statue in front of the palace, smashing it into pieces. When everyone looked around, Qing Ming had completely expired. "How dare you kill someone?" Gu Yuzhen couldn't help but shouted angrily. Although Qing Ming was his maid, she was his confidant. Now she was killed by a finger hole, and his heart was bleeding. "So what if I kill you?" Yang Macheng said with his hands behind his back. "Don't say kill him. I will kill you later. Even your Taekwondo gym. I will personally rush to Goryeo and flatten it. I am the emperor, and I keep my word. If I say I will kill your whole family, I will definitely kill your whole family." How brave! Gu Yuzhen laughed in anger. Yang Macheng is definitely the first person in history who dares to kill someone after hearing his name. He looked at Yang Macheng and sneered. "Just you? Our Taekwondo gym is the state religion of Goryeo. We have 3,000 disciples. There are more than 100 people who are strong in the Tamai realm. And there are even 9 people who have reached the late stage of Tamai. My father, Gu Shitong, is the founder of the Taoist gym, and his cultivation level has reached the level of Tamai Grandmaster. Even when the Emperor of Goryeo met my father, he had to address me as a supreme immortal. You, a little bastard in the late stage of Tamai, dare to bully our gym and kill my whole family?" Yang Macheng looked at Gu Yuzhen quietly, his eyes indifferent. "Whether I can do it, someone will know. Since you dare to assassinate me, be prepared to be exterminated." Gu Yuzhen clenched his fists. How long had it been since he heard such arrogance, since the monastery became the state religion of Korea? The last person who dared to talk to him was a 9th-level sword sect in Goryeo. He was just a disciple in the gym, and he was completely defeated. "Okay." Gu Yuzhen nodded and took a stance. "When I kill you, I will hang your body in the palace. I will capture all the women in your harem and bring them to the Goryeo military camp to serve as military prostitutes, and let them have a jade arm and 1,000 pillows. 2 points of red lips will be tasted by thousands of people." Yang Macheng laughed lightly. This smile made Baizhong startled. He knew that Yang Macheng was angry. As a result, "I am afraid that this time the Korean National Congress will be a river of blood." "Laughing? I'll see how you can laugh later. Upbraid." Gu Yuzhen clenched his fists, and a sharp shout erupted from his throat. The sound was extremely weird, like a crane in the clouds or a dragon in the sea. A burst of invisible sound waves flew out, spreading around like ripples on the water's surface. At the same time, he stamped his foot, and his whole body was shot out like an arrow. Guyu Town is several times stronger than Hongman. Hongman relies on his natural divine power, and can explode several times the power with every punch and kick. Gu Yuzhen could send and receive attacks freely, and the power erupting from his fists and feet was even more terrifying than Hongman's. What's more, Gu Yuzhen has mastered the essence of the gym, and his most powerful skill is on his legs. He jumped into the air and spun violently, and his kick was like a dragon wagging its tail. This kick contained infinite inner energy and blasted out a fierce wind, sending all the Aoki masters flying away. "Holy Lord! Be careful!" Baizhong, Lu Yao, Guan Jing and others couldn't help but exclaimed. Even a casual blow can have such power. Every move he makes is like a terrifying wild beast. If he really makes a move, even the 500 masters might not be able to stop him. This kind of cultivation strength made their hearts tremble. No wonder Taekwondo can become the state religion of Goryeo. It is so powerful. Lu Yao felt cold in her heart. Even Gu Yuzhen has such strength. So how strong is his father Gu Shitong, who has reached the level of Tamai Grandmaster? Baizhong couldn't help but think to himself. At this time, everyone looked towards Yang Macheng. But he saw Yang Muchung standing there, looking at Gu Yuzhen, who was rushing towards him, with a trace of disdain in his eyes. "Kneel down for me!" Just when the divine dragon's tail-wagging kick was about to hit Yang Muchung, Yang Muchung's eyes widened angrily, and he slapped down his right hand heavily. Chapter 83, Trampled to Death. "Kneel?" Gu Yuzhen was already approaching Yang Muchung. When he heard these words, he snorted coldly. Not to mention Yang Muchung. Even the Goryeo Emperor Wang Jinghu was not qualified to ask him to kneel down and salute. This boy is really worried about not seeing the Yellow River. With a cold look in his eyes, the momentum of this sweeping attack became even more fierce, directly hitting Yang Muchung's waist and ribs. The power of this blow is such that even a large tree with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters can be swept down from the middle. Gu Yuzhen was confident that even a strong man at the pinnacle of Tongmai would not dare to take his blow forcefully. Taekwondo is mainly about strength, and the strongest thing is attack. No matter how airtight the opponent's defense is, they will still have to reveal flaws when faced with the mercury-like bombardment of Taekwondo. Just when Gu Yuzhen was full of confidence, Yang Muchung's palm struck from the sky. A huge internal force rose up, and in the shocked eyes of everyone, it transformed into a giant palm that held up the sky, and struck hard at Guyu Town. Just like the Wuji Mountain where Tathagata Buddha suppressed Sun Monkey, the people of Guyu Town were still in midair when they were slapped down by this palm. Boom! With the palm crushing, the earth shook. The circular air waves and dust rolled away like the tide. With this palm strike, a palm print with a diameter of more than 10 meters and a depth of half a meter was blasted out on the ground. Gu Yuzhen's whole body was hit hard to the ground. "Long live! Long live! Long live!" At this moment, the voice rushed into the sky. In the eyes of everyone, Gu Yuzhen was almost as helpless as a god or demon. But now such a terrifying existence was swatted by Yang Muchung on the ground like a mosquito and a fly. How big is the difference? Is it even necessary to say? How can it be? Gu Yuzhen jumped up from the palm print, bloodshot eyes appearing wildly. "I do not believe." As the current head of the Goryeo State Church, although he is not the strongest, he still has the status of one person below 10,000 people. Even Wang Jinghu had to be polite when he saw him. But now, he was slapped on the ground. How could he bear it? Sky-winged Phoenix Slash. Boom! He jumped out, his body flowing like a stream. And at this moment, he rushed towards Yang Muchung like an arrow from the string. The speed reached the extreme at this moment, and even Bai Zhong and others could not catch his figure with the naked eye. They only saw a glancing light flashing, and the whole person came to Yang Muchung as if teleporting. At the same time, a burst of phoenix cries suddenly sounded in the void, and under the surge of inner energy, a shadow of a phoenix suddenly appeared at this moment. "This is the Skywing Phoenix Slash!" Bai Zhong cried out. "Is it very strong?" Lu Yaoer frowned slightly. "Strong. The best martial arts at the spiritual level. And it is Gu Shintong's own unique killer move. There are 36 moves in total, all of which hit the vital points of the human body, and the moves are fatal. Gu Shintong once used this move to kill a Tongmai Grandmaster. This established the status of Taekwondo as the national religion. Even though Gu Yuzhen cannot exert the full strength of this move, it is still quite terrifying." Bai Zhong was trembling all over. Suddenly, he came back to his senses and shouted quickly, "Where is the Master Aoki? Stop Gu Yuzhen." "No need." Lu Yaoer shook her head and said disdainfully, "It's just the best spiritual martial arts. Even if Gu Yuzhen can use it to its full power, so what? In the eyes of the Holy Lord, he is just an ant. That's all." This scene is a long story, but it only happened in the blink of an eye. Just when everyone was looking at the field, just when Gu Yuzhen launched his attack, Yang Muchung pointed out lightly, "Call out." A sharp whistling sound suddenly sounded, and everyone just saw a lightning-like flash of light suddenly shooting out of the hole. This is the yellow-level low-grade martial arts point star finger. Just hearing a pop sound, the flying phoenix was pierced at this moment. This extreme finger light blasted out, hitting Gu Yuzhen's chest with heavy holes, and smashed Gu Yuzhen towards the ground like a rag bag. How can it be? Gu Yuzhen was completely stunned when he saw that his final kill was shattered by Yang Muchung with one finger. This is a top-notch spiritual level martial skill. Even a strong person at the peak of Tongmai realm will be killed. Could it be? You actually know the martial arts of the low-grade Huang class. Gu Yuzhen roared crazily, venting the shock in his heart. It should be noted that in the entire Goryeo kingdom and the entire gym, there is only one low-grade yellow-level technique. Yang Muchung looked at the hysterical Gu Yuzhen and walked towards him step by step. Escape! With almost no hesitation, Gu Yuzhen slapped the ground with his palm, and his whole body flew into the air in an instant, and fled towards the palace desperately. His strongest killing move has been broken. So what qualifications do he have to challenge Yang Mucheng now? Only by returning to Goryeo. Only by returning to the monastery. Can his father send troops to kill the son? But, as soon as Gu Yuzhen stood up, Yang Mucheng's thunderous kick stepped down hard on his lower abdomen. Just hearing a boom, Gu Yuzhen fell to the ground again, with cracks spreading densely around his back. I said I would kill your whole family, and I will never break my promise. It starts with you. No, you can't kill me. My father is the master of Tomai. If you dare to kill me, you will end up in a poor netherworld or a poor blue fall. My father will also kill you. When the time comes, my father will ask the Emperor of Goryeo to send an army to step down. Peace to your great country. Vomiting blood and looking into Yang Mucheng's murderous eyes, Gu Yuzhen yelled crazily. Before he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng's eyes turned cold, and he dropped his foot again. There was just a dong sound, and a loud sound like a bell suddenly resounded. The sound waves and dust were centered on Yang Mucheng's foot and swept away in all directions. The entire ground collapsed crazily at this moment, and Gu Yuzhen's chest already had a bloody hole that couldn't be concealed. And he couldn't die anymore. After taking the blood and essence of these 3 Tomai realm masters into his body, Yang Mucheng patted the dust on his shoulders, glanced at the dumbfounded Bai Zhong and said, Cut off Gu Yuzhen's head and preserve it with ice. Good. Bai Zhong swallowed his saliva and nodded absently. However, he is a master of inner energy after all, and he quickly recovered. In addition to Yang Mucheng's previous statement that he wanted to kill Gu Yuzhen's family, he quickly said, Your Majesty, are you sending Gu Yuzhen's head back to the Korean Taekwondo Hall? Yang Mucheng put his hands behind his back and said leisurely, I still have some things to do. After finishing them, I will personally carry Gu Yuzhen's head to Korea. Taekwondo gym? Korea's national religion? I don't care about Gu Shintong. Or Gu Mo Tong. Since you dare to send people to kill me, I will never let you go lightly. Chapter 84. Everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the country. Silla. Royal Palace. Guan Jing was explaining the work she had done in the past few days since Yang Mucheng left. The imperial edict had been issued to the 36 cities of the old Silla kingdom, and some of Guan Qingzhou's old ministries had also been completely eliminated. It can be said that Silla has now fully integrated into Dakian. I didn't expect you to be such a good person in managing state affairs. Yang Mucheng nodded with satisfaction. Thank you for the praise, Your Majesty. Guan Jing said with a wry smile. Your Majesty, aren't you worried at all? Worried? What are I worried about? Yang Mucheng said leisurely. Guan Jing sighed and said, Of course it is Goryeo. Goryeo is considered a big country among the 9th level countries. Although you killed Xingxia, the Goryeo army did not suffer much damage. If you are willing, Goryeo Kingdom you can attack at any time. And if you kill Gu Yuzhen this time, I'm afraid the Taekwondo gym won't just let it go. Silla has dealt with Goryeo for many years, so it can understand the horror of Goryeo. In particular, the existence of Taekwondo gyms means that Goryeo has no shortage of strong men in the Tomai realm. Once the news of Gu Yuzhen's death spread back to Korea, Gu Shintong would get angry, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Really? Yang Mucheng looked at Bai Zhong. Your Majesty, it is indeed the case. Bai Zhong cupped his hands and said, The horror of the Taekwondo gym is not something ordinary people can imagine. In addition to Gu Shintong, who is the master of Tongmai, there are countless strong men who have perfected Tongmai and reached the peak of Tongmai. Moreover, there is a middle-level spirit gathering array in the gym, where warriors can practice 3 times faster than in the outside world. This spirit gathering formation is the true foundation of the Taekwondo gym. Ordinary people only have 100 years in their lifetime. The cultivation speed has been increased by 3 times. What a terrifying speed is this! It takes others 3 years to reach the realm of Tomai, but it only takes 1 year in the gym. The degree of inner energy concentration and inner energy cultivation are higher than yours. So what hope do you have of winning? His Taekwondo gym has a spirit gathering array. I have something better than him. Bai Zhong, what do you think this is? Yang Mucheng flicked his fingers, and the blueprint of the training tower in his hand flew out like a sharp arrow. Bai Zhong sighed secretly. Although the spirit gathering array is only a middle-grade spiritual level building, its value is extremely huge, and can even compete with Huan level weapons and magic weapons. Otherwise, Taekwondo Hall would not become the state religion of Goryeo. And even the king of Goryeo would be afraid of Gu Shintong. He pinched it with his fingers and looked up with a wry smile. It's not that he doesn't believe in Yang Muchung, but that he simply thinks that Yang Muchung can't come up with anything that can compete with the spirit gathering array. Seeing this, Bai Zhong was stunned, and the hair on his body exploded. Your Majesty? Bai Zhong exclaimed. That's right. This is the blueprint training tower of the best spiritual level building. The speed of training in the tower is 5 times that of the outside world. Yang Muchung looked at Bai Zhong leisurely. I will give you 3 days to gather all the Neijing masters in Dakian and Silla Kingdom. If these people are willing to be loyal to me, I will allow them to enter the training tower to practice. Bai Zhong was pleasantly surprised. It should be noted that many warriors pursue martial arts for a lifetime and do not care about power. Because of this, except for those desperate warriors who would seek refuge with the royal family, most of them would live in the mountains and forests and not care about worldly affairs. Bai Zhong can imagine that this training tower will definitely be able to explode a group of inner strength masters, and even pulse-connecting warriors will appear. Almost immediately, Bai Zhong set out to spread the news. Internal strength warriors all have means to contact each other, so it is not difficult for him to come to these masters. Just 2 days, more than 600 people had gathered in front of the Silla Palace. Your Majesty, fortunately I have fulfilled my mission. I have called all the internal energy masters in Dakian. There are 4 strong men in the middle stage of Tongmai, 16 in the early stage of Tongmai, and the remaining more than 500 people. They are all masters of inner energy, Bai Zhong said happily. So much? Yang Muchung secretly raised his eyebrows. He originally thought that gathering more than 100 people would be enough, but he didn't expect that there would be more than 600 people. There are even many warriors in the Tongmai realm. However, Yang Muchung was secretly afraid. He did not expect that such a terrifying force was hidden among the people. These people are like time bombs. If they don't solve their problems, they will definitely be a hidden danger in the future. Holy Master, I heard that you have a training tower. The spiritual energy in the tower is 5 times that of the outside world. And, can it be provided for us to practice? The name of the speaker is Zhang Xiao. He has the cultivation level of the middle stage of Tongmai. These people the strongest person. So he was pushed out as the temporary leader. Of course. Yang Muchung nodded. Not only can the practice tower be provided for you to practice, I will also distribute various heavenly and earthly treasures to assist you. Yang Muchung's words immediately caused everyone to be in an uproar. How could such a good thing happen in the world? Even Zhang Xiao, who was originally a little skeptical about the training tower, was secretly moved. He said happily, Thank you, Your Majesty. Wait a minute. My practice tower is not for free for you, nor are the heavenly spirits and earthly treasures for you. Now is the time for my country to employ people. They want to get benefits from me, but don't pay for it. How can it be done at a small price? Yang Muchung secretly laughed that these warriors had become a bunch of idiots in seclusion in the deep mountains and forests. My condition is very simple. That is, obey my orders. Your task is to station in the palace and serve as the imperial guards. Protect the safety of the palace. The attack on Guyu town sounded a wake-up call for Yang Muchung. He alone, a strong person in the Tongmai realm, could not support the entire Dakian kingdom. As for those masters in the field, in his opinion, they are just a bunch of waste. Not as good as these powerful people among the people. These strong folk were recruited into the Aoki bodyguards. As for the former Aoki masters, they were all dispersed and incorporated into the Black Flag Army. In this way, both the defense of the palace and the strength of the Black Flag Army will be upgraded to a higher level. Your Majesty, but we are all idle clouds and wild cranes in the mountains, and we are used to living a carefree life. Aren't you making things difficult for us by doing this? Zhang Xiao frowned slightly. Difficult? A trace of anger flashed across Yang Muchung's face. Everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the country. You warriors have nothing to cultivate. But you don't want to serve the country and contribute to the court. Prime Minister who controlled the government and made the people miserable. Where are you now? Now, I showed you a clear path. But you resisted and took advantage of me. But you didn't want to work for me. How can there be such a good thing in the world? If you agree today, forget it. If you don't agree, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 85, you can take your life, but you can't use it. Angry. Why is Yang Muchung not angry? If these warriors were willing to serve the imperial court, How could the Dacian kingdom be in such a mess back then? How could he be manipulated by Eunuch Hai and be the puppet emperor for several years? How can it be so easy to transcend the world despite having only one cultivation level? You live in the country of Dacian. You eat the rice of the country of Dacian. And you drink the water of the country of Dacian. Now, when I ask you to serve, you push back and block me. No matter whose head this matter falls on, everyone will be unhappy. What's more, it's still Yang Macheng. Your Majesty, what if I don't agree? Zhang Shao said displeasedly. We warriors are detached from the world. Even if the sky falls, it has nothing to do with us. Looking at Yang Macheng, Zhang Shao sneered and said, whether you are willing to give it to us or not, we will decide on this training tower. Yang Macheng smiled. How dare a small middle-level Tomai warrior dare to act arrogant in front of him? Looking at the other warriors, Yang Macheng asked leisurely, are you thinking the same as Zhang Shao? The warriors present looked at me, and I looked at you. No one said anything. They were obviously on the same side as Zhang Shao. After all, being able to practice in the training tower without listening to Yang Mucheng's orders is naturally the best thing. In their view, Yang Macheng was not qualified to challenge them. Among the great inner masters, the ones with the highest level of cultivation are only those with perfect inner strength. Any one of them sent out can easily solve the problem. Oh, how could it be like this? Bai Zhong shook his head secretly. Bai Zhong. Zhang Shao glanced at Bai Zhong and said, do you just want to be the little emperor's henchman for the rest of your life? Come to me. You follow me. And I can also provide you with popular and spicy food. Not only can you practice in the practice tower, but you can also be at ease. Bai Zhong narrowed his eyes and sneered. Zhang Shao, don't forget. This practice tower belongs to the Holy One. The Holy One is not willing to give it to you. So you have nothing. Zhang Shao laughed and said wildly, that's right. The practice tower used to belong to the Holy One. But now it belongs to me. Obviously, Zhang Shao is planning to steal this practice tower openly. As long as they occupy the training tower. He doesn't believe that the little Emperor Yang Macheng has the ability to drive them out. If you offend them, the worst possible outcome is for the country to change to another emperor. You want to steal it openly? Yang Macheng narrowed his eyes. So what? Zhang Shao said proudly. Bai Zhong shook his head at the side. These people were simply seeking death. Although he has a good relationship with these people, he will not be stupid enough to fall out with Yang Macheng just because of a training tower. Since Yang Macheng can easily take out a top-quality spiritual level training tower, he might be able to take out a yellow-level training tower in the future. These people are simply short-sighted. Moreover, is it so easy to take away the Emperor's things? Really? Yang Macheng slowly stood up and shook his head. He looked at Zhang Shao and said, what I give to you belongs to you. If I don't give it to you, you have nothing. The blueprint of the training tower is in my hand. Let me see who dares to come and get it. I come. Zhang Shao shouted and walked towards Yang Macheng with a sneer. Uh-huh. He grabbed it with his right hand and grabbed the drawing directly. Looking intently at the drawings, Zhang Shao couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Ha! Yes, the blueprint of the training tower. 5 times the spiritual energy concentration. The highest spiritual level architectural blueprint. Little Emperor, I brought this blueprint. What can you do? The warriors present were all overjoyed. They thought the little Emperor would resist. But who knew that Yang Macheng actually watched the blueprints being taken away? Who wouldn't want to be able to enjoy the practice tower without having to serve the royal family? However, how is it possible? Before Zhang Shao finished speaking, Yang Mucheng's eyes turned cold. Call! His right hand quickly flew out and grabbed Zhang Shao. How dare you do it? It seems that you don't know how terrifying it is in the middle stage of Tonmai. Zhang Shao snorted coldly, used his inner strength, and punched it. However, a shocking scene appeared. The surge of inner energy exploded the moment it came into contact with Yang Mucheng's fist. The surging inner energy turned around and rushed towards Zhang Shao like a rushing tide. How can it be? The proud look on Zhang Zhao's face immediately stiffened, and he cursed secretly. He stepped heavily on the ground with his soles, and his cultivation level in the middle stage of Tonmai exploded at this moment. After dozens of punches were fired, the inner energy was broken. When the internal energy exploded, it stirred up large amounts of dust. This little emperor has some abilities. Zhang Shao looked at the center of the dust and thought to himself. However, no matter how capable I am, it's probably useless. I used 12 palms in a row before, and each palm used 100% of my strength. Even if he is an Iron Man, he can't. It was blown to pieces by me. Hee hee. I got the drawings. 5 times the spiritual energy. 1 day of cultivation in the tower is equivalent to 5 days outside. It's great that you don't have to be loyal to the royal family. All the warriors present were delighted. Zhang Xiao clutched the blueprint, looked at the sarcastic Bai Zhong and said, Bai Zhong, I gave you a chance before, but you didn't choose to support me, but followed the little emperor. Now that you have the practice tower blueprint, you don't even think about practicing. Bai Zhong shook his head and sneered. How can the things of the Holy One be taken away by you so easily? Zhang Xiao just wanted to laugh, but suddenly he felt a crisis approaching. All he saw was a white jade-like palm violently tore through the thick smoke, and suddenly it was grabbing towards his head. What? Zhang Xiao exclaimed and quickly retreated towards the rear. But no matter how fast he was, how could he be faster than Yang Wuqing's catch? Puff! Immediately, the open 5 fingers were firmly clasped on Zhang Xiao's head. Before Zhang Xiao had time to react, he felt a huge force emerging. Just like the Wuji Mountain, where Tathagata Buddha suppressed Sun Monkey. His whole body was firmly pinned to the ground by this palm. Everyone only heard a thud sound. Zhang Xiao was hit by this blow, and his back hit the ground so hard that the ground cracked. All the bones in his body were shattered by this terrifying force. He opened his mouth to curse, then spat out a mouthful of blood. How can it be? Zhang Xiao looked at Yang Maicheng with unprecedented shock and anger. You have my life to take my things, but you have no life to use them. Go to HL. With a thunderous kick, the words fell suddenly. Just hearing a bang, Zhang Xiao's head was crushed like a watermelon. There was dead silence all over the place, and everyone was stunned on the spot, at a loss what to do. A warrior in the middle stage of Tomai was killed like this. Chapter 86 Mission. There was dead silence outside the palace. The warriors all looked at the headless corpse at Yang Wuqing's feet in stunned silence. Who else wants to give me a try? Yang Maicheng casually opened Zhang Xiao's fingers and took the drawing over. Emperor Dog, do you dare to kill someone? At this time, another warrior in the middle stage of Tomai jumped out. This warrior was shirtless and carried a Guan Dao on his back. He also had a green dragon tattooed on his body, which looked very majestic. The blueprint of the training tower belongs to everyone. Didn't Zhang Xiao just want to borrow it for use? You actually killed him. Yang Maicheng looked over. He knew that this Guan Dao warrior's name was Yi Yuan, and he was a bandit, because he accidentally obtained a skill. He suddenly became a martial artist. Even so, he still had a gangster spirit. That's right. It's just a blueprint. And you killed people because of it. Didn't you go too far? Another old man with white beard and white hair and a childlike face also stepped forward, shaking his head in regret, as if he was disapproving of Yang Wuqing's actions. Very unbearable. Yang Maicheng raised his eyelids slightly, scanning the 2 meridians, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. So what if I kill you? Haven't you heard the saying? If you want your minister to die, you have to die? Zhang Xiao dared to snatch my things, and he dared to take action against me. I didn't kill his whole family, which is already quite merciful. What qualifications do you 2 cats and dogs have to croak in front of me? I will no longer be a subject of your Dagon kingdom. Yi Yuan cursed angrily. Tyrant! Tyrant! The old man with white hair and childlike face couldn't help but shake his head. Ding! Trigger the side mission Bloodthirsty Tyrant. Task Introduction. A good person is bullied by others, and a good horse is ridden by others. A wise king will be pooped and peed on by others. A generation of tyrants can make people fearful, bloodthirsty to the enemy, kind to the people, and determined to become a bloodthirsty tyrant. Mission successful. 3 lottery draws will be awarded. Mission failed. 20 years of life deducted. Yang Maicheng raised his eyebrows slightly. This mission is very strange. Unlike previous missions, it has clear requirements and time limits. Anyway, just follow the mission introduction. Thinking of this, he looked at Yi Yuan and said, Are you no longer a subject of my Dagon kingdom? That's right. I won't serve you. The Dog Emperor. Yi Yuan roared. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Wuqing's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward, and his palm was already chopped down by Fan Ran. His palm seemed slow, but was actually fast. It looked like an understatement to others, but in Yi Yuan's eyes, it was as powerful as a giant spirit turning over Mount Jiuhua. Yi Yuan was shocked. Faced with this palm, he only had time to raise his arms to protect himself. Hearing a dong sound, Under the shocked eyes of everyone, Yi Yuansheng received this slap. Almost at the same time, Yi Yuan's arm shattered in response. And Yi Yuan, who was vomiting blood, became even shorter and knelt heavily on the ground. Dense cracks like spider webs spread crazily with Yi Yuan's knees as the center. Yi Yuan? The gray-haired old man shouted. He looked at Yi Yuan, only to find that he had already been shocked to death by this slap. He immediately gritted his teeth in hatred and roared. Emperor Dog, you are a tyrant. That's right. I gave you a chance. But you didn't cherish it. It was you who forced me to become a tyrant. Yang Mucheng sneered and punched slowly. When the white-haired old man saw this, he stepped back from his horse's stance, and his inner energy suddenly exploded. At the same time, he waved his right hand and held out a bronze mirror. This bronze mirror was only the size of a palm, but under the infusion of the inner strength of the white-haired old man, it suddenly grew to the size of a door panel, protecting it like a giant shield in front of him. Haotian mirror! There was a cry from the crowd. This mirror is a top-grade magic weapon of the spiritual level. When activated with all its strength, it can resist the full blow of a strong person in the late stage of Taomai. Look! Amidst the shouts of the crowd, the white-haired old man quickly formed a seal with his hands in front of him. Hearing a clang sound, a demon-subduing pestle flew out of his arms. With each seal he fired, the demon-conquering pestle grew in size. A total of 13 cursed seals were produced, and the demon-conquering pestle grew to 8 or 9 meters in an instant. The extremely powerful internal energy spreads along the demon-conquering pestle like a tide, rolling up a shocking hurricane. The golden pestle that subdues demons. High-grade spiritual treasure. You can kill the strong ones in the late stage of Taomai. In an instant, 2 magic weapons came out. The white-haired old man's eyes opened angrily, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Emperor Dog, today I will eliminate harm for the people and kill you. A tyrant! Before he finished speaking, the demon-conquering golden pestle had already hit Yang Mucheng's fist. Boom! 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 Almost without any pause, 3 loud noises suddenly came out. With the first loud noise, Yang Mucheng punched the demon-conquering golden pestle. This demon-subduing pestle, which was neither gold nor jade, suddenly exploded with a click and turned into countless fragments and flew out. With the second loud noise, Yang Mucheng's fist had already leapt onto the bronze mirror, the Haotian mirror, which was enough to withstand a full blow from a strong man in the late Taomai stage, almost shattered in response to the sound. With a third loud noise, Yang Mucheng's fist shook the old man's body hard. Almost at the same time, all the bones in the old man's body were suddenly crushed by the huge force. The internal organs were shaken into powder, and the blood vessels in the whole body were reversed, turning into a blood arrow and shooting out from the back. Then, the body of the white-haired old man was like a kite with its string broken, and it hit the ground heavily, making a dull sound. At this moment, it was as quiet as death. Everyone watched helplessly as the white-haired old man fell to the ground. 2 pieces of spiritual magic weapon. A strong man in the middle stage of Taomai realm. Just like that, Yang Mucheng was punched to death, and he didn't even have the slightest time to react. Lu Yaoer! Yang Mucheng kicked the corpse away from his feet and shouted softly. Bring me my dragon-slaying sword. Killing with fists is too slow. It's better to kill with a sword faster. Yes. Uh-huh. At this moment, many warriors looked at Yang Mucheng in shock. What does it mean to kill faster with a sword? However, before everyone could react, they heard a sharp sword sound suddenly resounding. At the same time, a sword light as bright as rain swept over. Even the warriors in the middle stage of Taomai are no match for Yang Mucheng's punch. How can the rest of them withstand such a violent sword technique? Yang Mucheng was like entering a deserted place, or like a lion entering a flock of sheep. 10 of the 500 to 600 warriors fell in an instant. Everyone, come together and fight this tyrant. The remaining mid-term Taomai warrior roared angrily and activated his magic weapon to rush towards Yang Mucheng. You still dare to resist? Yang Mucheng sneered. I am the emperor. If I want to kill you, you can only stand there and let me kill you. Puff. The dragon-slaying sword fell like a violent wind and rain, and a tearing sound immediately sounded. The Taomai mid-level warrior who rushed up was immediately cut into 2. Blood flew into the sky, and the corpse hit the ground heavily. Chapter 87 Invite Yang Mucheng. Outside the palace, it has been reduced to a Shura field. Of the 600 warriors, there are only more than 200 left. At first glance, it makes people feel numb and frightened. At first, These warriors dared to resist. But in the end, they were unable to move at all. No matter how they fought back. They were all cut off by Yang Muqing's sword. Their courage was so frightened that they couldn't even escape. As a warrior, which one of them is not a superior being? If they are Tomai warriors, in a small country, they can even become a national advisor and be on an equal footing with the emperor. But now, in Yang Muqing's eyes, he has become a lamb to be slaughtered. Boom! At a certain moment, Yang Muqing's aura became even worse. Directly under the shocked eyes of everyone, he broke through a critical point, as obvious as stepping on a step. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for your breakthrough and reaching the pinnacle of Tomai. Baizhong sensed it first and quickly knelt down. Yang Muqing nodded with satisfaction. As expected of a warrior, his energy and blood are several times stronger than those of ordinary people. Glancing at the astonished warriors in front of him, Yang Muqing put the dragon-slaying sword into its scabbard and asked calmly, "Why don't you kneel down?" Boom! 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 As soon as the words fell, the last psychological defense in the hearts of these warriors was completely destroyed, and they fell to their knees heavily. "For your loyalty to me, I will give you the opportunity to enter the practice tower to practice. I will allocate you some heavenly and earthly treasures as your salary every month. Are you willing?" Yang Muqing took the silk scarf from Lu Yaoer and wiped his hands. Shui asked lightly. "Willing." More than 200 warriors were banging their heads hard on the ground. Seeing the fearful expressions on these guys' faces, Yang Muqing suddenly became angry. "You think, are you cheap or not? I discussed it with you nicely and offered you preferential treatment conditions so that you can work for me. But you idiots think that I am easy to bully and want to ride on my head. Do you want me to poop or piss on you? You have to force me to kill you. Answer me. Are you cheap? Cheap. We are cheap. We are vile." The remaining warriors were almost crying. If they had known the consequences, even if they were given 8 courages, they would not dare to challenge Yang Muqing. They didn't want to recruit people with nice words, but they had to kill hundreds of people and frighten their courage before they were willing. If you think about it carefully, if these people are not cheap, what else could they be? "Kneel here for 3 days while I slap myself in the face. I will slap you in the face after 3 days. If any one of you dares to be lazy, I will kill all of you," Yang Muqing said fiercely. Guan Jing on the side was dumbfounded. Previously, he had thought about how Yang Muqing would end up. After all the people standing here are warriors. After all, those with the lowest cultivation level are all Neijin masters. If this group of people were angered, it would be easy for them to work together to overthrow a royal family. However, she did not expect that Yang Muqing would solve the problem so easily. And he also made these people obedient. "Guan Jing, is the practice tower finished?" Yang Muqing turned around and asked. "It has been built according to your instructions. It can be used at any time," Guan Jing replied quickly. The practice tower was built in the imperial city. Of course, it was an Ingtian palace of Dacian kingdom. "Very good. You did a good job on this matter. I am quite satisfied. I promised you before that you would become a noble concubine. From today on, you will be my concubine Jing." Yang Muqing nodded. She thought that after becoming a noble concubine, she would serve Yang Muqing. Not only did Guan Jing not have any resistance in her heart, but she had some faint expectations. "By Zhong, are all the Neijin masters and Tomai experts in the country here now?" Yang Muqing asked. He killed too many people on a whim today, and the more than 200 warriors guarding the palace were still missing. Now that Dacian has engulfed Silla, the country's area has about doubled, and there will be more powerful people among the people. Moreover, these powerful people living in seclusion among the people are always a scourge and a time bomb. It is better to eliminate them all at once. Back to the Holy Spirit. There are indeed many strong people among the people. But, Baizhong said hurriedly. Just what? These strong men are unwilling to surrender to the imperial court. Yang Muqing sneered, pointed at the warriors kneeling in a pool of blood in the school field and said, Don't want to surrender? Very good. Tomorrow, you take these people to find those hidden warriors one by one. Those who are willing to surrender. Let they enter the training tower to practice. Distribute salaries. And kill all those who are unwilling to surrender. I will give you half a month. By then, no more powerful people will be allowed. If you can't do it, you can come and see me. Yes. Baizhong's body trembled. He knew that this time Yang Muqing was determined to kill. Xia Kingdom. Royal Palace. Lear, you are only 28 years old. and you have reached the age of marriage. I wonder if there are any young heroes in the Xia Kingdom who can catch your eye. Tell me, and I will send someone to come to propose marriage. Emperor Xia Jun looked at Xiao Li with a smile. How about the Prime Minister's son Ren Lu? His father is a first-class official. And in the court, he is ranked lower than 10,000 people. He is also the mainstay of the Xia Kingdom. If you marry Ren Lu, you will definitely be considered a good match. How about Li Xuanba? The son of the general? His father is a general in the court. And the tiger father has no sons. Li Xuanba has the cultivation level of Tongmai realm at a young age. If you marry him, it will definitely be a good idea. The Minister of the Ministry of War. The Minister of the Ministry of Etiquette. Xiao Li shook her head and said with disdain, None of these people are the husbands in my mind. Then who is your ideal husband? Xia Jun couldn't help but ask. Someone like Yang Mucheng. Xiao Li admired him. A few months ago, Yang Mucheng was like a god incarnate and killed the Yin snake with one finger, which was unforgettable in her heart. I will never marry unless Yang Mucheng is born. Yang Mucheng? Xia Jun narrowed his eyes slightly, winked, and immediately a young eunuch brought Yang Mucheng's information. He wanted to see what kind of person he was that could make the little princess of Xia never forget him. But when he saw it, he was stunned. Dacian Emperor. Swallow Scylla. Defeat the Goryeo army. And kill the powerful men with swords. It turns out he is this kind of person. Okay. Although he is only the emperor of a small country, he can still be considered young and promising. Xia Jun glanced at the information and couldn't help but nodded. Such a person is indeed several times stronger than those people. However, it is not that easy to take my daughter. Eunuch Wei. Xia Jun shouted in a low voice. Your Majesty. Immediately, a eunuch took the order. Invite Yang Mucheng over. Chapter 88 Li Brothers and Sisters. Golly. I'm here. Yang Mucheng held a package and looked at the Goryeo Imperial City not far ahead with complicated eyes. More than 3 months ago, he was just a useless emperor who was imprisoned in the harem with no hope. 3 months later, he already had the cultivation level of Tongmai Peak, and even swallowed Scylla and killed generals. The strength of Dacian Kingdom has doubled in just 3 months. This kind of change is beyond his imagination. And Goryeo is a powerful country among the 9th level kingdoms. What about Gaoli? You dare to send someone to assassinate me, and I will turn your country of Korea upside down today. As for Gu Shintong, so what about Master Tongmai? I will definitely kill you with the sword. The imperial city of Goryeo was extremely huge. When Yang Mucheng arrived here for the first time, he was unfamiliar with the place and fell into an awkward and lost situation. Since Taekwondo is the state religion of Goryeo, everyone should know it. Why not ask 1 or 2 people? Think of this. He looked around. At this time, a pair of brothers and sisters not far away caught Yang Mucheng's attention. Brother, why did you come all the way to the imperial city and insist on joining the Taekwondo gym? A pretty girl couldn't help but ask. There is also a sect in Yukong City. With the power of our Li family, it will definitely not be a problem for you to join it and become an inner disciple. The young man shook his head and said, Li Han, you don't know something. Although the Qinyan sect is a big force in Yukong City, compared with the Taekwondo Hall, it is only equivalent to earthworms on the ground, while the Taekwondo Hall is like a dragon in the sky. Otherwise, how could he become the state religion of our country? The master of the sect, Gu Shangxian, is an unparalleled genius, and his cultivation has reached the level of Grandmaster Tongmai. But Qinyan sect is nothing. The sect leader only has the cultivation level of Grandmaster Gus Heng, and he is not qualified to carry Xian Gushang's shoes. The girl named Li Han covered her mouth in surprise. So smart. The young man had a look of longing on his face and couldn't help but say, That's not the only thing that's amazing. Gu Shangxian has cultivated to the heavens and already has the qualifications to control the power of life and death. Emperor Dacian, do you know that because he killed one of Gu Shangxian's disciples, Gu Shangxian directly sent 3 people to retrieve it? Take the emperor's head. That's the king of a country, Li Han said in surprise. What about the king of a country? In front of the immortal Gu Shang, he is like an ant and can be crushed and killed at will. The young man couldn't help laughing. If I can enter the Taekwondo gym to practice, I will definitely be able to preserve the Li family's century-old legacy. Li Han couldn't help but nodded. Yang Mucheng on the side smiled secretly. It seemed that the Korean people had already regarded Gu Shintong as a godlike figure. However, They never expected that those gods and demons would now have their heads chopped off by him and held in his hands. Thinking of this, Yang Muchung stepped forward and said to the two of them, "Are you going to the Taekwondo gym too?" "Yes." "That's right. We all went to learn skills from our teachers. Are you the same?" The young man glanced at Yang Muchung. Yang Muchung shook his head, pointed at the package in his hand and said, "I'm giving a gift to Gu Shitong." The young man was shocked and waved his hands quickly, saying, "You are crazy. You are not allowed to shout the name of Gu Shangxian. In the Kingdom of Korea, Shangxian is the supreme existence, and even His Majesty must show courtesy when he sees him. If you let him at the people in the Taekwondo gym hear you calling Gu Shangxian by his name, they will beat you to death with sticks." Yang Muchung remained silent. He didn't expect that Gu Shintong's status would be so sacred in Korea. "You should be from another country." "Right." The young man looked at Yang Muchung, nodded and said, "You can be forgiven for not knowing the status of Gu Shangxian. As for you, it is impossible to see Gu Shangxian. Shangxian, he retired more than 10 years ago, and the Taekwondo Hall was left to the management of Master Gu Yuzhen and several of his disciples. If you want to learn from a teacher, come with me." Yang Muchung secretly shook his head. If he said now that he planned to destroy the Taekwondo gym and bloodbath Gu Shitong and his family, he would probably be regarded as a madman by the other party. At that moment, he followed the brother and sister towards the Taekwondo gym. According to the young man, his name is Li Hu, and the girl is his sister Li Han. The two siblings are from the Li family in Yukong City. The Li family is also a well-known family in Yukong City. And this time, they came to the Taekwondo Hall to learn from their masters. After entering the gym, you must be humble and humble. Li Hu looked at Yang Muchung and said, "The package in your hand must contain something valuable. Isn't it?" Gu Yuzhen's head? It should be considered valuable. Yang Muchung nodded and said, "Not bad. Gu Shitong will be surprised to see the things contained here. I didn't expect that Xiongtai's family is pretty good," Li Hu said with a smile. "You and I will enter the Taekwondo gym later and give this package to the people in the Taekwondo gym. Then, they will definitely arrange for a strong boxing master to teach you. Last year, I came to the Taekwondo gym once, and there was no they were able to come up with something that impressed the gym master. So many people were kicked back every year. How many people come to the gym to learn from their masters?" Yang Muchung asked in surprise. Li Hu laughed and said, "There are so many that you will never expect. The name of Gu Shangxian is here. Who in Goryeo doesn't know who doesn't know? Not only the children of our family, but also the children of some ministers in the DPRK. Practice inside?" Li Hu looked proud. However, Yang Muchung secretly shook his head. Yes, Taekwondo has its own ability to become a state religion. But Su didn't know that the existence of the gym had threatened the emperor's position. If Gu Shitong has a rebellious heart, he can usurp the throne anytime and anywhere. It's not a time bomb. It is precisely for this reason that Yang Muchung does not give domestic sex a chance to develop at all. Do you want to practice? Can. Be loyal to me. Otherwise, there is only death. Pity. After today, the Taekwondo gym will be completely delisted here. Will disappear forever in the kingdom of Goryeo. We're here. The Taekwondo hall is ahead. Li Hu's eyes lit up, and he pointed at a continuous group of buildings. I saw that this Taoist temple was even more majestic than the imperial palace. On the door plaque of the Taoist temple, there were 4 golden signs with the words number 1 in the world. There were a lot of people outside the door. Yang Muchung smiled faintly and quickened his pace. At the same time, outside the Goryeo imperial city, there was a handsome man. And this man is none other than Wei Xianming, the eunuch of Wei sent by the emperor of Xia. Eunuch Wei, is Yang Muchung really here? A young eunuch dressed in ordinary clothes asked in a low voice. Eunuch Wei nodded and said, "Yes. According to the spy's information, Yang Muchung has indeed come to the imperial city of Korea. He plans to destroy the Taekwondo gym. This is the state religion founded by Gu Shitong. How can he kill it with blood? Should we stop him? Or should we just take Yang Muchung back to Xia Kingdom?" The young eunuch couldn't help but ask. "Don't do anything. The Xia family wants to see what this Dikian emperor is capable of. Making our princess think about it day and night like this. Let's go directly to the gym." Eunuch Wei put his hands behind his back and strode towards the gym. In addition, many book friends responded that updates are slow. Let me explain here. New book issues cannot be updated too quickly. After the new book issue is over, there will definitely be updates. So look for all kinds of updates. Chapter 89. I'm here to give you a gift. There is a sea of people in front of the Taekwondo gym. And there is an endless stream of people coming to become apprentices. But most of them were kneeling outside the door. Are these people here to learn from their masters? Yang Mucheng asked calmly. That's right. Li Hu nodded. However, it's useless to kneel like this. I came to the gym 3 months ago, thinking that sincerity would lead to a successful apprenticeship. I knelt for 3 or 4 days in a row without eating or drinking, and the master of the gym didn't even look at me. One glance. Later, with the guidance of other disciples, you have to use your benefits to impress these masters. Yang Mucheng sneered. Where is this sect or Taoist temple? It's so humiliating. As everyone knows, these people kneeling outside the door are the seeds of true sincerity and cultivation. But the Taoist temple shuts these people out and opens the door to those who are rich and powerful. What's the difference between this gym and those corrupt officials? Why are you here again? In the gym, a leading disciple saw Li Hu and couldn't help shouting, Get out of here! With a smile on his face, Li Hu handed a piece of mutton fat jade to the disciple's hand. He lowered his posture and said quickly, Sir, I just want to learn from my master. Please open the door for me. I'm not an adult. I'm just an ordinary disciple in the gym. Just call me Zhang Long. Zhang Long took the jade and looked at it without hesitation. When he found that it was not a mortal object, his expression immediately changed. I see that you have come to the gym several times, and you can be considered a sincere apprentice. In this case, I will let you in. Yang Mucheng followed in, but was stopped by Zhang Long. Zhang Long looked at Yang Mucheng. His nose was not a nose and his eyebrows were non-eyebrows. And he asked, Who are you? And you also want to enter our gym? Sir, he is also here to learn from his master, Li Hu said hurriedly. Then we have to see if the apprentice is sincere or not. Zhang Long looked at Yang Mucheng and sneered. Brothers Li Hu and Li Han quickly winked at Yang Mucheng. In their opinion, if Yang Mucheng could carry such a large package, he must be worth a lot of money. If he just contributed 2 things, he could enter the gate like them and successfully become a disciple. Unfortunately, Yang Mucheng did not come to learn from his master. I'm not here to become a disciple, Yang Mucheng said calmly. Zhang Long's expression changed and he shouted, You're not here to learn skills from a teacher. What do you want to do? Are you here to provoke? Do you know where this place is? This is the Taekwondo Hall, the national religion of Korea, and the territory of Gushangxian. I know. Yang Mucheng nodded. You know why you still can't get out of here? Zhang Long pointed to the plaque above his head and said, Did you see it? Number 1 in the world. This was written by the Emperor Wang Jinghu himself and given to the immortal Gu Shang. How dare you make trouble here? Even if you are nothing? Number 1 in the world. Yang Mucheng sneered. And with a flick of his right hand, he saw a blast of internal energy that was as if it had been practiced in vain. And the gold-lettered plaque was directly blown into 2 halves in a burst of rumbling sound. Zhang Long was dumbfounded. The faces of the Li brothers and sisters on the side also changed drastically. Yang Mucheng's smashing of the plaque was equivalent to pulling out a tooth from a tiger's mouth. And it was tantamount to seeking death. They wished they could stay far away, for fear of having anything to do with Yang Mucheng. What happened? At this time, a group of people came into the gym. The one at the head was a middle-aged man with a Chinese character face. When the disciples around him saw him, they all got out of the way and bowed their heads in salute. It was obvious that this man's status in the gym was not low. Zhang Long quickly shouted, Deacon's son, this guy broke the plaque. In the Taekwondo gym, the one with the highest status is Gu Shintong. Next came several elders and deacons. And then the boxer who taught boxing. This man can serve as a deacon in the gym. So he is obviously outmatched in strength. Yang Mucheng glanced at it and found that the opponent had reached the late stage of Tongmai. Boy, how dare you make trouble in front of the gym? A hint of murderous intent flashed across Deacon Sun's face. Where is Gu Shintong? Yang Mucheng said calmly. Seeing Yang Mucheng's extraordinary demeanor, Deacon Sun called Gu Shintong by his name. In addition, he smashed the plaque with 1 finger, and he couldn't figure out the identity of the young man for a while. He immediately became alert and shouted, How can you call immortal Gu Shang by his name? He is not in the gym. He went to the palace early this morning to discuss important matters with his majesty. What did you come to our gym for? Gu Shintong isn't here? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. Since Gu Shintong is not here, I will kill his disciples and grandsons first, and then go to the palace to kill Gu Shintong and the Emperor of Korea. Looking at the nervous Deacon's son, He smiled faintly, threw the package in Deacon Sun's arms, and said, I'm here to give a gift to Gu Shitong. Since he's not here, you should accept this gift first. Giving gifts? Deacon Sun looked at the package in his arms suspiciously. He was a Meridian's warrior, with clear eyes, ears, mouth and nose, and his sensitivity was far higher than that of ordinary people. As soon as he received the package, he smelled a faint smell of rotting corpses. Immediately, my heart was shocked, and I had an ominous premonition. What's in this package? Deacon Sun shouted. Head. Gu Yuzhen's head. What? Deacon Sun opened the package in shock, only to see a head that was beginning to rot inside the package. If this wasn't Gu Yuzhen, who else could it be? Master. Deacon Sun stared at Yang Macheng and said, Who are you? Gu Shitong said people to kill me. Don't you know who I am? Yang Macheng put his hands behind his back and looked at the boxing master calmly. Gu Shitong sent his son to kill me. Did he not expect that I would send his son's head back? Yang Macheng. The identity of this young man is immediately revealed. He is the Emperor of Dakian? Brother and sister Li Hu and Li Han took a breath of air. They were still talking about it before. Gu Shitong can cover the sky with one hand, and he can easily send people to kill princes and generals. But who would have thought that now that the assassination failed, he was sent back to his head? That's the young master's head. Zhang Long's eyes widened. At first, he only thought that Yang Macheng, likely who, was an ordinary person who came to learn from his master. But who would have thought that this boy was actually the Emperor of Dakian? Moreover, he personally sent Gu Yuzhen's head back. How is it? Yang Macheng put his hands behind his hands, looked at Li Hu with a smile, and said, I said at the beginning that my gift would definitely surprise Gu Shitong. Right? Li Hu almost cried. If you kill someone else's son and bring his son's head to your door, how can he not be surprised by Gu Shitong? He has eaten your heart. Yang Macheng, you are looking for death. Deacon Sun opened his eyes angrily and said sternly, You can still laugh? Do you think you can survive today? Hearing this, Yang Macheng raised his eyelids slightly and smiled lightly. Just you guys? I don't know anything else. But I know one thing. That is, after today, the Taekwondo gym will be removed from Korea Junior High School forever. Because I want to crush your gym. Chapter 90 You Don't Deserve It. Bloodbath the gym. The surrounding gym disciples were shocked. They all looked at the Dakian Emperor, who was the same age as them, even slightly younger, with shocked eyes, as if they couldn't believe the words coming from his mouth. You know, this is the Emperor. Golden words. No regrets. If you can't do it, it's like slapping yourself in the face. Yang Macheng, where is your army? At this time, a middle-aged man walked out of the Taoist temple. He was wearing a Taoist robe, tall and strong, and exuded a domineering aura. Great Elder! Great Elder! As soon as this middle-aged man appeared, the disciples around him shouted respectfully. Even Deacon Sun from before bowed in awe. Still doing it! Yang Macheng said with his hands behind his back. The Great Elder sneered and continued to ask, Where is your great master? Yang Macheng said, Still doing it! As soon as he finished speaking, the Great Elder burst into a sneer. He stared at Yang Macheng, unable to hide the sarcasm in his eyes. It felt like I had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Is it possible that you want to destroy the Bloodbath gym without bringing a single soldier or a powerful master? There are 3,000 disciples in my Taekwondo gym, and every one of them is an internal warrior. The 120 deacons have all reached the level of Tomai. The 12 elders have all reached the peak of Tomai. And the master of the hall, Gu Shangxian, has the cultivation of a Tomai grandmaster. After he finished speaking, he stared at Yang Macheng as if he were looking at a joke. Now, do you think it is possible for you to challenge the gym? So what? Yang Macheng smiled faintly, without wavering at all. On one side is the Emperor Dakian, and on the other side is the Taoist temple of the state religion. The tit-for-tat confrontation between these two people has caused the smell of gunpowder to spread throughout the surroundings. I just don't know what to say. So what if he is the Emperor? Does he still want to fight against the gym alone? 12 elders in the gym can crush and kill him at will. But he still dares to cause trouble in the gym? That's right. If Yang Macheng comes to your door this time, he must be doomed. The crowds around him gathered one after another, and couldn't help but look towards the field. Great Elder, are you very powerful? Li Hu had just succeeded in becoming a disciple, and he still didn't know who was strong and who was weak in the gym. So he couldn't help but ask. Of course he is awesome. The Great Elder is the eldest disciple of Gu Shangxian. His cultivation has reached the perfection of channel connection, and he is considered the first person under Gu Shangxian. Normally Gu Shangxian retreats in seclusion and does not care about worldly affairs. So the Great Elder controls everything in the gym. Several other disciples said quickly. When the two brothers Li Hu and Li Han heard this, they immediately took a breath of air conditioning. The first person under Gu Shangxian, with a perfect cultivation level. Doesn't this mean that Yang Macheng is going to suffer? This is Goryeo after all. The people present all supported their state religion. After hearing this disciple's explanation, a sense of pride suddenly surged into their hearts, and they all looked at Yang Macheng with gloating. The Great Elder shook his head, stared at Yang Macheng, and said mockingly, "It seems that you really don't shed tears until you see the coffin. You are the first person who dares to provoke the gem like this. I will let you know what regret is. Deacon Sun, go and kill this little emperor." "Yes." Deacon Sun from before cupped his hands and walked towards Yang Macheng. Although Yang Macheng was the emperor, so what? He came to Goryeo alone. Even if he had great power, he would not be able to exert any effect here. Therefore, Deacon Sun is not afraid of him at all. Coming to Yang Macheng with a sneer, Deacon Sun said coldly, "Little emperor, coming to our gym to cause trouble is the biggest mistake of your life. If you die at my hands, you can rest in peace. You are not worthy." Yang Macheng put his hands behind his back and shook his head lightly. "I am in the middle stage of Tongmai. Even I am not worthy of you taking action." "So who is?" Deacon Sun sneered. "Gu Shintong." Yang Macheng spit out a name. "Gu Shangxian?" The eyes of the gym disciples and the people around them almost popped out of their heads. Deacon Sun even mocked unceremoniously. "The immortal Gu Shang has the body of an immortal, and his cultivation has already reached the level of Master Tongmai. In the past 30 years, no one has given him the qualifications to take action. Who are you? And what qualifications do you have for the immortal Gu Shang to deal with you?" The crowd around him shook his head secretly, feeling that the little emperor, with his red mouth and white teeth, didn't know how high the sky was. The Great Elder shook his head. "In the martial arts, whether it is internal strength or Tongmai, every time you advance to a higher level, the time and energy required are unimaginable to ordinary people. When Gu Shangxian reaches the level of Tongmai Grandmaster, his cultivation has already been completed. Beyond the boundaries of mortals, you can step into the air and soar in the daytime." He glanced at Yang Macheng and sneered. "Why do I talk so much nonsense to a guy like you who is about to die? Deacon Sun, kill him." "Good." Deacon Sun nodded heavily, clenched his fists, and his momentum dropped. I didn't see him making any movements. Just the internal energy was running, and a huge force burst out from his body. Deacon Sun was just a thin and withered old man. But at this moment, he seemed to have turned into a boulder weighing tens of millions of kilograms. The ground suddenly exploded, and there was only a click sound, and spider web-like cracks appeared on his hands. The feet spread out wildly from the center. "Up, raid!" he shouted loudly, swung his body violently, and using his left foot as the fulcrum, his right leg swept forward like a dragon waving its tail, hitting Yang Macheng on the head. This leg was so powerful that it created a powerful hurricane, lifting the surrounding crowd several meters away. As a result, only Yang Macheng remained in this attack. "What a strong kick!" The disciples all around looked horrified. They had never seen a deacon-level figure take action. Now that Deacon Sun kicked him with all his strength, they understood how terrifying the gym was. There are more than 100 people like Butler's son in the gym. How can Yang Macheng alone pose a threat to the gym? Everyone thought of this and looked at Yang Macheng. But they saw him standing there, motionless, with no intention of fighting back. Could it be that he was frightened? Li Hu couldn't help but think. "Get away quickly!" Li Han even cried out, just when this fierce kick was about to hit Yang Macheng. He saw him wave his right hand gently, like a teacher giving a lesson to a disobedient student, and slowly swept away the slap. This slap seemed to be slow, but it was fast. It came later but came first, and hit Deacon Sun on the face with a snap sound. Click! There was a crisp sound. Deacon Sun's head suddenly turned into a top, spitting several times in front of him, and his neck turned into a twist. Boom! Under the incredulous gazes of everyone, Deacon Sun was like a kick ball, flying out of the crowd, smashing 7 or 8 walls in a row, and flying out of everyone's sight. Everyone's eyes froze, looking at the walls that were penetrated, and their eyes closed together. The whole place was dead silent. "I told you! You don't deserve it!" Yang Muchung retracted his hand, looked at the Great Elder, and said loudly, "Since Gu Shitong is not here, I will first bloodbath the gym, and then kill the palace." Boom! At this moment, Yang Muchung suddenly took action. Chapter 91 Kill 10 people with one sword. Turning the clouds and raining palms, Yang Muchung shouted loudly, and his inner energy surged. "Peak Tomai! It's actually the pinnacle of Tomai!" As soon as Yang Muchung's aura was revealed, the surrounding deacons and elders all closed their eyes. Who would have thought that this young emperor would have such terrifying cultivation? His strength is almost superior to more than 99% of the people in the gym. But, at the pinnacle of Tomai realm, it is not enough for the gym and others to be afraid. "You dare to speak nonsense even if you are at the peak of Tomai!" A chill flashed in the Great Elder's eyes. Call. Hearing a whistling sound, he saw Yang Muchung push out his palm, causing violent winds and rays of light. A huge golden palm immediately appeared in front of him. This palm seemed to fly from beyond the sky, and was extremely coercive. "Get out of here!" The Great Elder roared angrily and punched out. Only a loud noise was heard, and the golden palm was immediately shattered. At the same time, a wave of air visible to the naked eye suddenly arose, shooting in all directions. Feeling the power of this air wave, everyone looked horrified and quickly retreated towards the rear. When everyone retreated to a safe area, they looked forward and found that the deacons, boxers, and ordinary disciples around them had already retreated. In front of Yang Muchung, only the 12 elders of the gym were left. After all, in the gym, only the elders are his opponents. "This kid is only 15 or 16 years old. How can he reach the peak of Tomai?" "Elders, you look at me and I look at you. I can't believe it. The journey of martial arts involves practicing 3 summers in the summer and 3 nines in the winter. It cannot be achieved in one day." These elders were able to reach the pinnacle and perfection of the meridians before the age of 50. And they were so self-satisfied. But facing a 15 or 16-year-old peak Tomai, the self-confidence in my heart was completely torn to pieces and trampled on. No wonder the Emperor of Goryeo wanted to ask immortal Gu Shan to kill this little emperor at all costs. The elder's face was gloomy and uncertain, and he stared at Yang Muchung, his thoughts racing in his mind. If we get him a few more years, his achievements in the future will even be comparable to those of Gu Shangxian. In their hearts, Gu Shitong is an absolute godlike existence. But now, a young man has appeared who can surpass Gu Shitong in the future. "Kill him!" the Great Elder shouted in a low voice. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the 11 elders all burst out and rushed towards Yang Muchung like arrows from the string. At this moment, they all unleashed all their inner strength and launched their strongest attacks. Like a surging wave, it hit Yang Muchung fiercely. 11 elders take action together. At this moment, everyone around them exclaimed, "One Tomai peak is terrifying enough. If 11 Tomai peaks attack together, wouldn't it be like a mountain collapse and the earth is shattered?" Boom! The terrifying internal energy surged crazily, and the surrounding air seemed to have turned into sea water, with continuous ripples flowing away in all directions. Even this burst of terrifying power surrounded the entire gym. Just hearing a click, the continuous gymnasium was torn apart crazily. Boom! The next moment, the attacks of the 11 elders suddenly poured on Yang Muchung. Snort! The Great Elder put his hands behind his back and looked at the turbulent center of the dust. He couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. 11 masters at the peak of Tomai attack together. Even I can't resist it. Yang Muchung, you are certainly a genius for being able to reach the peak of Tomai at such a young age. Thinking of this, the Great Elder showed a sneer on his face and said, "But, what about geniuses? I don't know how many geniuses have died in my hands. And those who have died are not worthy of being called geniuses." At this time, a strong wind blew. The dust that enveloped the field was blown away directly. In an instant, the smile on the Great Elder's face froze. But Yang Muchung was seen standing in the field with his hands behind his back and an understatement, with his body as the center. Everything in the surrounding field of vision was twisted into powder by the internal energy, and he had endured the attacks of 11 peak Tomai masters and was actually unharmed. What? How can it be? Not only the Great Elder was stunned, the disciples in the gym outside were all dumbfounded and looked at Yang Muchung blankly. Impossible! Of course, the ones who were most surprised were the 11 elders who took action together. They looked at Yang Muchung in disbelief. In the previous attacks, they didn't hold back at all. They all used their full strength. But when it hit Yang Muchung, It was like hitting a tens of thousands of tons of copper mountain. Not only could it not hurt the opponent, it actually shattered the bones of his hand. They didn't know that the ancient heaven-swallowing technique practiced by Yang Macheng was so heaven-defying that his physical strength far exceeded that of warriors of the same level. And he was wearing the Nine Dragons' supreme robe, which was enough to withstand the attacks of Master Tonmai. The 11 Tonmai pinnacles acting together were powerful. But to Yang Macheng, it was just like scratching an itch. Is it time for me to take action? Yang Macheng raised his eyelids slightly and smiled lightly. Call. These words, like the cold wind blowing from the Nine Netherworld, made the elders who had taken action tremble all over, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. An unprecedented sense of crisis came to my mind. Retreat! Not good! Quickly retreat! Waves of shouts resounded, and the 11 people immediately retreated towards the rear without any hesitation. Clang! A sword light flashed. The infinite sword light instantly enveloped an area of tens of meters in radius. Everyone present heard the sounds of the sword being unsheathed and being sheathed at the same time. When they looked forward, they were stunned. The 11 elders, who retreated quickly, seemed to have been nailed to the spot by a immobilization technique. Their eyes widened, and they looked at Yang Macheng in disbelief. He grabbed his throat with both hands, but he couldn't stop the blood spurting out of his throat. In the end, under the shocked eyes of everyone, they fell to the ground like wooden piles with a roar. This killed 11 elders with one sword. Is he really only at the peak of Tonmai? This kind of strength is probably indistinguishable from that of Gu Shanxian. Yang Macheng stood there and took a deep breath. Suddenly, the energy and blood of these 11 people turned into a stream of air and rushed into his body. At this moment, he only felt that his body was inflating like an inflated balloon. The huge internal energy swept through the whole body to the extreme. The chi and blood at the peak of Tonmai are indeed powerful. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Only one step away from breaking through. A few days ago, he had only reached the pinnacle of Tonmai when he killed Gu Yuzhen. A few days later, there was another breakthrough. If this speed were known to others, it would probably make those warriors, who have worked hard all their lives, but are not very strong, and die in shame. Only a little. If I kill one more person, I can directly reach perfection. Thinking of this, Yang Macheng raised his head, grinned at the astonished elder and said, Now it's your turn. Chapter 92. Is it a human? Is it a fairy? 11 pinnacles of Tonmai. They took action together, and even Tonmai perfection didn't dare to resist. Now, he was easily stopped by Yang Macheng and was directly killed. This made the surrounding gym disciples and great elders all look pale. Previously, when Yang Macheng said that he had bloodbathed the gymnasium, they only thought that Yang Macheng was joking with his red lips and white teeth. But now that they took action, they realized that Yang Macheng was really capable of destroying the gymnasium. Yang Macheng! The great elder came back to his senses. His eyes were cold, and he was filled with shock and anger. I was actually frightened by Yang Macheng's smile before. This is simply a shame in this life. I can't express my hatred without cutting you into pieces. It seems you haven't given up yet. If that's the case, then I will let you give up completely. Yang Macheng's eyes turned cold. As soon as Yang Macheng finished speaking, he took one step and directly crossed the distance of 7 to 8 feet. Arriving in front of the great elder, as if teleporting, he raised the dragon-slaying sword in his hand again and pointed it from a distance. Chang! The great elder was well prepared this time. He drew out the long sword from his waist and swung it swiftly. The light of the sword was like a flashing rainbow or a galloping Milky Way. He took Yang Macheng's sword forcefully. Bang! In an instant, the sword in the great elder's hand was cut off. Looking horrified, he retreated hastily. The weapons in this guy's hands are of the highest spiritual level. The great elder was shocked. He looked at the half-cut sword in his hand. His eyes filled with hatred. Yang Macheng, you are just relying on this top-grade spiritual weapon. If you have the ability, you don't need a weapon. I will definitely kill you within 3 moves. He was unwilling to give in, so he shouted out the words. But unexpectedly, Yang Macheng did not hesitate at all. He casually put away the dragon-slaying sword and grinned. Since you are not convinced, then I will beat you until you are convinced. He is indeed a young man. Arrogant. A hint of joy flashed in the great elder's eyes when he saw Yang Macheng approaching him. His pupils closed, and he kicked his right foot out in front of him. Only a burst of interlocking whistling sounds was heard, and the surrounding air was actually condensed and compressed to the extreme, and suddenly turned into wind blades and shot towards Yang Macheng cave. These wind blades are made from internal energy. Each one is 3 meters long and half a meter wide. Even a copper mountain can cut it in half. Jiang is still very old. I didn't expect Yang Mucheng to be fooled so easily. How can he resist this trick? Everyone's eyes widened. This is the full moon slash created by Gu Shitong. The stronger the strength, the greater the power. An ordinary inner strength warrior can cut down a half-meter-long tree with this move. For someone at the level of the Great Elder, it would be easy to break gold and iron. If it hits Yang Mucheng, he may be cut in half. Cloud turning palm. Yang Mucheng smiled, with a hint of ridicule in his eyes, and pushed out with a palm. Boom! There was an explosion, and the surging internal energy, like a pouring flood, quickly gathered in midair, and suddenly formed a huge palm, pushing towards the Great Elder against the ground. Boom! 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 Wherever the giant palm passed, whether it was full moon slash or a rocky rockery, it was completely shattered. To outsiders, this giant palm is like a mortal crushing ants, crushing the dead and overwhelming. How can it be? The Great Elder's face was ashen, and he quickly retreated. He originally thought that Yang Mucheng, who had been deceived, could easily defeat the opponent without using weapons. But now the head-on confrontation has completely destroyed his confidence. Want to escape? Yang Mucheng shook his head lightly, and pushed out his right hand repeatedly. His internal energy seemed to be endless. Huge palms with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters suddenly appeared above the huge gym building complex, and they struck towards the gym in the blink of an eye. Every time there was a slap, there was a loud noise, and large areas of buildings collapsed. If anyone could look down from top to bottom at this moment, they would definitely find that the entire gymnasium was almost razed to the ground, and as far as the eye could see, it was full of deep palm prints. Let me see where you can escape! Yang Mucheng laughed. At this moment, he waved his left and right hands one after another, directly forcing the Great Elder into a desperate situation. At the same time, he slapped his right palm violently. At this moment, the void was turbulent, and a churning vortex surged rapidly. Thousands of strands of inner energy came from the vastness. Under the shocked gaze of the Great Elder, a golden giant palm with a diameter of 17 or 8 meters suddenly formed. As it was formed, it blasted towards the Great Elder again. You forced me to do this! The Great Elder's eyes were sharp. He clenched his fists and suddenly assumed a strange posture. At this moment, countless air currents in the void were seen surging out in front of him. With the injection of inner energy, a vast thunder could be faintly heard in the void. Take my move! Waterfall Tiger Hunting Attack! He pushed out with one punch. The clouds in the sky gathered and surged, and a sudden tiger roar was heard. Behind the Great Elder, a platinum tiger with a forehead that was 7 or 8 meters high actually formed. The shocking roar threatened dozens of miles around, and for a while, the dilapidated gymnasium was suddenly stunned, squeaking, shocked by this pressure. Roar! At the same time as the tiger stars, they stepped into the air and rushed towards the giant palm that blasted down from the sky. However, Yang Mucheng looked sarcastic and shook his head secretly. I saw his right hand lightly pressing downwards, and an inner energy was once again poured into the golden palm. A loud roar sounded, and the 17-8-meter golden palm suddenly appeared in everyone's shocked eyes. It suddenly increased to 25 or 6 meters. Boom! Under the eyes of countless people, Yang Mucheng slapped the platinum tiger with his palm. Just hearing a crushing sound, the platinum tiger was torn apart instantly. And this blow, which condensed all the inner strength of the Great Elder, could not even stop Yang Mucheng for half a breath. After blasting the platinum tiger to pieces, the giant palm remained unabated and struck the Great Elder heavily. Boom! This palm shook the sky and the earth, causing dust to fly on the ground. With a click sound, the originally shattered gymnasium completely collapsed under the power of this palm and became a ruin. The people around were dumbfounded, staring blankly at the collapsed gymnasiums. Looking at the Great Elder, he had already been beaten to pieces by this palm. Quiet! The Taekwondo gym is located in a busy city and has a huge flow of people. At this moment, thousands of people, tens of thousands of people, stared at the scene in front of them in stunned silence. It was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Liu fell to his knees with a bang. He tried his best to enter the gymnasium, but as soon as he entered, the gymnasium was completely destroyed by others. The disciples and deacons in the surrounding gymnasium all had pale faces and fell to their knees in disbelief. Is this a human being or a fairy? At this time, Everyone could not help but have such an idea pop up in their minds. Chapter 93. Entering the palace. Yang Mucheng stood with his hands behind his hands, standing in the ruins. He took a deep breath, and the energy, blood, and essence all over the great elder's body turned into an invisible whirlpool and surged toward him. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, a white face like a horned dragon was swallowed into his mouth. This scene was truly spectacular. After a while, the aura in Yang Mucheng's body surged, breaking through the shackles and reaching perfection. Eunuch Wei! The two eunuchs of Wei who came from Xia Kingdom looked at this scene with their mouths open. This Eunuch Wei also widened his eyes. As soon as he entered the city, he heard the sound of a huge fight. After all, Yang Mucheng is the princess's sweetheart, the person designated by His Majesty to see him. If anything goes wrong, he cannot afford it. So he came all the way in a hurry, fearing that Yang Mucheng would be beaten to death by the people in the gym. But after arriving at the gym, he saw Yang Mucheng crushing the great elder to pieces with one palm, and his cultivation had reached perfection. Even he couldn't help but sucked in a breath of cold air. Who else wants to give it a try? Yang Mucheng opened his eyes and looked at the gym disciples who were kneeling all around. He killed 12 elders without any trace of blood or dust on his body, as if he was not fighting wildly, but was going out for an outing. Among the thousands of disciples in the Taoist temple, no one dared to speak. 12 elders, including the great elder who had the strongest cultivation and perfect ability to connect the meridians, were also killed with one palm. Who else dares to doubt this young man's strength? Perhaps only Gu Shangxian can conquer him. The immortal cultivation in the valley has already reached the realm of heaven and man. Only he can kill this child. At this time, such an idea came to everyone's mind. Your Majesty, are you not afraid of punishment from Gu Shangxian when you slaughter my disciples like this? An older deacon suppressed the fear in his heart and said, Gu Shangxian is not in the gym. That's why you can be so presumptuous. If Gu Shangxian is in the gym, he will definitely be able to kill you with one palm. That's right. The disciples and deacons of the gym responded in unison. If the immortal on the valley is not dead, the Taoist temple will not be destroyed. And they also believe that once Gu Shangxian learned about the destruction of the museum, he would definitely kill Yang Mucheng with all his strength. At that time, there will be no place for Yang Mucheng to hide even in the poor blue sky or the underworld. Does Gu have magical powers? Yang Mucheng laughed loudly. He glanced at everyone. The deacon who spoke suddenly trembled with fright. His eyelids were lowered, and he did not dare to say another word. I came today just to kill Gu Shitong. Don't worry. After today, the Taekwondo gym will be completely removed from the Koryo Junior High School forever. I remember Gu Shintong is still in the Koryo Palace. Right. Watch how I kill him. After saying that, Yang Mucheng left with his hands behind his back and strode towards the palace. After absorbing the infinite qi and blood treatment, his cultivation level has further reached perfection. Even facing the Gu Shintong, Yang Mucheng is not afraid at all. Eunuch Wei! Won't we stop him? The young eunuch shouted when he saw Yang Mucheng leaving. The Zajia family doesn't know either. Eunuch Wei rubbed his temples and felt a headache. Although Yang Mucheng destroyed the Taoist gym, he and Gu Shitong formed a rift. But if he comes forward, he will definitely be able to resolve the grievances. If the two sides really get into a fight, and it becomes a never-ending situation, it won't be that easy to dissuade them at that time. However, there was some expectation in his heart. I hope this young man can create miracles and kill Gu Shitong. Let's go to the palace too. With the Zajia here, Yang Mucheng will not be in danger. Koryo Palace? Feast. Gu Shitong sat cross-legged, and no matter how the charming girl in the hall swayed, he didn't take a second look. For a cultivator like him, the pinnacle of martial arts is the real pursuit. Shangxian, has Yang Mucheng's head been sent back? Wang Jinghu held the wine glass and smiled cautiously. Even though he was the king of a country, he had to remain respectful in front of this powerful warrior. In the past few days, I can't sleep at night. I always feel that something is going to happen. My son has been away for about half a month, and there is no news back. Is it? Gu Shitong groaned, and Wang Jinghu trembled with fear and did not dare to say anything more. Little Emperor, Gu Yuzhen's cultivation has reached the pinnacle of Tomai. There are few people in the world who can match him. Coupled with Hong Man and Qing Ming, these two are my confidants. Their cultivations are also at the pinnacle of Tomai. Hong Man is suitable for breaking into the army and plundering the formation. With his natural divine power, plus the Wrath God Hammer, It is difficult for 10,000 people to do so. Block. Qingming uses the green snake dagger and is good at assassination. He can take the head of an admiral from a crowd of thousands of soldiers. The Qing country is just a small country. It doesn't have any decent internal experts. How can it stop these three people? Gu Shitong glanced at Wang Jinghu quietly. This puts me at ease. Wang Jinghu breathed a sigh of relief. As for them not coming back for so long, they must have encountered something that delayed them. Gu Shitong said calmly. He had almost no doubt about the strength of these three people. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud sound outside the palace. That is? Gu Shintong's heart moved, and he looked immediately. The loud noise actually came from the location of the gym. A churning air wave like an ocean wave swept away the dust in all directions. The power was shocking for a moment. Even though they were far apart, the thunderous sound was as if they were within earshot. Gu Shitong narrowed his eyes slightly, and an ominous premonition suddenly arose in his heart. Shangxian. At this time, a sharp shout came, and the Taoist deacon in Taoist robes rushed into the palace. With a bang sound, he knelt in front of Gu Shitong and screamed. The gym was attacked. Master Gu Yuzhen's head was sent back. The gymnasium was razed to the ground, and all 12 elders were killed. Gu Shangxian, you have to take action. What? Gu Shangxian was startled and asked quickly. Who did it? Yang Macheng. The deacon wailed. Yang Macheng said. He said he will come to the palace to deal with you. How brave. Wang Jinghu smashed the wine glass in his hand and sneered. This Yang Macheng is simply lawless. And he actually dares to break into my palace? Does he think this is his Dacian kingdom? Immortal Gu Shang, please don't be angry. I will send some experts to capture this kid and leave it to you to deal with him. Before he finished speaking, he saw a golden armored guard covered in blood, stumbled in, knelt down in front of Wang Jinghu, and cried, Your Majesty, something is wrong. Emperor Yang Mu of Dacian is here. He will be arriving at the palace soon. Wang Jinghu's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly asked, Where are the imperial guards? Where are the masters in the palace? The golden armored guard hurriedly said, Your Majesty, the imperial guards and the powerful masters cannot stop him at all. What? Wang Jinghu took a breath of air. Boom. At this moment, the closed imperial city gate suddenly opened. A young man came with a long sword hanging on his waist and his hands behind his back, slowly walking towards the palace. Yang Macheng. Seeing this young man, Gu Shintong's eyes turned cold. Chapter 94. I am one person against you in one country. Boom. At this moment, Gu Shintong's body trembled, and his strong internal energy burst out crazily. It was at this moment that the void around him was stirred up. I saw a wave of air visible to the naked eye, centered on Gu Shintong's body, sweeping away crazily in all directions. Indiscriminately, he threw away all the people around him. Even Wang Jinghu, the emperor of Goryeo, was shot backwards and fell to the ground in embarrassment. Yang Macheng, you actually dare to come here! A roaring sound came out of Gu Shintong's throat like angry thunder. In the palace, it reverberated wantonly, making people's eardrums tremble and their blood boiling. Killed his son. Destroyed his gym. He actually dared to come in front of me. Why can't I come over? Yang Macheng smiled faintly, with endless killing intent surging in his eyes. You can send Gu Yuzhen to assassinate me. Why can't I kill him? I won't offend anyone unless they offend me. If someone offends me, I will eradicate it. Do you think that you have the cultivation of Master Tomai and you can control everything in the world? Can you kill anyone you want? Impossible. Yang Macheng looked at Gu Shitong without fear. Buzz. Yang Macheng and Gu Shitong looked at each other with murderous intent spreading crazily. The burst of internal energy turned into two hurricanes at this moment, squeezing each other fiercely. Under this terrible force, the ground between the two sides was twisted into pieces and turned into powder. The imperial guards and alki guards in the palace are almost impossible to get close to. Eunuch Wei, the little eunuch exclaimed in a low voice. They have already met. It seems that today's battle is inevitable. Who will win and who loses in this battle? Eunuch Wei sneered and said in a low voice. Does this need to be said? Gu Shitong is a well-known strong man with a cultivation level of Tomai Grandmaster. Even the Zhao family is not confident enough to kill Gu Shitong. And Yang Macheng only has Tomai. The pulse is perfect. The difference between the two sides is a small level. There is almost no suspense. Eunuch Wei sighed and patted his head. How could the Zhao family suddenly think that Yang Macheng has the strength to compete with Gu Shitong? It's time to go out. Otherwise it will not be so easy to end the fight if it really starts. Got it! At this time, Eunuch Wei quickly released his aura. Another burst of Tong Mai Grandmaster's energy appeared, and Yang Mucheng and Gu Shintong, who were already at war with each other, suddenly became vigilant. Eunuch Wei! Why are you here? Gu Shintong couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he saw Wei Xianming. This old eunuch was a confidant of Emperor Xia. His strength and status are 1,000 times higher than that of the museum owner. The Xia family came here under His Majesty's secret order to take Yang Mucheng to the Xia kingdom. I also hope that Brother Gu can give the Xia family a face and let me take him back. I will remember today's kindness and will definitely repay it in the future. You? Eunuch Wei said. Emperor Xia wants to see me. Yang Mucheng whispered. Eunuch Wei smiled lightly and said, Yang Mucheng, do you still remember Princess Xiaoli? As soon as Yi Mingshan said goodbye, Princess Xiaoli thought about you day and night, and she missed you very much. At this point, no matter Yang Mucheng, Gu Shintong, or Wang Jinghu, they have basically understood it. Princess Xia fell in love with Yang Mucheng. The Xia kingdom is not a small country, but one of the 8 parliamentary countries. If Yang Mucheng really became the prince consort of the Xia kingdom, and coupled with his dual identity as the emperor of Daqian, almost no one in the world would dare to attack him. Gu Shintong obviously thought of this, and his expression changed. Eunuch Wei, I can give you any face, but you absolutely cannot take Yang Mucheng away. This son killed my son and destroyed my gym. If he is allowed to live, my Gu Shintong's face will be lost in the future. Gu Shintong gritted his teeth and shouted. Eunuch Wei frowned and said displeasedly, Gu Shintong, how dare you refuse to give the people the Xia family once? Believe it or not, in 3 days, the Xia kingdom, will send an army to crush your galley? You are just a eunuch. Even if you are a confidant of Emperor Xia, you are not capable of dispatching an army. Right. Gu Shintong sneered. It's useless to stop anyone today. I won't give up until I kill Yang Mucheng. Eunuch Wei's complexion was green, white and red. He did not expect Gu Shintong to reject him so mercilessly. However, something that Eunuch Wei never expected happened. Kill me! Yang Mucheng took a step forward and snorted coldly. Gu Shintong, I came to Korea today just to take your dog's head. With one person, I am against your gym. With one person, I am against your whole country. How brave! Gu Shintong's eyes widened angrily. The next moment, the turbulent aura on his body rolled crazily, like a turbulent wave that was unparalleled in the world. A sharp, thunderous shout suddenly exploded from his throat, shaking everyone's eardrums. Some people who were very close were shocked to the point of bleeding from their orifices by the sound wave. He grabbed the sky with his right hand, as if catching the wind, and slashed downwards. Boom! A 30-meter-long wind blade formed in an instant, and rushed towards Yang Mucheng's position like lightning without any hesitation. Yang Mucheng turned sideways, and barely managed to avoid it. This wind blade continued unabated and struck the building. Several palaces tens of meters high were cut open on the spot, and 7 or 8 palaces were blasted to pieces before the power completely disappeared. Go to H.L. Gu Shintong stepped on the ground with his foot, and the ground suddenly exploded. Large chunks of rocks wanted to collapse and fly out all around. And with this force, his whole body shot out like lightning, heading towards Yang Mucheng's position. This punch was too fast, too fierce, and too cruel. Like a running cheetah, a roaring hurricane, and roaring lightning, they rushed in front of Yang Mucheng in an instant. Yang Mucheng could only retract his arms, form a cross, and punch him hard. After all, Gu Shintong is a long-established master and a master of Tongmai. Under the angry gaze of Eunuch Wei and the extremely excited gaze of everyone, Yang Mucheng flew backwards and hit 5 or 6 palaces in a row, accompanied by a loud and devastating sound. His entire body was buried under the rubble. There was silence in the palace. Everyone was stunned. Gu Shintong, the Xia family, and you are at odds with each other. When Eunuch Wei saw this, his eyes were blood red, and he shouted in a hissing voice. You dare to kill the person your majesty wants? So what if I kill him? Gu Shintong put his hands behind his back and said slowly. This Yang Mucheng dared to kill my son. When he trampled my gym, he thought that one day he would be killed by me. Killing him so easily, it's quite advantageous for him. How dare a small person with perfect channeling dare to compete with me? Fortunately, he is dead. If he were still alive and fell into my hands, I would definitely execute him Ling Chi with my own hands. Gu Shitong was extremely proud and laughed. Eunuch Wei's face was ashen, and his eyes were red and cold. Really? Do you have this ability? At this time, a faint voice sounded, and a young man with red lips and white teeth was seen walking out of the ruins with his hands behind his back. He grinned at Gu Shitong, showing his white teeth. Gu Shitong, do you think it was just a joke for me to say that I am one person against you in one country? Chapter 95. A shocking battle. Not dead. Gu Shitong's eyes closed. Eunuch Wei also looked strange. The strength of Grandmaster Tomai's punch is so terrifying. Dealing with Tomai perfection is like a father hitting his son, or a cannon hitting a fly. It's right to die as many as you come, otherwise Eunuch Wei wouldn't be so angry before, and Gu Shitong wouldn't be so confident. But now that we are here with Yang Macheng, why is it completely wrong? Eunuch Wei was the first to come to his senses, and he quickly said, Yang Macheng, you and Xiao Lizi leave the Imperial City first, and I will stop this Gu Shitong. As long as I am here, Gu Shitong will never be able to do anything to you. Eunuch Wei, this is my own business. Yang Macheng walked out of the ruins with a faint smile on his face. I will kill him today. Yang Macheng. Hearing this, Gu Shitong could not hide his anger. At this stage of his life, he has already looked down on fame. But today, he first learned of his son's death, and the gym where he had devoted his whole life was demolished. Now he is even more despised by Yang Macheng. For him, this is simply a lifelong shame. It seems you don't believe it. Then I'll prove it to you. Yang Macheng smiled lightly, and didn't care at all. After saying that, he stepped out in one step, and the distance of several hundred meters seemed as if it didn't exist in Yang Macheng's eyes. When he lifted his foot, it was still in the same place. When the sole of his foot fell, he was already in front of Gu Shitong. He raised his white jade-like fist and punched it out with a bang. Ridiculous. Gu Shitong looked disdainful and waved his right hand away, preparing to slap away Yang Macheng's palm. Boom! But when the fists and palms met, Gu Shitong's face was startled, and a trace of horror appeared on his face. This power was beyond his imagination, even comparable to him. In an instant, the fists and palms separated, and Gu Shitong's body trembled slightly. How come this kid is so powerful? Does he really only have perfect channels? Gu Shitong's heart was filled with shock, and his right hand was slightly numb, which was caused by Yang Macheng's full blow. Eunuch Wei, won't you take action? The little eunuch saw the two fighting again and quickly exclaimed. Eunuch Wei's eyes widened, and he also found it incredible. Previously, Yang Macheng was so powerful with one punch that he was not a master. But he was as strong as a master. Is it really possible for this kid to kill Gu Shitong? Thinking of this, he looked at Yang Macheng again. I just saw that Yang Macheng punched and kicked, and the air around him exploded with every attack. He was young and energetic, and his fists and feet had great power. The moves were killing people everywhere, blasting towards Gu Shitong's life gate. At first, Gu Shitong was able to fight back, but after 7 or 8 moves, he was completely suppressed. He was beaten back and forth, and could only resist. Even if he occasionally punched Yang Macheng, it was like hitting a copper mountain. Not only did it not have the slightest effect, it actually made his arm numb. How can you be so strong? Wang Jinghu, as well as all the civil and military ministers of the Goryeo Kingdom, all looked at Yang Macheng in stunned silence. Gu Shitong's status in Korea is like an immortal. No one has ever been able to compete with him head-on. No matter how strong the opponent is, he can't resist his punch. Now this little emperor suddenly appeared and completely suppressed him. How could this not shock everyone? They didn't know that Yang Macheng was wearing the 9 Dragons Supreme Robe, which was enough to withstand the full blow of Master Tomai. Even if Gu Shitong blasted out with all his strength, the power was weakened by 7 or 8 points by the 9 Dragons Supreme Robe. The remaining power would naturally not have the slightest effect on Yang Macheng, who was practicing with the ancient heaven swallowing technique. Full Moon Slash! Gu Shitong did not dare to fight Yang Macheng head-on. He pointed his toes backwards and shot tens of meters away. At the same time, he waved his right hand, and in an instant, dozens of powerful wind blades were quickly generated. When the Grand Elder of the gym used this move, he could only conjure up a 3-meter-long wind blade. But when Gu Shitong was used, there were 36 of them. Each wind blade is 7 or 8 meters long. How is he going to deal with this move? Eunuch Wei's eyes widened. If he faced this move, he could only choose to avoid its edge. But in this case, they will fall into passive defense and be taken advantage of by Gu Shintong. As the saying goes, if you defend for a long time, you will lose. Once you make a mistake, you will be taken advantage of by the opponent. Heavy rain sword technique. Yang Muchung snorted coldly, and the dragon-slaying sword suddenly unsheathed. Hearing a clang sound, endless streams of rain-like sword light burst out of the hole, slashing towards the terrifying wind blade. Only a burst of popping sound was heard, and the sword light and wind blade were directly shattered. Can you actually resist it? I don't believe you can resist this move. Gu Shintong's face turned cold, and he roared. His body trembled, and he slowly punched forward. At this moment, his body seemed to transform into an infinite black hole, and the infinite spiritual energy from heaven and earth came in thousands of strands and poured into his body. Roar! A sudden tiger roar suddenly occurred. I saw a blue-eyed golden tiger suddenly form from the rolling inner energy. As the founder of the waterfall tiger hunting strike, this move was used by Gu Shintong. It was more powerful and terrifying than the previous one used by the Great Elder. In the sky, a green-eyed golden tiger that was 16 to 17 meters long formed and rushed towards Yang Muchung like lightning. This green-eyed golden tiger stepped on the void, and every time it stepped on the void, it caused ripples of turmoil in the space. Not good! Eunuch Wei's expression changed drastically. Just when he was about to take action to rescue him, he saw Yang Muchung facing this move without any fear, but with a look of disdain, ridicule, and contempt on his face. Could it be that he can resist this move? Point the star finger. Yang Muchung smiled and pointed forward with one finger. Only a sharp whistling was heard, and a finger light appeared crazily, shooting out like a lightning-like hole. Wherever the finger light passed, the rocks peeled off inch by inch and turned into dust. Point the star finger. Eunuch Wei narrowed his eyes. This is one of the 36 yellow-level low-grade martial arts in Daxia Kingdom. He knew this trick, but it took him 3 years and 6 months to master it. Yi Meishan and his party, Xiao Shengmu, handed Yang Muchung the technique of pointing the star finger, and in just half a day, he was able to use this technique to kill the Yin snake. Eunuch Wei was not good at first, but now that he has seen it with his own eyes, he has to believe it. How can there be such a genius in the world? Eunuch Wei felt a great sense of crisis in his heart. Immediately, 2 thoughts came to his mind. First, kill Yang Muchung to avoid future troubles. If he is allowed to grow up, he will be a very terrifying existence in the future. Second, to win over Yang Muchung, you must not offend him. In this way, Yang Muchung will be a great supporter for Xiaogui in the future. Just when Eunuch Wei was constantly swaying between these 2 thoughts, the light from his star-studded finger had already pierced through the blue-eyed golden tiger, and even more powerfully, it shot the hole into Gu Shintong's chest. Just hearing a pop sound, the immortal-like Gu Shinto suddenly hit the ground. This moment, there was deathly silence in the palace. Chapter 96. Kill the immortal with the palm. Boom! Gu Shintong's face turned pale, and he hit the ground heavily. He never thought that he would be defeated at the hands of a young man. Exalted immortal! Wang Jinghu gasped. This Gu Shintong, who was regarded as a heavenly being in the Goryeo kingdom, was actually defeated by Yang Muchung? Cough, cough, cough. Gu Shintong coughed up blood, unable to hide the horror in his heart. 1-level low-grade martial arts point finger. How could this kid escape? Gu Shintong is worthy of being the immortal Gu Shang who established the state religion with one hand, and whose status in Goryeo was far higher than that of Emperor Wang Jinghu. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately prepared to escape. As a master of Tongmai, even if he is not Yang Muchung's opponent in front of him, he can always attack in secret. Right? Yang Muchung was able to prevent it for 1 day. But could he still be able to prevent it for decades? Yang Muchung's relatives and friends will all be his targets. Boom! When it hit the ground, Gu Shintong had already thought of his escape route. He didn't bother wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He slapped the ground with his palm, and his whole body quickly rose up and fled towards the outside of the palace like an arrow. Exalted immortal! Wang Jinghu shouted loudly. All civil and military officials screamed in agony. Even Gu Shintong has to escape. What should they do? Want to escape? It's not that easy! Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes slightly, swatted away with his right hand continuously, and directly struck down with the cloud-turning rain palm. Only bursts of rumbling thunder were heard. With each palm strike, a giant palm with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared in the void and struck hard towards the location of Gu Shintong one after another. Each strike of the palm left a palm mark half a meter deep on the ground. Yang Muchung! From today on, I will be your nightmare. Although I can't kill you, I will never let you live in peace. Your friends, your relatives, I will kill them one by one in front of you. I will let you spend every day in fear and pain. Gu Shentong's voice came slowly, spreading like a mighty thunder. Do you really think you can leave alive? Yang Mucheng took out his right hand and slowly pressed it towards the void. Boom! In an instant, the spiritual power in the surrounding sky swirled and turned into thousands of strands, converging towards the center. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, a huge palm with a diameter of 20 meters suddenly formed, and then suddenly slapped down. This giant palm is so big that it directly wraps Gu Shentong's entire body in it. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, it had already hit Gu Shentong's eyes. Damn! At the last moment, Gu Shentong came to his senses. He gritted his teeth and used all the energy in his body to punch the giant palm. But Yang Mucheng's palm was too fast, too fierce, and too strong, and Gu Shentong was seriously injured. So the power of this palm was beyond his imagination. Under the astonished gazes of countless people, this palm was finally taken. Rumble. A palm slapped down, and a thunderous explosion sounded wildly. At the center of the explosion, a wave of air visible to the naked eye immediately rose up and swept in all directions. The splendid and majestic palace was directly torn into half by the hurricane, and countless people were directly thrown out and smashed to the ground. Before they had time to get up, everyone quickly looked towards where the giant palm fell. Gu Shentu, who had been in Goryeo for more than 100 years and was regarded as an immortal, was completely reduced to flesh and bones under this palm. Call! Yang Mucheng slowly closed his hand and took a deep breath. The blood and essence of Gu Shentong, a century-old master of Tomai, were poured into his body at this moment. Boom! Everyone was still astonished, and the sight of Yang Mucheng stepping onto a higher level again was even more shocking. From now on, there will be one less immortal on the valley in Goryeo, but there will be one more immortal slayer in Dakian. Horrible, frightening, shocking. When the Zha family sees this scene, they will have no regrets in this life. Eunuch Wei held the fly whisk in his hand and couldn't help shaking his head. Eunuch Wei, are you Yang Mucheng's opponent? The young eunuch couldn't help but ask. Your strength is also above Gu Shentong. Eunuch Wei smiled miserably and shook his head. Although I can kill Gu Shentong, I can never do it as neatly as Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng can kill Grandmaster Tomai even when he is in the state of perfection. Now his cultivation level has also reached the level of Grandmaster. If a fight really breaks out, I may only be able to hold on for 10 moves in his hands. The little eunuch's pupils narrowed. On this day, they watched a Grandmaster fall and another Grandmaster rise with their own eyes. Exalted Immortal! Wang Jinghu fell to his knees with a pop, his face as white as paper, and his whole body shaking like chaff. All civil and military officials fell to their knees and shed tears. Too powerful. That day when Yang Mucheng killed Xingxia, it was just a small threat to everyone. There are countless people who are stronger than him in cultivation and strength. But today, Gu Shentong fell. Yang Mucheng killed and proved his way, and he was promoted to the realm of Tomai. Now, he is already an invincible existence in Tomai realm. Grandmasters and warriors with perfect cultivation can only bow their heads in front of this young man. Yang Mucheng came with his hands behind his back. The soles of his feet were always 1 inch away from the ground, and he stepped in the air, just like Gu's magical power that day. All the civil and military officials, including the Emperor of Goryeo, Wang Jinghu, knelt on the ground and did not dare to say anything arrogant. Yang? Eunuch Wei hurried over and bowed his hand to Yang Mucheng. As a confidant of the Emperor of Xia, the kings of the 8 major parliamentary states were like grasshoppers and ants in front of Eunuch Wei. Those emperors respected him and had to salute Eunuch Wei when they saw him. Although Dakian is just an ordinary small country, Yang Mucheng's cultivation has reached the level of heaven, so it is natural for him to call him Yang Emperor. Seeing Yang Mucheng nodding, Eunuch Wei said again, Your Majesty, the Zha family would like to invite you to visit the Xia kingdom. Eunuch Wei, as Emperor Xia's confidant, shouldn't you be unable to handle this little thing? Emperor Xia invited me to the kingdom of Xia. Is this the only gesture? Yang Mucheng clasped his hands behind his back and looked indifferently. Eunuch Wei, this slave deserves to die. Eunuch Wei trembled in his heart and said with a bitter smile, This is the slave's dereliction of duty. After I return to the Xia kingdom, I will report the truth to your majesty and let him follow the exchanges between countries. Please forgive me, Emperor Yang. Go! Yang Mucheng waved his hand. After all, Eunuch Wei was still on his side when he was fighting Gu Shitong. Otherwise, after killing Gu Shitong, Yang Mu would have to settle the score with him after coming to Chiu. Wang Jinghu, it's time to settle your account now. Yang Mucheng squinted his eyes and saw that at this moment, Wang Jinghu's head hit him hard, almost touching the ground, and he was covered in cold sweat, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Chapter 97 Long Yin is furious. Outside the palace, Eunuch Wei quickly left with the young eunuch. The little eunuch turned around and looked at Yang Mucheng, who had walked in front of Wang Jinghu, with a hint of anger in his eyes. Eunuch Wei! This Yang Mucheng is so rude. He actually dares to refuse His Majesty's invitation. What do you know? Eunuch Wei shouted. If it is an ordinary small country. Eunuch Wei said that the king of the country was very cautious and did not dare to show any slightest care. But Yang Mucheng was different. His cultivation had reached the level of Tomai Grandmaster, and he had the ability to defeat a country with one person. Eunuch Wei naturally no longer dared to be arrogant in front of him. Then what should we do? Could it be? The little eunuch didn't understand. That's right. Eunuch Wei nodded. When the Zhao family returns to the Xia kingdom, let His Majesty draw up an imperial edict in person and send Jiedu envoys and Jiolong tokens to invite him. That's a treatment that only the 8 major parliamentary countries can have. The little eunuch was shocked. Eunuch Wei smiled lightly and said nothing. Yang Mucheng is here. Dakian State will become the 9th parliamentary state sooner or later. Wang Jinghu, it's time to settle your account now. Yang Mucheng glanced at Wang Jinghu lightly. Without stopping at all, he strode towards the palace and sat on the dragon chair as if there was no one else around. Your Majesty, what should I do? All civil and military officials looked at Wang Jinghu and were in a dilemma. Even Gu Shangxian is no match for him. What else can we do? Go ahead. Wang Jinghu smiled bitterly and led the civil and military officials into the hall. This palace, Wang Jinghu has been in and out thousands of times. Every time he comes in, he is the supreme emperor, controlling the power of life and death. But now, he could only kneel on the ground fearfully, his fate in the hands of a young man, kneeling under the dragon chair. Wang Jinghu didn't even dare to raise his head. Wang Jinghu, are you guilty of colluding with Gu Shitong to kill me? Yang Mucheng asked calmly. Convicted, Wang Jinghu prostrated himself on the ground, kneeling on the ground and said quickly, Yang Emperor, I am willing to cede 54 cities, and please let me go. Goryo's 108 cities were now directly ceded to half of their territory. One can imagine how Wang Jinghu was bleeding profusely. Are we going to compensate for the loss of land? Yang Mucheng shook his head. It's not enough. I also want Korea to become a vassal state of Dakian. Subject state. Wang Jinghu's face turned pale. What is a subject state? They are equivalent to the pawns and lackeys of a certain country. They have to hand over at least 80% of the national income every year. Once it becomes a vassal state, the country is no longer allowed to have half an army, which is equivalent to slaves. In other words, once it becomes a vassal state of Dakian, Goryo will never be able to turn around again in the future. And he, Wang Jinghu, the former king of a country, was a complete slave when facing Yang Mucheng. Your Majesty, you cannot agree. The civil and military officials screamed miserably. Wang Jinghu's eyelids drooped, and his heart was almost bleeding. Don't agree? If he doesn't agree, this godlike young man will directly attack the palace with blood. When the time comes, when the army comes, it will still be able to devour the entire Goryo and leave no bones left. I agree. Wang Jinghu knelt heavily on the ground, knelt 3 times and bowed 9 times, and shouted, Your Majesty, Wang Jinghu, see my emperor. Long live my emperor. Long live. Long live. The eyes of all the civil and military officials were sad, and the sadness of the rabbit dying and the fox rising in their hearts. Even Wang Jinghu has surrendered. What qualifications do they have to challenge Yang Mucheng? They quickly knelt down and shouted Long live. Goryo, which had always dominated the world, disappeared. Yang Mucheng stayed in Gaoli for a few more days before returning to Dakian. Xia Kingdom. Feast. Today is the 60th birthday of Xia Jun, the Emperor of Xia Kingdom. All civil and military officials gathered. Silk and bamboo singing and dancing continued. Father, why is Eunuch Wei not here? The eldest prince picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. He glanced at the palace and couldn't help but frown. Eunuch Wei is not only Xia Jun's confidant, but also plays the role of protecting Xia Jun. In the past, Xia Jun was always followed, but on such a grand day today, he was not here, which naturally made people suspicious. Eunuch Wei was sent out by the few people. Xiao Li fell in love with Yang Macheng, the king of Dakian. So I asked Eunuch Wei to invite him over. Counting the time, Eunuch Wei should be back soon. As soon as Xia Jun opened his mouth, the civil and military officials immediately started a heated discussion. Xiao Li, the apple of the Xia kingdom's eye, the most beautiful woman in the entire Xia kingdom, the princess that countless princes and nobles are pursuing. This princess has always been aloof and disdainful of others. What kind of character is the man she admires? Many people were discussing secretly. Yang Macheng, Lord of Dakian? Ha ha. I have heard something. Isn't he a puppet emperor? How could the princess fall in love with such a person? Prime Minister Ren Tianla could not help but frown slightly. As the prime minister, he naturally wanted his son to get the princess and become the consort. In this way, not only would his son be worth 100 times as much, but his status in the court would also increase. A puppet emperor. Humph! Such a person must have deceived Her Royal Highness the Princess through sweet words, and wants to use the Xia kingdom to help him seize the throne. Such a person has a cruel heart. General Zhang Tianqiang couldn't help shouting. I didn't expect that the princess would be deceived. Yeah, what a shame. However, Your Majesty will not let that kid succeed. When that boy comes with Eunuch Wei, we will have to see what this boy is capable of. For a moment, all the civil and military officials couldn't help but shouted angrily. They even wanted to see who Yang Macheng was. Right now, Eunuch Wei's figure appeared in the palace. Everyone quickly looked towards the outside world, but only found Eunuch Wei and a young eunuch, and no trace of Yang Macheng. See, Your Majesty? I wish Your Majesty longevity and longevity, Wei eunuch said with cupped hands. Without courtesy, I asked you to bring Yang Macheng. Where is Yang Macheng? Xia Jun frowned slightly. Eunuch Wei hurriedly said, Yang Macheng refuses to come. I suggest that Your Majesty issue an imperial edict and send a Kowloon token to invite Yang Macheng to come. As soon as these words came out, the originally bustling palace suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at Eunuch Wei in stunned silence, as if they couldn't believe their ears. After a moment, the civil and military officials burst into unbridled laughter. Ha ha! A puppet emperor is worthy of His Majesty using the Kowloon token? This puppet emperor simply doesn't know how high the sky is. Your Majesty invites him here because of his great respect. He actually dares to resist the decree. Your Majesty, this son dares to be disrespectful to Your Majesty. Please allow me to lead the Imperial Guards and defeat Dakian. Hang this puppet emperor on the flagpole as a warning to others. For a while, the sounds of scolding and yelling were endless. Xia Jun couldn't help but frown slightly and slammed the wine glass in his hand onto the table. At this moment, Long Yen was furious. Chapter 98. Please invite Emperor Yang. When the emperor was angry, he laid down millions of corpses and bled for thousands of miles. The originally lively palace suddenly fell into silence. No one dared to say anything for fear of saying the wrong thing and causing everyone to fall to the ground the next moment. This is the true companionship of the king, like a tiger. Zhang Tianqiang. Xia Jun narrowed his eyes slightly. I'm here. The general put down his wine glass, rushed out immediately, and knelt down before His Highness. Accept my will. You will lead 30,000 elite troops, rush into Dakian, and capture Yang Macheng alive. Xia Jun said lightly. What is the Son of Heaven? What is the 9-5 Master? In a word, life is ruined. The Holy Son of Heaven is equivalent to the divine dragon of the 9 heavens. He cannot be insulted or neglected. His Majesty! Eunuch Wei was startled and shouted quickly. He trotted all the way and came to Xia Jun's side, whispering in a low voice. Your Majesty! You must not send troops to attack Dakian. Why? Xia Jun frowned slightly. I am the Emperor of Daxia. Dakian is just a small place. Even if Yang Macheng sees me, he must behave like a king and a minister. I asked him to come to see me, but he dare not come. Eunuch Wei let out a breath and quickly told everything he saw in Gaoli. The old slave was in Goryeo and saw with his own eyes Yang Macheng beheading Gu Shitong. That Gu Shitong was the leader of the Goryeo state religion sect, and his cultivation level was very advanced. After Yang Macheng killed Gu Shitong, his cultivation reached the level of Tong, my grandmaster, and even the old slave was no match for him. Korean Emperor Wang Jinghu has surrendered to Yang Macheng and become a vassal state of Dakian. The Dacian kingdom now has a total of 120 cities. Hear the words. Xia Jun frowned slightly. Although Dacian's territory has grown so fast, it is still far behind compared with Xia Kingdom. Although Goryeo surrendered and became a vassal state, Xia was not bad either. The Xia Kingdom also has 3 vassal states, and each vassal state is several times more powerful than Goryeo. What really makes Xia Jun feel quite fearful is Yang Muqing's strength. Is it true that Yang Muqing killed Gu Shitong? Xia Jun asked in a low voice. This old slave saw it with his own eyes. Gu Shitong was seriously injured after being pierced by Yang Muqing with his star finger, and then killed by his palm. Eunuch Wei recalled the scene at that time. With the old slave's strength, I am afraid that in Yang Muqing's hands, he can barely sustain only about 10 moves. Yang Muqing is only 16 years old, so there's no need to worry about his great abilities. But this boy's strength is extraordinary. It's not a bad idea to take a step further and reach a higher level in the future. Furthermore, the old slave also has a hunch that Yang Muqing is likely to become our Xia Kingdom's biggest helper in the future. Yang Muqing can only win over, but not offend. Xia Jun nodded. In the Xia Kingdom, although there is no shortage of masters, most of these masters are old, and the younger generation is not yet able to take on major responsibilities. In a few years, the Xia Kingdom will be short of top-notch experts. If we really follow what Eunuch Wei said, it would be a good idea to win over Yang Muqing. I understand. I will do as you said, issue an imperial edict and send the Kowloon token. General Zhang Tianqiang was still kneeling on the ground, waiting for Xia Jun's next imperial edict. His son Zhang Ji was also one of the princess's suitors. Now being able to kill one's son's love rival with one's own hands is naturally one of the pleasures. The voices of Eunuch Wei and Xia Jun were so low that no one could hear them. Prime Minister Ren Tianla wanted to hear the conversation between the two, but he didn't hear even half a word. Xia Jun just glared at him, frightening him so much that he trembled and stayed there. After a while, after Eunuch Wei finished speaking, Xia Jun's frown slowly relaxed. But Xia Jun's next words made Zhang Tianqiang, who had expected to kill Yang Muqing with his own hands, stunned for a moment, and even shocked the eyes of all the civil and military officials. Zhang Tianqiang, you lead 500 imperial guards. Take my imperial edict, and I will send the Kowloon token. Go and invite Emperor Yang to come to our Xia Kingdom. Xia Jun also quietly changed Yang Muqing's title to Yang Di. What? Your Majesty, you must not do it. Zhang Tianqiang shouted. The Kowloon token is the highest level invitation letter from our Xia Kingdom. How can a small Dacian kingdom have such qualifications to enjoy such treatment? Let me lead 30,000 imperial guards and capture Yang Muqing alive. You dare to resist the decree? Xia Jun closed his eyes and said coldly. All Zhang Tianqiang's words were swallowed back in his stomach at this moment. He glanced at Eunuch Wei angrily, and then combined with Eunuch Wei's previous attitude, he couldn't help but secretly condense. Yang Muqing. This kid must have used some method to bribe this old eunuch. Okay. Wait. After I go to Dacian country, I will let this kid know how powerful I am. Xia Jun condensed for a moment and then said, Eunuch Wei, Zhang Tianqiang, you two will set off today. Yes. At the same time, Yang Muqing has returned to Dacian. In the palace, a tall training tower has already stood up. The tower is 36 meters high and covers an area of several acres. This training tower can be said to be the most valuable object in Dacian. Just this tower has already consumed 1/3 of Dacian's treasury assets. If Yang Muqing hadn't brought back a large part of the funds from Goryeo, it is estimated that the Black Flag Army would not even be able to pay military salaries for the rest of its days. Nowadays, in the entire palace, more than 300 inner strength masters have gathered. These are all powerful men in the hidden world. At first, when Baizhong led people to conquer them, they were still unwilling. Just like Yang Muqing said, kill if you don't want to. For a time, it almost swept across the country. Some of the remaining Neijin masters fled, and some did not dare to disobey, so they naturally surrendered obediently. Your Majesty, are you back? Baizhong said happily when he saw Yang Muqing. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my duty and summoned all the internal energy masters in the country. Your Majesty, what is your cultivation level? In order to welcome Yang Muqing, these 300 Neijin masters have already been guarding in front of the training tower. When they saw Yang Muqing, they were all startled. Yang Muchung gave them a very terrifying sense of awe just by standing there. I have reached the level of Tamai Grandmaster. Yang Muchung nodded. Everyone was shocked. Some of the new Neijin masters were naturally unwilling to surrender. He thought to himself that if he could practice diligently in the training tower, he would definitely surpass Yang Muchung in the future. Wait until then to leave the palace. Yang Muchung couldn't control it even if he wanted to. But now it seems that they don't have that chance. Very good. Just practice like this. When there is no mission, you will be here to guard the palace. When there is a mission, I will arrange it for you. Yang Muchung nodded. Gu Shintong's words reminded Yang Muchung. No matter how strong he is, he cannot protect the entire country. If he is targeted by a master of the Yakuza, he is likely to be stretched thin. Therefore, he is in urgent need of a group of strong people to assist him. Although these more than 300 inner strength masters are not on the stage now, they will always become powerful meridians in the future. And he still has a system. Not to mention a top-level spiritual training tower. He will be able to extract even yellow-level and mysterious-level training holy places in the future. By the way, after I killed Gu Shintong, the system gave me a reminder. I was busy in Gaoli for a while, so I ignored it and didn't look at it. Now let's take a look. Is it a mission or something else? Yang Muchung secretly moved in his heart and summoned the system. Chapter 99 The Road to Rise. Mission Road to Rise. Completion level 1/3. Number of draws +1. So after conquering Goro, have the rewards been settled? Let's draw a lottery. I don't know what items can be drawn for me this time. Ding. The huge turntable jumped rapidly, and the light spots moved and kept shining. Kung Fu, martial arts, elixirs, weapons, magic weapons, and miscellaneous items. Under Yang Muchung's expectant gaze, the pointer landed on Jia Xian. Ding. Get the full set of weapon blueprints for low-grade spiritual level weapons. Forging department. Failed again! Lu Hong, the former leader of the Forged God sect, couldn't help but sigh when he looked at the low-grade spiritual weapon that was about to be completed in his hand. It took several months for them to create 6 low-grade spiritual weapons. This is far from what Yang Muchung needs. After devouring half of Goro City, Yang Muchung planned to expand the Black Flag Army to about 10,000. The equipment on his body naturally needs to be upgraded from the excellent level to the low-level spiritual level. But unfortunately, the success rate is too low. At this time, a young eunuch hurried to the forging department, bowed his hands to Lu Hong, and said, Lord Lu Hong, your majesty has invited me. I guess you're asking about forging? Lu Hong sighed secretly, nodded to the young eunuch and said, Thank you so much. Eunuch Zhang, I'll go right away. Follow the little eunuch all the way to the palace hall. Seeing Yang Muchung, Lu Hong knelt down 3 times and counted 9 times. Excuse me. I called you here because I want to ask how the forging of low-grade spiritual level equipment is going. Yang Muchung said calmly. Wei Chen is guilty. He has only built 6 pieces of equipment so far. Not even a complete set of armor. Lu Hong lay on the ground and did not dare to get up. The young emperor in front of him was a tyrant. Failure to complete the tasks he assigned would be a capital offense. A complete set of armor is divided into 9 parts: helmet, shoulder pads, breastplate, arm guards, leg guards, boots, gloves, dagger, and spear. The configuration of this armor was specially proposed by Yang Muchung for the Black Flag Army. He plans to build the Black Flag Army into a special force. It doesn't matter if its strength is slightly lower. It will be fully compensated by equipment. What's more, now the 5,000 Black Flag Army has successfully become warriors in the early stage of internal strength. Coupled with spiritual level equipment, they are naturally extremely powerful. Ha ha. Lu Hong, is this the skill of your Shinshin sect? Back then, when we were driven out of the kingdom of Goro, our strength has declined more and more. At this time, a burst of sneer sounded from the side. The speaker was a middle-aged man with an aquiline nose. He was Wu Xingtian, the leader of Goro Tianwu sect. It's you? Lu Hong was startled. Forging Shin sect and Tianwu sect are both sects that forge weapons. At the beginning, Tai women used Goro's official power to drive Shinshin sect to Dakian. Now that the enemies meet, they are naturally extremely jealous. A trace of pride flashed on Wu Xingtian's face. As the saying goes, there is no room for 2 tigers in 1 mountain. Originally, Wu Xingtian was a little worried. Dakian already owned the Forging God sect, so there was no need for their Tianwu sect. But now it seems that people like the God-forging sect can't build any decent weapons at all. This is a great opportunity. Your Majesty! Wu Xingtian raised his hands to Yang Macheng and said, Our Tianwu sect, excluding the apprentices who work as odd jobs, has a total of more than 300 people. The 12 elders in the sect are all low-level blacksmiths of the spiritual level. They have certain there is a chance of making a low-grade spiritual weapon. And I can make a middle-grade spiritual weapon. Our Tianwu sect can produce twice as many spiritual level weapons and armors as the Shin forging sect. Wu Xingtian is not satisfied. He looked at Yang Macheng and said with a smile, I know that the Holy One has great ambitions and wants to create an invincible force. But only our Tianwu sect is qualified to cooperate with the Holy One. The implication of Wu Xingtian's words is obviously that without our Tianwu sect, you can't do anything. Yang Macheng raised his eyebrows and looked at Wu Xingtian with a smile. Really? That's right. Wu Xingtian paid attention to Yang Macheng's expression and was overjoyed when he found that the other party was not angry. Our Tianwu sect and the Holy Emperor will cooperate, and we will be able to create this invincible force within 3 years. However, I have 3 requirements. First, expel the Forging Shin sect from the Qian country. Second, carve out a territory in Dakian as our Tianwu sect's territory. No one is allowed to enter. Third, Dakian Kingdom provides us with various materials every year to build weapons and armor. After saying that, Wu Xingtian looked at Yang Macheng confidently. He believed that the other party would definitely agree. Because, in his opinion, the Forging God sect is incompetent. And if Yang Macheng wants to build the Black Flag army, he can only cooperate with their Tianwu sect. Lu Hong's face turned pale. In the beginning, Wu Xingtian used this despicable method to force them out of Goryeo. Are they going to be forced out of Dakian now? 3 requests? The smile on Yang Wucheng's face gradually disappeared. Are you negotiating terms with me? Tianwu sect has now been assigned to Daqian. With just 1 word from me, your Tianwu sect can be wiped out. How dare you make terms with me? Grandmaster Tongmai's aura gradually emerged, and Wu Xingtian felt a huge pressure crushing him. So oppressive that he almost couldn't breathe. He looked at Yang Macheng, gritted his teeth and said, Your Majesty, you are a smart man. You should know. The God-forging sect is unreliable. The only one who can meet your requirements is our God-forging sect. Without us, the God-forging sect, the Black Flag army would not be able to become a force at all. Invincible team. The more Wu Xingtian talked, the more proud he became. He has someone to rely on, so he is naturally not afraid. He also expected that Yang Macheng would not only not kill him, but would actually agree to his request. Really? Yang Macheng slowly took out a stack of drawings from his arms and shook them. This is a complete set of forging blueprints for low-grade spiritual beings. Do you think I still want you? Are you still qualified to negotiate terms with me? Drawing? Wu Xingtian glanced at him, and his face suddenly turned pale. His biggest reliance was nothing more than the few incomplete forging blueprints in the Tianwu sect. That's why I dared to negotiate conditions and make demands with Yang Macheng. But he didn't expect that Yang Macheng actually had so many forging drawings. Your Majesty. Wu Xingtian's body trembled, and he knelt down. Ma Ping. Yang Macheng raised his voice. And immediately Ma Ping from outside the hall rushed in and took orders to kneel down. You lead the Black Flag army and defeat the Tianwu sect. I don't need the disobedient sects, let alone the sects who dare to make conditions with me. Also, drag this Wu Xingtian out and kill him. Ma Ping grinned, grabbed Wu Xingtian's long hair with one hand, and dragged it directly outside the hall. Wu Xingtian, why don't you show your virtue by soaking in urine? How dare you negotiate terms with the Holy One? You are simply seeking death. The Holy One has decreed that even the Emperor can't save you. No. In a prolonged scream, Wu Xingtian's wailing stopped abruptly. Apparently, he had been beheaded. Lu Hong, I will reward you with these blueprints. How long will it take you to build 10,000 sets of low-grade spiritual level weapons? Yang Macheng asked with a smile. 3 months. Lu Hong was so angry that he didn't dare to take a breath. In 3 months, I will see 10,000 sets of low-grade spiritual armor. If you don't see it, I will push you out of the Meridian Gate and execute you. Yang Macheng narrowed his eyes and said, Chapter 100 Visitors from Xia Kingdom. In the next few days, Yang Macheng started to deal with the chores in Dakian. He first organized the remaining Alki masters from Goryeo and Silla into the Black Flag army, then expanded the Black Flag army to more than 10,000 people, and then decided on a special set of methods for them to practice. At the same time, Yang Mucheng appointed Yi Wuheng as the Grand Governor of Inspection, traveling across the country to capture all kinds of corrupt officials. He was even given the heaven-shaking seal, which allowed him to kill corrupt officials without having to report. Lu Hong from the forging department also started to build it after receiving the forging drawings. Each drawing has detailed forging steps, compared with the original one that they relied on luck to build. The success rate has soared to 90%. The formed armor seemed to be continuously sent out from the assembly line of the arsenal. What makes Yang Mucheng even more gratified is that Lu Hong also figured out the method of making middle-grade spiritual level armor from these forging drawings. Now he can create at least one set of middle-grade spiritual level armor every day. 7 days later, the honor guard led by Eunuch Wei and Zhang Tianxiang finally arrived at Daqian Kingdom. When they arrived, Yang Mucheng was guarding the training of the Black Flag Army in the military camp. In order to quickly increase the strength of the Black Flag Army, Yang Mucheng also allocated funds to install a spirit gathering array in the general camp, which is equivalent to a small training tower. Although there is not as much spiritual energy as in the practice tower, it is equivalent to 3 times that of the outside world. Old Slave pays homage to Emperor Yang. When Eunuch Wei saw Yang Mucheng, he bowed deeply. In the name of Emperor Xia Jun of the Xia Kingdom, I have come to invite Emperor Yang to go to the Xia Kingdom. This is the 9 Dragon Token, the highest level specification in the Xia Kingdom. What is that? Eunuch Wei said. However, he saw that the Black Flag Army was surrounded by a group on the school field, and 2 of them were competing in martial arts. This was also arranged by Yang Mucheng, in addition to daily training. Of course, there is still need for actual combat. Otherwise, no matter how much theoretical knowledge you have, it will be in vain if you don't know how to use the tricks. Originally, when it was time for the soldiers to rest, they would go out to drink wine and find girls. But now they would compete with each other and continuously increase their strength. Ma Ping, as the commander of the Black Flag Army, was currently competing with another soldier. The 2 were fighting inextricably, and bursts of cheers kept coming from all around. It's just the daily training of the Black Flag Army. Yang Mucheng took the Kowloon token and nodded. He is not just a commoner. You, the Emperor of Xia Kingdom, can rush over in a hurry just by saying a word. He is still an emperor after all. And if he doesn't have the corresponding standards to greet him, going like this will only make others think that he, Yang Mucheng, is easy to bully, and that his country, Daqian, is easy to bully. Eunuch Wei, since Emperor Xia is so kind, we will set off in 3 days. Now that you're here, you can rest here for a while and take a look at my Black Flag Army. Come and give me a seat. Zhang Tianxiang also sat down. He had been secretly sizing up the young emperor, and when he saw him sitting loosely on a chair, with several palace maids beating his legs and squeezing his shoulders, and a maid holding a dragon-slaying sword standing aside, he couldn't help but sneer secretly. This little emperor doesn't look very good either. What qualifications does he have to make Her Royal Highness fall in love with him? Find an opportunity to kill His Majesty. Thinking of this, Zhang Tianxiang narrowed his eyes and looked at the man beside him. Gu Lu, what do you think of these Black Flag troops? Barely, the man said. Hearing this comment, Yang Mucheng raised his eyes and looked at the man. I saw that this man was tall and thin, like a bamboo pole, wearing a long robe, covering half of his body. The exposed skin is extremely dark. What's even more strange is that his hands and feet are wrapped in white bandages, and his whole body is as tight as a bow, like a cheetah ready to attack. Young Emperor, this follower of mine is not very sensible and talks nonsense. Don't worry about it, Zhang Tianxiang said with a proud smile. Although he apologized, there was no hint of apology in his tone. He glanced at the Black Flag Army and said with a hint of pride, His name is Gu Lu, and he is the chief instructor of the 3,000 masters in Ertai. Because the Prime Minister's son played with his wife, he killed the Prime Minister's son in a rage. He was framed again in Ertai, and was finally forced to flee to Xia. I took him in. His cultivation has reached perfection. He is good at the Dayan family boxing. His skills are all about his hands and feet. He can separate gold and cut jade, and his strength is extraordinary. Thailand? Yang Mucheng nodded slightly. This is one of the 8 major parliamentary countries, and is very powerful. Moreover, the folk martial arts style in Ertai is very strong, and most of the masters are among the people. Why are the masters and ordinary soldiers on the same level? General Zhang, if you compare the chief instructor of the masters with these ordinary soldiers, Isn't it the same as comparing a squire, a rich man, or a beggar to see who has more money? Eunuch Wei frowned slightly, thinking that Zhang Tianqiang didn't know whether to live or die, and he actually dared to show off his force in front of Yang Macheng. He looked at Yang Macheng and apologized. Yang Emperor, I am here to apologize to you. Don't worry about it. Of course, I won't care about the howling of a bereaved dog. Yang Macheng waved his hand. No matter how high Gu Luo's cultivation level is, he is still not a lost dog? If it were him, he would kill the Prime Minister's son first, and then the Prime Minister. Anyone who dares to frame him will be killed. Flee abroad? No matter how high your cultivation level is, you are just a lost dog. You? Gu Luo was furious. Zhang Tianqiang sneered. He narrowed his eyes and said, Gu Luo, since Emperor Yang looks down on you, go and teach his Black Flag Army. As the chief instructor of 3,000 internal masters, you should have no problem teaching these people. Bar. After saying that, everyone looked at Yang Macheng. Okay, just go on stage and give it a try. It just so happens that I also want to see the famous Dayan family boxing in Thailand. Yang Macheng nodded. However, fists and feet have no eyes. You are a consummate Tomai. Don't hurt my soldiers. At this time, the winner was finally decided on the school field. General, I lost. The soldiers fighting against Ma Ping bowed their hands. You have only joined the army for less than half a year, and it is already extraordinary that your cultivation has reached the middle stage of internal strength. The Black Flag Army needs talents like you. We need to intensify our training. It might not be a bad idea to become a lieutenant colonel in the future. Ma Ping comforted. The surrounding Black Flag troops were all overjoyed when they heard this. But at this moment, a voice suddenly came. Are you the general of the Black Flag Army? Let me compete with you. Ma Ping turned around and saw a tall, thin man with dark skin coming to the school grounds. This man. His appearance was ordinary, but his aura was extremely terrifying. Standing in front of him, it was as if he was being stared at by a cheetah, and his aura was extremely horrifying. Just by himself, there was a dead silence in the school grounds, and Ma Ping in front of him felt like he couldn't breathe. Dan family boxing Gu Luo. Gu Luo clasped his hands together in a posture of interlaced hands. Chapter 101. I will accompany you through some tricks. Horrible. This was Ma Ping's first feeling. Good. He glanced at the corner of the school field and found Yang Macheng looking here. Naturally, he would not refuse such a challenge. You can use weapons. Just when Ma Ping was about to take action, Gu Luo spoke again. What? A trace of surprise flashed in Ma Ping's eyes. He was using a weapon while the opponent was empty-handed. This was simply humiliating. But the opponent's cultivation level is very high. If he fights with bare hands, he might not be his opponent. Gritting his teeth and nodding, Ma Ping picked a Guan Dao from the weapon rack. This sword is as tall as a person and weighs 200 to 300 kilograms. Such weapons are rarely used. But now that everyone in the Black Flag Army has become an internal warrior, these heavy weapons are naturally common. Upbraid! Ma Ping shouted loudly, and the energy in his body burst out. He held the Guan Dao, and his whole body was already shot like an arrow from the string. Before he could rush to Gu Luo, he raised his hand, and the Guan Dao swept across thousands of troops, like a divine dragon waving its tail. There was a fierce whistling in the air, as if even the wind had been chopped into pieces by him. Not hiding? Ma Ping's eyelids twitched. Gu Luo faced a full blow from him, and stood far away, motionless. The general's sword can cut Tongshan in half, but this kid doesn't avoid it? Someone among the soldiers exclaimed. You must have been frightened. You dare to challenge our Black Flag Army. You just don't know what to say. Someone shook his head and mocked. However, the words were not spoken yet. I saw Gu Luo's eyelids slightly raised, his right hand reaching forward, his 5 fingers grabbing like an eagle's claws. And then with a sharp snap, his 5 fingers penetrated the Guan Dao blade like steel nails, digging out 5 deep holes. When everyone was shocked, Gu Luo's right hand shook slightly. This excellent Guan Dao was actually broken by him with one hand. Is this the Dayan family boxing? Yang Macheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Yang Emperor. That's right. Eunuch Wei nodded and said, people who practice this kind of Dayan family boxing in Ertai will soak their bodies with special potions, so their bodies are as hard as iron. Especially its both hands and feet. Even more terrifying, they don't use weapons, because their hands and feet are weapons. Ordinary swords have no effect on them. I see. Yang Macheng nodded. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and used the Emperor's chi-gazing technique to look. After a moment, he shook his head. This kind of Dain family boxing can greatly enhance the potential of the body and stimulate the strength of the body. Although it looks terrible, it has many disadvantages. These people focus on cultivating their physical bodies, but not their inner strength. And this kind of single cultivation is like the short board of a barrel, unable to reach a higher level. However, if someone can focus on practicing the Dain family boxing and at the same time practice internal strength, their strength will be very terrifying. In his heart, Ma Ping had already fought against Gu Luo for several more rounds. If the Guandao was broken, an ordinary person would have been frightened. But Ma Ping quickly came to his senses, gritted his teeth, picked up half of the Guandao, and slashed directly at Gu Luo's chest. In the next scene, a shocking scene appeared again. The Guandao made of fine steel is like hitting an egg against a stone. When it hit Gu Luo's chest, it was like broken glass that suddenly shattered and turned into countless fragments, scattering to the ground. Is this guy indestructible? Ma Ping was shocked. Seeing Gu Luo's palm strike, he hurriedly threw away half of the Guandao in his hand and ran away in confusion. Ha ha! Emperor Yang, it seems your general is not very good. He can't even defeat one of my servants. Seeing Ma Ping's embarrassed appearance, Zhang Tianxiang took the opportunity to laugh. Zhang Tianxiang, shut up! Eunuch Wei shouted sharply. He looked at the ignorant Zhang Tianxiang and snorted. How do you know Emperor Yang's methods? Zhang Tianxiang shook his head proudly and looked at Yang Mucheng with disdain. Seeing Yang Mucheng frown slightly, he felt extremely happy. This is just a competition between my subordinates. It's nothing. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Gu Luo approaching on the school field. As soon as he stepped out, a deep footprint was left in the school field. The next moment, the whole person shot out like an arrow from the string. So fast! Ma Ping's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly blocked. But the cultivation base between him and Gu Luo was too far apart. So how could he withstand Gu Luo's powerful palm? There was a squeak sound, and the excellent armor worn by Ma Ping dented directly, revealing a deep palm print. And the power of this palm was also poured into Ma Ping's body, hitting him on the spot until he vomited blood and flew backwards. Boom! Under the surprised gazes of countless people, Ma Ping flew out and fell heavily to the ground. Humph! That's all! Gu Luo split Ma Ping with one palm and said disdainfully. You? The soldiers all around looked at Gu Luo angrily. But Ma Ping, who has the highest level of cultivation in the Black Flag Army, is no match for Gu Luo. Even if these people go up, they will only die. Boom! At this moment, Yang Mucheng stood up. A trace of anger flashed on his face, and walked quickly towards Ma Ping. Ha! Eunuch Wei, have you seen this? The little emperor is angry, but he is just a general with the level of a master of internal energy. Is he worthy of being so nervous? Zhang Tianxiang laughed. General Zhang, you are in trouble. Eunuch Wei almost broke his teeth with hatred. Getting into trouble? What qualifications does this little emperor have to ask His Majesty to send the Kowloon token to invite him? Look, even the general, who leads the three armies, only has the cultivation level of Grandmaster in Jin. Such a small country is not afraid at all. Zhang Tianxiang shook his head disdainfully. He has been on diplomatic missions to many countries, and none of the kings or emperors of those small countries were respectful when they saw him. But this little emperor alone didn't take himself seriously at all. How could he possibly swallow this breath? Now that he was taking the opportunity to humiliate the other party, he didn't believe that Yang Mucheng dared to break out. Unreasonable! Eunuch Wei sighed, and he quickly looked towards the school grounds. At this time, Yang Mucheng had already checked Ma Ping's injuries. Fortunately, Ma Ping was wearing armor, and that palm was not fatal. But even so, it caused a lot of injuries to Ma Ping. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Yang Mucheng pressed his right hand on Ma Ping's chest, injecting inner energy to restore the damaged meridians in his body. Gu Luo stood on the school ground, not apologetic at all, but with an indifferent attitude. I didn't expect the other party to be so useless. He couldn't even catch my palm. TSK. 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 Aren't there any decent masters in Dakian Junior High School? Are there no masters in Dagon? How dare you? A loser like you. Bark at me? If that's the case, then I'll go through a few tricks with you. Yang Mucheng stood up with a sneer and walked towards the school field step by step. Chapter 102 got into big trouble. Why? When Yang Mucheng walked onto the school field, Zhang Tianqiang in the distance couldn't help but froze. And then sneered. This little emperor really doesn't know how high the sky is. Gu Lu is a powerful person with complete meridians. Can he be Gu Luo's opponent? The Black Flag army on the campus saw this scene, and their blood boiled with excitement. Your Majesty, kill this guy! How dare you laugh at me for doing so? Eunuch Wei sighed, shook his head helplessly, and whispered, Things are still getting serious. In the midst of everyone's chaotic thoughts, Yang Mucheng walked onto the school field and stood in front of Gu Luo under the gazes of many people. Gu Luo closed his eyes and looked at Yang Mucheng. He found that this kid was standing here, looking sloppy, and he didn't look like a man of any cultivation at all. Just for such a person, you want to compete with yourself? It's nothing more than trying to win people's hearts. He smiled and said, Your Majesty, you have a body of 10,000 gold. It would be inappropriate if you were hurt by me. I am a strong person with complete meridians, and I also practice the Dayan family boxing technique. Every punch and kick has supreme power. Before he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng raised his eyelids slightly, and his eyes fell on Gu Luo. I said before that fists and feet have no eyes. I asked you to be careful not to hurt anyone. Didn't you hear that? He actually came here to question the enemy. Gu Luo felt no shame and replied loudly. Holy Lord, how can there be no damage in the competition? You should thank me. If I hadn't restrained my strength in the end, Ma Ping would have had his heart broken by my palm. The person who hurt me actually asked me to thank you? Yang Mucheng's pupils narrowed, and he smiled angrily. It should be noted that when one's cultivation has reached Gu Luo's level, he can already control it freely. That last palm could completely take back half of the strength and knock Ma Ping off the ring without hurting him. If Ma Ping hadn't been wearing a set of armor, this palm could have completely shattered Ma Ping's heart. Gu Luo didn't seem to see Yang Mucheng's anger, and still said proudly, Your Majesty, Ma Ping deserves to be defeated by me because his skills are inferior to others. Even if he is killed by me, I can only blame him for his poor academic skills and inferior strength. So, if I kill you, you deserve it? Yang Mucheng looked at Gu Luo quietly. Ha! Eunuch Wei, did you hear that? The little emperor actually said such words. Can he kill Gu Luo? Gu Luo is a strong man with perfect access to meridians. Zhang Tianqiang burst out laughing when he heard these words. However, when he looked at Eunuch Wei, he couldn't help but be stunned. Eunuch Wei's face was solemn, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He quickly asked, Eunuch Wei, what's going on? I think you are a little afraid of this little emperor? Eunuch Wei smiled miserably and said, Zhang Tianqiang, do you know what kind of cultivation level Yang Di has? What kind of cultivation? I heard that he once killed Chen Fan, the protector of Goryeo. His strength must be around the early stage of the Tongmai realm. A 15 or 16-year-old strongman in the early stage of the Tongmai realm has good talents. But in my case it's nothing in my eyes. Zhang Tianqiang clicked his tongue and shook his head. Do you know who killed Ian Snake and Yu Mingshan? Eunuch Wei asked in a deep voice. I don't know. Could it be this kid? Yu Mingshan's Ian Snake's cultivation is only in the late stage of Tongmai. But this kid's cultivation has actually reached this level? Zhang Tianqiang's expression changed drastically. There is a huge difference between the early stage of Tongmai and the late stage of Tongmai. Yang Mucheng's killing of Ian Snake was witnessed by the young masters. But those young men were so scared at Yu Mingshan that they had never been so embarrassed. Who was willing to reveal this matter? Zhang Tianqiang naturally didn't know. Eunuch Wei shook his head again, stared at Zhang Tianqiang and said, The Zagia said that you caused a big trouble, and you still don't believe it. An emperor in the late stage of Tongmai certainly has amazing potential. But in our Xia kingdom, warriors in the late stage of Tongmai are like the ministers of Guizhang. I don't know how much, so there is no need to care so much. Emperor Yang's true cultivation is that of a master of Tongmai. Goryeo's Gu Shangxian was seriously injured with one finger and killed with one palm. If there was a fight, even the Zagia would not be his opponent. Master Tongmai! Zhang Tianqiang's expression changed again. The pride on his face was completely gone, and his whole body was shaking like chaff. He looked in disbelief and asked in a trembling voice, Eunuch Wei, are you telling the truth? Every word from the Zagia family is true. Otherwise, how could His Majesty agree to send an imperial edict and sneak out of the highest level of the Kowloon token to greet Emperor Yang? Eunuch Wei stared at Zhang Tianqiang and said word by word, The Zagia family said that you have caused a big disaster. If you still don't believe it, even if Emperor Yang kills you, His Majesty won't pursue anything. He might even kill you as a favor to Emperor Yang. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Tianqiang fell to the ground like limp mud and no longer had the strength to stand up. On the school field, Yang Wuqing's words stunned Gu Luo. Kill me. Do I deserve it? Is this guy's strength much higher than mine? Gu Luo narrowed his pupils slightly, with a hint of fear in his eyes. At this time, although Yang Mucheng stood there as slackly as before, his eyes without any emotion gave Gu Luo the illusion that he was facing a wild beast. It's as if this wild beast is choosing people to devour, and will engulf itself in one bite at any time. Why does it feel so ridiculous? I don't believe it. Excuse me. He saluted Yang Mucheng, shouted, offended, and immediately let out a wolf-like scream from his throat. The next moment, he stepped hard on the ground with the sole of his foot. This foot made a half-meter depression in the center of the school ground, and countless gravel shot out in all directions like rain. And with the help of this terrifying power, Gu Luo shot out like a cheetah. So fast! At this moment, everyone could only see a blurry figure passing by. This terrifying figure was even difficult to capture, and only half of the afterimage could be vaguely seen. By the time everyone reacted, Gu Luo had already rushed in front of Yang Mucheng, and his fist, which was completely wrapped in bandages, slammed into Yang Mucheng's chest. He didn't hide? Seeing this scene, Zhang Tianqiang cried out. What are you hiding from? Gu Shintong's full blow can't even hurt him at all. Gu Luo's punch is like scratching an itch for him. Eunuch Wei shook his head and sighed. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Luo's shocking punch suddenly exploded, shaking Yang Mucheng's chest heavily. There was only a muffled sound of bang, and a circular air wave spread out with Gu Luo's fist. At the same time, the terrifying power hidden in this punch also surged out like a tide. Crackling, with Yang Mu as the center, the school grounds collapsed crazily. Every inch of rock turned into powder, and dust filled the sky. Everyone's eyes widened, and they looked toward the school grounds. I saw, in the dust, Yang Mucheng put his hands behind his back and looked calm. A pair of eyes still stared at Gu Luo without any emotion. Chapter 103 Emperor Yang spares his life. How? How? Gu Luo was stunned and trembling. His hands have been soaked in secret medicinal water since he was a child, and his bones are harder than steel. Even weapons that were no lower than the spiritual level, with one punch, even a copper mountain would be torn into pieces. But when hit on Yang Mucheng, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, and all the power was completely absorbed. He stared at Yang Mucheng and said, How is that possible? Which was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say it for a long time. And Yang Mucheng's eyes made him feel as cold as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. I do not believe! Let out a roar. Gu Luo opened his eyes angrily and attacked again. Boom! Using his left foot as a fulcrum, he swept forward with his right foot like an army of thousands, and struck hard at Yang Mucheng's waist and ribs. Dainjia boxing is the general name for a set of martial arts. It is completely focused on physical training. Once mastered, there is almost no need to learn any martial arts, because their punches and kicks can exert great power. As for Gu Luo's strength, he can be ranked among the top 3 among the strong men with perfect cultivation of Tongmai, and his muscles and bones are as if they are made of steel. This kick actually brought up a forceful force of wind. The black flag troops surrounding the school grounds felt as if a tornado was blowing on the grounds, and the wind hit their faces with a stinging pain. Bursts of strong wind swept out unbridled, blasting the ground with traces like knives and axes. However, Yang Mucheng just gently blocked the kick with his hand. Boom! 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 Gu Luo gritted his teeth and attacked again. In an instant, his whole body spun like a top. The constant attacks with fists and kicks were like falling rain, causing the air around him to burst. His attacks were extremely fast and violent, and his fist attacks almost formed a bright light and shadow, which was extremely dazzling. Only Eunuch Wei, the master of Tongmai, could clearly see the movements of the two of them. The fierce clash of fists and feet was like a blacksmith using a sledgehammer and forging frantically, or like iron beams scattered all over the floor, making a constant crackling sound. Bien Guoyuo has a perfect channel connection, so such an attack is quite exhausting. He took a breath, stopped and looked forward. However, Yang Mucheng was seen holding his back with one hand and using only the other hand to block all his attacks. Are you? Even though he was an idiot, Gu Luo understood the other party's cultivation level, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. In Ertai, no matter how talented a young man is, There is absolutely no one who can reach this level at the age of 15 or 16. If someone told him that someone could reach the cultivation level of Tongmai Grandmaster at the age of 15, Gu Luo would definitely blow his head to pieces with one punch. But now, a young Tongmai Grandmaster was standing in front of him, and he had to believe it. Moreover, he actually laughed in front of the other party that there was no strong person in Dakian. That's right. Yang Muchung nodded. And as soon as he finished speaking, he moved, taking a step forward. As if he was shrinking to an inch, Gu Luo felt his eyes blur. And in an instant, he saw Yang Muchung coming in front of him. Immediately afterwards, Yang Muchung punched. A trace of fear flashed in Gu Luo's eyes. Warriors of the Dayan family boxing have never had the habit of being defensive. Facing Yang Muchung's blow, he gritted his teeth and gathered all the energy in his body. The surging power surged out quickly and poured into his right fist, fiercely facing Yang Muchung's punch. Boom! The fists collided. A loud sound resounded, and the power hidden in both fists exploded at this moment. Crack! Gu Luo's right fist shattered in response, and his steel-like right arm exploded immediately. At this moment, blood gushed out from his eyes, ears, mouth and nose, and his internal organs were completely shattered. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, he didn't even have time to scream. He completely lost his balance, flew out, and hit a big tree dozens of meters away surrounded by several people. Boom! This old tree also crashed to the ground amid a burst of tearing sounds. The dust was turbulent. The airflow surged. And in an instant, the world fell into chaos. But Gu Luo was still unable to say the 4 words Master Tongmai that he was holding in his throat. If you die in my hands, you can only blame yourself for being inferior to others. Yang Muchung retracted his fist, turned around and got off the ring, walking towards the bloodless Zhang Tianqiang. Zhang Tianqiang had already been stunned. Even Gu Luo was not the enemy of Yang Muchung with one punch. If the other party wanted to kill him, wouldn't it be as easy as crushing an ant? Seeing Yang Muchung approaching, he knelt down with a thud and hit his head heavily on the ground. Yang Emperor, I deserve to die. Your Excellency, please spare me. I am blind and do not know the power of Emperor Yang. At this moment, Zhang Tianqiang still had the aloof general attitude he had before. When facing Yang Muchung, he wanted to smash his head into the soil. Eunuch Wei raised his eyebrows and shouted angrily. Zhang Tianqiang, you dare to offend Emperor Yang. If Emperor Yang blames you, even His Majesty will not be able to protect you. Zhang Tianqiang is the general of Xia Kingdom after all. If Eunuch Wei really wanted to blame him, he would have slapped him to death long ago. How could it be as simple as scolding him? Yang Muchung knew Eunuch Wei's thoughts and did not reveal it. He glanced at Zhang Tianqiang lightly and said, You have repeatedly provoked me, and you can avoid the death penalty, but you cannot escape the punishment of living. If it happens again, I will never forgive you lightly. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Muchung kicked out and hit Zhang Tianqiang hard on the shoulder, shattering the bones in his left shoulder and sending the whole person flying. Thank you, Emperor Yang, for sparing your life. Thank you, Emperor Yang, for sparing your life. Zhang Tianqiang was kicked. Although the pain was unbearable, he was extremely grateful that he survived. Not daring to cry, he quickly got up from the ground, knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yang Muchung several more times. Eunuch Wei also breathed a sigh of relief. Although Yang Muchung's cultivation level is not yet at the top level, it has already begun to show its prowess. When you reach a higher level in the future, your strength and status will be self-evident. At that time, even the kings of the 8 major parliamentary countries were respectful when they saw Yang Mu CD. If Yang Muchung is offended, it will be the biggest loss to their Xia Kingdom. Moreover, Eunuch Wei also had a feeling. That is, after Yang Muchung killed Gu Luo, his strength increased. Absolutely terrible. Suddenly, Yang Muchung's status in Eunuch Wei's heart rose to another level. Previously, Eunuch Wei was only afraid of Yang Muchung, but now he was in awe. In his heart, Yang Muchung's existence was almost equal to that of Emperor Xia. Xia Gua and his party stayed in Dakian for a few more days, and Yang Muchung began to arrange domestic affairs in these days. The training of the Black Flag Army and Alki Masters, the reform of policies, etc. Zhang Tianqiang and others also waited obediently at the inn, not daring to make any more mistakes. Yang Muchung's kick clearly made him realize the reality. Until 3 days later, the group of people then set off to Xia Kingdom, one of the 8 major parliamentary states. Chapter 1043 Low-Level Low-Grade Martial Arts. Xia Kingdom. one of the 8 major parliamentary countries. It is undoubtedly a powerful country. There are 360 cities, and the land area is almost 3 times that of Dakian. In particular, the imperial city is vast, with a radius of dozens of miles, and the city walls are towering, giving it the appearance of a great country. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Xia State is a well-deserved powerful country, but in the eyes of Yang Mucheng, it is still a little bit behind. According to his arrangement, within a few years, Dakian's national power would surpass Xia's, because he spread the basic training techniques to the people. The people's physical fitness level has almost improved to a higher level. Although there has not yet been a situation where all the people are warriors, it is already something that should not be underestimated. Moreover, the conscripts who join the army every year have also begun to practice. These conscripts become warriors who have experienced hundreds of battles when armed with weapons. It can be said, Yang Mucheng, who is now playing a big role, does not take him seriously even in the 8 major parliamentary countries. Why are there so many people? Are there usually so many people in the imperial city? Yang Mucheng came to Xia Kingdom this time, and still only brought Lu Yaoer with him. Now Lu Yaoer's cultivation has reached the early stage of channeling, which can be said to be a rapid progress. Emperor Yang, these are all civilian warriors who have come to participate in the Tianwu Association, Wei Yudik said with his hands in hand. Tianwu? What is that? It is a martial arts conference. At first, it was just a free organization of private warriors. Later, the Xia Kingdom officially stepped in and expanded the Tianwu to 360 cities across the country. Every day on this day, countless warriors reveal their skills. Their performance is special. If he is outstanding, Xia Guogui will directly recruit him to join the military or become a bodyguard. Eunuch Wei explained. I see. Yang Mucheng nodded, showing a hint of interest. When will the Tianwu conference start? It will be in 2 days, Wei Gongong said. At that time, His Majesty will also come in person. Is that Yang Mucheng? Spacious streets, lively crowds. An old man with white beard and hair narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the team passing in front of him. He did not dare to look directly at Yang Mucheng, because after his cultivation reached the level of Tongmai Grandmaster, even an ant would be noticed by him if he looked at him. Yes, that's him. Uncle Master, you must avenge Gu Shangxian. Li Shuo gritted his teeth and said, Gu Shangxian was slapped to death by this kid. And even the Taekwondo gym was flattened by this kid. You must avenge us. This old man is Gu Shintong's senior brother, named Xiao Qianjue. The two originally built a Taekwondo gym together. However, Xiao Qianjue pursued higher martial arts. Shortly after the establishment of the gym, he left the gym and traveled around the country, hoping to find a way to break through the Tongmai Grandmaster. In the gym, there are only a few people who know about Xiao Qianjue's existence. Xiao Qianjue put his hands behind his back and nodded. Although I had different opinions with Gu Shintong and later parted ways, but he has always been my junior brother. Since he was killed, I will not stand by and watch. However, the Emperor of Xia State actually sent so many masters in order to welcome Yang Mucheng. If I take action now, it will be difficult for me to succeed. Wait a few more days. I will take action when Yang Mucheng is alone. Li Shuo nodded heavily and said, as long as my uncle is willing to kill this son and avenge us. That's all. Yang Mucheng frowned and looked towards the crowd. Yang Emperor, what's wrong? Eunuch Wei asked quickly. I felt a murderous aura before, but this murderous aura suddenly disappeared. Yang Mucheng said slowly. Eunuch Wei smiled. Emperor Yang, you don't have to worry. In order to welcome Emperor Yang, His Majesty sent half of the Imperial Guards. Among them were dozens of Tongmai masters, and even a strong horizontal refiner. No matter who the other party was, no one can get close to us. Besides, with your cultivation, even those young people may not be able to get within 10 steps of you. Yang Mucheng nodded slightly and was non-committal. The welcoming team soon entered the palace. Xia Jun came to pick him up in person, which was a great honor to Yang Mucheng. Even when several other major parliamentary countries came here, Xia Jun only sent Eunuch Wei. Obviously, it can be seen how much Xia Jun attaches great importance to Yang Mucheng. The fact is very simple. Eunuch Wei stayed in Dakian for a few days, not just for eating, drinking and having fun. He had witnessed the quality of the Black Flag Army with his own eyes. Although an army of 10,000 people is very small for the Xia Kingdom, the scary thing is, these soldiers are all internal warriors. Although the Xia Emperor had long wanted to form an army composed entirely of warriors, he could not suppress this army at all. Since Yang Mucheng took control of Dakian, he has more than tripled his territory in less than half a year. In the future, it is very likely to become the 9th parliamentary state. Of course, Xia Jun will not neglect it. But the civil and military officials present were dissatisfied. Is this young emperor so young? Even other parliamentary states are not qualified to be welcomed by His Majesty in person. What qualifications does he have? Humph. The land area is only 1/3 of our Xia kingdom, and it is only worthy of being our vassal state. What can he do? Although the civil and military officials were dissatisfied, they did not dare to speak in the court. At the banquet, Xia Li was even arranged by Xia Jun to sit with Yang Mucheng, and frequently poured wine and tea for Yang Mucheng himself, which made all the nobles so jealous that they almost vomited blood. How noble Princess Xia is! She doesn't even care about them, the nobles and grandsons. But for Yang Mucheng, he was willing to put down his body and pour wine and tea like a maid. How unpleasant was it? After 3 rounds of drinking, Xia Jun clapped his hands, and immediately Eunuch Wei came up with a tray. Yang, you and I are both emperors. I know that ordinary jewelry cannot enter your eyes. Last time we were in Yumingshan, it was thanks to Emperor Yang that we saved Xia Li. These 3 books are the martial arts promised to you. Each one is a low-grade Huan level martial skill. While talking, Xia Jun lifted up the red cloth on the tray, and 3 carefully bound volumes of secret books suddenly appeared in front of Yang Mucheng. This one is the sword technique Shiliang Ryufeng sword. This swordsmanship is a swordsmanship created by a strong man from Hengliang who practiced hard for 3 years on the Shiliang peak of the alien race. It is said that when this swordsmanship is practiced to the extreme, it can form a strange scene of the sun and the moon. But unfortunately, Xia, among the millions of people in the country, only one person knows this swordsmanship. This one is about Qigong drifting. After practicing this light skill, you can cross the river with a reed and walk on the snow without leaving a trace. But it is a pity that since the death of Baigan, the national master of our country, no one has been able to practice this light skill. This one is the 36 styles of Jinwu. It is said that this is a top-grade Huan level martial arts. But when it was passed to our Daxia country, only 3 styles are left. Although incomplete, it still has the power of a low-grade Huan level martial arts. If Emperor Yang can complete these 3 true martial arts, 16 moves are equivalent to possessing a top-notch Huan level martial art. Today, I will give these 3 martial arts to Emperor Yang. These 3 martial arts? Yang Mucheng raised his brows slightly, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Chapter 105, Give me some advice. Whether it is Shiliang Sun Moon Peak Sword, Lingshu Piaodu, or the incomplete 36 true martial arts, they are all top-notch existences in Daxia Kingdom, and no one can learn them. The reason why Xia Jun gave these 3 martial arts to Yang Mucheng was because he was afraid of Yang Mucheng's strength, fearing that his opponent would become more powerful after obtaining these 3 martial arts. Second, he also wanted to test Yang Mucheng's potential. He had heard that Yang Mucheng realized the star finger in less than a day. Thank you, Emperor Xia. Yang Mucheng nodded slightly, picked up the 3 secret books, and pretended to flip through them. From the moment he got the secret book, he had already learned these 3 martial arts in his mind. What surprised Yang Mucheng was that there were 36 moves of Jinwu. Although only the last 3 moves were left, the power of each move was equivalent to the low-level yellow-level martial arts. I wonder if after completing this secret book, the 36th form of Jinwu can really reach the top level of Huang level, as Emperor Xia said. Yang Mucheng thought secretly. At this time, Prime Minister Ren Tianle saw a secret smile flashing in his eyes when Yang Mucheng accepted the secret book. He put down the wine glass and said loudly, Emperor Yang, the Shiliang Sun Moon Peak Sword is one of the 3 treasures of our Xia Kingdom. Only the Sword Master Xiang Shaolong in the Xia Kingdom masters this sword technique. I heard that Sword Master 16 I accepted a disciple years ago, and he also practiced the Shiliang Sun and Moon Peak Sword. If Emperor Yang doesn't understand how to use the Shiliang Sun and Moon Peak Sword, you can ask him for advice. The great Qiansheng, still need to ask others for advice? Lu Yaoer shouted sharply. The show of force is coming. Yang Mucheng raised his eyelids slightly and looked at Ren Tianle. This is a dilemma. If you ask for advice, Xia Guo will think you are inferior to others. If you don't ask for advice, Xia Guo will think you are arrogant. This is a game they have set up in advance. completely waiting for you to come in and exploit it. Yawned Emperor. Don't pay attention to them. Xia Jun obviously felt that the Prime Minister was looking for trouble, so he glared at him fiercely, raised his wine glass to Yang Maicheng, and said with a smile, I'd like to toast you. Is he the disciple of the Sword Master? Since he is here, why not summon him into the hall? If he doesn't know how to use the Shiliang Sun Moon Peak sword, I can give him some pointers. Yang Maicheng has never been bullied to his head, but the Lord who does not return the favor. Hearing what Yang Maicheng said, even Xia Jun's eyelids jumped. All the civil and military officials present here also showed a look of surprise. Shiliang Ryufeng sword is one of the most difficult sword techniques to learn in the Xia Kingdom. A disciple of the Sword Master has been practicing hard for 16 years, and with the guidance of the Sword Master, your understanding of this sword technique is not deeper than yours? Does he need your guidance? Need your advice? Are you a Sword Master? Do you have this qualification? Ren Tianle's eyes flashed with joy. Xian Sword Saint disciple Nie Yun enters the palace, following the screams of the eunuchs. A middle-aged man walked into the palace proudly. He looked majestic. His eyes were piercing, and his temples were bulging high. It was obvious that his cultivation was not weak. With a sword on his back, he looked a bit like a swordsman at first glance. Nie Yun, this is His Majesty Yang Di. He said he wants to guide you in practicing the Shiliang Sun Moon Peak sword. Ren Tianle sneered. I forgot to mention that Emperor Yang just got the secret book of Shiliang Sun Moon Peak sword today. As soon as he finished speaking, the faint smile on Ye Yun's face suddenly cooled down. He glanced at Yang Maicheng, with a trace of ridicule in his eyes. Master is the Sword Master of Xia Kingdom. I have been practicing with Master for 16 years. It is only through his guidance that I have mastered this swordsmanship to a small degree. Now, a person who has just obtained the secret book dares to tell me nonsense. You is it a sword master or something? Wow. The palace was in an uproar. It took 16 years to master the sword technique to a small degree, which shows how difficult this sword technique is. Yang Maicheng is so arrogant that he wants to guide Nie Yun. He has only read through this swordsmanship once, and if he can understand 1,000th of the content in the secret book, he is already considered a prodigy today. Arrogant! A minister shook his head without any concealment. It is a blessing for Emperor Yang to be mentored by a disciple of the Sword Master. What qualifications does he have to guide a disciple of the Sword Master? Another minister also shook his head. Nie Yun stared at Yang Maicheng. The Shiliang Ryu Peak sword is a mountain peak of the alien tribe, 100 feet high. Every 16 years, there will be a scene where the sun and the moon shine together. When my master understood this sword technique, he was on the Shiliang Ryu Peak. After sitting in meditation for 32 years, I finally understood this sword technique. If you haven't seen the sun and the moon shine together, you will never be able to understand this sword technique. Yang Maicheng was the supreme being in Lu Yao's heart, so how could he tolerate others questioning him in public? Immediately his eyebrows were raised, and he said loudly, A summer insect cannot speak of ice, but a firefly dares to compete with the bright moon? My sage is a prodigy in this world. Why does it take 36 years to learn the Shiliang Sun Moon Peak sword? The Holy Spirit is arrogant. The maid is even more arrogant. At this time, even Xia Jun couldn't help but shake his head secretly. The Sword Master cannot be insulted. In front of so many people, Lu Yao compared the Sword Master to a firefly and Yang Maicheng to a bright moon. This matter can no longer be ended. Xiao Li stared at Yang Maicheng with a pair of beautiful eyes, faintly showing a hint of expectation. Good! When Nie Yun heard this, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. The Sword Master is a sacred and inviolable existence in his heart. Today, he was belittled by others. How could he, a disciple of the Sword Master, not come forward? In that case, do you dare to compete with me? You are the Emperor of Dakian, with a noble status and a body of 10,000 gold. We do not fight with force, only with literature. Now that you have understood the Shiliang Sun and Moon Peak sword, do you dare to demonstrate it in public? Eunuch Wei also widened his eyes and looked at Yang Maicheng worriedly. Almost no one present thought he could do it, except Lu Yao, who blindly worshipped Yang Maicheng. Shoot yourself in the foot! Ren Tianle sneered. It took even the Sword Master 36 years to master this sword technique. How could he learn it so easily? Slap yourself in the face! Countless people sneered. The nobles and nobles, who had been humiliated by Yang Maicheng and Yimingshan, felt a sense of joy and pride in their hearts. Being able to slap the emperor of a country in the face is a very rare opportunity. Unexpectedly, the other party actually put his face forward and was beaten. How could they miss this opportunity? Why don't you dare? Yang Mucheng smiled. I'll go first. Nie Yun walked into the hall and drew the sword from his back. Shiliang Sun Moon Peak Sword has 3 realms. The first realm is the Moon Sword. When this sword is drawn out, it is like a bright moon in the sky. The second realm is the Sun Sword. A sword is swung out to fill the whole hall in daylight. Like a golden crow. Spread your wings. The third realm is when the sun and the moon shine together. He looked at the sword in his hand and paused for 3 breaths. The next moment, Nie Yun raised his head fiercely, and his whole aura suddenly arose, like a magic weapon unsheathed. At the same time, the long sword in his hand was slowly dancing at this moment. First move. Moon Sword. Chapter 106. The sun and the moon shine together. This sword is as indifferent as water, like scattered silver. The cold moon is like a hook, under the surge of internal energy. Nie Yun's long hair danced in the wind, and his robes made a sound. And behind him, a silvery moonlight slowly emerged. It seemed as if the bright moon was rising slowly, and the condensed inner energy was distributed all around, like the stars in the night sky. Shiliang Sun Moon Peak Sword. You are worthy of being a disciple of the Sword Master. I will die if I hear the Tao in the morning. I didn't expect that I would see this sword technique again in this life. The bright moon is in the sky. Countless people were amazed. Under the sword light, everyone seemed to be bathed in the moonlight. This was an indescribable feeling. Under the eyes of admiration and shock, the bright moon behind Nie Yun slowly set, and the entire palace returned to its original scene. The second style is the Japanese sword. I only understood 10%. Nie Yun looked at Yang Mucheng and danced his sword again. With one sword sacrifice, the palace was filled with daylight. A newborn sun rose slowly behind Nie Yun, making it impossible to see. The sword light fell, and all the civil and military officials present felt extremely hot, as if they were standing under the bright sun. Click! A crisp sound sounded, and the rising sun suddenly shattered. In an instant, the vision in the palace suddenly disappeared and returned to its original appearance. As for the third form of the sun and moon shining together, only my master, the Sword Master, can do it. Nie Yun retracted his sword with a clang sound. Stand with your hands behind your back. As expected of a master swordsman, Mr. Nie will definitely become the second swordsman of our Xia kingdom if he gets the true biography of the swordsman in the future. Ren Tianle applauded proudly. I didn't expect that Mr. Nie could understand such a profound and obscure Shiliang Sun Moon Peak sword. If the sun and moon shine together again, Mr. Nie will definitely be able to fully master it. Another minister also praised loudly. 36 years ago, I witnessed the sword master perform the Shiliang Sun Moon Peak sword. I thought I would never see this sword technique again in my life. As long as Mr. Nie is present, this sword technique will not be lost. An old minister with white hair and beard was so excited that he burst into tears. Di Yang, it's your turn. Listening to the admiration from all around, Nie Yun was excited. But he did not forget his previous competition with Yang Mucheng. Looking closely at Yang Mucheng, Nie Yun said loudly, I want to see how Emperor Yang guides me in practicing the Shiliang Sun Moon Peak sword. It's Yang Mu's turn. Everyone looked at him with mockery on their faces. Nie Yun is a disciple of the Sword Master. He learned this swordsmanship for 16 years under the guidance of the Sword Master. Can he learn it just by looking at the secret book? The tearful old minister snorted with his nose, expressing extreme disdain. Young, arrogant. I don't know what it means to be in a small country like Dakian. I'm like a frog sitting in a well looking at the sky. I don't know that there are people outside and there is a sky outside. Ren Tianle stroked his long beard and sneered. Eunuch Wei, do you think Emperor Yang is somewhat confident that he can use the Shiliang Sun Moon Peak sword? Xia Jun asked in a low voice. 10%. Eunuch Wei hesitated for a moment, as if he had made up his mind, and nodded. Di Yang is by no means the kind of boy who doesn't know the heights of the world. He is a master of Tongmai, and he should be well aware of the difficulty of cultivation. The stronger he is, the more he will be in awe. Your Majesty, look, there is excitement in Yang's eyes. Nervous, disdainful, but not timid. So I am sure that Emperor Yang has learned the Shiliang Sun Moon Peak sword. Being able to learn low-level Huan-level martial arts by just reading the secret book once seems unseen and unheard of. However, how many people can reach the level of Tongmai Grandmaster at the age of 15? Hearing this, Xia Jun couldn't help but nodded and looked at Yang Mucheng again. This time, his eyes were a little more expectant. Raise a glass and drink. Yang Mucheng stood up under the eyes of everyone.
Shiliang Sun Moon Peak Sword? Let me cover it up and show it to you. Here comes the sword.
As soon as he finished speaking, there was a clang sound, and the dragon-slaying sword in Lu Yao's arms took off spiritually and flew into Yang Mucheng's hand. Master Tomai. Ye Yun's expression changed.
How can there be such a young Tomai Grandmaster in the world? Even if the master becomes a Tomai Grandmaster, he will still be in his 60s. But, so what if he is a Tomai Grandmaster? It is absolutely impossible for him to learn this sword technique.
Thoughts like this, Ye Yun looked at Yang Mucheng again. Under the gaze of countless people, Yang Mucheng waved his right hand leisurely. A faint dragon roar was heard, and the entire palace was suddenly filled with endless moonlight. A bright moon rises slowly. This bright full moon forms a mysterious pattern behind Yang Mucheng with the moonlight shining on it. Boom! Wherever the moonlight reaches, sword energy spreads. In an instant, everything illuminated by the moonlight was completely crushed and turned into endless powder.
How? How is it possible?
Ye Yun's eyes widened, and he was dumbfounded. At this moment, it was as if a pair of invisible hands were strangling his throat, making him unable to breathe.
This is the first form of the moon sword, followed by the second form of the sun sword.
Yang Mucheng glanced at him. A smile appeared on his lips, and he turned his sword. Immediately, the sword intention changed from the previous cold water to a strong and decisive one. The bright moon had just set, and a golden sun suddenly rose. Click! 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 A huge sword intent centered on Yang Mucheng's body. Dense cracks spread crazily from his feet to the surroundings. Everything it passed was shattered. Quiet! The entire palace fell into dead silence, and everyone looked at Yang Mucheng in disbelief. He actually learned the Shiliang Sun Moon Peak Sword, and he even used the first two moves.
How?
Yang Mucheng looked at Ye Yun calmly and said loudly,
Am I qualified to give you advice now?
No! Ye Yun was shocked. He could see that the sword technique used by Yang Mucheng was more perfect and more refined than that used by his master sword master. Each move was so natural that it was almost impossible to find it. There are less than a few flaws. Just like it should be. But he refused to admit defeat so easily, and still shook his head bravely.
My master is able to display the ultimate power of the sun and the moon. Unless you can use the power of the sun and the moon, I will not obey you. Does the sun and moon shine together?
Yang Mucheng raised his eyelids slightly, with a hint of confidence in his eyes. This scene shocked Ye Yun.
Could it be?
A terrible thought came to his mind.
No, it's absolutely impossible. He has never seen the sun and moon shine together with his own eyes. He can't imagine that scene at all, let alone use the essence of the Shiliang Sun Moon Peak Sword.
In the palace at this moment, all the civil and military officials' heads were in a state of confusion, and they collectively fell into a state of sluggishness.
Since you don't believe it, then I'll show you what it means to truly have the sun and the moon shine together.
The next moment, Yang Mucheng raised his sword. Chapter 107: The Visitor from Ertai. Sword energy. The sun rises and the moon sets. The golden sun and silver moon behind Yang Mucheng slowly rose behind him, with a mysterious trajectory. Yang Mucheng seemed to be an ancient god and demon. Boom! At the moment when the sun and the moon met, an invisible ripple spread wildly throughout the palace. All the beams and pillars and the surrounding ground seemed to be torn apart crazily by the scene where the sun and the moon met, with a large number of endless cracks all over them. Boom! A wave of air visible to the naked eye, centered on Yang Mucheng's body, swept across crazily. The entire palace seemed to have experienced a war and seemed to collapse at any time. Yang Mucheng stood in the center of the ruins. With a slight flick of his right hand, the dragon-slaying sword in his hand turned into a beam of light and flew back to Lu Yao's arms. The surrounding civil and military officials and Ye Yun were all dumbfounded, and they all looked at Yang Mucheng in disbelief.
Is this really the Shiliang Sun Moon Peak Sword?
Ren Tianle came back to his senses and asked stupidly. Plop! As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Yun's knees softened and he knelt down heavily. He looked at Yang Mucheng with shame on his face.
Emperor Yang, I am blind and ignorant, and I don't know the immortal. How does this move of mine compare with that of your master, the sword master?
Yang Mucheng asked with his hands behind his back.
No worse than master. Even better.
Ye Yun bowed deeply to Yang Mucheng.
Master has lived in seclusion in the mountains for 16 years precisely because he has no rival in the world. If he knew that Emperor Yang had also comprehended the Shiliang Sun Moon Peak Sword, he would definitely be extremely excited I also want to see the sword master sword skills,
Yang Mucheng said with a smile. If he had said this before, Nie Yun would have disdained him. The sword master is a master of horizontal cultivation. You are just a Tongmai grandmaster. So what qualifications do you have to compare with the sword master? But now Nie Yun is impressed. Yang Mucheng's status in his heart has risen to the same level as the sword master. Nie Yun bowed respectfully to Yang Mucheng again.
I will definitely bring Emperor Yang's words to you truthfully.
After saying that, Nie Yun turned and left. There was a hint of shock in the eyes of the civil and military ministers around. Prime Minister Ren Tianle even looked shocked. He originally wanted to take the opportunity to humiliate Yang Mucheng, but he did not expect such a result. Seeing Yang Mucheng walking back to his seat leisurely, he winked at the other ministers repeatedly. As early as when Yang Mucheng came to the imperial city, many ministers had already discussed countermeasures and prepared to humiliate Yang Mucheng. But now, even the disciples of the sword master are convinced. The most powerful people they brought are only at the same level as Nie Yun. If they go up now, wouldn't they be hitting him in the face?
Prime Minister, it's not that we don't want to send people out.
The Minister of the Ministry of War shook his head and smiled bitterly.
I have prepared Butian, a being with the cultivation level of Master Tongmai. Butian saw that even the disciples of the sword master had surrendered and even greeted me. He left without saying a word. This,
Ren Tianle's teeth itched with hatred. At this time, a little eunuch ran over in a hurry and whispered a few words to Ren Tianle. Ren Tianle couldn't help but change his expression. What a coincidence! Xia Jun was chatting and laughing with Yang Mucheng. And when Ren Tianle looked wrong, he couldn't help but frown and asked,
Aiching, what's going on?
Ren Tianle smiled bitterly and said,
Your Majesty, there are people coming from Ertai. They are the law enforcement team of the Dan family boxing. They brought the imperial edict of the Emperor of Ertai and want to meet you in person. Let them come in.
Xia Jun nodded.
The law enforcement team of Dan family boxing? What is that?
Yang Mucheng asked. Ever since Yang Mucheng used the Shiliang Sun Moon Peak sword, Emperor Xia's attitude became more and more enthusiastic, and he had already designated Yang Mucheng as his son-in-law. After hearing his question, he naturally explained it without hesitation.
Yang Emperor, you don't know something. Dan family boxing is equivalent to Taekwondo, and it belongs to the state religion of Ertai. And the leader is the Emperor of Ertai. The folk and official martial arts in Ertai are popular, and there are many strong people. Some warriors who have practiced boxing do evil things. Ordinary police officers and soldiers are naturally unable to capture these powerful warriors. Therefore, a law enforcement team was formed in the boxing gym team. The law enforcement team is dedicated to catching the traitors in these boxing gyms.
Yang Mucheng asked again.
What are the law enforcement teams doing in Xia Kingdom? It must be to capture Gu Luo.
Xia Jun nodded.
Gu Luo is the head coach of the elites in Ertai. He came to our Xia Kingdom because he was framed. He was taken in by General Zhang Tianqiang. Gu Luo's strength, you are so strong. Even you, Emperor Yang, may not be his opponent.
Not necessarily Gu Luo's opponent? Yang Mucheng's expression suddenly became complicated. Gu Luo was beaten to death by him as early as in the Qian Kingdom. Just when Yang Mucheng wanted to explain to Xia Jun that Gu Luo was dead, the law enforcement team from the boxing gym had already arrived at the palace.
Deacon Tuoba of the law enforcement team meets Emperor Xia,
a warrior with dark skin, tall and thin figure, who was almost the same as Gu Luo, led 3 law enforcement team members to salute Emperor Xia. The leader, a boxing martial artist from the Dan family named Tuoba, bowed to Emperor Xia from a distance.
Emperor Xia, this is the imperial edict of my majesty. He hopes that you can allow us to take away the traitor Gu Luo from the boxing gym. My majesty will be very grateful. He is willing to exchange a city's tax revenue for 1 year in exchange for Gu Luo.
The value of a strong person with complete channels is far less than the tax revenue of a city for a year. But, after all, this Gu Luo is a traitor to Ertai. And Ertai is one of the 8 major parliamentary countries. Even Xia Jun couldn't help but give face to this group of people.
Zhang Tianqiang, let Gu Luo come out.
Nodding, Xia Jun turned his attention to Zhang Tianqiang.
His Majesty.
Zhang Tianqiang fell to his knees with a thud, a bitter look on his face. Do you want him to call Gu Luo out? How to call it out?
What? You don't want to?
A cold light flashed into Oba's eyes, and he said loudly,
General Zhang, not just anyone can take in a traitor from our country in Ertai. You must know the consequences of taking him in.
Xia Jun's expression changed. The other party's words were a naked threat. Moreover, he was still threatening him in front of the emperor. If word spread, where would he and Xiaoguo's face go? However, he had already decided to hand over Gu Luo, and now he wanted to go back on it. It was tantamount to damaging the emperor's majesty, and he could only knock out his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. He glared at Zhang Tianqiang fiercely.
Zhang Tianqiang, where is Gu Luo? Your Majesty!
Zhang Tianqiang glanced at Yang Mucheng, who was sitting aside, gasped loudly, and whispered,
Gu Luo has been killed.
What? The first person, who couldn't believe it, was naturally Tuoba. Although Gu Luo was a traitor, he had once been the instructor of a master in alchemy, so he knew how advanced his cultivation was, and how he could die so easily in the hands of others. He couldn't help but shouted angrily,
Gu Luo is a powerful person with complete meridians. Who can kill him? Even if Gu Luo is a traitor to our Ertai, only people from our Ertai can kill him. Who dares to kill him? Tell me. I will definitely crush him to ashes. I killed him.
At this time, a crisp sound sounded slowly, and Yang Mucheng raised his eyelids slightly and looked at Tuoba with a half smile. Chapter 108. The Emperor cannot be insulted. Yang Mucheng's words sounded faintly, causing the palace that was originally whispering to become quiet.
Did he kill Gu Luo?
Ren Tianle was stunned for a moment. Then a hint of surprise appeared on his face, and there was a sense of gloating in his eyes.
It's like if you don't take the road to heaven, there will be no door to H.L. The Dayan family boxing is so protective of shortcomings. You actually killed him. How could the people in the Dayan family boxing gym spare you?
Thinking of this, Ren Tianle swept away the previous haze and looked at Tuoba expectantly.
Yang killed Gu Luo?
The civil and military ministers were also surprised.
Gu Luo is a powerful person with complete meridians. Can he kill Yang Di? After all, Emperor Yang is the holy emperor of the Dakian kingdom. With just one word, it is not impossible for him to mobilize more than 100 masters to kill a powerful person with complete meridians. Hey, there's something good to watch. Yes, a weak country has no self-respect. The Dakian kingdom is like an ant in front of Ertai. It is easy to ask him to kneel down and apologize. Maybe he will have to cede territory to compensate.
Xia Jun frowned slightly and looked at Eunuch Wei with questioning eyes. Eunuch Wei whispered,
Your Majesty, Gu Luo was indeed killed by Emperor Yang, and he killed him with his own hands.
He told Xia Jun one by one what happened at that time, and looked at Xia Jun cautiously. Unexpectedly, Xia Jun not only showed no sign of anger, but there was a hint of secret joy in the depths of his eyes. He originally wanted to form an alliance with Dakian. The stronger Yang Mucheng becomes, it will naturally be beneficial to Xia state without any harm. However, Ertai will not give up so easily. What should they do next? Xia Jun thought to himself and looked towards Tuoba. Really? Tuoba's face turned cold, and he said in a cold voice,
Who are you? He is the emperor of Dakian kingdom. Yang Mucheng.
Ren Tianle interrupted.
Emperor of Dakian kingdom? Since you killed him, there is nothing you can do about it. Although Gu Luo is a traitor to our country, no one else can kill him at will. Cut off 3 cities as an apology, and then guard Gu Luo's soul for 3 more years. Years later, we and Ertai will not pursue it any further. Otherwise, we, Ertai, will send our army southward and flatten your Dakian kingdom.
Tuoba said with his hands behind his back. There was deathly silence in the palace. Isn't Tuoba too open-minded? Compensate 3 cities? Eunuch Wei secretly shook his head. If Gu Luo was killed by Xia Jun, then Tuoba wouldn't even dare to fart. The reason why I dare to say this is nothing more than bullying that Dakian is a small country. As for keeping vigil for Gu Luo for 3 years, this is even more insulting. This is like if you trample a dog to death, and the owner of the dog asks you to cover the dog with sackcloth and mourn it, and support it as a parent or relative. Who would be willing? After Tuoba finished speaking, he looked at Yang Mucheng calmly. He is not afraid that the other party will not agree. It is just a small country. He is not qualified to refuse. And he does not have the courage to refuse. Some civil and military ministers looked at Yang Mucheng with gloating eyes.
What if I don't agree?
Yang Mucheng said lightly.
Don't agree?
Tuoba sneered and said,
It's not up to you. I will go to Ertai to return to my life. In 3 months, you, the emperor, will be a prisoner.
After saying that, Tuoba turned around and left.
Let's see what he does now.
Seeing this scene, Ren Tianle felt as if he had been immersed in a hot spring, feeling refreshed from head to toe. Many civil and military officials also secretly watched the joke. Xia Jun also frowned slightly. Yang Mucheng was his honored guest after all. You, Tuoba, are just a law enforcement team in Ertai. When you said these threats in the palace of Xia Kingdom, you simply did not take him as the emperor in your eyes. Xia Li stamped her feet anxiously and looked at Xia Jun, hoping that Xia Jun could help and beg for mercy.
Wait!
Yang Mucheng suddenly spoke again.
No one has ever threatened me and managed to leave alive. You made a declaration of war in front of me. If I let you leave alive like this, how can I lose my face? Face?
Tuoba laughed unceremoniously.
Yang Mucheng, the weak are not qualified to have face. When our Thai army flattens your country, you will understand that in my eyes you are just a lost dog.
Tuoba glanced at Yang Mucheng carefully with cold eyes, and said in a cold voice,
Moreover, you, the emperor of a small country, dare to be so presumptuous in front of me. Hee hee. If I don't teach you a lesson.
I'm afraid you don't know about us. Ertai is terrible. Miao Yin. Slap your mouth.
As soon as Toba finished speaking, a tall and thin man walked out from behind him. This man had hawk-like eyes and sword-shaped eyebrows, and his temples were bulging high. Like all warriors who have practiced the Yin family boxing, he was extremely tall and thin, like a strong head. Cheetah. As soon as he appeared, he sneered, stamped his feet on the ground, and flew over. The bandaged palm swept straight towards Yang Mucheng's face. Call! The sound of meow sound swept swiftly, bringing with it a gust of wind. The singer in the main hall shrieked in fright and backed away. And Xiaogua's masters also rushed out to protect Xia Jun.
The emperor is so small and powerful. He doesn't know how high the sky is, and how high it is. It's so easy for our country, Ertai, to destroy you Dakian.
Tuoba laughed.
Now Yang Mucheng will be disgraced.
Ren Tianla sneered.
I have also heard of Miao Yin. He is the backbone of the law enforcement team. He has perfect cultivation, and is only one step away from becoming a master.
A minister whispered.
Yes. The most powerful thing about him is his kung fu. I heard that in order to practice the Dan family boxing, he shattered all the bones in his hands, and soaked them in potion to repair them. The bones in his hands were harder than steel. Once the palm shattered the heart of a Tomai master.
Another Alki master also nodded repeatedly. Yang Mucheng was holding the cup in his right hand, when he saw Miao Yin rushing towards him. A trace of contempt appeared in the corner of his mouth. He touched the wine glass with his index finger, and picked up a drop of wine on his fingertip. The wine bead was crystal clear, and as round as a pearl. It was suspended in midair, and condensed without scattering. Yang Mucheng gently twisted it, and sandwiched it. Just like the Buddha holding a flower and smiling. When everyone was shocked by Miao Yin's strength, Yang Mucheng flicked his finger. There was just a pop sound, and the drop of wine shot out like an arrow from a string, causing a sharp wind howl.
What?
Miao Yin's expression changed, and she hurriedly changed her moves. When he hit the drop of wine with his fist, he felt a sudden burst of shocking force, like the power of a stored volcano, which made his right arm numb. Even the bones of his right hand, which had been shattered and then healed, burst into terrible cracks under the bombardment of this drop of wine. Miao Yin gritted her teeth and punched several times before defeating the drop of wine. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, another 3 drops of wine came.
Not good.
Miao Yin looked frightened and retreated hurriedly. But no matter how fast he retreats, it's not as fast as these 3 drops of wine. Puff! 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 Under everyone's incredulous gaze, these 3 drops of wine hit Miao Yin's eyebrows, throat, and heart, directly piercing his body. A generation of powerful men with complete meridians were instantly killed on the spot without even uttering a cry. There was deathly silence all over the place, and everyone was shocked. At this time, Yang Mucheng slowly stood up from his seat and smiled faintly at the stunned Tuoba.
The emperor cannot be insulted. Those who insult you will die.
Chapter 109 The Sky-Shaking Hammer. The emperor cannot be insulted. The Son of Heaven is the king of a country and the supreme being. Anyone who offends the emperor's majesty must pay the price. But, if you want not to be insulted by others, you must have absolute strength. Nowadays, big countries humiliate small countries, and the emperors of small countries are like lapdogs in front of big countries. This is simply too common. Therefore,
the saying, the emperor cannot be insulted,
has long become bullshit. Just like Tuoba, he didn't take Yang Mucheng seriously at all. Lu Yao held the sword and looked at Tuoba coldly. as if looking at a dead person. When Tuoba said those words in front of all the civil and military officials, she knew that Tuoba would never make it out alive. Master Tomai. Tuoba's body trembled. He looked at Yang Machung in disbelief and sneered. No wonder you dare to challenge us. It is absolutely unique that you can cultivate to Tomai Grandmaster at your age. But now you want to challenge our Ertai. Then you could not be more wrong. Boom! Tuoba stood still and exhaled a thick breath. In an instant, his aura was like a flash flood that had been accumulating for 3 days and 3 nights, suddenly bursting out, and a majestic wave of air that was visible to the naked eye came out. The surrounding civil and military officials were violently thrown away by this wave of air. Your Majesty, the 2 Tomai masters are fighting each other with extraordinary power. Your Majesty, please stay out of the way, a high-ranking master said to Xia Jun in a low voice. Xia Jun shook his head and said with a smile, Grandmaster Wulong, I haven't seen 2 Tomai Grandmasters fight for a long time. I am looking forward to this battle. Eunuch Wei, who do you think will win between these 2? Lose? Who has a greater chance of winning? Eunuch Wei gritted his teeth and said with a bitter smile, I don't know. How could you not know? Xia Jun looked surprised. Wei Gongong said, Your Majesty, Tuoba is the deacon of the law enforcement team, and his cultivation is terrifying. The number of Tomai Grandmasters who died in his hands is not 100, but 80 or 90. All of them are difficult and terrifying characters. He is 50. He is more than a year old, has rich experience and is strong. And he is fearless when encountering powerful people. But this Yang Di, he feels more terrifying to me than Tuoba. He is in the realm of breakthrough now. If he can win Tuoba, I'm afraid he can directly become a powerful Hunlian. Xia Jun was stunned and quickly looked ahead. The civil and military officials around were also talking in low voices. Ren Tianla's face was rosy, and the proud look on his face was clearly evident. Tuoba hasn't made a move for a long time. No one who is not a master of Tomai is qualified to die in his hands. 3 years ago, the traitor to the Dan family boxing, the Gu family boxing champion, was once known as the master of boxing and was invincible in the Tomai realm. As a result, he was killed if Tuoba kills him with 3 punches. Yang Machung will definitely die this time. That's right. Tuoba's pair of iron fists is extremely powerful. Although he is not a strong man in horizontal training, he is better than a strong one in horizontal training. Even though Yang Machung is a young master, he may not be able to defeat Tuoba's 3 fists. A general nodded. See how arrogant he is? Many ministers looked at Yang Machung with gloating eyes. But see, facing Tuoba's tidal aura, Yang Machung didn't feel nervous at all, but instead slowly walked towards him. What? You want to ask for mercy now? It's too late. A boxer behind Tuoba sneered. So what if the Emperor, Lord Deacon takes action and can kill you with 1 punch? Another boxer clapped his hands and laughed. Everyone around looked towards the field, as if to see Yang Muchung's joke. A trace of astonishment flashed in Tuoba's eyes. Yang Machung was walking slowly, although he made no other movements. He took every step and his momentum increased by 1 point. Before he reached him, his momentum had already increased to the extreme. No! If we let his momentum continue to grow, I'm afraid he will suppress him in 1 go. Drink! Tuoba shouted loudly and stamped his feet on the ground. Click! A violent sound rang out, with the soles of his feet as the center. The ground was torn apart inch by inch. Stone slabs were lifted up directly, and while the dust was swirling, Tuoba's whole body flew past Yang Machung as if tearing apart space, and at the same time a punch away. This punch was like a cannonball being discharged from the barrel, and a flying crossbow brought up a terrifying wind. A harsh tearing sound was heard, and the luxurious decorations and exquisitely carved dragon pillars in the Xia Kingdom's palace were blasted with extreme cracks under the strong wind. At the same time, a trace of radioactive fragmentation spread forward along Tuoba's fist, extending to Yang Muchung's feet. The rocks peeled off inch by inch and turned into dust and smoke. What a strong means! Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Eunuch Wei, who will win when you fight this Tuoba? Xia Jun asked with narrowed eyes. This old slave will be defeated. Eunuch Wei shook his head and said. But this old slave also has some means. Even if he is defeated, I will cripple one of his arms. Is that a lose-lose situation? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Eunuch Wei has been a master of Tomai for many years. Even he could only fight Tuoba in this situation. What about Yang Machung? He quickly looked forward. However,
Everyone gasped at this sight. Eunuch Wei even shouted out loud. What? Yang Muchung put one hand behind his back, made a fist with his right hand, and slowly pushed forward. This punch, to put it lightly, was like a playful punch between lovers, without any power at all. But this punch is the first of the 36 moves of Jinwu. Sky-shaking hammer. The 36 forms of Jinwu were created by a master of Tonmai. There are 36 forms in total. One form is stronger than the other, and one is more difficult than the other. This martial art has been lost for a long time, and when it was passed to the Xia Kingdom, only the first 3 styles were left, and their power was only equivalent to the low-grade yellow-level martial arts. Just this sky-shaking hammer is no less difficult to learn than the Shiliang Sun Moon Peak Sword. Boom! The 2 fists collided, causing a burst of extreme shock. A circular wave of air erupted from the fists of the 2 men, and the powerful hurricane directly blew away the dust surrounding them. In the palace, it seemed like a bolt from the blue, and everyone covered their ears in shock. Tuoba's body trembled, and he felt an unparalleled force emerge, forcefully blasting into his body, making his right arm numb. At the same time, his body trembled. A mouthful of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his body involuntarily shot backwards. Every time he stepped on the ground, he made a rumbling sound and made a big hole. After taking more than 10 steps back in a row, he left a messy and deep set of footprints in front of him. Quiet! Seeing Tuoba being pushed back and Yang Muchung standing with his hands behind his back, the entire palace was filled with dead silence. Everyone was staring ahead in stunned silence, unable to believe their eyes.
He can learn the 36 moves of Jinwu with just one glance? Knocked away Tuoba with one punch. This kind of strength.
Chapter 110 Reaching Henglian. No one would have thought of this outcome. In their opinion, Tuoba should have pinned down Yang Muchung and beat him. But now Tuoba was punched away by him.
36 styles of Jinwu?
Tuoba clenched his numb right fist, unable to hide the shock in his eyes.
Don't you think I don't know the low-grade yellow martial arts?
Boom! Releasing his inner energy, Tuoba's eyes widened angrily, and his surging breath quickly gathered, condensing but not emitting. I saw him clasping his hands together, his fists shrouded in inner energy, forming a rainbow, and then violently blasted forward. In an instant, this shadows filled the sky and spread throughout the palace. Boom! 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 In the shadow of the fist, no matter whether it was tables, chairs, benches, gilded jade pillars, or even the air, they were shattered by this crazy iron fist. To outsiders, Tuoba seemed to have fired hundreds of punches in an instant, and a terrifying wind of punches enveloped the entire palace. The iron fist is invincible, and no one can stop it.
This is a fist that determines mountains and rivers.
All the civil and military officials let out a burst of exclamations. When Eunuch Wei saw this move, his expression changed drastically. He no longer looked arrogant as before, but when he turned to look at Tuoba, his eyes were extremely solemn. Yang Muchung grinned and shook his head.
It seems you haven't given up yet. Then I'll make you give up completely with this blow.
As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward. At the same time, he grabbed the void with his right hand, as if he was grabbing the air. A condensed inner energy suddenly formed in his palm, transforming into a giant sword and suddenly swept out. The 36th form of Jinwu's sky-shattering strike. There are 36 movements of Jinwu. One is stronger than the other. Yang Muchung turned his hand into a sword, condensed his inner strength into a sharp blade, and swept it out with his right hand, causing a transparent ripple to spread in the air. Puff! 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 Wherever the ripples passed, this shadows all over the sky shattered. The terrifying strong wind left a trail of intertwined knives and axes in the palace. Even the dragon pillar supporting the entire palace 10 meters away was cut in half by this sword. The 2 law enforcement team warriors who followed Tuoba were beheaded on the spot.
Not good!
Tuoba's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated towards the back. He originally thought that he was repelled by Yang Muchung's punch earlier because he underestimated the enemy. But the opponent's blow completely destroyed his self-confidence. Tuoba's robe was torn into countless pieces on the spot, and a bone-deep wound was left on his chest. If he hadn't retreated in time, this blow would have definitely cut him off.
Yang Muchung!
Tuoba clenched his teeth and his face was ashen. He has never suffered such a big loss even when facing a powerful Henglian. And now, he is being suppressed in such an embarrassing situation in front of a little emperor. Looking at his dead men and the wounds on his body, he felt unbearable anger.
Today's revenge. Tuoba, will remember it. When I return to Erdai, I will definitely report it to your majesty. And I will certainly send a large army to destroy your doggone kingdom. And make your doggone kingdom a desperate situation on Earth from now on.
Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Tuoba stepped on the ground with the sole of his foot. The entire ground shook suddenly as he stepped on it. Footprints half a meter deep suddenly appeared on the ground. And countless rocks scattered in all directions like sharp swords. And he used this terrifying power to shoot directly outside the palace.
Get away!
Tuoba, who was extremely angry, looked at the Alki master in front of him and waved his right fist. The Alki master who was blocking him was immediately blasted to pieces, and his bones were forcibly blasted into the ground. Going to escape? Seeing this scene, the civil and military officials present were astonished. But when I thought about it, it was natural. The two fought twice. The first time Tuoba was knocked back with a punch, and the second time, he was almost cut in half. If they continue to fight, I'm afraid they will die. If they don't leave now, how long will it take? But what will happen to Yang Maicheng? He said before that it was impossible to let Tuoba leave alive. If he really allowed the other party to escape, wouldn't it be a slap in the face? Just when everyone looked around, they saw Yang Maicheng smiling faintly, with the soles of his feet on the ground, and his figure brought up a series of intertwined afterimages, flying towards the distance. He stepped lightly on the ground with every step, but he could span more than 10 meters in one step, as if he had shrunk into an inch. In just 3 or 4 blinks, he had already flown above Tuoba. One-level low-grade martial arts spirit drifting away. Seeing Yang Maicheng's pace, the crowd felt as if their throats were being strangled tightly by a pair of invisible hands, making them unable to breathe. He was able to learn the one-level martial arts skills that others struggle to learn after spending decades in their lives. Just by looking at them. Is he still a human being? Certainly. The most surprised person was Tuoba.
How can it be?
Tuoba looked at Yang Maicheng in shock, who had already leaped into the sky above him, with a hint of panic in his eyes. His strength is not as good as his opponent's, and his speed is not as good as his opponent's. If he continues like this, he will definitely die today.
I don't believe it.
His eyes opened angrily, and the holes in his eyes shot out endless light. I saw his fists clasped together, all the energy and blood in his body surging and burning at this moment, and the originally weak aura suddenly increased several times. Tuoba punched out, and at the same time, a shocking fist roar resounded in the void. A huge iron fist transformed from internal energy rose into the sky. As it formed, it rushed towards Yang Maicheng like lightning.
Tuoba actually burned his blood. He plans to fight to the death with Yang Maicheng.
Everyone's eyes widened. Grandmaster Tomai's life-threatening attack must not be underestimated. Even the strongest horizontal practitioners would not dare to blunt his edge. What should Yang Maicheng do? Should we let him go? Or bite the bullet and come back again?
You still don't give up.
Yang Maicheng smiled faintly. His body was still in the air, facing the iron fist soaring into the sky. He just raised his right foot and slowly lowered it. His movements were extremely gentle, as if what he was under his feet was not a Tomai Grandmaster, but a weapon that could randomly crush ants. When the sole of his foot fell, his speed was as fast as thunder. In the void, an internal energy that was several times more concentrated than Tuoba's was rapidly condensing, transforming into a foot that was more than 10 meters long and stamped down. The 36th form of Jinwu is so powerful.
Boom!
The inner strength iron fist was crushed by this kick. Tuoba, on the other hand, suddenly cracked under this foot like a rotten branch. Rumble. A loud sound like an earthquake suddenly resounded. And when the inner energy dissipated, Tuoba was already crushed into powder by this kick. On the ground, there was a footprint that was more than 10 meters long and several meters deep, like the traces left by an ancient giant when he walked by. Yang Maicheng fell slowly in midair and exhaled a breath of turbid air like an arrow. After a fierce battle, his aura also weakened slightly. However, before everyone could recover, the originally weak aura rose in a more ferocious manner.
Oh my god!
Eunuch Wei felt this aura. His knees softened, and he almost fell to his knees. The Alki masters around looked at the young man in stunned silence. This moment, one word came to everyone's mind. Refining the strong. Chapter 111 Cutting Liyun with one sword. The practice of a warrior is like defying the heavens. Every level of improvement is as difficult as climbing to the sky. There is only one step between Master Tomai and the powerful Hinglian, but they have blocked the progress of countless people. Such warriors as Eunuch Wei, Tuoba, Gu Shintong, These warriors had reached Tomai Grandmaster decades ago, but they had never broken through. Now they actually witnessed the birth of a strong Henglian. And this Henglian strongman was only a 15-year-old boy.
Ha ha. Congratulations to Emperor Yang for becoming a strong man.
Xia Jun was worthy of being the emperor of the 8 parliamentary states. After being shocked, he quickly recovered and congratulated him. The surrounding civil and military officials were also shocked, and they knelt down quickly, and a burst of loud shouts resounded.
Congratulations to Emperor Yang!
Eunuch Wei looked at Yang Mucheng with a complicated expression. After becoming a powerful Henglian, it is no longer an exaggeration to use one person against a country. Although the Xia Kingdom has several powerful men, all of them are like the sword master Xiang Xiaolong. Even the emperor of the Xia Kingdom cannot command and order them. Just like nuclear weapons, it is never reassuring to have them in the hands of others. It can be said unceremoniously that as long as Yang Mucheng is alive, the Dacian Kingdom will definitely not fall, but will become stronger and stronger. Boom! 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 When the few remaining warriors from the law enforcement team saw Yang Mucheng's eyes sweeping over them, their bodies suddenly softened, and they knelt directly on the ground.
Now you still want me to cede land to pay compensation and keep vigil for 3 years?
Yang Mucheng walked slowly with his hands behind his back. There was not a trace of dust on his body, as if the person who had trampled a Tomai Grandmaster to death was not him at all.
Yang Mucheng, don't be complacent. Do you think that you can be invincible after being promoted to a powerful Hung Lien? There are dozens of powerful Hung Lien in our Dayan family boxing lineage.
A law enforcement team member endured Yang Mucheng's pressure and screamed through gritted teeth.
That's right. Our country has strong soldiers and horses, and there are many strong men. I don't believe that you alone can withstand the thousands of soldiers and horses of our country. If you plead guilty now, it's still too late. Otherwise, when our army comes to the city, you will only be the last emperor. Really? I'll wait.
Yang Mucheng smiled faintly and waved his right hand. A dozen law enforcement members were hit by this force before they could react. The blow of the powerful Hung Lien, who condensed his inner energy, was so powerful that a dozen people had their hearts broken and died on the spot before they even recovered.
Yang?
Xia Jun frowned slightly. If Yang Mucheng didn't kill these people, with his Xia Kingdom's national prestige, he might be able to get Ertai to step aside and turn this matter into a minor matter. But he didn't expect Yang Mucheng to be so decisive in his actions. And he actually killed all the people in the law enforcement team.
Ertai? Even if he has thousands of troops, even if he trains strong men, what do I have to fear? If Ertai dares to think of using troops, I will definitely make it impossible for him to come back.
Yang Mucheng said proudly. At this moment, even Xia Jun couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration in his heart. Perhaps this is the true appearance of the emperor. Sword Mountain. This mountain is the highest peak in the Xia Kingdom. It is more than 1,000 meters high. The mountain is surrounded by cliffs that are as straight as swords. So it is named Jian Mountain. On Jianshan Mountain, an old man in white clothes and white beard sat watching the sunrise and the clouds rising. There was no trace of mundane smell in his body.
Master!
Ye Yin looked at the old man with admiration on his face. He is Xia Kingdom Sword Saint Xiang Xiaolong.
What did you gain from going down the mountain this time?
Xiang Xiaolong's old eyes slowly opened.
Master, I met Emperor Yang Mucheng of Dacian.
Ye Yun saw a hint of disdain in Xiang Xiaolong's eyes, and quickly explained.
He is the most talented swordsman I have ever seen. And he did it in front of his disciples. The power of the Shiliang Sun Moon Peak sword is even stronger than yours.
Oh! Xiang Xiaolong's cloudy eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. Ye Yun continued.
When the disciple returned to the mountain, he even heard that Yang Mucheng's cultivation had reached the level of horizontal refining. He killed Tuoba of the Ertai law enforcement team in 3 moves in the palace. This son just the opponent you dream of.
When Ye Yun said this, he suddenly stopped, because he discovered that Xiang Xiaolong had been sitting on the Sword Mountain for decades. Although he was a strong man in horizontal training, he could not defeat time. His eyes were dying, his body was stooped, and his breath was weak. He was no different from an ordinary old man. And Yang Mucheng was only 15 or 16 years old, the age when his energy and blood were in full swing.
Are you worried that I am too old to be Yang Mucheng's opponent?
Xiang Xiaolong had a smile in his eyes.
Yes.
Ye Yun nodded.
Ha 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 ha.
As soon as he finished speaking, Xiang Xiaolong laughed and stood up suddenly with his thin body. A condensed breath suddenly rose, like a surging volcano. As he stood up, the hunched old body also burst out with a crackling sound. In an instant, This old body of 80 or 90 years old became as strong as a middle-aged man.
Using the turtle breath technique for my master. 60 years of hard work in this Sword Immortal's death meditation is only equivalent to 6 years. I am now in my prime. Why can't I fight with that Yang Machung? A strong Hunlian who is 15 or 16 years old. A master of swordsmanship who can use the Shiliang Ryufeng sword. I can't wait to meet him.
Xiang Xiaolong put his hands behind his back and looked forward to it.
Master.
Ye Yun was shocked.
But you haven't made a move in 60 years. This swordsmanship.
Call. Before Ye Yun finished speaking, he saw Xiang Xiaolong grabbing the air. As if he had caught the wind. He put 2 fingers together and slashed it down like a sword. Just hearing a tearing sound. The misty flowing clouds above the sword mountain were actually chopped into pieces by his finger at this moment. The power of this sword made Ye Yun almost breathless. Under the light of the sword, the flowing clouds that spread hundreds of meters instantly turned into nothing. Cut off Lu Yun with one sword.
How?
Xiang Xiaolong put his hands behind his back and looked at Ye Yun with a smile. How can Ye Yun say even half a sentence? The wind has no shape and the clouds have no form. His swordsmanship can cut trees and rocks with no problem. But it is absolutely impossible to cut off the flowing clouds.
This is the sword master who dominated the Xia kingdom 60 years ago.
Ye Yun had only one thought in his mind. With the power of this sword. So what if Yang Machung is a peerless genius? Can he withstand the power of this sword?
Tomorrow is the martial arts conference. Right.
Xiang Xiaolong's eyes were far away, looking into the distant void.
Decades ago, I became famous in a martial arts conference. Now I have been practicing meditation for 60 years and don't care about worldly affairs. I don't know how many people can still remember me. Yang Machung. I came out for you this time. I hope you won't let me disappointed.
At this time, a sharp eagle cry suddenly came. I saw a snow-white mountain eagle rushing from the clouds.
That is...
Ye Yun was shocked. This was a top-grade monster. A monster that has reached the level of horizontal refining. The mountain eagle's wings spread out, reaching a height of more than 20 meters. As if it were blocking the sky and blocking out the sun. Just when Ye Yun was about to raise his sword to greet him, the mountain eagle made a sharp turn and came to the sword master. As obedient as a sheep.
Don't worry. I conquered it decades ago.
The sword master patted the mountain eagle, jumped up, and took off in the wind. Chapter 112: The Arrival of the Sword Master. The next day, the martial arts conference. Although it was a grand event held by the private sector, it also affected the entire Xia kingdom. On this day, even the officials of the Xia kingdom would come here to select suitable masters to join the court and add fresh blood. On the high platform, Yang Machung and Xia Jun were sitting on equal footing. Next in order are the prime minister, generals, and various civil and military officials. There were many internal experts gathered around. On the one hand to protect the safety of the 2 emperors, and on the other hand to maintain order. Among the moving crowd, a pair of eyes were always staring at Yang Machung on the high platform. He is Gu Shintong's senior brother Xiao Qianjue.
Uncle Master, when will we take action?
Li Shua secretly tightened his grip on the long sword at his waist and asked in a low voice.
Wait!
Xiao Qianjue's voice was low.
Surrounded by big inner masters. It is unwise to take action at this time. We have to wait until the big inner masters relax. And try to kill Yang Machung, the dog emperor, at once, without giving him the slightest chance to stand up.
Glancing at the worried Li Shua, Xiao Qianjue smiled faintly and said,
Don't worry. We are definitely not the only ones who took action. I have traveled around the world for many years and met many strong people. The white-browed eagle King Zhao, he has an iron hand that reaches the sky. Yuan, Tianji old man Li Shao, there are 13 Tongmai grandmasters in total. No matter how strong Yang Machung is, he will never be able to stop so many of us from joining forces to attack.
Li Shua was overjoyed when he heard this. 13 Tongmai masters are already prepared for any danger. Coupled with the fact that Xiao Qianjue is a powerful horizontal practitioner, it is almost impossible to fail. Boom, boom, boom. A salute sounded, and the martial arts conference began. Certainly, in order to win over these civilian warriors, Xiaoguo would not be stingy. On the arena, the longer you stand, the more rewards you will get. Kung Fu, official positions, elixirs, weapons. In short, the longer you persist, the more rewards you will get.
Although this method can recruit many warriors, it is still slightly insufficient.
Lu Yaoer looked at the warriors, who were competing on the stage, and shook her head secretly.
Really strong people don't even bother to participate in this kind of conference. Nothing you bring out will attract them.
Of course what Lu Yaoer said was right. For Xia Jun, they were eager to have a Tongmai master, or even a powerful Henglian attend the conference. But these existences, even the martial arts and weapons of the lower Huang class, may not be able to impress them. Even if they come, you can't win them over. On the contrary, Dakian's policy, although seemingly ruthless, was able to recruit many martial arts experts. Although Dakian's foundation is weak, it won't take long to surpass Xia Kingdom. At this time, the people fighting in the ring were two strong men in the early stage of Tongmai. One was holding an iron rod, and the other was holding a pair of swords. The warrior holding the stick is the main attack. A continuous shadow of sticks. Each stick is as thick as a mountain. But the warrior holding the two swords danced out a continuous intertwining shadow of the swords, which could not be penetrated by splashing water, making it dizzying. To the people watching the battle between the two was extremely exciting. But to Yang Mucheng, it was a bit unsatisfactory. In his eyes, a fight between Tongmai realm warriors is like a fight between two children, full of mistakes.
Your Majesty, I want to give it a try.
At this time, Lu Yaoer suddenly spoke.
Good.
Yang Mucheng nodded. Lu Yaoer was her disciple and his personal maid.
Your cultivation has reached the level of Tongmai, but you lack actual combat experience. This is a rare opportunity. Boom!
As soon as he finished speaking, the warrior holding the iron rod let out a scream and was knocked off the ring. At the same time, Lu Yaoer also jumped onto the ring.
Yang Emperor, isn't this your personal maid?
Xia Jun showed a hint of surprise. Apparently he didn't expect Yang Mucheng to actually send Lu Yaoer to the scene.
In this martial arts arena, fists and feet are blind. It would be bad if she gets hurt. She is my disciple. She has been following me for more than half a year. She only focuses on training and has never fought in actual combat. She might as well practice her skills today,
Yang Mucheng said with a smile. Xia Jun's expression changed, and he whispered to Eunuch Wei,
"Bring me Lu Yaoer's information."
Eunuch Wei quickly gave him the information. Xiaodu's spies are everywhere, and Lu Yaoer's identity is not a secret, so it's not too difficult to get her. He glanced at the information, and his eyes suddenly shrank with shock. Lu Yaoer was just an ordinary woman half a year ago. She was rescued by Yang Mucheng in Shuiyan village. After following Yang Mucheng for just half a year, she actually reached the early stage of channeling. Simply terrible. Just when Xia Jun was shocked, Lu Yaoer had already easily provoked the double-sword warrior.
Eunuch Wei, what do you think?
Xia Jun was a little unsure at this moment. He originally wanted to conquer Yang Mucheng, but at the worst, the two countries would have to form an alliance. But now, Yang Mucheng's potential is stronger than he imagined, which makes him have to re-examine the other party again.
We can only make good friends and treat each other with sincerity. Emperor Yang is too young and has unlimited potential. He may be able to reach a higher level in the future. If we win his friendship, our Xia Kingdom will never fall for thousands of years in the future.
Eunuch Wei whispered. Xia Jun couldn't help but nodded. When he summoned Yang Mucheng this time, he originally just wanted to see if this son was worthy of his daughter. But now it seems that his daughter is not worthy of him at all. Moreover, Yang Mucheng is still young and has unlimited possibilities. It is not impossible to reach that level in the future. If it was really then, he alone would be enough to defeat the Xia Kingdom. At this moment, a vast eagle cry suddenly sounded. Everyone heard the sound and looked around, only to see a large shadow flying rapidly from the horizon.
What is that? Clouds? How can there be clouds that fly so fast?
Eunuch Wei's eyes were like torches, and his vision instantly penetrated 10 miles away. When he saw clearly what was flying in the distance, he was suddenly shocked.
Monster! The best monster. A mountain eagle.
When Eunuch Wei shouted these words, the mountain eagle was already flying towards the location of the arena. Not only the surrounding warriors, but even the alchemy masters were suppressed by the aura released by this mountain eagle, and their whole bodies trembled and could not move.
Is there someone on the monster's back?
Yang Mucheng closed his eyes and said solemnly. It wasn't until he spoke that everyone realized that there was actually a middle-aged man standing on the back of the mountain eagle with a long sword on his back.
He is.
Some of the older generation warriors suddenly showed a look of surprise when they saw the other party.
Who is he? Can you actually control a superior monster? This is a monster from the Henglian realm, and you are willing to become his mount?
Boom! Amid everyone's exclamations, a figure fell from the sky and hit the ring heavily. The dust was turbulent, and a circular air wave centered on his body and spread out in all directions.
Juggernaut!
Eunuch Wei turned pale and murmured his identity. At this moment, countless eyes of reverence and shock turned towards the middle-aged man on the ring. Chapter 113 Sword Kills Monsters. Juggernaut? The Imperial City Square with tens of thousands of people was completely silent at this moment. Sword Saint Xiang Xiaolong is a legendary existence in the Xia Kingdom. At this time, a swordsman devoted his whole life to martial arts and dedicated himself to martial arts. It was rumored that he was over 200 years old this year. But today he only looked like a middle-aged man, with no signs of aging at all.
Is he the sword master?
Xia Jun's face was full of doubts. When he became emperor at the age of 36, Xiang Xiaolong personally congratulated him. But that was not the case at all at that time.
Your Majesty, martial arts have reached the level of horizontal refining and are beyond ordinary people. Staying in shape and maintaining health is only the most basic method.
Eunuch Wei looked at the sword master from a distance, his face full of longing. The journey to martial arts is like ascending to heaven. Every step is extremely difficult. For those who pursue martial arts, their greatest ideal is to have absolute cultivation and the ability to defy heaven and change their fate.
Juggernaut?
Li He asked in silence.
Exactly.
Xiao Qianjue's eyes narrowed slightly, with a hint of awe in his eyes.
I fought against him decades ago, and we didn't win or lose. I thought that after decades of hard training, I would be able to avenge my shame when I met him again. But I didn't expect that he didn't use his true strength. Is he also here to see Yang Macheng?
Thinking of this, Xiao Qianjue closed his eyes and looked towards the ring. Xiang Xiaolong put his hands behind his back, and the mountain eagle that could eat countless people stood beside him like a sheep.
Sure enough, a hero comes from a young age. If it hadn't been for Nie Yun, I wouldn't have believed that there was such a young and powerful person in the world. This time I came out for you, and you really didn't let me down.
On the high platform, Yang Macheng, who was sitting on equal footing with Xia Jun, slowly stood up and raised his brows.
You came for me? Exactly.
Xiang Xiaolong nodded, with a hint of loneliness on his face.
If you have reached the level of cultivation like you and me, you already know the truth that you can't survive the cold at high places. I have traveled across the Xia Kingdom for more than 200 years, and I have never met anyone who can defeat me. Decades ago, Xiao Qianjue from the Goryeo Kingdom, he once climbed up Sword Mountain to challenge me, but I defeated him with only 30% of my strength. I wonder how much strength you can let me use.
Hearing this, Yang Macheng looked at Xia Jun. Xia Jun was naturally embarrassed. How could he mobilize the existence of the sword master? If he could control several powerful men, what would Ertai do?
Do you dare to take action?
Xiang Xiaolong looked at Yang Macheng calmly.
Do you dare to take action?
Yang Macheng seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world.
Since we are going to take action, it is not only a matter of victory or defeat, but also life and death. I have already killed several of the powerful Honglian people, and I don't care if there is one more of you. Arrogant!
Yang Mucheng's words were like a huge stone smashed into the water, causing thousands of waves. The name of Sword Master is a human myth that the people of Xia Kingdom have heard since childhood. In their hearts, the position of Sword Master is even higher than that of the Emperor Xia Jun. Xiao Qianjue shook his head secretly.
Yang Macheng has been going smoothly since his debut. He doesn't know that there is a big gap even in the same realm. The Sword Master is not an ordinary strongman in horizontal training.
Xiang Xiaolong laughed loudly when he heard this, and the admiration in his eyes became more intense. He nodded heavily and looked at Yang Macheng with a treasure-gazing look.
Very good. You have won my heart. Many strong men and women have said this in front of me. It's a pity that after they saw my true methods, they all bowed down without being frightened. I hope it won't be like this.
He paused, patted the mountain eagle beside him, and looked at Yang Macheng.
I hope you can defeat it. Otherwise you won't even be qualified to let me take action.
As soon as he finished speaking, a mountain eagle spread its wings in the sky. Tear. In the void, there was a strong howling wind. The mountain eagle with its wings spread to a height of more than 20 meters, like an overwhelming dark cloud, swept through the void of more than 10 feet in an instant, tearing the air, and flew to Yang Macheng with extremely fierce momentum. It stretched out its claws, and the tips of its claws shone with a cold light. Before the mountain eagle flew in front of Yang Macheng, the surging and huge aura enveloped him in an instant. If ordinary people were here, They would probably have their internal organs crushed by the aura of this mountain sculpture.
Hang-wrenching monster!
Xiao Qianjue's eyes closed, and there was a hint of trembling hidden in his eyes.
The strength of this monster is much stronger than mine. How did the sword master conquer this thing? Can Yang Mucheng deal with it?
Thinking of this, Xiao Qianjue secretly shook his head.
The physique and strength of monsters are far stronger than those of warriors. Monsters of the same level can almost crush warriors. Faced with this monster, Yang Mucheng may not be able to resist it. Sword master, you can come if you want. What's the point of sending a beast to fight me?
Yang Mucheng shook his head. He grabbed forward with one hand and used the 36th form of Zhenwu's sky-splitting strike. When he used this move before, he was only a Tongmai Grandmaster. Now that he has reached the early stage of horizontal training, the power of the sky-splitting strike is even greater than before. If Toba were still here, he would probably be chopped into pieces by this sword. Boom! The sword slashed down, hitting the mountain eagle heavily. On the arena, it seemed as if a thunderbolt had struck the sky. Shocking air waves rushed in all directions, lifting the crowds around dozens of meters away. The ground was even swept away by this hurricane. Traces of axe cuts. With a pop sound, the mountain eagle that the sword master rode towards was chopped into pieces by Yang Mucheng's sword under the shocked eyes of countless people.
Huh?
Seeing this scene, Xiang Xiaolong's expression changed slightly. This mountain eagle has been with him for decades, and he knows very well its strength. Yang Mucheng had just entered the early stage of horizontal training, so his inner strength and physical strength were naturally no match for this monster, born from heaven and earth. But the other party killed a mountain eagle with a casual blow, which was beyond his imagination.
The mountain eagle has been killed. This is a top-grade monster that has honed its strength. When did the Qian Kingdom have such a terrifying evil emperor? He is only 15 years old.
The crowd was restless. The martial arts conference originally set up for the heroes was completely eclipsed by Yang Mucheng alone. A trace of panic flashed in Xiao Qianjue's eyes. If the target of Yang Mucheng's attack earlier was not a mountain eagle but himself, he would have absolutely no chance of surviving.
Gu Shitong, what kind of terrible character did you provoke?
Xiao Qianjue clenched his fists, and Yang Mucheng destroyed his belief in revenge for Gu Shitong with just one blow. Yang Mucheng is too strong.
However, even though Yang Mucheng killed a mountain eagle, it proves that he has passed the sword master's test. Now it's time for the sword master to take action himself. Right.
Thinking of this, Xiao Qianjue looked towards the ring again. Chapter 114 The Power of the Sword Master. Really? Xiang Xiaolong was stunned for a moment. Then a hint of ecstasy appeared on his face. His beloved mountain eagle was killed with one blow. And instead of feeling sad at all, he became even more excited.
36 moves of Zhenwu. You are truly a genius and worthy of my help. Take the move!
Xiang Xiaolong's right hand formed a sword and struck out with a sword. With this sword, the sword light grew to more than 10 meters. Like a rainbow piercing the sun. With just a crack sound, the sword light spread out from under his feet, tearing the arena made entirely of basalt into two halves in front of everyone. This sword mark is dozens of meters long and half a foot deep. It was as if a mountain could be chopped open in front of him. And the frightening sword intent surged in overwhelmingly, as if it wanted to kill everyone in the world. Sky-shaking hammer. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly, and used the 36th form of Zhenwu again. Boom! There was a terrible loud sound. And in the eyes of countless people who couldn't believe it, the sword light of more than 10 meters was shattered by his punch. Even his terrifying tide of sword intent was severely torn apart at this moment.
Did Yang actually suppress the sword master?
There was an incredible exclamation from the crowd.
Isn't even the sword master a match for Emperor Yang?
Countless people were discussing it.
This Emperor Yang can really defeat the sword master?
Xia Jun also looked at Eunuch Wei inquiringly.
I'm afraid it's difficult.
Eunuch Wei shook his head.
Although Emperor Yang is an unparalleled genius,
the sword master is an old man who has been famous for a long time. He has been meditating on the sword mountain for decades. How come he doesn't have any backup plans? And have you noticed that the sword master has not drawn the sword yet? Sword. A swordsman is really serious only when he draws his sword.
At the same time, Li Yi was also looking at the ring with horror on his face.
This. Yang Mucheng can even suppress the sword master? Could it be that we will never be able to avenge Gu Shangqian in this life?
The corner of Xiao Qianjue's mouth curled up, and he shook his head.
This is just a move. How can we think that Juggernaut has failed? If Yang Mucheng is an unreachable deep pool, then Juggernaut is an incomparable ocean. Pay attention to Juggernaut's eyes. There is shock in his eyes. Shock. Excitement. Ecstasy. But because the sword master has not drawn his sword, the battle has not yet begun. Is it? Li subconsciously raised his head and looked towards the ring. The previous blow was 50% of my strength. If you were able to crush it, you are already qualified for me to draw my sword. Xiang Xiaolong's right hand behind his back slowly moved forward to grab it. A stone sword appeared in his hand. Old friend. Decades later. It was a strong young man who asked you to unsheath. I wonder if you can be stained with his blood. Xiang Xiaolong lowered his head and looked at the sword in his hand. I saw his 5 fingers suddenly clenched, and a surge of inner energy was poured into it. There was only a click sound, and the Yunmiu sword that had been famous in Xia Kingdom for more than 100 years was finally revealed. Yunmiu sword, 4 feet and 6 inches long, was forged by a Huang-level forging master. Xiang Xiaolong relied on this sword to fight against more than 100 strong men and earn the title of sword master. Then he lived in seclusion in Jin Mountain, and the sword was sealed in Jin Mountain. Xiang Xiaolong has lived in seclusion on Jianshan Mountain for decades. Countless strong men have come up to challenge him, but no one can make him draw his sword. Unexpectedly, facing a 15-year-old boy, he actually drew his sword. Chung! Yun Miao's sword was unsheathed, like a dazzling lightning streaking through the void. At this moment, waves of sword intent surged around crazily. With a sword in hand, Xiang Xiaolong is the invincible sword master that people know. Here comes the sword. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly and shouted lowly. Clang! The dragon-slaying sword in Lu Yao's arms flew out with a clatter and fell into his hand. The two stood a few meters apart from each other, and the atmosphere of a decisive battle was surging. The vast and powerful internal energy collided fiercely. The two people's long hair danced without wind, and their robes made a sound. At this moment, the tens of thousands of people on the campus were so overwhelmed by the momentum of these two that they could not breathe. There was only a crackling sound, and the ground under their feet suddenly exploded because it could not bear the shocking atmosphere. Boom! The arena was shattered into pieces as if it had been trampled heavily by a giant. Countless pieces of gravel shot out in all directions like fragments of cannonballs. At this moment, Xiang Xiaolong drew his sword. As soon as he danced his Yunmiu sword, a sun and moon immediately rose behind him. The sun and the moon met, and the universe rotated. He looked like a god and demon who controlled the rules. The infinite sword light shot out in all directions like rain, covering the entire school almost in an instant. Shiliang Sun Moon Peak Sword. There was a cry of surprise from the crowd. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. Using the same starting position, and the same Shiliang Sun Moon Peak Sword. In an instant, the two golden suns and the two silver moons on the campus reflect each other, creating a unique scene. The two of them made almost the same choice, putting all their inner energy into the sword and condensing it into the weapon in their hands. Clang! The dragon-slaying sword and the Yunmiu sword collided with each other. Boom! A wave of air visible to the naked eye burst out from the sword's edge, leaping several meters high and rushing around like a tidal wave. Wherever it passed, the rocks on the ground peeled off and turned into powder. Countless people retreated towards the distance with frightened faces. In this astonishing explosion, the dragon-slaying sword burst out with a crisp sound. I saw that the dragon-slaying sword that had accompanied Yang Mucheng through dozens of battles was overwhelmed at this moment, and the place where it was struck by Yun Miao's sword actually cracked into countless cracks. The best spiritual level weapon is still far inferior to my Yunmiu sword after all. Xiang Xiaolong smiled faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword light in his hand suddenly turned. The sword followed his heart, and turned into a dense sword light that rolled towards Yang Mucheng. At this moment, he had already struck out a total of 16 swords, each sword condensing the inner energy and blood of the whole body. Yang Mucheng sighed secretly. The decisive battle between warriors involves many factors. In addition to cultivation, there are also skills, weapons, and magic weapons. Although the dragon-slaying sword is powerful, it is still on a different level compared to the lower-grade Huang-level weapons. But at this moment, Xiang Xiaolong's attack had already come, and he couldn't stop thinking about it. Clang! The dragon-slaying sword was launched. The blade of the sword stabbed, flicked, pushed, blocked, turned, and stuck in midair, changing 16 times in an instant. The sword moves were smooth and flowing, and only then did all Xiang Xiaolong's attacks be blocked. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Xiang Xiaolong's next attack was already coming at a rapid speed. The arrow was on the string and had to be fired, facing Xiang Xiaolong's long-prepared sword. Yang Macheng could only bite the bullet and strike with one sword. Click. The two swords intersected again. But this time it was not a crisp strike, but a harsh tearing sound. The dragon-slaying sword was finally overwhelmed by the weight under Xiang Xiaolong's full slash, which contained not only internal energy, but also physical body and strength. It turned into countless fragments and shot backwards in all directions. At the same time, the power of Xiang Xiaolong's sword suddenly struck Yang Mucheng's chest. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and under the shocked eyes of countless people, Yang Macheng was shot out like an arrow from the string, knocking away countless people, and even hit 7 or 8 city walls in a row, falling to the ground. In the dust of the ruins, there was no life left at all.
Your Majesty!
At this moment, Lu Yao, who had always been extremely confident in Yang Macheng, finally changed his expression. Chapter 115, Killing the Sword Master.
1.
Everyone stared at the ruins in stunned silence. Lu Yao seemed to have lost all her strength and fell to her knees, tears rolling down her face.
It's just one move away.
Among the crowd, there was a powerful Hellion Lian who couldn't help but shake his head.
Yumiu's sword is a low-grade Huan-level ice blade. It is 1 level higher than the dragon-slaying sword. If it weren't for the weapon, Emperor Yang might not have failed so quickly. Even the sword was broken. What qualifications did he have with the sword? Holy challenge? It turns out that he was defeated by weapons.
When everyone heard this, they all sighed secretly. A generation of genius has just fallen.
Uncle Master, there is no need for us to take action. Yang Macheng was killed by the sword master.
He couldn't help but cheer. Then, he gritted his teeth and secretly resented it.
Master, Yang Macheng is dead, and your soul in heaven can finally be relieved. It's a pity that I was not able to personally kill this dog emperor. When I return to Goryeo, I will reorganize the Taekwondo, and I will never let the Taekwondo pass down by you. Just disappear. As expected of the sword master.
Xiao Qianjue also shook his head secretly.
16 swords struck in an instant. Each sword has the power to kill a powerful Henglian. If it were me, I would probably be killed in an instant.
Thinking of this, Xiao Qianjue felt scared again.
This Yang Macheng is really terrifying. He was able to block such a fierce attack from the sword master. If the dragon-slaying sword hadn't been broken,
he might still have a chance to fight. This,
Xia Jun was also stunned.
Wrong.
At this time, Yunaqui suddenly shouted,
"Look at the sword master."
Everyone looked towards Xiang Xiaolong, but saw that instead of showing joy after defeating his opponent, his face revealed a hint of surprise. He chuckled and looked at the ruins in the distance.
Yang Di, come out. You won't die that easily.
What? Hearing this, everyone present was shocked and quickly looked towards the ruins. Lu Yao also stopped crying and looked over. In the ruins, there was a slight sound, and a figure gradually became clear. Who else could he be if he wasn't Yang Macheng? Wearing a robe. Not even the slightest bit of damage.
Such a terrifying sword. But it couldn't kill him? This Emperor Yang is also a monster.
Among everyone's astonishment, only Yang Macheng knew how dangerous the previous sword was. If he didn't have the 9 Dragons Supreme robe on him, he might really be killed by the other party with a sword. Xiang Xiaolong looked at Yang Macheng, smiled lightly, and shook his head.
It turns out to be a defensive magic weapon. No wonder it can withstand my full sword. But, so what if it is a magic weapon? I will definitely kill it.
Xiang Xiaolong held Yumiu's sword in his hand and pointed his finger at Yang Macheng. Boom! At this moment, the inner energy in his body exploded, and a sharp and piercing sword sound suddenly resounded, followed by a terrifying sword light suddenly falling from the sky and stabbing Yang Macheng. This sword light is dozens of meters long, and the inner energy in it is condensed to the extreme. In the eyes of countless people, this sword light was like a rushing river, rushing past, crushing everything in its path. Retreat! Yang Macheng tipped his toes and quickly swept away with his spirit float.
Oh! 1-level low-grade martial arts. I didn't expect you to have mastered so many martial arts. But so what? I want to see. Who is faster? Your speed or my sword?
Xiang Xiaolong's eyes gleamed with excitement. He has been in seclusion for decades and has never encountered a decent opponent. How can you not be excited to meet Yang Macheng now? The greatest respect for your opponent is to kill him with all your strength, he shouted lowly. Boom! In an instant, the sword light that had reached its peak suddenly increased several times at this moment, like a huge wind wave, hitting Yang Mucheng fiercely.
Is this the true strength of the sword master?
Xiao Qianjue was stunned, and her heart felt cold. When he thought about how he had gone up the mountain to challenge the Juggernaut decades ago, he felt extremely ashamed. Even 10 of him couldn't resist the power of this sword.
He's dead.
Li clenched his fists and stared at Yang Mucheng. At this moment, countless people held their breath and stared intently at the two fighting in the school field.
Your Majesty.
Lu Yaoer even covered her eyes at this moment, not daring to look directly, although the spirit drift is fast. Now everyone can tell that Xiang Xiaolong's sword is faster. Once Yang Mucheng has retreated, he will definitely be penetrated directly by this sword. However, at this time, Yang Mucheng made a move that surprised everyone. He actually stopped.
What? He stopped? If he keeps running away, he still has a chance of survival. If he stops, he will definitely be dead.
Seeing this scene, countless people exclaimed.
What other tricks do you want to play?
Xiang Xiaolong was also slightly startled, and then a smile appeared on his lips.
You know you can't escape my sword energy, so you gave up completely, right?
He shook his head secretly, and a cold light shot out from his eyes. Whether he gave up or had other plans, he couldn't hold back at all. Holding the Yunyu sword tightly in his right hand, he pointed forward again. When a lion fights a rabbit, it's hard to use all your strength. How could he still hide his strength when facing an unparalleled genius? At this moment, facing this sword, Yang Mucheng just pointed forward. Huang-level low-grade martial arts. Point finger. Right or wrong, success or failure, also depends on this blow. He poured all the inner energy in his body into this finger and condensed it to the extreme. Just hearing a whoosh sound,
a finger suddenly shot out. Looking at it vaguely, the finger light almost condensed into a long golden line. Boom! There was a loud and shocking sound. And in Xiang Xiaolong's incredible eyes, this long golden finger light actually blocked his sword energy like a long river, and even shattered it. With an indomitable attitude, he bumped into Yun Niujian. Click! Yun Niao's sword shattered in response. At the same time, the finger of this desperate counterattack penetrated Xiang Xiaolong's chest under the shocked eyes of countless people. Xiang Xiaolong spat out a mouthful of blood, and a terrible hole was pierced in his chest. His whole body was blown away by this finger, and he fell 100 meters away. The falling body even caused large cracks on the ground. And Yang Mucheng. Then he exhaled a breath of turbid air like a long sword, put his hands behind his back, looked at the stunned people, and a clear voice resounded through the void.
I won!
At this time, a strong wind swept over. His long hair was raised, his clothes were rustling, and his posture was like that of a god or demon in this world.
De Yang?
I don't know who it was, but shouted suddenly. Almost at the same time, tens of thousands of people in the entire campus chanted in unison.
De Yang?
Although the sword master died, they witnessed the birth of an unparalleled genius, and they had no regrets in this life. Chapter 116 Assassin.
Master!
Suddenly, a scream came from outside the crowd, and Nie Yun stumbled and knelt in front of Xiang Xiaolong. He clenched his fists and stared at Yang Mucheng. Just when everyone thought Nie Yun would take revenge at all costs, he picked up Xiang Xiaolong's body and walked outside.
You don't want to take revenge on me?
Yang Mucheng asked in surprise. Nie Yun shook his head, his face full of sadness.
You are an unparalleled strongman. It is an honor for Master to die in your hands. Please allow me to take Master's body away from Emperor Yang. I want to bury him on Sword Mountain. Go!
Yang Mucheng waved his hand. This sword master can be regarded as the strongest enemy he has encountered so far. Fight openly and honestly. Life and death depend on heaven. The Juggernaut is dead. Who else is his opponent in Xia Kingdom today? There was a gap in Xiaoguo's martial arts. Sword Master Xiang Xiaolong had always been the top one, but now he has also fallen.
Horrible!
Unique looked at Yang Mucheng with lowered eyebrows. The future achievements of this strong young man were absolutely unimaginable.
Perhaps he can achieve hegemony.
Xia Jun couldn't help but secretly thought. A few months ago, Dakian country was just a small country and was not worthy of his attention. But in today's battle, Yang Mucheng killed the sword master, and even he, the emperor of the 8 parliamentary countries, had to treat him seriously.
There is no strong person in our Xia Kingdom who can be his opponent. Maybe only a few other countries.
Xia Jun thought.
After today's battle, I must try my best to sign an offensive and defensive alliance with the Dacian kingdom. As long as Emperor Yang is here, the Dacian kingdom will not collapse, but will only become stronger. Do it! At this moment, a loud shout suddenly sounded. Xiao Qianjue, who had been hiding in the crowd for a long time, finally took action. Tongue! 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 Almost at the same time as he took action, the 12 Tomai Grandmaster warriors, who secretly approached the arena, also launched attacks at the same time. A strong man. 12 masters of Tomai. They used their strongest attack at this moment, blasting towards Yang Mucheng like lightning. In their opinion, Yang Mucheng was a young man at heart after all. After killing the sword master, he would be in high spirits. This was the time when his vigilance was at its lowest. If they miss this moment, I'm afraid they will never have a chance to take revenge in this life. After all, Yang Mucheng is too scary. Escort! Eunuch Wei was also a master of Tomai after all. He immediately came to his senses and shouted loudly. The surrounding Aoki guards were barely able to react, but when they wanted to take action, it was already too late. The attacks of the 13 people were already overwhelming. Yang Mucheng, you killed my junior brother Gu Shitong, and I will make you pay with your blood today. Look at the sword! Xiao Qianjue's eyes widened angrily, and he trembled with his right hand. He heard a clanging sound, and the surging inner energy in his body surged out in myriad threads, and a sword hanging upside down appeared in the void. These swords were full of dozens of weapons, were all controlled by Xiao Qianjue. They were obviously high-level martial arts. At the same time that the internal energy sword was formed, it rushed towards Yang Mucheng like lightning. Emperor Dog, accept your fate! At the same time, the 12 Tomai Grandmasters also shouted in unison. Martial arts and magic weapons exploded at this moment, like a tide sweeping through the world, wanting to completely tear everything into pieces. Puff! 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 Those Aoki masters who rushed up were torn apart in an instant, without even letting out a scream under this violent attack. Di Yang? Xia Jun yelled out loud on the high platform. Your Majesty, don't worry. Emperor Yang has a high level of cultivation, and these young people will definitely not be his opponents. Eunuch Wei shook his head. Really? Xia Jun quickly looked forward. He was now placing all of Xiaoguo's future hopes on Yang Mucheng. If something unexpected happens to Yang Mucheng, then his expectations will be in vain. The remnants of the Taekwondo gym? I didn't expect you to be alive? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. Since they all appeared at once, let me completely eradicate them. When the Taekwondo gym was flattened, all the senior officials in the gym should have been killed. How could there still be such a powerful warrior? The leader is a powerful person. Yang Mucheng ignored it. Just kill him. Yang Mucheng, don't be so arrogant. Xiao Qianjue pushed his right hand forward, and the vast internal energy sword enveloped him like rain. Call! 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 These more than 100 swords, which were completely condensed with internal energy, seemed to tear the air apart, carrying an indomitable momentum. When your cultivation reaches this level, your inner energy has already been extremely condensed. Although Xiao Qianjue does not think that he is stronger than the sword master, he can still fight with the sword master with his sword control skills. What's more, from the battle between Yang Mucheng and the sword master, he was probably physically exhausted and internal energy was depleted, and he was unable to resist his attack at all. Even if he managed to escape, with the help of 12 Tomai masters, no matter how strong his cultivation was, he would still die today. Ridiculous. Yang Mucheng stretched out his right hand and gently grabbed it forward. Boom! As if the void was torn apart, countless spiritual energy in the void turned into thousands of strands and poured in. In an instant, it formed a giant palm of more than 10 meters and grabbed forward. The indestructible inner sword was directly torn into pieces by the giant palm and exploded invisible. Rumble! Wherever the giant palm passed, the surrounding ground was crushed into pieces and turned into powder. The 12 Tomai masters, who took action at the same time, all lost their voices. Can a casual blow possess such power? Did he forcibly crack Xiao Qianjue's sword-controlling hard technique? I do not believe! Xiao Qianjue looked at the captured giant palm. His eyes widened angrily. He pointed his right hand and took out his sword, trying to smash the giant palm into pieces. But Yang Mucheng's palm was too fast and too fierce. As soon as Xiao Qianjue's sword was launched, the giant palm struck in front of him. He closed his fingers and crushed the sword into pieces. In Xiao Qianjue's horrified and shocked eyes, this giant palm holding up the sky grabbed him. Crack!
Xiao Qianjue spurted out blood mist that filled the sky. Those who are strong in horizontal training and those who are strong in body tempering are at the peak of their cultivation. His body is comparable to steel, and no less powerful than rock. But under Yang Muqing's palm, he was crushed like an egg. All the bones in his body were shattered into powder, and all his internal organs exploded.
Not good.
Seeing this scene, the 12 Tomai Grandmasters who took action looked frightened, turned around and ran away without any hesitation. They originally thought that Yang Muqing would lose his physical strength after a great battle. But who would have thought that Yang Muqing still had such terrifying strength? If you don't escape now, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape in this life.
Now that you're here, just stay here for me.
The 36th form of Jinwu's sky-shattering strike. Yang Muqing waved his right hand, and there was a ba sound, and a streak of light shot out. There was a tearing sound, and 12 heads smashed onto the ground, making a muffled sound. Amidst the splatter of blood, Yang Muqing stood proudly on the ring, as if the previous killing had nothing to do with him. Li Yi's eyes widened. Until this moment, he was completely desperate and fell to his knees heavily. Even the master's uncle was killed, and the Taekwondo school lineage was completely extinct.
Oh, is it you?
Yang Muqing narrowed his eyes slightly and landed on Li Yi. Chapter 117 Erdai sends troops. Li Yi knelt on the ground, his whole body cold. Yang Muqing killed the sword master first, and then Xiao Qianjue. These 12 Tomai masters had no room to fight back in his hands. If an ordinary person kills someone, they still feel a little guilty. But Yang Muqing didn't have the slightest bit. He was the emperor. He was the emperor. When the emperor was angry, millions of corpses were laid down, and blood flowed for thousands of miles. How could he feel guilty? Human life is just an ant to him.
Yang! Emperor Yang!
Li Yi fell on all fours, not daring to resist at all.
Spare my life. From now on, I will never dare to do it again. Let me ask you, what is the name of the move that Xiao Qianjue used before?
Yang Muqing asked calmly with his hands behind his back. Controlling a sword with inner strength was beyond his imagination. Yang Muqing had a hunch that this martial skill was probably not low-grade. At least high-grade Huang level.
Sword controlling heart technique. That's a martial art that my great-uncle and I found in an ancient tomb. It's a top-grade Huang level swordsmanship,
Li Yi said. Yang Muqing nodded secretly. And it was exactly what he had guessed.
Where is the ancient tomb? I have a temporary map in my hand. I am willing to dedicate it to Emperor Yang. I hope Emperor Yang will not kill me. You have no choice.
Yang Muqing waved his right hand and took the map in his hand. Before Li Yi could recover, he was hit in the chest by the wind from his palm. Yang Muqing's casual attack still possessed supreme divine power. Li Yi didn't even have the cultivation level of the Pulse Realm. So how could he resist, and was directly crushed to death? Cutting off the roots is the characteristic that an emperor must possess at this time. Groan. At this time, an eagle flew quickly from a distance. Yang Muqing's eyes narrowed. In this era, unlike his previous life, he could communicate instantly through the internet and telephone. Most of them are homing pigeons. But of course, there are exceptions. Once there is a war in the country, or when important events must be conveyed to the other party as soon as possible, the fastest falcon will be used to deliver the message. The falcon flapped its wings and landed on Yang Muqing's shoulders. He took off the letter from the falcon's talons, looked at it carefully, and immediately narrowed his eyes.
Xia Emperor, I'm going back to my country.
Yang Muqing raised his hand to Xia Jun.
What's the emergency at Daqian Junior High School?
Xia Jun asked quickly.
That's right. Ertai is recruiting troops aggressively. It has formed an army of 150,000 and will set off in 3 days. Now I have to rush back to Daqian Kingdom to arrange the army.
So fast? Ertai really dares to attack Daqian? An army of 150,000 people is not an easy opponent to deal with. They just can't fight 1 against 100. But it's not a problem to fight 1 against 10.
Emperor Yang, do you need our Xia Kingdom to send troops?
Xia Jun pondered for a moment and said quickly.
It's just an army of 150,000. Emperor Xia, watch out. I will definitely make it impossible for these people in Ertai to come back.
Yang Muqing laughed loudly. An army of 150,000? This is Ertai's 150,000 strong army, with extraordinary fighting power. However, just when Xia Jun was about to speak, Yang Muqing stepped into the void step by step, leading Lu Yao away, and gradually disappeared from everyone's sight.
His Majesty.
Eunuch Wei looked at Xia Jun with a complicated expression. How many people begged Xiagua to sign an offensive and defensive alliance code with Xiagua? Now in Dacian country, it is completely reversed. Xia Jun wanted to send troops, but Yang Mucheng refused.
Do not worry about it. Emperor Yang is a genius in today's catastrophe, and it is natural to be proud. Take my tiger talisman. Go to the military camp and order an army of 100,000. And I will lead the army in person to support the great cadres.
Emperor Xia stood up and handed the tiger talisman to Eunuch Wei.
This is a good opportunity, and it is also the only chance to destroy Ertai. In 3 days, I will lead the army to go on an expedition.
The juggernaut is dead. This news swept through the 8 major parliamentary countries like a hurricane. Every country has a high-end combat power. This high-end combat power deters other countries from easily sending troops. Just like the nuclear weapons of later generations. Now that he died in the hands of the young emperor of Dacian Kingdom, this small country that had always been ignored by everyone suddenly became known to everyone. When they were shocked by the terrifying power of this young Henglian strongman, Ertai announced at the same time that he would send troops to attack Dacian, an army of 150,000, with elite soldiers and generals. As for Dacian Kingdom, although it had experienced a conscription, the Black Flag Army only had about 10,000 people. Although Xiagua decided to help, the distant water could not relieve the close fire. Maybe by the time the Xia army sets off, the iron hooves of the Ertai army will have already razed Dagon to the ground. And, this time, all the generals sent by Ertai were strong men. The general has completed Honglai and is in the middle stage of horizontal training. Lu Yun, the general on the left, and Zhao Ma, the general on the right, were in the early stages of horizontal training. All of the 150,000 troops, including the 30,000 vanguard troops, were veterans of the battlefield for many years. In addition, there were 5,000 mammoth cavalry accompanying the army. Although these mammoths are not monsters, they are strong, reaching a height of 3 to 4 meters, comparable to those of inner-strength warriors. When the 8 major parliamentary countries and countless small countries focused their attention on this war, Yang Mucheng and Lu Yaoer still slowly rushed to Dacian country. There is almost one falcon delivering letters every hour, constantly communicating with the enemy and ourselves in real time. The entire Black Flag Army is on standby. The Black Flag Army has set out from the Imperial City, and Ma Ping personally led the army to greet the Holy Emperor. The Thai army has left the border. The army is only 2 days away from Dacian Kingdom. The army came to the border of Dacian, captured 6 villages and massacred more than 100 people. Food and farmers were looted. 4 days later, the main tent of the Black Flag Army. Near the big tent, there were more than 100 powerful men standing upright. These are warriors temporarily mobilized from the palace to serve as sword-wielding guards. Yang Mucheng was in the position of general, looking through the intelligence reports of the Thai army in the past few days.
What's the latest news?
Yang Mucheng raised his eyes and asked.
The Ertai army broke into the border of Dacian, burning, killing and looting. The general has dispersed the civilians in accordance with the holy orders, and some civilians who were unwilling to leave their hometowns were massacred by the Ertai army. Currently, 150,000 Ertai troops are stationed near Jiolong Mountain. Another 30,000 strong vanguard army set off half an hour ago.
Ma Ping reported truthfully. Yang Mucheng nodded. The vanguard army was considered the vanguard and was responsible for exploring the path, reconnoitering the enemy's situation, and testing the attack.
Vanguard army? Ma Ping, please count the 2,000 soldiers and ask them to take off their armor and go into battle lightly, carrying only 3 days of dry food. For the remaining 8,000 soldiers, ask them to divide themselves into groups and wait in the sky. Let's see how I can devour them without a single blow. The 30,000 vanguard army. If you dare to attack my Dagon kingdom, I will definitely make it impossible for you to come back this time.
Chapter 118 Blood Oath. Qingping Village. This is a small village surrounded by mountains and rivers, with beautiful environment and pleasant scenery. Although most of the villagers have fled Qingping Village after receiving the notice, there are still a few who are unwilling to leave their hometown.
Daddy, I'm back.
A 16 or 17-year-old cardamom girl opened the door and entered the house with a bowl of hot soup.
Daughter, run away quickly. The Ertai army is coming to kill them. Those beasts are inferior to pigs and dogs, and they won't even let go of the elderly and children. If you fall into their hands, I'm afraid.
The bed above. An old man with broken legs wiped away tears.
You stay here with me. Just waiting to die.
The girl shook her head and said with a smile,
Dad, my daughter is not afraid.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the half-covered door was suddenly kicked open by a majestic man. The big man was wearing leather armor. His limbs were thin and withered. His hands and feet were wrapped in bandages, and his whole body was dark. If the visitor is not a soldier from Ertai, what else could he be?
Ha ha. I didn't expect to find such a beautiful little girl. It's not worth my visit.
The big man laughed, grabbed the girl's hair, and dragged her towards the door.
Let go of my daughter.
Seeing this, the old man on the bed trembled and picked up the crutch and threw it at her. But before he could make a move, the big man swung the machete in his hand and cut the old man's throat with a shower of blood. The big man didn't feel any guilt when he killed someone, as if the life was in his hands like an ant or a bandit.
Follow me.
He grabbed the girl hard and pulled her to the village by her hair. The girl looked around with fear, but found that all the women in the village had been arrested. These women were stripped naked like animals and allowed to be played with by the Thai soldiers. As for those men who resisted, they were killed on the spot.
Beasts, you are not human.
The girl trembled and shouted.
This little girl is quite fierce. I like it.
The big man thrust the bloody steel knife into the ground and grabbed the girl without mercy.
Little girl, you will feel some pain later, but you will feel great soon.
The big man smiled. Puff! A strong gust of wind swept over suddenly, and a black shadow flew past quickly, emerged from the big man's mouth, and was blasted out from the back of his head on the spot. The powerful force on the feather arrow directly shattered his head, and blood spattered crazily for a while. The headless corpse hit the ground heavily, causing a commotion immediately.
Enemy attack! There are enemies! Is it the army of Dakian Kingdom?
The Erdai soldiers quickly picked up their weapons and looked around cautiously. In the distance, Yang Machung put down the bow, an arrow in his hand. His eyes were already blood red. He rushed to Qingping village with 2,000 lightly armed soldiers and prepared to wipe out Ertai's 30,000 vanguard troops according to the original plan. Who knew that he would encounter this incident just after entering the village? These people are all their subjects. But now they are being killed and humiliated by soldiers from other countries.
I, Yang Machung, swear today that I will conquer Ertai. When I capture the imperial city of Ertai, I will take revenge.
As he spoke, he raised his right hand and cut his thumbnail heavily on the center of his eyebrow, leaving a wound that looked like the eye of the sky.
Your Majesty!
The soldiers around were startled. This poisonous oath is the most terrifying declaration of revenge from the Dakian Kingdom. It represents an unforgettable hatred that can only be washed away by blood. Without any hesitation, the soldiers present also carved a blood mark between their eyebrows. Blood feud can only be washed away with blood. When two armies fight, civilians are not killed. These Erdai soldiers actually took pleasure in burning, killing and looting. Not killing them would not quell their anger.
Come out! Whoever is pretending to be a ghost. Get out of here!
The Thai soldiers were still drinking without knowing what was going on. Yang Machung exhaled a breath, suppressed the overwhelming anger in his heart, stood with his hands behind his back, and walked out with the soldiers behind him. Although his expression was dull, everyone could see that Yang Machung's heart was filled with overwhelming anger and murderous intent.
Who are you? Hey, a soldier from the Guan?
The Thai soldiers couldn't help but be startled when they saw the uniforms of the Black Flag Army.
Ha ha. Are you the Black Flag Army? I originally thought that you Black Flag Army would hide like cowardly turtles. But I didn't expect you would dare to come out? How dare you speak arrogantly in front of the Holy Emperor?
A Black Flag Army officer shouted sharply. Hearing this, the Thai soldiers present could not help but be stunned, and they all looked towards Yang Machung. I saw that the other party was dressed in casual clothes, had a delicate face, and was very young. He did not look like an emperor.
Ha! If he were the emperor, I would be the Jade Emperor. Isn't he a bitch disguised as a man? He plays with you in bed every night. Right. No matter if he is the emperor or not. This kid has a high status. Capture him and give him to the Vanguard General.
Base. As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen soldiers already drew their scimitars from their waists. This is a knife used by the Ertai army. The knife is half a meter long and has a curvature like an antelope horn. When it is swung, the knife is mysterious and unpredictable, making it difficult to parry. These dozen people rushed towards Yang Machung like cheetahs in an instant. Almost at the same time, the archers hiding in the rear also launched an attack at this moment. Hearing bursts of swish, swish sounds, dozens of strangely shaped sharp arrows suddenly shot out. These arrows are called canine undercut arrows. The arrows are densely covered with a row of staggered canine-like teeth. Once they hit a person, they will tear the wound apart in an instant and cause massive bleeding. And these canine teeth will be stuck between the bones and muscles, making it difficult to pull them out. They are definitely a first-class murder weapon. At this moment, the soldiers who insulted women quickly picked up their weapons, raised their shields, and quickly formed a small battle formation. It is worthy of being one of the 8 major parliamentary countries. Just from the soldiers' on-the-spot reactions, it can be seen that Ertai's military strength is very terrifying. No matter if any country's army encounters the Thai army, it will probably be a nightmare. But now, it is exactly the opposite. Die! Facing the counterattack of more than 100 soldiers, Yang Muqing's eyes turned cold, and he took a step forward. At the same time, the momentum of the powerful Henglian suddenly exploded at this moment. This breath. He is really the emperor of Dacian Kingdom. Feeling this aura, the Ertai soldiers not only did not have any fear, but became more and more excited. If they can catch Yang Muqing, it will be a great achievement for them. And they may even be awarded the title of general. Catch him! Cut off his head! Yes! This little emperor actually dares to kill our Ertai law enforcement team. He is simply seeking death. Immediately, the attacks by Ertai soldiers became more and more fierce. Even the soldiers who had formed a formation before were rushing towards Yang Muqing desperately at this moment. You all have to die here! This moment, Yang Muqing's accumulated anger finally exploded, erupting like a mountain tide. No reservations. Chapter 119 The Third Prince, Lucian. Kill! There was only one thought in Yang Muqing's mind. Facing the charge of more than 100 soldiers, he took one step forward without any fear. Just when the roaring rain of arrows was about to turn him into a hornet's nest, Yang Muqing raised his right hand. When one's cultivation has reached the realm of horizontal training, some common tricks can already be found at one's fingertips. And even the movements of one's hands and feet possess unparalleled terrifying power. A hurricane was heard roaring, and the intertwined rain of arrows turned rapidly in the swaying wind, shot back, and shot towards Ertai's archers at a faster speed than before. Boom! 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 Feather arrows blessed with the internal strength of the powerful Henglian are extremely powerful. After shooting each archer through the hole, they directly penetrated the giant trees in the forest and blasted holes the size of bowls in the trees. Even a huge rock was completely blasted into pieces. And only after the internal energy on the arrow was completely depleted did it fall down. Not to mention ordinary soldiers. Even those who are strong in Henglian will probably be seriously injured by these feather arrows. Kill! Yang Muqing shouted loudly. And with a move of his fingers, the Thai soldier closest to him was forcefully pulled in front of him by the suction force in his palm. At the same time, he punched out, shaking the opponent's chest heavily. Boom! There was a loud sound, and the punch shattered the soldier's heart, causing all the blood in his body to turn around and turn into a blood arrow that shot out quickly. Even peerless masters such as Sword Master Shao Qianjue and Gu Shitong fell into the hands of Yang Muqing. The soldiers in Ertai were only slightly stronger than ordinary people. So how could they withstand Yang Muqing's hateful killing? More than 100 people were completely killed in just a few moments. After killing all the enemy soldiers, Yang Muqing looked at the women who had been robbed. These women were still in shock, as if they still couldn't believe that they were saved. Okay, all the enemy troops have been killed. You are free. It's not safe here, so leave now. Yang Muqing said people to send these civilians away. Looking at the blood-soaked village, he couldn't help but sigh secretly. When two countries go to war, the most injured are always the civilians at the lowest level. After all, Dacian state is still too weak. Otherwise, how could Ertai dare to easily send troops to attack? If Dacian's national strength and army were several times, or even dozens of times greater than that of Ertai, he would not dare to send troops to provoke and plunder even if he had 8 courages. Ding Trigger Side Mission. Task Introduction. Blood Oath. The country is weak and bullied. How can we wash away the blood debt without using blood? Within 3 years, he led the army into Ertai. Warning to the world. Dacian is a powerful country in the world. If you offend our country's power, you will be punished no matter how far away you are. Mission successful. 3 lucky draw opportunities will be awarded. Mission failed. Dacian state became a client state and lost its sovereignty. The host was deprived of all cultivation and became a puppet emperor. A side mission? Yang Muqing listened quietly to the system's prompts, with a murderous sneer at the corner of his mouth. It doesn't take 3 years.
At most 3 months. And I will enter the Imperial City. It's hard to calm down the anger in my heart unless I flatten the Imperial City. Your Majesty, these are ordinary logistics soldiers. A small unit that collects food for the Vanguard Army. If these people don't report back to the military camp, the Ertai Army will easily learn of our existence. A black flag soldier. The soldiers searched the enemy's bodies and found some relevant information. Logistics soldier? Yang Muchung nodded. Follow the original plan. Bury all the corpses on the spot and set up ambush around them. Since the Vanguard Army is the Vanguard, it does not have the support of food and grass. So, wherever the Vanguard went, they would basically plunder the place in order to supply the entire army with food. The tragic situation in dozens of villages on the border of Dacian Kingdom was all caused by these Vanguard troops. Ertai, temporary military camp of the Pioneer Army. Groups of logistics troops, who went to search for food, returned the collected food to the army. The soldiers set up large pots and replenished the food on the spot. Inside the big tent, a general wearing a golden helmet bit into the beef in his hand. There was a scar across half of his face, which made him look extremely vicious. He is General Zhuolian, a strong man with the initial cultivation level of Hinglian. General Zhua, we have already penetrated 50 miles into Dacian. We may encounter some trouble if we go deep alone. A man dressed as a military advisor said with a worried face. Trouble? Lu Yun sneered, his face full of disdain. What kind of trouble can the small Dacian kingdom cause to us? With just my 30,000 troops, I am enough to crush Yang Muching's imperial city. Your Majesty has long disliked the Dacian kingdom, but he has never found an excuse. Send troops. Now that the little emperor has killed our law enforcement team, he has just found an excuse to send troops. General Lu Yun, I heard that there are 3 beauties around Yang Muchung. One named Lu Yao, one named Guan Jing, and one named Queen Rong. Be sure not to accidentally hurt these 3 beauties then. In the big tent, a skinny young man laughed loudly. This young man is Lu Yun, the 3rd son of the Ertai Emperor. He joined the army this time, naturally because he wanted to grab some credit and make plans to compete for the throne in the future. As for Lu Yao and the other 3, it was the information brought back by the spies. Lu Yun just took a glance and was deeply fascinated by these 3 people. Third Prince, don't worry. I will send these 3 beauties to your bed intact. Lu Yun showed an expression that every man would understand. At this time, a signal soldier trotted in and reported. General Zhua, we sent 20 logistics troops to plunder food. The other 19 troops have come back, but the troop that went to Jingping village has not returned yet. Back and forth. We have sent 7 or 8 teams of scouts to detect it, but there is no news at all. They must have been robbed and killed. Lu Yun frowned slightly. Lu Yun's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, General Zhua, let me take a group of people to Jingping village to find out what's going on. Lu Yun was a prince, and was used to being a playboy. There were no women in the military life, and there was no fun. He had long been impatient. Now that we happen to encounter an unexpected event, this is the best time to go out and have some fun. If we can find 1 or 2 women to relieve ourselves from the fire, that would be perfect. Moreover, this time he accompanied the army with several masters of Dan family boxing. Okay. Lu Yun naturally knew that the 3rd prince had deep cards, and was not afraid even if he encountered an enemy attack. He immediately nodded, took out a token, and handed it over and said, 3rd Prince, you lead 2,000 cavalry and go to Jingping. Check the village. If you encounter enemy troops, kill them without mercy. Chapter 120 Yang Muching's Strength. Duh. There was an orderly sound of horse hooves outside the quiet Jingping village. A black flag army soldier held his eagle glasses to inquire from a distance. After a moment, he put it down and whispered, Your Majesty, the Pioneer Army has indeed sent people to investigate. There are about 2,000 people, and there seems to be a big shot. Yang Muching's pupils narrowed slightly. The field of vision immediately expanded to several miles away and fell directly on this group of people. He is the 3rd Prince of Ertai. Notify all soldiers that the plan has changed. These 2,000 people were divided into 2 groups. The first group were ordinary soldiers wearing leather armor. It's best for them to tell them apart, because they are all carrying Tai standard weapons. No cultivation at all. Just stronger than ordinary people. The second group consisted of more than 10 Dan family boxers wearing cloaks surrounding Lu Yun. These boxers have slender bodies and exude a bloody aura. Although the number is small, the level of danger is still higher than that of 2,000 ordinary soldiers. Give me the order.
The Black Cavalry will deal with the ordinary soldiers. And leave the dozen or so boxers to me to deal with them. Bring me a bow and arrow.
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and said coldly. The army advanced slowly and soon arrived at the center of Qingping village, and at the same time entered the ambush circle.
Your Highness, something seems wrong.
At this time, one of the boxers spoke.
Qingping village is a wild place. There are some insects and birds chirping around. But now there is no sound here. No, there's an ambush.
Boxer just finished speaking. He immediately reacted and shouted quickly. Shoot! At the same time, Yang Mucheng immediately shouted.
Call.
2,000 Black Flag troops all jumped out of the bunker and quickly pulled the bow strings in their hands. They heard a crisp thumping sound, and densely packed arrows, like locusts, flew away overwhelmingly. Soldiers value elites. Not many. It finally manifested itself today. Yang Mu became the leader of this Black Flag army, but it cost a lot of money. The military pay sent out is enough to feed an army of 100,000 people. All the resources were poured into these Black Flag army, coupled with the cultivation of various heavenly and earthly treasures and techniques. The average cultivation level of these 2,000 Black Flag army had already reached the middle stage of internal strength. It is completely an army composed of warriors. Of course, the middle stage of internal strength is not very high, and a strong horizontal practitioner can kill the Black Flag army without leaving a single piece of armor behind. However, if the Black Flag army meets an ordinary army, it will be a one-sided outcome. Boom! 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 Every sound of bowstrings is like the death-shattering scream of the god of death, taking away the living lives one by one. In just a few moments, most of the more than 2,000 Erdai soldiers were dead or injured.
Kill those boxers.
Immediately, with a burst of shouts, the Black Flag army turned its attack direction and aimed at the dozen warriors who were protecting the prince and Lu's hen.
Protect His Highness.
Seeing this scene, everyone in Erdai was extremely panicked. At this time, a boxer quickly stepped forward. He clapped his hands and pinched his palms in front of his body. A copper ring on his wrist came out with a
buzz
sound, and the inner energy surged. This copper ring suddenly increased several times from the size of a palm, like a huge circle covering more than 10 of them. Countless sharp arrows hit the copper ring and were instantly crushed by the rapidly rotating copper ring.
How dare you ambush His Highness and kill them all, leaving no one behind?
Lu Xun came back from the panic, gritted his teeth and shouted sharply. At this time, the surrounding warriors began to fight back. The boxer who had summoned the copper ring previously clapped his right hand again, and heard a series of metal collision sounds, and more than a dozen copper rings flew out at this moment. These copper rings did not increase several times in size like before, but kept their original appearance and shot in all directions. Boom! There were bursts of explosions, and these copper rings hit the houses one after another, and then exploded violently, causing most of the houses to collapse. The Black Flag army hiding behind the house did not dare to resist the attack of this powerful man and retreated continuously.
Kill them all.
Seeing this scene, Lu Xun was as excited as if he had been given a shot of blood. Many boxers also showed off their special skills at this moment. Some summoned copper rings, some used talismans, some used magic weapons, and some used martial arts. For a time, the 8 immortals crossed the sea and showed their magical powers. Just the counterattack of these 10 people actually suppressed the offensive of 2,000 Black Flag army.
That house in front.
At this time, a boxer shouted,
all the orders came from the house in front. This important person must be hidden there. Kill the people in that room, and these ambush troops will retreat on their own without any organization.
I come. A middle-aged boxer, about 34 years old, took a step forward. With his skinny fingers, he pulled out a talisman filled with strange characters from his waist and threw it into the air. This talisman flew in midair,
ignited spontaneously without fire, and absorbed the spiritual energy from the surrounding sky. Just hearing a sharp gunshot, a blood-colored spear 7 or 8 meters long was formed in everyone's eyes. Then he rushed towards Yang Mucheng's location like lightning.
It's my turn to take action. If I don't take action, they will be allowed to escape.
Yang Mucheng raised his eyelids slightly and raised the long bow in his hand. Boom! As soon as his fingertips were loosened, a sharp arrow shot out of the hole. Then, the sharp arrow and the bloody spear collided with each other. Boom! 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 In the huge wave of internal energy, The sharp arrow injected by Yang Muqing's internal energy actually smashed the 7-8 meter long blood-colored spear. What's more, the huge internal energy recoil directly hit the target. Boxer Nian was knocked 6 or 7 meters away and spurted out a large mouthful of blood. The speed of the sharp arrow only stagnated for a moment, and then it shot towards the middle-aged boxer. The boxer didn't even have time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth before he retreated backwards. Although his reaction was very fast, it was still a bit slow compared to the sharp arrow. With a pop sound, the sharp arrow penetrated his body, penetrated from his mouth, and shot out from the back of his head. The powerful force even sent his whole body dozens of meters away.
Who is it?
Watching this arrow pierce the bloody spear, and then kill a Tomai Grandmaster, including the third prince, many boxers couldn't help but feel shocked. They had already guessed that one of the people who led the army to ambush them this time was probably a very powerful being.
Yang Muqing.
When Yang Muqing walked out slowly, the pupils of more than a dozen boxers shrank, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Chapter 121. Anyone who offends our country's authority will be punished no matter how far away they are.
Those who offend our country's authority will be punished no matter how far away they are.
Yang Muqing walked out slowly and looked at the third prince and others in front of him with indifferent eyes.
In order to pay homage to the civilians you killed, you all have to die here today to pay for it.
Yang Muqing's words made everyone feel shocked. At this time, a boxer in a cloak slowly stepped forward. He looked at Yang Muqing with a gloomy face.
Do you know who I am?
Yang Muqing looked immediately. This boxer was the strong man who had previously summoned the copper ring to withstand the rain of arrows from the Black Flag army. The boxer smiled sternly and said proudly,
I am Tuoming, Tuoba's eldest brother. The reason why I went to war with the army was to flatten the Dacian kingdom and avenge my brother Tuoba. Unexpectedly, I met him here today in advance. I'm with you, little emperor. If you don't take the road to heaven, there will be no way to H.L. You will be doomed today.
As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly became sharp and terrifying, and the surging inner energy in his body suddenly swept out. At the same time, he grabbed it with his right hand and heard a
ding-dong-dang
sound, and more than a dozen copper rings flew up at this moment.
The 12 heavenly extermination arrays.
This time, the 12 copper rings not only grew in size, but also showed 12 extremely strange directions, carrying terrifying murderous intent and filled with rolling internal energy. They blasted towards Yang Muqing. This is at least a high-grade Huang-level magic weapon, or even a top-grade magic weapon. Even if you meet a powerful Henglian of the same level and are trapped by these 12 heavenly killing formations, you will probably be killed in an instant.
Is he the Emperor of Dacian?
Lu Xun's pupils narrowed slightly.
Ha ha. If we catch him, it will be a great achievement. Tuoming, I want to capture him alive.
Tuoming's eyes were full of murderous intent. Hearing Lu Xun's words, he nodded and said,
Your Highness, this little emperor is a strong man and extremely dangerous. If left alone, he will be a time bomb. Since you want to capture him alive, that's fine. I'll leave it to you after I break his hands and feet and shatter the meridians throughout his body.
As he said that, Tuoming sneered and squeezed his right hand suddenly. The copper ring, which was originally as big as a water tank, grew in size again in the blink of an eye. It suddenly let out a roar and pressed hard towards Yang Muqing again. Boom! The large formation formed by 12 copper rings set off an infinite wind. In Qingping village, every house was torn to pieces by this terrible strong wind.
Just because you want to fight me?
Yang Muqing's eyes flashed with cold light, and he directly used the 36th form of Zhenwu's sky-splitting strike. He pointed his finger in the air, and in an instant, the infinite energy in his body surged and quickly poured into the void, forming a golden sword. At the same time as it was formed, he swung his right hand downwards, facing the 12 copper rings that were bombarded. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the first copper ring was shattered and turned into countless dust. Then came the second one, the third one, the fourth one.
What?
Tuoming's eyes were filled with panic. With the help of the 12 heavenly killing formations refined from these 12 copper rings, he was able to assume the position of the elder of the Dan family boxing. He was a strong man in the middle stage of Henglian. It was difficult to meet him. He had to surrender. But now his biggest trump card was torn apart by a casual blow from this kid.
Elder, let me help you. I'm coming too.
There were bursts of shouts. When the boxers around him saw this, they knew that if they didn't take action, none of them would be able to escape. He immediately shouted loudly and launched his strongest attacks one after another. An old man with white beard and hair threw his right hand forward, and he shot out 6 silver beads the size of mung beans. When the inner energy was poured into them, these silver beads instantly turned into the size of a millstone and pressed towards Yang Mucheng. The 2 boxers, one tall and one short, one fat and the other skinny, shouted loudly, made a weird starting posture, and punched forward. Amidst the roar of dragons and tigers, a flying dragon and a tiger suddenly transformed, and then rushed towards them like lightning. There was also a boxer whose right hand turned into a claw, and he grabbed it forward. A hissing sound was heard in the void, and a wild python that was completely transformed from internal energy was also slowly rising. The rest of the boxers all launched their strongest attacks at this moment, attacking with overwhelming force, as if they wanted to completely kill Yang Mucheng.
Have they all taken action? Okay. Today I will make you completely give up.
Facing the attacks of more than a dozen Tonmai masters and several powerful horizontal practitioners, Yang Mucheng had no way to avoid or hide at this moment. But he never thought of avoiding it at all. Instead, at this moment, he unleashed an even more terrifying attack than before. He pointed downwards, and the power of the sky-splitting sword suddenly increased 4 to 5 times. There was only a bang 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 sound, and the remaining 5 or 6 copper rings were completely blown into powder at this moment. However, the power of this sword did not weaken at all. It struck directly from above to Ming, cutting him in half on the spot. As for the rest of the attack, he waved his right hand, and once again used the 36th form of Zhu's sky-shaking hammer. Boom! With one punch pushed out, the void wind suddenly turned. In an instant, it was like the sky was shattering and the earth was shattering. A huge hole seemed to have been blasted out of the entire void. The endless wind formed a huge fist visible to the naked eye and shot forward. The giant fist was launched, like a vast rushing flood, destroying everything. Wow! The attacks of more than a dozen warriors were all shattered by this punch. Wherever the giant fist passed, the dozen or so warriors didn't even have time to scream before they were hit by the sky-shaking hammer.
Bang! 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 Bang!
One by one, the powerful ones exploded and turned into blood mist that filled the sky.
Wah! What?
The third prince, Lu Xun, looked at the scene in front of him in shock.
Run! Run! Run away!
He was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. He only climbed onto his horse with the help of 2 or 3 soldiers. More than 2,000 soldiers and more than a dozen powerful people with Tomai and Hinglian were almost wiped out in this battle. There were still about 200 people left, who had already been frightened by Yang Mucheng. They were running away in a hurry. They even hated their parents for giving them 2 fewer legs, so they ran a little slower than others.
Anyone can leave, but you can't.
Yang Mucheng looked at the third prince, who had blended into the crowd and fled. He grabbed it fiercely with his right hand, and a surging suction force suddenly erupted. The third prince felt as if he was grabbed by an invisible big hand, and his whole body was involuntarily he flew out and fell heavily to the ground. Just as he was about to get up, Yang Mucheng stepped on him, crushing half of his body into the ground.
Chase! Leave no one behind!
When the Black Flag army saw that there were still defeated soldiers fleeing, they shouted loudly and prepared to mount their horses and kill them without leaving any grass behind.
No need to chase,
Yang Mucheng said softly.
Some people must be released to recover. Otherwise, how will they know that the third prince has fallen into my hands? Let everyone gather and leave Qingping village. What about the third prince?
Someone asked.
What to do?
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes slightly and fell on Lu Xun, his eyes indifferent. Chapter 122. Do you dare to kill me? The shocked Lu Xun came to his senses. Although he is a playboy, he also understands some of the tacit understandings and rules for war between the two countries.
You can't kill me!
The third prince straightened his messy clothes and stared at Yang Mucheng.
I am the third prince of His Majesty Ertai. There is no benefit to you if you kill me. If you ask me to take a letter and send it back to Ertai,
my father will redeem me with money. If you kill me, my father will never let you go.
When the two countries are at war, some high-level generals enjoy the right to avoid death if they are captured. Just like the third prince said, they would use a large amount of property to buy their own lives. Of course, this is only the qualification enjoyed by those with high positions of power and talent.
You still dare to threaten me?
Yang Mucheng's eyes turned cold, and he grabbed the third prince's throat with his right hand. How terrifying is the aura of a powerful Hinlian man when he is furious. The third prince was lifted up like a chicken on the spot. Kill him! Kill him! All the black cavalry were shouting. They saw with their own eyes that these Thai soldiers abused innocent civilian women. See them driving each living person into the stake. See them stacking up their heads one by one as the honor of victory. This is blood-like hatred. You dare to kill me? Lucian said with difficulty. Do you know that our Thai army has arrived at the city? In addition to Generals Waluyan, there is also General Wanyan Honglai, and an army of 120,000. There are countless masters in the army, and your Black Flag army is simply unbearable in front of our army. One strike. In our country, we still have the Taiyin family boxing. The boxing saints have perfect cultivation. They have tens of thousands of disciples, and their strength is thousands of times stronger than the Taekwondo gym in Korea. Do you think that after conquering Korea, you can challenge our country? You are totally wrong. Don't worry. I won't kill you. Yang Muchung smiled faintly, put down the lidded Lucian, and patted his shoulder comfortingly. Your Majesty. The soldiers around felt a dull pain in their hearts. Countless people hoped that Yang Muchung could kill the prince with one strike, but Yang Muchung did not. When facing the enemy, you cannot give it to the bloody blade. Kill it, and avenge your compatriots. What a shame! This is the choice of smart people. Lucian laughed heartily and glanced at Yang Muchung. Yang Muchung, you are very suitable to my taste. If you are willing to lead the army to submit to His Highness now, I will keep you in the future to enjoy glory and wealth when His Highness inherits the throne and ascends the throne. The Dacian kingdom is just a small country. Compared with our country, Ertai, it is completely different. You, the Emperor, are not doing very well either. After confirming that his life was not in danger, Lucian returned to his previous appearance as a noble prince. He even began to teach Yang Muchung a lesson, like a teacher scolding his students. The surrounding Black Flag army felt extremely humiliated. These three princes are their captives. They're prisoners. Where are the prisoners who dared to talk to Shun Jun like this? Could it be that Yang Muchung and their sage were really afraid of Ertai's powerful soldiers and horses? Everyone felt a dull pain in their hearts. Were they wrong to follow such an emperor who had no independent opinions and no courage at all? Just when everyone was shaken, Yang Muchung raised his eyelids slightly and hit the third prince's ribs heavily with his right fist. He had restrained 90% of his strength. But even so, a series of bone-breaking sounds still erupted from the body of third prince, Lucian. Ah! Lucian opened his mouth wide and gasped in pain. Don't be surprised. I said I won't kill you, just because you are still useful now. Yang Muchung turned around and looked at a Black Flag army soldier. Cut off his right arm. Pioneer Army. Big tent. Stopped. I don't know who said something. And the soldiers in the tent nodded in unison. The loud sounds from the battle in Qingping village even reached them. It wasn't until this moment that the sound of fighting stopped. Generals Wu. The military advisor cupped his hands and said with a worried look on his face, the third prince is going deep alone. He is afraid that he will encounter an ambush from the Dacian kingdom. Let's send someone to take a look. Take a look? Lucian laughed. Before he could speak, a golden-armored soldier beside him had already spoken first. Commander, do you know that one of the 12 boxers the third prince has with him is Weijia? Weijia? The military advisor narrowed his eyes. Weijia is a famous boxer in Ertai. His cultivation has reached the early stage of horizontal training, and he is a martial arts champion. He wears 6 copper rings on each hand. A total of 12 copper rings, which are the best magic weapons of the spiritual level. It can be used offensively and defensively, and can even form 12 heavenly killing formations, which are enough to instantly kill beings of the same level of cultivation. Later, he became a member of the royal family, but he didn't expect that he would also join the army and do it. In addition to Weijia, there are also Tongyu, Miaohu, and Yi Luo. Every time Lu Yun said a name, the military advisor's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. These are all boxers who have been famous in Ertai for a long time, and one can be worth 100. Do you think the third prince is afraid of being ambushed by others when he is accompanied by these people? Lu Yun laughed. With these 10 people, even if the third prince breaks into the Dacian palace, I won't be surprised at all. Maybe when I wake up, the third prince will have already lifted Yang Muchung's head. Call out! A sharp roar came from the hole in the distance. An arrow shot into the tent and hit the table with a bang. This is... Everyone looked forward and closed their eyes. There was actually a severed arm nailed to the arrow. There is also a tiger tattoo on the severed arm. There is a tradition in Thailand that only people born in the royal family are qualified to carve tigers on their arms. Could it be? Oh no! At this time, a burst of noise came from outside the tent. A dozen soldiers jumped out quickly and broke into the tent covered in blood, almost rolling and crawling and shouting.
Generals Wa! Generals Wa! The third prince was arrested by Emperor Dakian.
What? Lu Yun was shocked and let out a shrill scream. Boom! 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 Amidst the screams, he waved his big hand in the air, and the gorgeous tent was lifted directly and smashed wildly. What's more, he sucked all the dozen or so soldiers in front of him with a single swipe of his palm, smashed them down with his big palm, and beat them to death.
The third prince has been captured. So what's the use of leaving you losers alive?
Lu Yun grabbed the gold-plated tiger head gun behind him, jumped out of the Chinese army's tent, and shouted loudly,
The vanguard army listens to the order. Follow me to Qingping village. Rescue the third prince. And capture the emperor of Dakian Yang Muchung alive. Capture the Dakian emperor Yang Muchung alive.
Chapter 123 Never Give Up. 2,000 Black Flag troops slowly retreated and left Qingping village. The third prince Lu Yun, who had a broken arm, was dragged behind the horse. The horse galloped all the way, dragging the tender-skinned third prince until his skin was torn. At first, he could still curse, but now he no longer had the strength to breathe. If Yang Muchung hadn't given him a burst of inner energy from time to time, lifting his breath, Lu Yun would have died long ago. Strength. Yang Muchung rode his war horse and rushed towards the sky. He couldn't help but think secretly in his heart.
Not only must we strengthen our own strength, but the country's strength also needs to be strong. If my Dakian kingdom had millions of soldiers, would Erdai still dare to attack me? It is because of the lack of strength that we have all kinds of difficulties. Only when you are strong can you be superior to thousands of people. Not only can you, but also my people, be able to enjoy their lives in peace without falling into the fear of war or facing the butcher's knife of the enemy.
At this time, a sudden sound of horse hooves sounded quickly. The terrifying sound was like thousands of troops approaching crazily, and even the stones on the ground vibrated. Yang Muchung looked back. Suddenly his pupils narrowed slightly, and he saw a puff of smoke and dust rising from a few miles away. And the murderous intent of the iron horse came like a tide. The vanguard army is coming.
Is everything arranged?
Yang Muchung asked. The arrangements have been made. General Ma Ping has set up an ambush in the sky, just waiting for these people to enter,
said a soldier. A line of sky. This is a canyon in Jiolo Mountain. The two mountains are adjacent, leaving only one gorge. It is about 2 meters wide, and can only accommodate 2 or 3 soldiers walking side by side. It is more than 1,000 meters long. The surrounding mountain walls are steep, making it the best place for an ambush.
You go and meet General Ma Ping, and I will lead these 30,000 people into the first line of sky,
Yang Muchung said.
Yes.
The soldier took the order and made a gesture, and more than 2,000 Black Flag troops immediately broke into pieces and dispersed in all directions. Yang Muchung, on the other hand, was riding a war horse, dragging the half-dead Lu Yun, and still rushed towards the first line of sky unhurriedly. At the same time, General Lu Yun was getting closer and closer to Yang Muchung.
I saw it. Yang Muchung is in front, and the third prince was indeed caught by him. They are rushing towards the canyon ahead,
shouted a soldier in golden armor. Lu Yun narrowed his eyes slightly and looked forward.
Yang Muchung, you are so brave. You actually dare to capture the third prince under the eyes of this general. If you fall into my hands, I will definitely peel off your skin and cramps, and cut your body into thousands of pieces. Notify everyone and speed up.
Rumble. As the order was issued, the speed of the vanguard, which was already galloping, doubled at this moment, and the dust raised by the horse's hooves was enough to cover the sky.
Generals we can't pursue you.
At this time, the military advisor called again.
Look, the canyon in front is easy to defend but difficult to attack. This terrain is commonly known as a line of sky. Yang Muchung clearly wants to lure us into a line of sky. Once the 30,000 troops enter the line of sky, if they encounter an ambush, I'm afraid no one can come back alive.
As he was speaking, Lu Yun interrupted him.
Ambush? What kind of ambush? If we don't rescue the third prince, we will all be beheaded by his majesty. Besides, there are only 10,000 soldiers in Dakian Kingdom. Is it possible for me to return the favor?
Afraid of them? Herod.
A war horse neighed. Liu Yun quickly looked forward, only to find that Yang Mucheng suddenly accelerated at this moment and rushed towards the sky. Want to run? Liu Yun's eyes narrowed. He clenched the Gilded Tiger Head gun tightly in his hand and fired directly forward. The Gilded Tiger Head Spear is a top-grade weapon of the spiritual level. It is made of mithril, black steel stone, and other materials. The entire body is gilded, and the tip of the spear is like a tiger's head. Hence the name. This weapon was filled with internal energy and flew through the air, making a shocking whistling sound, like a golden tiger flying in the sky without backing up its wings. The force of the attack even tore the surrounding void apart, and shot straight towards Yang Mucheng cave. Boom! The Gilded Tiger Head Spear hit the warhorse, and there was a tearing sound like brocade silk. The warhorse under Yang Mucheng's crotch was actually torn into pieces by the gun. Countless blood and mincemeat hit the rocks on both sides of the sky, leaving a bright blood stain. Yang Mucheng stepped into the void and used his spirit to float across the sky, shooting dozens of feet backwards like a flying swallow, avoiding the power of the Gilded Tiger Head Spear. Third Prince. Liu Yun also rushed into the sky at the same time and rescued Lu Xun, who was half dead. He took a breath and found that Lu Xun could still be saved. He immediately took out a pill from his arms and stuffed it into Lu Xun's mouth. It wasn't until Lu Xun's breath completely calmed down that he looked at Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng, if you dare to cut off the Third Prince's arm, I will cut off your limbs. If you hurt the Third Prince, I will kill all the common people in Dacian Kingdom. Third Prince? He will die today. Yang Mucheng smacked it with his palm and saw invisible ripples vibrating in the void, bringing out a ripple visible to the naked eye and blasting towards Lu Xun. The reason why he didn't kill Lu Xun was to lead the vanguard army into the first line of sky. Now that the vanguard army has come in, there is no use for Lu Xun to stay. With me here, how dare you kill someone? There was a chill in Liu Yun's eyes. He retracted his fingers, and the suction force burst out. The Gilded Tiger-headed gun stuck upside down on the ground flew into his palm with a buzzing sound, and he swung it forward fiercely. Roar! A shocking tiger roar resounded, and in the void, Liu Yun's inner energy turned into a giant tiger and blasted towards the ripples. Boom! The attacks from both sides collided, causing a loud noise. The ripples actually tore the Neijin tiger into pieces and hit the Gilded Tiger Head Spear heavily. In an instant, the flowing clouds retreated violently. It's so scary! Such pure inner energy! Liu Yun's heart was filled with shock. His right hand holding the gold-plated tiger-headed spear trembled slightly, and he looked at Yang Mucheng in disbelief. I heard that this boy is a strong man in horizontal training. It was he who killed Toba himself. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems that he does have such strength. How did this boy practice? Even if he was aborted? If you start practicing, you won't reach the level of horizontal training at such a young age. But at this time, Liu Yun could no longer think about it, because Yang Mucheng flicked his finger, and a surge of inner energy condensed to the extreme penetrated the void. Lu Xun, who was finally pulled back from the gate of H.L. by Liu Yun, had his head smashed and died instantly. Yang Mucheng, how dare you kill the Third Prince? Liu Yun's eyes were filled with anger. He didn't expect that the other party would dare to kill the Third Prince in front of him. I swear today that I will not crush you to ashes, or let your country become a river of blood, and your body will lie thousands of miles away. I will never give up. I will also let you completely destroy the country. Do you have the ability to let me destroy the country? Yang Mucheng raised his eyelids slightly and looked at the other party. Chapter 124 Battle of a Line of Sky. Do you have this ability? Hearing these words, Liu Yun's eyes shone with coldness, and he dared to speak harshly even when he was about to die. Guards! Come on! Tongue! As soon as he finished speaking, several phantoms appeared behind Liu Yun, and at the same time, they appeared and rushed towards Yang Mucheng against the wall. These shadows shuttled back and forth in the shadows of the valley, perfectly hiding their figures and auras, like poisonous snakes dwelling in the darkness. There are 13 people in the guards, all of whom are orphans Liu Yun collected from the country. These orphans have been through various training since childhood, practicing their killer skills on the edge of life and death. What he is best at is assassination. These 13 people take action together, and they can kill even the strongest men. Team Jingu! Come on! Behind Liu Yun, a dozen people stood up again. These more than 10 warriors all carry a huge bow as tall as a man, and their right arm is obviously larger than an ordinary person's arm. They are obviously sharpshooters, who can pierce the Yangtze with 100 steps. Moreover,
Their auras are long and continuous as old turtles. And they have the cultivation level of Tomai Grandmaster. If a warrior of this level shoots an arrow with all his strength, even a strong horizontal practitioner will be killed in an instant. Tongue! Just when these two groups of people launched attacks, Lu Yun took action himself. The soldiers around them all changed their colors. Lu Yun, the guards, and the shrine team all took action at once. Not to mention that Yang Macheng was only in the early stage of horizontal training. Even if he was in the middle stage of cultivation, he would die here. Lu Yun once led these two teams to ambush 3 mid-level Henglian warriors and killed 2 of them on the spot. This little emperor is dead. Such an idea suddenly appeared in the minds of the surrounding soldiers. No matter how high his cultivation level is, he can't withstand these 3 waves of attacks. But I don't know how long he can hold on. Everyone was thinking in their hearts and looked forward. Whoosh! 18 feather arrows arrive first. These feathered arrows are all canine-toothed hooked arrows. And they are made of metal. Ordinary archers can only shoot ordinary bamboo arrows. But ordinary bamboo arrows simply cannot withstand the internal energy of Master Tomai. And this kind of canine-tooth undercut arrow made of fine steel, after being filled with internal energy, will pierce even the opponent with copper skin and iron bones. Moreover, these canine-toothed hook arrows are mixed with flaming gold stones, which will cause violent explosions once hit. Sky-shattering strike! Yang Macheng used the 36th form of Jinwu and chopped it off with one finger. The sharp sword light turned into a vast torrent, breaking through 18 canine-toothed hook arrows. These deflected feather arrows hit the surrounding cliffs, directly blasting out a few meters square on the mountain wall. Big hole. The 4 fastest assassins of the guards were directly thrown into the explosion, and their bodies were blown to pieces on the spot. Yang Macheng! Liu Yun's heart was bleeding. His bodyguards were victorious in every battle, and they had never suffered such heavy losses even against mid-level Henglian warriors. Now that 4 people had died in one attack, how could he not feel sad? Boom! As the soles of his feet touched the ground, Lu Yun let out a shocking roar, and his inner energy poured into the gilded tiger head gun, and his whole body seemed to be integrated into the gun in his hand. The soul devoted even more energy to this huge internal energy, controlling this formidable spear light and blasting towards Yang Macheng. The golden spear light was 18 meters long, like a comet in the sky, with a white rainbow penetrating the sun. Unstoppable. The power of this shot even shocked the surrounding narrow rock walls with a crackling sound, and endless cracks swept in all directions, like a mountain falling and the ground cracking. Is this the strength of the powerful Hellion Lien? With this kind of strength, I am afraid that I have transcended mortals and become an immortal. The soldiers around were all shocked and dumbfounded. This is a middle-grade Huang-level martial skill, a spear that determines the world. Some soldiers who knew this move took a breath of air. The spear determines the universe. Although it consumes a lot of internal energy, its power is extraordinary. General Lu Yun once used this move to seriously injure a strong man in the middle stage of horizontal training. The little Emperor Yang Macheng is only in the early stage of horizontal training. He is dead. This shot was so fast and fierce that everyone present could not catch it with their naked eyes. When they came back to their senses, they saw that Lu Yun had nailed Yang Macheng in front of him with one shot. Rumble. In the eyes of everyone, the golden spear light swallowed up Yang Macheng in an instant and wrapped him fiercely. The violent explosion was like 100 artillery blasts at the same time. The trembling vanguard army of more than 30,000 people was temporarily deafened at this moment and could not hear any sound. Die to me! In the golden light of the gun, Lu Yun burst out with a hissing cry, and the power of the gilt tiger head gun in his hand did not restrain at all. The power hidden in it burst out like a mountain torrent, hitting Yang Macheng's body and losing his balance, slamming him onto the cliff. The hard rock wall shattered at this moment, and was as fragile as tofu under the power of this gun. Liu Yun's shot actually blasted out a tunnel more than 10 meters long and half a foot in diameter in the rock wall. Quiet. Within the sky, there was deathly silence, except for the sound of rocks falling in the tunnel. Tens of thousands of people were silent, all frightened by Lu Yun's shocking shot. A single shot can blast out a tunnel of more than 10 meters in the mountain. Is this still possible with human power? Are you dead? After a moment, someone couldn't help but ask. Absolutely dead. Even the rocks were blasted into powder, and even the mountain walls were peeled off inch by inch. Even if Yang Macheng is a strong man, he can't resist this move. Someone nodded firmly. That's right. No matter how strong Yang Macheng is, he can't withstand General Liu Yun's shot.
Even if he doesn't die, he will still be seriously injured.
Almost everyone thinks so. The power of Lu Yun's last shot was so powerful that it even made people doubt whether he could split the entire sky. Even a strong person in the middle stage of Hinglian has little hope of being able to withstand this move. Let alone Yang Mucheng.
This is?
Suddenly there was a Tongmai Grandmaster whose expression changed wildly. Immediately afterwards, the expressions of those warriors, who were closer, changed. Even Lu Yun changed color at the same time.
How can it be?
Everyone widened their eyes and looked forward. I just saw that the dust dispersed and the inner energy disappeared. In the rock tunnel blasted out by a single shot. There was a scene that people will never forget. A young man had a smile on his face. He gently tapped the gilt tiger head spear with one finger of his right hand. No matter how hard the gilt tiger head spear was, it could not go any further. Even the sharp gilded tiger head gun couldn't even pierce the skin of the young man's fingertips.
Impossible!
Lu Yun lost his voice. The vanguard army, Generals Lu Yun, went deep into the kingdom of Dakian alone, was introduced into the sky, and fought with the Emperor of Dakian for more than 10 rounds. His full blow was unable to harm Emperor Dakian at all. The morale of the 30,000 vanguard troops dropped sharply. Chapter 125. After the battle.
It's over!
In the sky, a warrior wearing golden armor, watching the battle from a distance, cried out. He is holding a trident, and his majestic appearance makes him look like Lu Bu is alive. Like Erlang showing his true sage. But at this moment, he was looking forward with a bloodless face.
How can this be?
A boxing master from the Dayan family with bandaged hands, and a tall and slender body knelt on the ground with a thud and said tremblingly.
Generals Lu Yun. This powerful shot. Let alone the early stage of Hinglian. Even the midterm warriors would not dare to fight head-on. Even in the entire Ertai, the number of people who can block this move will never exceed the number of one palm. This little emperor is so powerful, having reached the level of Hinglian at such a young age. If he is allowed to grow up, won't he become a legend in the world?
The golden-armored warrior's eyes were full of shock.
A myth of the world?
The boxer was shocked when he heard this. Those existences were almost beyond mortals, so they were regarded as myths of the world. Are they going to watch the rise of a contemporary legend with their own eyes today? As for the soldiers watching the battle around them, they could no longer make a sound. Although the vanguard army is the elite of the army, they are just ordinary soldiers, not even warriors. This was like a battle between gods and demons. They had already been shocked and lost their minds, looking at everything that was destroyed around them. A thought arose in their minds. Is this really the work of man?
Drink!
Lu Yun's eyes widened angrily, and he once again mobilized his inner energy to pour it into the gilded tiger head gun. However, his shot was like piercing into soft cotton, with no place to hit. Looking up again, Yang Mucheng was still smiling. He was like a dragon traveling in Hengyu, quietly watching how the ants on the ground struggled.
Withdraw! Get out of Xiantian!
At this moment, the flowing clouds filled the body with chills. He was blinded by anger before, and then he followed into the sky. Now he came back to his senses and realized that he had actually led 30,000 soldiers into a desperate situation.
How can our country, Deqian, be a place where you can come and leave whenever you want? Just die here.
Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily, and his momentum suddenly changed. His long hair was rising without the wind, and his robes were fluttering, like a living god or demon. Retreat! Liu Yun's heart was trembling, and he quickly retreated. Yang Mucheng shook his head and slapped it away with his palm. His palm seemed to be slow, but was actually very fast. At the same time as it was struck, the spiritual energy of the void was gathered, forming a giant palm that was 10 meters long above the army. And then it was crushing heavily towards Lu Yun's position. And go! Crackling, caused by the giant palm. Ordinary soldiers could not withstand the pressure of the giant palm, and their internal organs were crushed to pieces. Facing this palm, Lu Yun raised his fists in front of him to block in fear. But Yang Mucheng's palm was so powerful that the air around him exploded. Before the giant palm could reach it, a palm print of several meters had been crushed on the ground. Then, this palm slapped on top of Lu Yun. Crack! All the bones in Liu Yun's body were broken. He mobilized his entire body's inner strength to form a defense. But he didn't even last a breath. While all the restraints in his body were shattered, his internal organs were also forcibly crushed at this moment. He was like a balloon filled with water, bursting and splattering countless blood.
General Liu Yun is dead. No! Retreat quickly!
A general is the soul of an army. When a general dies, His soul is gone. Lu Yun was slapped to death by Yang Mucheng in front of everyone. The vanguard army had already been frightened out of their wits and scrambled to escape towards the horizon.
If you don't take action yet, when will you wait?
After killing Lu Yun, Yang Mucheng shouted loudly. Boom! The Black Flag army took the order and immediately appeared from the edge of the cliff. They pushed the boulders that had been prepared from the top of the mountain. These boulders ranged from hundreds of kilograms to more than 1,000 kilograms. They fell down directly, sealing all the entrances and exits of Yixianshan. Some of the vanguard troops, who were eager to escape, could not have thought of this. Faced with the sudden appearance of the boulder, they did not even have time to restrain their speed, and they hit it with both men and horses. Suddenly, it was like a dye shop opened on the huge rock, covered with splashes of blood. Immediately afterwards, buckets of liquid full of pungent smell flowed down the mountain wall. This is kerosene. The kerosene fell like rain, soaking every Thai soldier.
Not good! This is kerosene!
Some soldiers had already reacted and shouted in horror, but they couldn't help but think too much. A cluster of sparks lit up, and with the sound of tongue, the entire sky suddenly turned into a sea of fire, and Ertai's 30,000 vanguard troops were instantly burned to the ground. The fire burned for 3 hours, and the air was filled with a strong smell of corpses. So far, Ertai's 30,000 vanguard troops were captured without bloodshed. Generals Wu Luyun died in battle.
Compassion does not command troops. The Ertai army invaded our country, burned, killed, looted, and died unjustly. If I don't kill them, thousands of unarmed civilians in our country will die. As the king of a country, I must repay tooth for tooth and blood for blood.
Yang Mucheng put his hands behind his back and quietly looked at the corpses that were burned to charcoal in the valley. With a calm expression,
Your Majesty, except for less than 100 of the Ertai's vanguard troops who escaped, the rest were all executed. This battle is enough to be recorded in the annals of history.
Ma Ping was extremely excited. Introduce the enemy troops into the valley, seal the road, and then attack them with fire. These vanguard troops were all killed without even touching the Black Flag army. Ertai came with great momentum and even threatened to flatten the imperial city and capture Yang Mucheng alive. As a result, the vanguard army was wiped out like this, which undoubtedly gave Ertai a resounding slap in the face.
Send troops to clean up the battlefield. Although the vanguard army has been destroyed, the main force of the Thai army is still there. We still have a tough battle to fight.
Yang Mucheng sat down cross-legged. Most of the chi and blood of these 30,000 people were burned away, but there was still a lot left. He killed Swordmaster, Xiao Qianjua and others in Xia Kingdom, and his cultivation has reached the critical point of the early stage of horizontal training. With this energy and blood, he may be able to break through. Boom! The ancient heaven swallowing technique was activated, and the remaining energy and blood in the sky quickly gathered together. Although this energy and blood were mixed, it was superior in quantity. After being swallowed, it turned into a pure inner energy and merged into Yang Mucheng's body. Yang Mucheng's aura surged like crazy. The cultivation level that was already at the critical point broke through the bottleneck without any hindrance at this moment and reached the middle stage of horizontal training.
Breakthrough!
Despite the breakthrough, there was no joy on Yang Mucheng's face. Inner strength, clearing the meridians, and horizontal refining. These three small realms only belong to the body tempering realm. There is a higher level of Qi training realm above. As his cultivation level improved, he became more and more able to feel that the path of martial arts was everlasting and magnificent.
I don't know what the realm above Hinglian is,
Yang Mucheng thought secretly. Chapter 126. The 120,000 troops march out.
The Ertai Pioneer Army is led by General Lu Yun from the left. The 30,000 soldiers are all elites on the battlefield. General Wu Luyun is a general who has won every battle. He alone can lead his army to march straight into the imperial city and capture Yang Mucheng alive.
After Ertai sent troops, the 8 major parliamentary countries all set their sights on this little-known country. And no one was optimistic about Dakian. After all, the strength of the two sides is very different. Just like a father beating his son, there is no room for him to fight back. But, when the results of Yixianshan's victory came out, everyone was shocked.
Generals Wu Luyun died in battle. Of the 30,000 vanguard troops, only less than 100 people escaped. How about Dagon's Black Flag army? No casualties? How is this possible?
Xia Kingdom. Military tent. Xia's 100,000 strong army has been advancing for several days, but has not yet reached the battlefield. Xia Jun was also a little worried. Although Yang Muchung was powerful, he was alone after all. No matter how powerful he is, can he single-handedly destroy Earth-Eye's army? Can he single-handedly overthrow Earth-Eye's Daein family boxing gym? Therefore, he began to regret his behavior of sending troops to help Daein Kingdom.
Eunuch Wei. Estimate the date. The Pioneer Army should have already fought with the Black Flag Army. What do you think the result will be?
Xia Jun was wearing a battle armor, looking calm and confident.
The outcome is still unknown,
Eunuch Wei said calmly for a moment.
Although the Black Flag Army has strong soldiers and horses, the Vanguard Army is not bad either. The people of Ertai are very prosperous, and the soldiers in the army can even be as good as 100. And the person leading the army this time is with General Lu Yun. This general, he has fought in more than 100 battles, large and small, and won them all. He has a personal bodyguard of 13 people, all of whom are at Tomai Grandmaster level, and are good at assassination. But he can take the head of an admiral out of thousands of troops. He also has a temple team of Grandmaster Tomai, all of whom are superb archers. I feel that Ertai's Vanguard Army has a better chance of winning. Even if the Black Flag Army can win, it will probably be a lose-lose situation for both sides.
As soon as Eunuch Wei finished speaking, a spy hurriedly broke into the tent and handed him a scroll. Eunuch Wei opened the scroll and took a look. His eyes suddenly bulged, and he took a breath.
Yes!
Xia Jun didn't notice Eunuch Wei's strange expression, but nodded.
The 8 major parliamentary countries are all very powerful without exception. The Daein Kingdom is simply hitting its own foot with an egg against a rock. Your Majesty, the battle situation is out. Do you want to take a look?
Eunuch Wei interrupted Xia Jun.
I don't want to watch anymore. There is almost no suspense in the battle between the Black Flag Army and the Pioneer Army. Although Emperor Yang is powerful, he may not be good at leading troops in battle.
Xia Jun waved his hand with an expression of waning interest. Eunuch Wei smiled bitterly and said,
Your Majesty, the Black Flag Army captured the Pioneer Army without any blood. General Lu Yun of the left died in the battle. Only less than 100 people in the 30,000 Pioneer Army survived. Even the third Prince of Ertai,
Lu Yun, was killed.
Xia Jun was suddenly startled, with a look of disbelief in his eyes.
How can this be?
He quickly took the scroll and took a look, with a complicated expression on his face.
It's really true. Our Xia Kingdom and Ertai have fought several times, and each time they lost more than they won. I didn't expect that he could actually annihilate 30,000 people.
Vanguard Army, with Yang Muchung and Daein Kingdom. No one can resist its rise from now on.
Xia Jun sighed. Daein country. Border. 120,000 elite Thai soldiers are stationed here. Almost half of the entire sky of Ertai is gathered here.
What?
Wanyan Hongya's eyes almost burst into flames as he looked at the reports coming back from the front line.
A 30,000-strong army was killed so easily. Is Lu Yun an idiot? The terrain like a line of sky is the easiest to be ambushed. Once the front and rear roads are blocked, the entire army will inevitably be annihilated. He is General Zhua and has fought for hundreds of times. How could you not see through this trap in the remaining battles?
Wanyan Honglai is over 50 this year. He was just a small soldier with no background or foundation, and he became a general solely by virtue of his military merit. During the fight, he even understood his own way of cultivation. With a mid-level cultivation of Hung Lian, he was able to rank among the top 5 in the country.
General, Yang Muchung captured the third prince, Lu Yun, alive. Lu Yun had no choice but to lead his troops into Yixianshan.
The right General Zhao Ma looked helpless. He calmed down for a moment, cupped his hands and said,
General, I am willing to lead 30,000 soldiers to capture Yang Muchung alive, flatten the imperial city of Daein, and avenge the third prince for General Zhua.
Wanyan Honglai closed his eyes. For him to be able to reach this position from a small soldier, strength alone is naturally not enough. To be a general, you also need enough calmness and rationality. Perhaps in the eyes of others, the 30,000 vanguard troops were annihilated because General Zhua Lu Yun was not cautious enough and fell into a trap. But he was able to discover from clues that Yang Muchung, who led the Black Flag Army, was definitely a master at commanding an army to fight.
Need not.
Wanyan Honglai waved his hand and said,
Dispersing the army will undoubtedly give the Daein Kingdom a chance to defeat us one by one. Immediately send me an order to have the 120,000 troops set off immediately to fully advance the Daein Imperial City.
Woohoo! A mighty trumpet sounded, and the 120,000 troops set off. The mighty army swept in like a tide. When Wanyan Honglia's 120,000 troops attacked in a mighty and orderly manner, Yang Mucheng also received the news at the same time. There are spies on the front lines in Ertai and Xia Kingdom. Of course he does too.
An army of 120,000.
Ma Ping said sullenly.
Your Majesty, Guan in Honglai, who leads the army, is an old general from Ertai. He is known as the god of military. Moreover, the 120,000 troops formed a complete formation and advanced on foot with almost no flaws. Moreover, they also with the mammoth cavalry. If the Black Flag army confronts us, they may crush us into pieces in one round. Mammoth cavalry. What is that?
Yang Mucheng looked confused.
There is a group of animal trainers in Ertai. Although this group of animal trainers cannot tame monsters, they can make the beasts obey. These mammoths are 4 to 5 meters tall and weigh more than 1,000 kilograms. They are not monsters, but are better than monsters. Against an internally powerful warrior, it is enough to crush him with one kick. If you let this group of mammoth cavalry charge at full speed, they can easily smash even a city wall.
Yang Mucheng's expression suddenly became serious.
How about we ambush their supplies?
Ma Ping suggested.
Without food and grass, this 120,000 strong army will naturally collapse. Then we can beat up the drowned dog.
Yang Mucheng shook his head and sneered.
We can think of ambushing grain and grass. But how could Guan Honglai not think of it? Maybe he has already set up an ambush near the grain and grass, waiting for us to trap him.
After taking a look at the Black Flag army, Yang Mucheng secretly sighed again. Still a bit weak in strength. If the Black Flag army had the cultivation of the late stage of Finalizing instead of the early stage of Finalizing, this 10,000 strong army would surely be able to rush into the enemy formation like a wolf and tiger army, killing them without leaving a single piece of armor behind.
After this battle is over, I have to find a way to subdue an alchemist sect.
Yang Mucheng thought secretly.
Your Majesty, how can we stop these 120,000 troops?
Ma Ping asked tremblingly.
Frontal interception,
Yang Mucheng said lightly. At this moment, he was so majestic, as if Ertai's 120,000 elite soldiers were just ants in his eyes. Chapter 127 Come Up and Die. 7 days later, Guan Honglai's 120,000 troops arrived in front of Jiulong Mountain in mighty force. As long as they climb over this mountain peak, Dikian's country will be a vast and smooth road, and his army will be swept away like a flood. Whether it is a city or an army, they will all be crushed by his iron hoofs, become the dead soul under his sword.
Your Majesty, the enemy has arrived.
Ma Ping's expression was a little stiff. Even though they had made all preparations in the past few days, they were still extremely uneasy when facing an army of 120,000 people. This is not the food and wine sacks of the Goryeo Kingdom, but Guan Honglai's army that is invincible in every battle. Yang Mucheng glanced at him and found that even some veterans in the Black Flag army were breathing a little heavy at the moment. Obviously, they were shocked by the mammoth cavalry. 5,000 mammoth cavalry followed at the rear of the team, like dark clouds covering the sky, oppressing everyone and making them breathless.
I know that you must have questions in your mind. Why did I intercept Guan Honglai's army at the foot of Jiulong Mountain? That's because once Guan Honglai crosses the Jiulong Mountain, the hinterland of our Dakian kingdom will be completely exposed to their iron heel. Qingping Village, Baiyan Village, you have all seen the tragic conditions in these villages. They insult women and torture and kill men. Do you want these bandits to kill your parents, your wives and children?
Yang Mucheng asked in a deep voice.
Ertai is known as a military power. So what? No matter how strong their soldiers are, can they be stronger than you? Don't forget that you are all warriors in the early stage of internal strength. You are wearing excellent armor. The enemy's sword cannot hurt you. Follow me at the foot of Jiulong Mountain and let Ertai's 120,000 troops be buried here forever. If you offend our country's prestige, you will be punished no matter how far away you are.
Boom. His words excited the Black Flag army. Morale is at an all-time high.
If you offend our country's prestige, you will be punished no matter how far away you are.
The sound of drinking was loud and spread throughout the sky. 30 miles away, as Guan Honglai raised his right hand, the advancing army quietly stopped. More than 120,000 people were silent, showing how elite they were. He listened to the shouts coming slowly, with a disdainful smile on his lips.
If you offend our country's power, you will be punished even from a distance? Yang Mucheng, I didn't expect you to have the courage to confront me head-on. Since I became the general, I haven't seen such an army for 10 years. Today, I want to hang your little emperor's head on my military flag and charge into Dacian Imperial City. Right, General Zhao Ma. My subordinate is here.
Zhao Ma hugged him with both fists.
You lead 20,000 cavalry and break through the enemy formation, leaving no one behind.
Guan Yinholia's eyes turned cold. Boom, boom, boom. Now, continuous war drums resounded loudly, and the neatly arranged cavalry quickly separated from the 120,000-strong army. This cavalry is all wearing red armor, and even the war horses under its crotches are red-maned horses. Accompanied by the loud beating of drums, 20,000 cavalrymen surged in like a mighty rolling fire dragon. This flat terrain is most suitable for cavalry charges. Once the cavalry is allowed to enter the formation, even an army of 100,000 will be penetrated by this cavalry in an instant.
Shooting!
Yang Mucheng raised his right hand, and immediately the Black Flag army behind him took out a strong bow. In this era, almost everyone is still limited to military types. The cavalry is for charging. The infantry is for propulsion. However, Yang Mucheng's philosophy is far higher than these numbers. Although the Black Flag army is small in number, in the previous life, all of them would have been the kings of soldiers in the army. Each soldier individually can complete tasks such as assassination, scouting, and attack. What will be the result when these people come together? A round of volleys of arrows covered the sky and sun like locusts passing through. No need to aim. No need to aim. The arrows fired by those with strong inner strength are enough to penetrate steel plates. Although the armor on these cavalry can reach a sophisticated level, how can it withstand such a terrifying arrow rain? Puff! 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 Sharp arrows shot out with strong penetrating power, piercing the armor and nailing each of the Ertai cavalry to death on the spot. Yang Mucheng's eyes were on Zhao Ma.
Your Majesty, he is the right General Zhao Ma, who is also a strong man in the early stage of Hengyan.
Ma Ping reminded from the side.
The green-eyed fine gold beast he is riding on is a top-grade monster.
Yang Mucheng nodded. According to legend, Zhao Ma grew up in a monster beast's den, and he and this green-eyed adamantine beast were as close as brothers. The combined attack of one man and one beast was comparable to that of a strong man in the middle stage of Hengyan. The tiger-shaped blue-eyed fine gold beast was 3 meters long, and its body was covered in flames. Its 5 sharp claws raked the ground, leaving a deep claw mark. When it swooped in quickly, its momentum and Zhao Ma gathered together, like a life-threatening arrow shot from the sea of fire.
Watch how I kill you!
Yang Mucheng took the long bow from Ma Ping and narrowed his eyes slightly. Boom! A soul-piercing string sound suddenly resounded, and a sharp arrow suddenly shot out. The force of this arrow shot immediately brought up a strong wind several meters high. More than 10 cavalrymen charging side by side were hit hard by the strong wind and were torn apart in an instant. Zhao Ma snorted coldly. He didn't make any move. He swung his right hand and stabbed forward with the fire-tipped spear. There was only a bang sound, and the surrounding wind dissipated. The tip of the fire-pointed spear was firmly pressed against the feather arrow.
Break!
His pupils were cold, and a surge of inner energy surged out, directly tearing the feather arrow that was shooting towards his hole into pieces. Boom! A wave of air visible to the naked eye also swayed away. In an instant, more than a dozen sharp arrows shot towards Zhao Ma were blasted away before they even came within 3 feet of him.
Yang Mucheng, don't hide behind the army and shoot cold arrows. If you have the ability to fight me for 300 rounds with real swords and guns.
Zhao Ma shattered the feather arrows with one shot, and suddenly became extremely excited and shouted loudly at the Black Flag army.
If you don't dare, just go home and drink milk. Wait until I enter the Imperial City and wipe out the Dacian kingdom with blood. Ha ha! Little Emperor, do you dare to fight? Yang Mucheng, come up quickly and die!
All the cavalrymen around laughed in response. Clang! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng drew out a sword and rushed forward on his horse.
This little Emperor, young and energetic, is really easy to provoke the general.
Zhao Ma sneered as he looked at Yang Mucheng who was rushing towards him. He pinched the blue-eyed fine gold beast with his legs, and suddenly the monster's heart moved in his crotch, and his limbs slapped heavily on the ground. Boom! The entire ground was struck by this blow, creating a huge depression. With the help of this huge force, Zhao Ma, accompanied by the blue-eyed fine gold beast, was heading towards Yang Mucheng like a hurricane. Chapter 128, Gods and Demons in the World. Swallowing mountains and rivers with anger is as fierce as a tiger, and pointing the sword at the world is as powerful as a rainbow. Clang! Shocking gunshots resounded, and Zhao Ma and the blue-eyed adamantine beast on his crotch came rolling in. The surging inner energy was like a ball of fire falling from the sky, and they rushed towards him like lightning. Hisses. The scorching and terrifying high temperature, at this moment, scorched the surrounding flowers, plants and trees.
Holy Lord! Be careful!
Ma Ping couldn't help but exclaimed. Although both are masters of internal energy, Zhao Ma, who jointly attacks with the blue-eyed fine gold beast, is much stronger than Lu Yun. Every move is like a true immortal destroying the world, and a casual blow is enough to kill them. Such terrifying strength gave all the Black Flag army a chill in their hearts.
This kid is actually able to exert such power with the help of the power of monsters. I'm afraid he won't have any problem killing 7 in and 7 out of our Black Flag army.
Everyone was thinking secretly in their hearts, and couldn't help but take a breath of air. Can Yang Mucheng resist Ma Ping with such strength? Just when the fire-tipped spear pierced Yang Mucheng's body, Yang Mucheng moved. With a move of his wrist, he fired 18 swords on the spot. At this moment, everything within a radius of tens of meters was shrouded in infinite sword light. The sword light was like a flash of lightning, and it stabbed towards Zhao Ma and the blue-eyed fine gold beast. The swordsmanship in the middle stage of Henglian was so fast. In the blink of an eye, 18 rays of light pierced in front of Zhao Ma and directly hit key points around his body.
The little emperor is still struggling to his death.
Zhao Ma grinned, his eyes extremely calm. In the next moment, the fire-pointed spear in his hand burst out. Ding! 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 Swords and guns collided. Sparks flew. In the eyes of many soldiers, the almost unavoidable sword light was actually blocked by Zhao Ma in an instant.
Die!
Zhao Ma's eyes flashed with coldness. His whole body and the fire-pointed spear in his hand were almost in a straight line. With a ding sound, he actually stopped Yang Mucheng's offensive. After the sword light dissipated, the tip of the spear in Zhao Ma's hand was already pressed against Yang Mucheng's sword.
Good!
Far behind, Guan in Honglai, who commanded the 3 armies, couldn't help but cheer when he saw this scene.
Although Zhao Ma is mediocre in strength, he lives in symbiosis with monsters and can use the power of monsters to exert several times his own strength. Coupled with the blue-eyed fine gold beast under his crotch, anyone who can fight against him it's like facing a flanking attack from 2 powerful men. The little emperor can't last long in this battle.
Guan in Honglai raised the corner of his mouth, as if the defeat of Dacian Kingdom was just around the corner.
The general is invincible. The general is invincible.
When the cavalry saw that Zhao Ma had intercepted Yang Mucheng's attack, their morale soared and they all raised their arms and shouted, "As long as this little emperor is killed, they will be able to run rampant in Dacian in the future."
You are really capable of holding on in my hands for so long. But it will be over soon. If you can die under my tide of guns, you can die in peace.
Zhao Ma stared at Yang Mucheng and smiled coldly. Clang! Zhao Ma shook his right hand, and the fire-tipped spear swept across. The internal energy surged, and in an instant, a ripple visible to the naked eye was formed under his stroke, slamming towards Yang Mucheng like a tide.
No! Please save your majesty!
At this moment, Ma Ping's expression suddenly changed. As soon as he shouted, the Black Flag army fired an overwhelming rain of arrows. The dense rain of arrows hit the ripples, trying to block Zhao Ma's terrifying move. But spear-like tide is a low-grade martial arts skill of the Huang rank, and it is a move used by soldiers on the battlefield. It is extremely powerful, although Zhao Ma has not yet mastered this move. Its power is still irresistible. There was just a tearing sound, and the locust-like rain of arrows was instantly cut off by this shot. Wherever the gun light passed, not a single blade of grass grew, and even a boulder more than 10 meters high on the plain was torn into powder. Guan in Honglai held his fists in his hands, and after seeing Zhao Ma use
spears like waves,
he couldn't help laughing anymore.
The right General Zhao Ma is really impatient. I also want to see the little emperor kneeling down and begging for mercy. He killed the little emperor so early, and it will be boring next time. Pass my order. Once Yang Mucheng dies, the entire army will attack. Annihilate the Black Flag army.
While both sides were watching the 2 men fight on the battlefield, and as Zhao Ma's ripples of gun pounced on Yang Mucheng remained extremely calm. He smiled faintly and slowly swung the stainless steel sword in his hand. Clang! The lingering inner energy on the sword suddenly surged, and the originally sharp sword turned into an extremely blue color at this moment. Between heaven and earth, there was even a faint roar of dragons.
This is Wang-level low-grade martial arts.
Zhao Ma was startled. Before he could recover, he saw a golden sun and a silver moon rising behind Yang Mucheng at the same time. The sun and the moon met and shrouded in light. At this moment, Yang Mucheng looked like a demon holding the sun and moon in his hands.
This is the Shiliang Sun Moon Peak Sword.
Guan in Honglai closed his eyes and shouted something bad. Zhao Ma felt even colder in his heart. Before he could react, he saw Yang Mucheng slashing down the sun and moon in his hand with a sword. This sword was like a slash in the air by gods and demons in the world. And a 24-meter-long sword light suddenly slashed down in the void. The ripples, like the tide, were torn apart in an instant like paper under the power of this sword. The sword light remained unabated and struck hard at Zhao Ma. There was a trace of fear in Zhao Ma's eyes, and he only had time to raise the spear in front of him. And then he ate the Shiliang Ryufeng sword alive.
Crack!
A crisp sound. The fire-tipped spear snapped in response, and the sword light struck directly on his body. Under countless pairs of shocked eyes, the right general Zhao Ma was killed with a single sword. The severed corpse was separated into two halves and fell to the ground, blood splattering like rain.
Roar!
Even the superior demonic beast under Zhao Ma's crotch, the blue-eyed fine gold beast, was torn apart by this sword. At this moment, Ertai's 120,000-strong army was silent. A sword mark tens of meters long appeared in front of everyone. This sword mark is about half a meter wide and half a foot deep. From Yang Mucheng's feet, it spread out. The whole earth seemed to be split open by his sword. Herod, the Ertai cavalry, which had been so impressive before, suddenly lost its morale. The horses were frightened, and the cavalry had no fighting spirit. The power of this sword is like that of gods and demons in this world. Even Zhao Ma, the victorious right general, was not an enemy of Yang Mucheng's sword. If so many of them rushed over, wouldn't they die? The army was defeated like a mountain. The scattered cavalry abandoned their helmets and armor and fled. Some cavalrymen accidentally fell off their horses and were trampled to death by their own horses.
Kill!
Yang Mucheng raised his sword high and shouted in a deep voice. Of the 20,000 cavalrymen who attacked, less than 1,000 returned alive to the three armies. First confrontation. Ertai is almost completely defeated. Chapter 129 Mammoth Ancient Demon Elephant. Quiet. The three armies of Ertai and Thailand looked at the cavalry returning en route with astonishment. Ertai is one of the 8 major parliamentary countries. It is extremely powerful and has traveled all over the world. How has it ever suffered defeat? Even the Xia Kingdom, which was also one of the parliamentary states, had no choice but to bow before the Ertai army. But now, they are suffering disastrous defeats one after another. With General Luyun and his 30,000 vanguard troops were burned to death in the sky, with only 100 people escaping. The right General Zhao Ma and 20,000 elite cavalry fought decisively on the plain, but less than 1,000 people escaped.
I, Guan in Honglai, have been on the battlefield for decades, and I have never suffered such a disastrous defeat.
Guan in Honglai clenched his fists. He once invaded the imperial cities of dozens of countries, and killed 7 or 8 emperors with a sword on his waist. Everywhere they went, the imperial troops were frightened by the news, disintegrated thousands of miles. But now, he has suffered a huge setback in the hands of Yang Mucheng, the little emperor.
Send my military order. The infantry advances, and the mammoth cavalry is dispatched.
Guan in Honglai drank in a low voice. Woo! The long trumpet sound suddenly sounded at this moment. The neatly arranged army dispersed one by one like a ferocious beast with its mouth open, as if it wanted to swallow the black-flagged army in one bite. And the mammoth cavalry mixed in the army are the sharpest teeth of this ferocious beast. Boom! 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 The momentum of the 5,000 mammoth cavalry was even comparable to that of the 3 armies.
Your Majesty, they are attacking,
Ma Ping said quickly.
Of course they will launch a general attack. If they send another small force to test, they will only be eaten away by us one by one.
Yang Mucheng nodded and looked forward. He had always heard the sound of the mammoth cavalry, but not seen them. Now that I see it, I understand why this army is called Ertai's Ace Army. The terrifying mammoth giant is not a monster that is better than a monster. The huge body with thick skin and flesh is covered with heavy chain armor, forming an invulnerable defense. The 2 spiral tusks are 2 meters long. Once they charge, even a huge rock will be smashed into pieces. The stone pillar-like hooves leave a deep footprint on the ground. And the leader of this team, Guan in Honglai, was riding a truly superior monster, the mammoth ancient demon elephant. This ancient mammoth elephant is much larger than an ordinary mammoth. When viewed from a distance, it gives people an extremely shocking feeling. Far away, Xia's army has approached the battlefield.
This is a full-scale assault.
Seeing the attacking posture of the Ertai army, even Xia Jun couldn't help but change his color.
Although it is said that advancing the whole army is the stupidest and most mediocre method. In this way, the Ertai army will be like an advancing tide.
What can people do in the face of the tide? Escape. Because no matter who you are helpless when facing this huge force of nature. Now the remaining 100,000 troops in Thailand are like an advancing tide. The Black Flag army is an isolated and helpless boat in the tide, and will be crushed unceremoniously.
It's over. This time Dakian country is completely over.
Xia Jun's face turned pale.
No. There is still a glimmer of hope.
Eunuch Wei shook his head. He stared at the changes on the battlefield with burning eyes and said solemnly,
Your Majesty, you see, Guan in Honglai seems to be forcing Yang Macheng to fight him. 80,000 infantrymen surrounded him. Instead of attacking, a huge encirclement was formed. But the only exit was blocked by 5,000 mammoth cavalry. If Yang Macheng wanted to survive, he had to break through the formation of the mammoth cavalry. Is there a glimmer of hope? But in my opinion, it's a dead end. How can you and I not know the power of the mammoth cavalry?
Xia Jun said, unable to help but shudder. There are no more than 10,000 mammoth cavalry. But more than 10,000 are invincible. Even when faced with an army several times larger than his own. He didn't even have the courage to fight when faced with the mammoth cavalry.
You want to force me to fight? Okay. I will accompany you in the decisive battle. The Black Flag army obeys the order and charges with me to annihilate the mammoth cavalry and kill Guan in Honglai.
Clang. With a wave of his long sword, Yang Macheng took the lead and charged out first. The Black Flag army followed closely behind, forming a long snake formation, stabbing out fiercely like a sharp knife.
Well done!
Guan in Honglai laughed loudly. The mammoth cavalry is invincible wherever it goes. The armies of all countries were all frightened by the news. Today, he finally met an army that dared to fight with him. If he ordered the entire army to gather now, he could easily kill the Black Flag army. But Guan in Honglai was reluctant to do so. He was a rare opponent. He slapped the ancient mammoth elephant on his crotch hard. Suddenly, this top-notch demonic beast let out a thunderous roar, then rushed out of the army and rushed towards Yang Macheng. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, the leaders of the two armies took the lead and rushed together.
Yang Macheng, I have conquered various countries and have killed 8 emperors so far. Today you are the 9th emperor under my sword.
The mammoth ancient demon elephant under Guan in Honglia's crotch came flying towards him. The stone pillar-like elephant hooves made a loud rumble when they stepped on the ground, creating a deep pit. The charge of one man and one beast was like an avalanche erupting in a 10,000-meter-high mountain. Unstoppable. Such power made everyone look pale.
Yang Mu is in danger.
Even though he had seen Yang Macheng kill the sword master with one sword, Xia Jun couldn't help but feel worried for Guan in Honglai when he saw his terror.
It seems that Dakian Kingdom will also be razed to the ground by Ertai.
Eunuch Wei couldn't help but sigh secretly. In the field, Guan in Honglai had already driven the mammoth ancient demon elephant close to Yang Macheng. He slapped the mammoth ancient demon elephant, and the monster beast as big as a hill immediately let out a thunderous roar, and its huge body rose up with the force of its terrifying elephant hooves, heading towards Yang Macheng. This blow is so powerful that even a rock can be trampled into powder. The body and strength of monsters are far stronger than those of warriors. What's more, a monster like the mammoth ancient demon elephant, with energy and blood like the sea and a body as big as a mountain? Even those who are in the middle stage of Hinglian do not dare to force themselves to catch this critical step of the mammoth ancient demon elephant.
Your Majesty!
Both hooves slammed down. The speed was too fast and too fierce. Yang Macheng was within the range of these hooves, and there was no way he could avoid or hide. Ma Ping's heart skipped a beat, and he shouted, Even if you are made of copper, your bones will be shattered by this blow.
Ha ha! The 9th emperor died at my hands.
Guan in Honglai laughed loudly. At this moment, the mammoth ancient demon elephant's trampling force became more fierce, and a burst of shocking red light even erupted from its hooves. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, these giant hooves fell heavily. Boom! Like the loud sound of a war drum being smashed. An invisible sound wave spread out from the hooves of the mammoth ancient demon elephant. At the same time, a burst of red light shot out from all directions. Wherever the red light passed, The earth was torn apart in an instant. The whole plain was shaken by the earth and the mountains. And it was shaking as if the sky was falling apart. There was a cloud of dust on the ground. Poof! There was a sound of tearing brocade silk. And in the dust, countless pieces of flesh shot out like a rain of swords. And blood hit the ground like a violent storm. Chapter 130 Beating Up Guan in Honglai. Quiet. There was deathly silence on the battlefield with more than 100,000 people, centered on the place where the ancient mammoth elephant stepped on. The ground for hundreds of meters in radius was completely torn apart. Everywhere he looked was a mess. The dots of blood stains on the ground were even more eye-catching.
Ha! Yang Machung. You still want to fight me? Even my baby can crush you with one kick without me taking action.
Guan Yinholia's proud laughter spread across the battlefield.
This kick trampled both men and horses to pieces. Even if the sword master is still alive, he may not be Guan Yinholia's opponent.
Xia Jun gasped when he saw this scene.
Ertai has such an ace army, which is enough to sweep through the 8 major parliamentary countries.
Eunuch Wei shook his head, not knowing whether he was sorry for Yang Wuqing's death, or was shocked by the strength of the mammoth cavalry.
This is war trampling.
Monsters also have martial arts skills. Most of the martial arts of warriors evolve from the martial arts of monster beasts. Although there are many tricks, they are still far behind the monster's genuine martial arts. This shocking stampede by the ancient mammoth elephant is called a war trample, covering a radius of 100 meters. The eruption is comparable to that of a volcano. No matter how strong your cultivation is, you will be seriously injured even if you don't die under this trampling. How does Guan Yinhonglai secure his position as a general in Ertai where there are so many masters? It is this ancient mammoth demon elephant that he relies on. Even a strong person in the middle stage of Honglian can't withstand the war trample of this mammoth ancient demon elephant.
Your Majesty!
Ma Ping looked pale. Guan Yinhonglai sat proudly on the ancient mammoth elephant, his eyes like a dragon soaring in the sky overlooking the ants on the ground. He felt proud at first, and then felt a burst of secret hatred.
Guan Yinhonglai, have been on the battlefield for decades. Even when I faced the battles of the 8 major parliamentary countries, I rarely lost. I didn't expect that I would suffer such a big defeat in front of this little emperor today. Although this little emperor is dead, it can't dispel the hatred in my heart. Wait until I kill Dakian Imperial City, bloodbath is millions of civilians, and use my blood to extinguish my anger.
Thinking of this, Guan Yinhonglai patted the ancient mammoth elephant on his crotch and pointed at the Black Flag army charging ahead to the death.
Baby, come on. Crush these people to pieces.
The words fell. The mammoth ancient demon elephant was unable to move forward.
This.
Guan Yinhonglai was confused and looked down. This look doesn't matter. But his pupils narrowed. He exclaimed.
What?
The dust dispersed, and the figure under the feet of the ancient mammoth demon became increasingly clear. At the same time, the scene in the field also emerged. Yang Machung was still standing there, his hands holding the hooves of the mammoth ancient demon elephant that had fallen down. The warhorse under his crotch had long been completely torn apart by this surging force. Even the ground beneath his feet cracked and sank half a meter. But Yang Machung remained motionless and unscathed.
How can it be?
Xia Jun saw clearly the changes in the field and suddenly took a breath of air. Eunuch Wei's eyes widened, almost bulging out. Until a moment later, he felt so weak that he almost collapsed. He said in disbelief,
This is a war trampling. How can this be?
The smile on Guan Yinholia's face suddenly stiffened, and he looked at Yang Machung in disbelief. How could there be someone in the world with such a powerful body? Can he withstand the full force of the mammoth ancient demon elephant?
I don't believe it. If you can resist it once, I don't believe you can resist the second blow. Just die.
Hold head high. Shocking sounds resounded throughout the sky. The ancient mammoth demon elephant was like a huge beast from the wild. Under the shocked and fearful eyes of countless people, it raised its hooves again and stepped down towards the ground. Boom! The power of this stomp was even more terrifying than before. Centered on its feet, the ground tore apart crazily. Large swathes of soil were lifted up, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. A ray of red light shot out from the ground like a snake and struck towards Yang Machung like lightning. This red light, with the full force of the mammoth ancient demon elephant's full step, can tear a mountain peak apart. Snort! Yang Machung took a step back, clenched his right hand into a fist, and stepped out fiercely. 36 moves of Zhenwu, the sky-shaking hammer. There was only a bang sound, and the red light that almost tore the entire earth apart exploded directly under this punch.
You've hit me so many times. It's my turn. Look at this move.
Yang Muchung raised his eyes slightly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. He didn't make any movement. He just grabbed his right hand in the air. At this moment, it was like catching the wind. Then he slashed downwards, only to hear a terrifying whistling sound. And a sword light of more than 20 meters slashed straight down, like the Milky Way rushing down from the nine skies sky. The surrounding air seemed to be cut in half, causing a shrill sound like thousands of steel needles. The 36th form of Zhengwu. The sky-shattering strike.
Not good.
A trace of trembling flashed in Guan Yinholia's eyes. For the first time, he felt that death was so close. Without any hesitation, he immediately pulled back. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. The sword light slashed through. Silently, the mammoth ancient demon elephant's huge body split into two, and was directly chopped into two pieces. In a burst of blood spraying out like a fountain, the beast's body, broken in two, crashed to the ground. The superior monster beast mammoth ancient demon elephant, whose cultivation level was comparable to that of a monster beast in the middle stage of horizontal refining, died in Yang Muchung's hands, and died under his blow. This crashing sound made Guan Yinhonglai furious, made Xia Jun and Eunuch Wei, who were watching the battle from a distance, unable to believe it, and made the more than 10,000 soldiers of the Black Flag Army have a high fighting spirit.
Yang Muchung, if you dare to kill my ancient mammoth elephant, I will cut you into pieces. Shattered into pieces? Do you think you can protect yourself?
After hearing this, Yang Muchung raised his head and grinned. Tread. He stepped forward, and his whole body soared into the air at that moment. As fast as a flying eagle soaring into the sky. So fast that one could only see an afterimage. The passing figure brought up a swift and violent wind. A wave of air visible to the naked eye flew up to a height of 7 or 8 meters in an instant, like a huge wave that covered the sky and covered the sun, and hit Guan Yinhonglai fiercely.
Get out of my way!
Guan Yinhonglia's body was still in midair when he was hit with the ultimate punch. This punch was like turning the world upside down. There was only a bang sound, and the terrible wind and waves were torn apart in an instant. Before he could laugh out loud, a fist suddenly appeared in his field of vision, as if punched out of the void after the storm. Retreat! Guan Yinhonglia's heart trembled, and he quickly retreated. He retreats and punches forward, no matter how fast he retreated. This punch was 3 points faster than his speed.
I don't believe it. I can't even dodge the fist of a brat like you.
Guan Yinhonglia's eyes widened angrily, and he thought bitterly in his heart. However, as soon as he had this idea, the punch accelerated without any warning. Under the eyes of countless people in disbelief, the fist hit him hard in the face and knocked him away. Chapter 131, Seal of Life and Death. Boom! General of Ertai. A strong man in the middle stage of Henglian. Guan Yinhonglai. In the eyes of the three armies, it flew out like a gourd rolling on the ground. It rolled across the ground, leaving a long trace on the ground. Get up, angry. Guan Yinhonglai glared angrily. The young emperor on the battlefield had his hands behind his back, and his aura was like a rainbow. He faced Guan Yinhonglia's furious gaze and grin, showing his white teeth.
Forcing me to fight to the death is the biggest wrong decision of your life.
Wrong decision? Guan Yinhonglai clenched his fists, and the veins on his forehead were exposed. Boom! 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 Before he finished speaking, the mammoth cavalry was already the first to charge. The huge team, composed entirely of mammoths, led by the knight, was like a huge wave sweeping over the world, as if it was sweeping the world.
Trample and kill Yang Muchung!
A mammoth cavalry shouted loudly. Almost at the same time, dozens of mammoths let out a roar and lowered their heads. At the same time, the 2-meter-long spiral ivory of the mammoth was raised straight, like a row of spears, stabbing towards Yang Muchung. Even a top-grade monster would probably be pierced by these giant mammoths and trampled to pieces.
I can easily kill even the mammoth ancient demon, let alone these.
Yang Muchung holds a stainless steel sword. He waved his hand and used the Shiliang Sun Moon Peak sword again. At this moment, it was as if there was no light in the world, and all the luster was taken away by the sun and moon rising behind Yang Muchung. The golden sun and moon wheels rotated rapidly, and Yang Muchung stepped on the void. At this time, his long hair was dancing in the wind. His robes were rustling, and his whole body's momentum changed rapidly, as if he had transformed into a living god and demon. Then he pointed his stainless steel sword forward. This sword gathered the light of heaven and earth, and the infinite sword energy swept out like flames all over the mountains and plains. Wherever it passed, Dozens of mammoth giant elephants were torn apart on the spot, and the knights on their backs were instantly transformed. Countless pieces of flesh and blood were made.
All troops shoot!
Ma Ping shouted loudly. At this moment, the soldiers of the Black Flag Army took out their bows and arrows and shot at the mammoth cavalry. Charging and colliding with a mammoth such as a giant mammoth is like an egg hitting a stone. As long as these mammoths are eliminated, this cavalry team will be defeated. Sharp arrows shot out of the hole, like rain, towards the mammoth. Arrows shot by ordinary soldiers would not be able to harm such a being at all. But the Black Flag Army is an exception. They are an army composed entirely of warriors. A round of arrows rained down, and more than 100 mammoths were shot directly into hedgehogs on the spot, wailing and falling to the ground.
Yang Machung!
Guan Honglai got up from the ground, his eyes filled with ice. The mammoth cavalry is the ace cavalry of Ertai. It took decades to form only 5,000 soldiers. In today's battle, even if he wins, he will suffer heavy losses. His heart is bleeding.
You dare to lead an army to attack our doggone country. Countless innocent civilians in our doggone country will die because of you.
Yang Muqing's eyes turned cold. Today, this plain is your burial place.
I will make sure that no one in your Thai army comes back alive.
After Yang Muqing finished speaking, he took a step forward. With this step, he spanned more than 100 meters. He flew in front of Guan Honglai as if he had shrunk to an inch, and slashed away with his sword. Call. 32 cuts with one sword. And the dazzling sword light flew out at this moment. Ding! 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 The two fought again. This time Guan Honglai did not dare to underestimate Yang Muqing. He used almost all his strength and slashed forward with the long sword in his hand. The sword tips collided. Countless sparks flew up, and Yang Muqing's blow was received forcefully. The two were separated at the first touch, and Guan Honglai quickly retreated.
Why is this guy's sword so fast? He is stronger than before.
Yang Muqing's cultivation seemed to be increasing all the time. At that moment, although he quickly counterattacked and blocked, the opponent's sword was too swift and fierce, and he still had several swords that he could not block. If he hadn't retreated in time, he might have had his heart pierced in an instant.
I do not believe.
Guan Honglai had a vague premonition in his heart. Could he be defeated here today? But he had no time to think more. Yang Muqing was already approaching him again.
The Great Yin family's boxing skills. The seal of life and death?
Guan Honglia's eyes turned cold. He understood that Yang Muqing was so powerful at this moment, and the morale of the Black Flag Army was also high. If this momentum is not curbed, the mammoth cavalry may be completely cannibalized by the opponent. He gritted his teeth and took one step forward. Boom! With this kick, Guan Honglai felt as if he was stepping on the void. The ground beneath him suddenly sunk half a meter deep, forming a terrifying footprint, and his whole body shot out like a cannonball. This punch is the most supreme boxing technique of the Dayan family. Life and death are originally mutual exchanges and reincarnations. The seal of life and death means putting oneself to death and then resurrecting.
Crash!
A sharp roar resounded in the air, and Guan Honglai attacked like a peerless ferocious beast that had awakened. Woo! Guan Honglai himself could not withstand the power brought by the seal of life and death. Blood seeped out crazily from the 18,000 pores on his body, and a trace of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth.
Seal of life and death!
Countless people exclaimed. Even Xia Jun and Eunuch Wei both lost their voices. The reputation of this punch is really great. From life to death, and from death to reincarnation. Many boxing masters have been forced to a dead end with this punch to separate the road between life and death.
If we can withstand this punch, the Qiangui can win this battle.
Eunuch Wei clenched his fists, widened his eyes, and looked forward without blinking.
Seal of life and death?
Yang Muqing's expression also became serious, and he could feel the power of transformation between life and death contained in this punch. Clang! Without any hesitation, he sacrificed his sword and used the Shiliang Sun Moon Peak sword again. At this moment, infinite inner energy surged through his body, and madness swept through his body. The appearance of the golden sun and silver moon makes the sun and moon in the sky and earth lack light, and they are all eclipsed at this moment. Then, this sword struck towards Guan Honglia's life and death seal. Boom! 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 In the terrifying wave of internal energy, Yang Muqing used Shiliang Ryufeng's sword technique to use the fine steel sword, but it was actually broken by the seal of life and death and turned into countless fragments. What's more, the terrible internal force recoiled and knocked him 7 or 8 meters away. spurting out a large mouthful of blood. But the speed of this life and death seal punch only stagnated slightly. And then it hit Yang Muchung again. Boom! Yang Muchung didn't bother to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He slammed his palm on the ground and used spiritual void drift. Only then could he avoid the attack of the seal of life and death.
This seal of life and death!
Seeing Guan in Honglai, who was covered in blood after performing this punch, as if he had walked out of a sea of blood, Yang Muchung's eyes flashed with a cold light. This boxing technique has probably reached the middle level of Huang level, the Dayan family boxing gym that can stand firm in Ertai, where all the powerful people gather, is truly terrifying. Chapter 132 Life and Death.
Yang Muchung. It's over.
Guan in Honglai clenched his iron fist and looked at Yang Muchung, who was spitting out a mouthful of blood, with gloomy eyes.
If you can force me to use the seal of life and death, you should rest in peace.
As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly became gloomy and terrifying, and the inner energy in his body surged, reaching its peak at this moment. At the same time, he punched out again. Seal of life and death. At this moment, all the blood in his body seemed to be poured into this punch. The originally ethereal and invisible fist wind was shrouded in this layer of blood mist, and actually transformed into a bloody giant with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters. The fist, filled with terrifying murderous intent, and carrying a billowing wave of internal energy, struck Yang Muchung again. This time the seal of life and death is stronger and more terrifying than the last time. Although Yang Muchung had already seen the trajectory of this punch, he still felt that there was no way to avoid it. No way to hide. Retreat. With a stamp of his foot, Yang Muchung retreated quickly.
Let me see where you retreat.
Guan in Honglai sneered. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He shouted loudly, and all the energy in his body surged out. His long hair dyed red with blood rose crazily, and even the last bit of energy to protect his body was injected into the punch of the seal of life and death. The bloody giant fist made a whistling sound and crazily pressed towards Yang Muchung.
Escape?
When Yang Muchung heard this, a stern look flashed in his eyes. Boom! He paused and stopped suddenly.
Have you given up?
When Eunuch Wei saw Yang Muchung's actions, he felt a little doubt in his heart.
The seal of life and death. From life to death. From death to life. It is the power of a middle-grade yellow-level martial skill, except for martial arts of the same level. There is no martial skill that can compete with it. So what if you don't give up? He can't resist this move at all. Is this the 36th form of Jinwu? No, the 36th form of Jinwu is not complete. And its power is only low-level yellow-level. There is no way to resist this move.
That's right. The 36 moves of Jinwu were incomplete, with only 3 moves left, and none of them were as powerful as 10. But what if these 3 moves are used together? Boom. At this moment, Yang Muchung fired 3 moves in a row. The sky-shaking hammer, the sky-shattering strike, the sky-shattering feet. Under the surging inner energy, Howren formed a ball, which hit the bloody giant fist like a cannonball. Boom! The 2 superimposed forces of the life and death seal, and the first 3 moves of the 36 Jinwu moves, collided fiercely, creating today's explosion. In the explosion, the first 3 moves of Jinwu's 36 moves directly shattered the seal of life and death. Boom! In the shocking explosion, a wave of air visible to the naked eye swept away. During the explosion, internal energy surged. Dust flew everywhere, and everything was in chaos. Puff! Guan in Honglai spurted out a mouthful of blood almost at the same time that the seal of life and death was shattered. It was obvious that the transition between life and death was broken, and he suffered a huge backlash. And he was directly thrown away by the air wave generated when the 2 forces collided.
He broke the seal of life and death?
Eunuch Wei took a breath of air. Ever since the seal of life and death was created, it was intended to be used in situations like this. There has never been any precedent of being broken. But now the seal of life and death was forcibly broken by Yang Muchung? Certainly. The most shocked person was Guan in Honglai. The seal of life and death was broken, which meant that his last trump card was completely torn apart, and there was no possibility of a comeback. He fought on the battlefield for decades without a single defeat. This time he went on an expedition to Dakian, and brought all the elites with him. Before the expedition, he even promised to conquer the country of Dakian and capture Yang Muchung alive. Are you going to die here today?
The whole army charges.
Guan in Honglai stood up with all his strength and roared desperately. However, before he finished speaking, Yang Muchung slashed him with his sword and split him in half. Endless blood spurted out, and Ertai's generation of military god died here.
Your Majesty, it's time for us to send troops.
A look of disbelief flashed on Eunuch Wei's face. This one in Honglai, who had made all countries fearful and had a high-ranking official position, was actually dead. Even using the final seal of life and death was unable to reverse this final fatal situation. This was simply beyond his imagination.
Send troops!
Xia Jun nodded heavily and raised his sword. At this moment, the Xia army that had been ambushing them surged out like a tide. The Ertai general died in battle, and their morale was greatly reduced. Now this sudden ambush caught them even more unprepared. Half a day later, the remaining Ertai army was captured. All their weapons and armor were captured and piled up into a small mountain.
Yang?
Xia Jun walked quickly and cupped his hands towards Yang Macheng.
After today's battle, your reputation will spread throughout all 9 states. Hee hee.
Yang Macheng looked at Emperor Xia quietly and smiled lightly. The Xia army lay in ambush on the mountain for half a day. It was not until Guan Honglai was killed that the Xia emperor was willing to send troops. How could Yang Macheng not know what he was thinking?
Yang Emperor, you have won this battle and gained a lot. Just the food, grass and armor of these more than 100,000 troops can be used to form an army.
Emperor Xia smiled awkwardly and hurriedly changed the subject.
What do you plan to do with these prisoners in Ertai?
The 2 armies attacked and the general died in battle. Many soldiers in Ertai knew that the situation was over, except for a few stubborn resistors who were killed. Most of them were captured alive. After some counting, the number of these soldiers turned out to be as many as 80,000.
Emperor Yang, these soldiers can be captured as soldiers or demoted as slaves.
Emperor Xiao looked at Yang Macheng expectantly. 80,000 soldiers. This is not a small number. Neither Dakian nor Xiaogui could swallow this piece of meat in one bite. Due to the timely surrender, most of the establishment was intact. Once you resist, it is a double-edged sword. Xia Jun asked this question because he wanted Yang Mu to give him some prisoners. You haven't exerted any strength at all, but you still want to get some benefits from me? Yang Macheng sneered and glanced at the defeated soldiers in front of him.
These soldiers from Ertai entered Dakian Kingdom and killed innocent people. I said that I will not let them go back alive.
Compassion does not command troops. Even Xia Jun, who was also the emperor, was completely stunned when he heard Yang Muchu's words. But he didn't know that Yang Macheng had already made a blood oath when he saw the tragic deaths of those villagers. He wants Ertai to repay him 100 times or 1,000 times. At the same time, this is also killing the chicken to scare the monkey, in order to make those countries who are thinking of strengthening the country restrain all their thoughts. Although I don't know how to let it go. Anyone who offends our country's prestige will be punished no matter how far away. Ding! The Bloodthirsty Tyrant mission completion rate is 1/3. Task introduction. A good person is bullied by others, and a good horse is ridden by others. A wise king will be pooped and peed on by others. A generation of tyrants can make people fearful, bloodthirsty to the enemy, kind to the people, and determined to become a bloodthirsty tyrant. Bonus draw once. Chapter 133 Medicine King Valley. Bloodthirsty Tyrant? It wasn't for the system prompts that Yang Mu CD almost forgot that there was such a side mission, since it's a free lottery opportunity. Don't give it up.
Lottery!
Say it silently in your heart. Ding. A crisp sound sounded, and the pointer spun rapidly on the 6 options on the roulette wheel.
What I lack most in martial arts right now is that even the highest martial arts are only at the lower level of Huang rank. If I encounter a country or sect with such profound knowledge, I will suffer a loss. The dragon-slaying sword also shattered when I faced off against the sword master. Ordinary weapons simply cannot withstand my inner strength. The only magic weapon is a low-grade yellow-grade Jiolong Supreme Robe. Even if it is sacrificed like the heaven-shaking seal, it won't hurt anyone.
Yang Macheng stared at the turntable. He needed these 3 things the most at the moment. As for the rest, don't worry. After capturing Ertai and leveling the Imperial City, he still had 3 lottery opportunities, which he could slowly replenish through the system.
Ding!
The pointer stops on miscellaneous. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the recovery talisman. The restoration talisman can restore damaged or incomplete items to their original appearance.
This?
Yang Macheng frowned slightly. His first choice was to use the talisman to repair the dragon-slaying sword. But after a moment, Shen Ning immediately chose to give up. The dragon-slaying sword is only the best of the spiritual level, since the sword master can cut it off once. The dragon-slaying sword has basically been eliminated.
I wonder if this restoration talisman can complete the incomplete 36 true martial arts. This is a top-notch Huan-level martial skill. Use the talisman to confirm the repair. Repair in progress. The repair is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top yellow level martial arts, the 36th style of Jinwu. Just kill him! Xia Jun shook his head. After today, the foot of Jiolong Mountain will become a place of bones and bones for the innocent souls. 80,000 Tai warriors. Especially when Yang Mucheng ordered the killing of the Tai army. His eyes were extremely cold. It's not like a murderer who kills countless people, but more like a god and demon who controls the life and death of the universe and regards all things as ants. The executioner still feels regret when he kills someone. And if a person tramples to death a group of ants, how can he regret it? Emperors in ancient times were all so decisive in killing. Yang Mucheng defeated an army of 80,000 people in this way. And his reputation as a tyrant will be spread throughout the world in the future. If anyone wants to attack Guan again, they have to weigh their own strength. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to do what he does. Xia Jun looked at Yang Mucheng with a hint of fear in his eyes. Throw away the messy thoughts in your mind. Emperor Yang, we have won a great victory in this battle. We should take advantage of the victory to attack Huanglong and capture the Ertai Imperial City. The 150,000 strong army was wiped out. Without even thinking about it, Ertai must be in mourning, and its morale dropped drastically. Attack Yaowang Valley first. Yang Mucheng shook his head. Yaowang Valley. Xia Jun was stunned. As the strongest country among the 8 parliamentary countries, Thailand has a vast territory and abundant resources. And naturally there is a sect in their land composed entirely of alchemists. However, Yaowang Valley, like all sects in the world, does not participate in world affairs. Although it is powerful, it is aloof from the world. Even the Emperor of Ertai wanted to ask Yaowang Valley to make elixirs, but he had to ask for help. However, the Medicine King Valley has been able to exist for so long in the wolf-like Ertai. So how can it be so easy to capture? You don't want to? Yang Mucheng glanced at Xia Jun lightly. Yang Emperor, do you know the strength of this Medicine King Valley? Xia Jun smiled bitterly. A warrior's breakthrough requires elixirs. A warrior's injury requires elixirs. Although Yaowang Valley is just a sect composed of a group of incompetent alchemists, it has a wide network of contacts. There are more than 1,000 warriors in the valley, and all the masters of Neijin are there. Those who are not qualified to enter the valley are mostly strong men with meridians and above. There are 3 major offerings in Yaowang Valley. The first one is called the Half-Step Venerable, and his cultivation level reaches the level of Grand Master Hung Lien. The second one is called the Supreme True Immortal, and his cultivation level reaches the perfect level of Hung Lien. The third one is called as the Shura God of Killing. His cultivation is also perfect. Besides that, there are more than 100 powerful people practicing in the Medicine King Valley. The strength of this Medicine King Valley alone is equivalent to that of a country. Even more than that of an ordinary small country. Ordinary people can't hide in time. So how can they dare to provoke him? Are you afraid? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. When we take Yaowang Valley and capture Ertai, I will share with you half of Ertai's land. Interests and risks coexist. I don't want to take risks, but I also want to get the maximum benefit. This how can it be? Xia Jun knew that the other party was angry that he had refused to send troops before, but waited until Wanyan Honglai was killed before taking advantage. Grit your teeth. As Yang Mucheng said, benefits and risks coexist. The greater the risk, the greater the benefits. Okay, let's attack Yaowang Valley. Xia Jun made up his mind. Send troops. Yang Mucheng ordered. In fact, it doesn't matter whether Xia Jun sends troops or not. He just wanted to drag Xia Kingdom into the water. As long as he captured Yaowang Valley and counterattacked Ertai this time, he would have returned to his roots. The value of a Yaowang Valley is several times more than that of Ertai. Not to mention handing over half of the land, even if it means handing over all the land of Ertai to Xia Jun. Yang Mucidi is willing to do so. Medicine King Valley. Valley Master. Countless alchemy masters and martial artists paid homage to an old man with a Taoist spirit and a white Confucian robe. This old man is none other than the owner of Yaowang Valley, Zhou Xiaotian. Zhou Xiaotian is 201 years old, but he has white hair and a childish face, like an 18-year-old boy. Behind him, there were 3 men standing. They were the 3 powerful men in the horizontal refining realm. The Half-Step Venerable, the Supreme True Immortal, and the Shura Killing God. I'm going to visit the Ertai Palace this time, Zhou Xiaotian said slowly.
The tyrant Yang Mucheng killed our 150,000 soldiers in Ertai. He even joined forces with the Xia kingdom. His Majesty the Emperor invited me to discuss countermeasures and how to resist the two coalition forces. Valley Master.
As soon as he finished speaking, an alchemist with white hair and beard stepped forward and said hurriedly,
But the armies of Dakian and Xia are rushing towards our Yaowang Valley. If the owner of the valley is not here, the armies of these two countries will what to do if we fight into the valley.
Zhou Xiaoyan laughed and said,
I give them 8 courages, but they may not dare to attack our Yaowang Valley. Yaowang Valley is a dangerous situation. Easy to defend but difficult to attack. There are also mountain protecting beasts in the valley. The two coalition forces. But there are only 110,000 soldiers. If he dares to come, he will never come back.
Zhou Xiaoyan pondered for a moment and continued.
Let's see. Yang Mucheng is also a powerful horizontal refiner. So in order to prevent him from sneaking into Yaowang Valley,
he looked behind him at a man shrouded in black robes, nodded and said,
Azura, god of killing. You stay and guard the Medicine King Valley.
Yes. The man in black robe hugged his fists and shouted loudly. 7 days later, Zhou Xiaoyan arrived at the palace. At the same time, Yang Mucheng and Xia Jun also led their troops to the Yaowang Valley. Chapter 134 Night Attack on Medicine King Valley.
Is this the Medicine King Valley?
Yang Mucheng looked up. Yaowang Valley is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only an entrance that looks like a line of sky, which can accommodate up to 4 or 5 people passing through side by side. Looking through a sliver of sky, the valley is shrouded in clouds and mist. In the rolling clouds and mist, pavilions appeared one after another, like the legendary residence of immortals.
Yan Emperor. This Medicine King Valley is not easy to fight.
Xia Jun couldn't help but say.
Nature.
Yang Mucheng nodded. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, the rocky cliffs are almost vertical to the ground, making it impossible for soldiers to enter. The only entrance is this line of sky. Previously, Yang Mucheng used this unique terrain to strangles with General Liu Yun's 30,000 vanguard army without any bloodshed at the one line of sky. As long as there is a strong horizontal practitioner guarding the entrance, it is enough for one man to block the barrier and prevent 10,000 people from opening it.
Should we take a detour to the Imperial City?
Xia Jun looked happy. He was still more or less afraid of Medicine King Valley.
Let the army rest.
Yang Mucheng ordered. If you want to capture Yaowang Valley, you can't attack by force.
You can only outsmart it. Although he could enter the valley by himself. There were so many warriors in Yaowang Valley that just one person could not control the situation in the valley.
Coming!
In the distance, a team of about 200 people advanced quickly and arrived in front of the army. The leader is none other than Baizhong. When Baizhong saw Yang Mucheng, he knelt on one knee and said loudly,
Your Majesty, I have brought 200 masters according to your order. Please take a look.
More than 200 people stood upright like javelins. These people are the same group of folk warriors who were conquered at the beginning, in the training tower. Their cultivation has grown rapidly. Now, at least they have reached the perfection of channeling. And some have reached the early stage of horizontal training. And they were wearing medium-grade spiritual level armor created by the forging department.
Good.
Yang Mucheng's eyes sparkled.
Have a day's rest and launch the attack at midnight tonight. It's here. It's here. It's here.
A boy dressed as an alchemy apprentice hurriedly rushed into the Yaowang Valley cabinet, out of breath and panic.
3 tributes. The coalition forces of the 2 countries have arrived in front of the Yaowang Valley and have begun to set up camp. Judging from their posture, it seems that they will attack our Yaowang Valley at any time.
3 offerings. Shura kills the god. His original name is Luozhen. Hearing this, he raised his eyelids slightly and glanced at the alchemy apprentice, with a trace of ridicule on the corner of his mouth.
Looking at your potential, do you think they have the courage to attack? Yaowang Valley is difficult to attack by thousands of troops, and the outer valley is poisonous and poisonous. As for the warriors, they will die immediately once they enter.
Before Luozhen finished speaking, a priest interrupted.
As for warriors, they will die if they enter our Medicine King Valley. In our enshrinement hall, although the big enshrinement and the second enshrinement are not there, the third enshrinement is enough to suppress the Medicine King Valley. That's right. There are 100 worshippers in the worship hall, and the lowest ones are all perfect. Even if a warrior sneaks into the Medicine King Valley, will he have a way to survive?
One of the worshippers laughed.
Just send a few servants to guard in front of Yaowang Valley. Just like what the owner of the valley said, Yang Machung wouldn't even dare to attack Yawang Valley if you give him 8 courages.
Another worshipper nodded repeatedly.
No.
The alchemy apprentice nodded and quickly retreated. He does not have the strength to make these offerings, let alone the courage to make these offerings. Logically speaking, with the protection of these offerings, Yawang Valley should be able to sit back and relax. But for some reason, he always felt a little uneasy. Xia Kingdom. Military camp. In the big tent, Xia Jun and Eunuch Wei were sitting on the ground, looking at the map of Yawang Valley.
Well,
after a moment, Xia Jun irritably picked up the map and smashed it on the ground.
This Medicine King Valley is simply impossible to attack. Yawang Valley is divided into Outer Valley and Inner Valley. There is only a sliver of sky at the entrance to the Outer Valley. Without 20,000 to 30,000 soldiers, there is no way to enter the Medicine King Valley. But even if we get in, so what? There are poisonous insects and poisonous miasma in the Outer Valley. Ordinary people will die if they take a sip of the poisonous miasma. And being bitten by poisonous insects is worse than death. In the Inner Valley, there is the Yawang Valley for worship. And there are also sacred beasts that protect the mountain. I have tried my best, but I can't figure out what method Yang Machung used to attack Yawang Valley.
Eunuch Wei asked in a low voice.
Your Majesty, will Emperor Yang change his mind? Won't.
Xia Jun shook his head.
Do you think Emperor Yang will change his mind?
When Eunuch Wei heard this, he smiled bitterly. In the Xia Kingdom Palace, he said to kill the law enforcement team. So he took action, without any regard for Ertai. More than 10 members of the law enforcement team were killed by him. In the plains, Ertai's 80,000 soldiers killed them at will, leaving no one behind.
Emperor Yang asked me to send troops at dawn. Now, it's just sunset, and there are still 5 or 6 hours left. Alas.
Xia Jun pinched his temples.
I don't know what Emperor Yang is doing now. I went to look for him before, but he was actually stopped.
In addition to Emperor Xia and Yawang Valley, countless countries have set their sights on Yawang Valley.
How bold! You actually dared to target Yawang Valley. Although Yawang Valley is just a sect, its strength is no less than that of a country. Does Yang Machung think that he can defeat one in Honglai? So he doesn't even pay attention to Yawang Valley? It should be noted that even the Emperor of Ertai. You have to be respectful when you see the owner of Yawang Valley. You can imagine how powerful Yawang Valley is. Several emperors in Ertai have long wanted to swallow Yawang Valley, but they have failed. How dare Yang Machung dare to take advantage of Yawang Valley?
Countless emperors couldn't help laughing after receiving messages from the front line. 100,000 troops want to invade Yawang Valley. This is simply a big joke. Unless the number of these soldiers increases several times. But even so, if you want to capture Yawang Valley, you will probably suffer heavy losses. When the stars were scarce in the moon, Yang Machung woke up. At the same time, there are more than 200 masters in the field.
Your Majesty, all the armor has been painted black according to your order. Even the weapons have been dyed black and will never reflect light.
By Zhongdao. Yang Machung nodded.
Tonight's action is a sudden advance. In the early morning, it is when people are the sleepiest and their defenses are weakest. After entering the Medicine King Valley, all the warriors and worshippers were left behind. As for alchemy, if we don't attack them, we can't take action. Knock them out and control them. When daybreak, our army will rush into the valley to respond. Clear.
200 people responded in low voices. What does Yawang Valley rely on? It's nothing more than those warriors and worshippers. Once these people are killed, then they will have no room for resistance.
Set off!
Yang Machung shouted in a low voice. Immediately, he disappeared into the military camp with 200 alchemy masters, and quickly headed towards Yawang Valley. Chapter 135 Shura God of Killing Luoxin. Yawang Valley is silent. Yang Machung entered with more than 200 masters, and they immediately dispersed into pieces. Although Yawang Valley did not pay attention to the coalition forces of the two countries, it still arranged some handymen to patrol the valley.
Lao San, I really don't understand what the third Enshrined Master is thinking. And he actually sends people to patrol. Do those troops have the guts to invade Yawang Valley?
A warrior yawned, showing dissatisfaction.
Of course we know that those troops dare not attack. But the alchemists in Yawang Valley don't know. If we don't send people to patrol, they may not even dare to sleep.
Another warrior with a scar on his face smiled. He said and shook his head.
To be honest, this Yang Machung is really shocking. Originally, I thought that Guan Yin only has 150,000 troops could easily defeat the Dacian kingdom and capture Yang Macheng alive. But who would have thought that these 150,000 troops could easily defeat the Dacian kingdom and capture Yang Macheng alive? The entire army was wiped out without even crossing Jiolo Mountain. And no one was left alive. Killing one person is a crime. Killing 10,000 people is a hero. The eternal karma is all in killing people.
The warrior who was still sleepy before suddenly became energetic.
I heard that this Yang Macheng was once a puppet emperor. He established Qianqiu hegemony and developed Dacian to this extent in less than a year. And he himself, his cultivation has reached the middle stage of the terrifying horizontal training. And there are even rumors that after killing Yin Honglai, he broke through again and reached the late stage of the horizontal training.
The warrior named Lao San showed a trace of sarcasm.
How is it possible? How can any warrior's cultivation progress so quickly? But what if he reaches the later stage of horizontal training? Our third worshipper is a perfect master of horizontal training.
Woo! Before the third child finished speaking, a hand suddenly stretched out from behind and covered his mouth. He gently moved his hands together, and with just a slight click sound, his cervical vertebrae were directly twisted.
What?
Another warrior heard the noise and looked back, only to see a young man approaching quickly.
Yang Macheng.
Before he could speak, Yang Macheng punched him lightly, hitting him on the chest. There was just a muffled sound of pop, and the warrior's internal organs were completely shattered at this moment. Glancing at the corpses of the two warriors, Yang Macheng tiptoed and disappeared on the spot.
Are there only 3 offerings left in Yaowang Valley? If he were the only one, it would be even less difficult to engulf the Medicine King Valley.
Yang Macheng raised the corner of his mouth. His gaze was like a torch, looking towards the Medicine King Valley. In the valley, the real threats are those warriors. Alchemists and their ilk have no power to restrain a chicken and are almost no threat. In addition, these warriors and worshippers were blindly confident in the strength of Yaowang Valley. They never thought that Yang Macheng would send troops to attack at night, and most of them died in their sleep. At this time, several alchemy masters gathered together in the corner.
How is the situation?
Bai Zhong asked.
We have killed the warriors and worshippers from the north, leaving no one behind. The same goes for the south. Same here too.
Bai Zhong listened to the report, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said,
Have you found the 3 major offerings?
An internal expert shook his head and said,
Sir, the owner of the Yaowang Valley went to the Imperial City 7 days ago with the big offering and the second offering. Now there are only 3 offerings dedicated to Shura killing god Luozhen in the Yaowang Valley. Luozhen's location is on the west side of Yaowang Valley. You see, the largest pavilion is where he lives. Let's go! Kill Luozhen before he wakes up. In this case, we can take down Yaowang Valley without any bloodshed.
Bai Zhong said solemnly. Immediately, he quietly sneaked into the pavilion with more than 10 masters. It was quiet inside the pavilion. No interest at all.
No patrol?
Someone asked doubtfully.
Idiot! This Luozhen is a strong man with perfect horizontal training. What kind of defense does his residence need?
Bai Zhong shouted.
Stop talking. Hang Lian is a perfect and powerful person, with proficient 5 senses and sharp ears and eyesight. Even if he is asleep, he has great control over the outside world. Don't wake him up.
At this moment, a dozen people slowly entered the courtyard. When he stepped into the courtyard, Bai Zhong was startled. At this moment, he felt like he had stepped into the territory of an ancient ferocious beast. It was as if this ancient beast had opened its eyes and was looking towards him.
Baffling.
He shook his head and looked at the other people. The other alchemy masters did not react in this way. They immediately made a gesture and walked forward quickly. Squeak. There was a harsh sound of pushing the door open, and the closed attic door was opened directly. Boom. At this moment, they seemed to have opened a closed wind tunnel, and a strong hurricane suddenly came from inside the house. A wave of air that was 7 or 8 meters high and visible to the naked eye hit directly.
Not good.
Bai Zhong's heart trembled, and he subconsciously put his arms away and put them in front of him, and was hit by this wave of air. Click. His arms in front of him were directly hit by this wave of air. The huge and terrifying force crackled all the bones in his body, and countless cracks broke out in the bones of his arms, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He lost his balance and flew backwards. He took more than 10 steps in a row, each step hitting the ground with a powerful force, leaving a deep footprint. But several other alchemy masters were not so lucky. This aura was too violent and terrifying. like a tide sweeping over and impacting them. These alki masters were struck backwards like kites with broken strings, and fell heavily to the ground.
He's not dead yet?
At this time, a man in black robe with bloody hair slowly walked out of the room. Seeing Bai Zhong vomiting blood, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows.
I see. A warrior in the early stage of Finalizing. Are you Luotian?
Blood flowed from Bai Zhong's mouth, and there was fear hidden deep in his eyes. The perfect martial artist is so terrifying.
That's right. The next one is Luotian, the Shura god of killing.
Luotian narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at Bai Zhong with a sinister smile.
Presumably, you are all sent by the little emperor Yang Maicheng. TSK. 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 I originally thought he didn't have the guts to attack Yawang Valley, but I didn't expect that he actually did it. Tell me, where is the little emperor? Is it in the valley or outside the Yawang Valley? If you want me to tell you, you are just daydreaming.
Bai Zhong shouted coldly.
Do you think you still have a choice? Since you don't tell me, I will go find him myself, even if he is among the 3 armies. With my strength, Luotian, I can easily take away his head,
Luotian said. His eyes instantly became cold and dark. He waved his right hand. Boom! A storm that was stronger and more terrifying than before suddenly set off at this moment, crashing into Bai Zhong with unstoppable momentum. At this moment, Bai Zhong was hit hard and flew backwards again. Boom! A shocking sound erupted in the silent Yawang Valley.
There he is?
Yang Maicheng in the distance suddenly became alert, and his eyes quickly looked towards the explosion site. Chapter 136 Yan Wujian. Boom! The sharp explosion sounded like a thunderous thunder in the silent Medicine King Valley, waking up countless warriors from their sleep, and also alerted many alki guards.
No! I was discovered! Quick! 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 Get to the explosion! With the power of this kind of explosion, it is very likely that Luotian appeared.
Tongue! 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 One after another, figures flew quickly towards the place where the explosion occurred. Yang Maicheng struck a warrior who approached from the darkness to death with a backhand palm, and looked towards the explosion site. At this time, a dozen or even more warriors flew away like cheetahs hunting for prey, rushing towards the location of the attic. Just before they reached the attic, they stopped suddenly in midair. An invisible barrier seemed to appear in front of them, blocking their way forward. Before everyone, even Yang Maicheng, could react, they saw an even more terrifying air wave centered on the attic and spreading in all directions. A layer of bronze ripples mixed in the air waves, like hundreds of crazy galloping horses, sweeping across all directions with earth-shattering momentum. I am the only one who dominates.
Boom!
At this moment, the alki masters who rushed into the attic were directly affected by the terrifying ripples. While spitting out a mouthful of blood, their bodies were shot backwards, like a kite with only broken strings.
Wow!
One of the figures fell heavily at Yang Maicheng's feet. He took a closer look and found that it was Bai Zhong.
Holy Lord! Hurry up! Run away! He is Luotian, the Shura god of killing.
Bai Zhong's face was pale and his breath was silky. When the alki masters who came later heard this name, their faces suddenly turned pale. Da-da-da. In the silent attic, a slow sound of footsteps resounded. The person who came was a man wearing a black cloak, exuding the aura of a warrior. He alone was able to suppress the momentum of more than 100 great masters. The invincible alki master was like a sheep in front of this man.
Luotian! Shura killing god Luotian!
The alki masters exclaimed in surprise. And when they saw each other's eyes, they stepped back a few steps in fear. On the contrary, when the warriors and worshippers of Yawang Valley saw Luotian coming out, their morale was high, and they were extremely excited.
Yang Maicheng, you are so brave. You dare to attack Yawang Valley at night?
Luotian looked Yang Maicheng up and down, with a little surprise in his eyes.
At such a young age, your cultivation has reached the late stage of horizontal training. Even if you become a peerless genius, it is not an exaggeration. But a dead person is no longer a genius.
Yang Maicheng's eyes were filled with ice. He found that although Bai Zhong was seriously injured, his heart was not broken, and he was still breathing. And he was relieved.
You dare to hurt my people?
Luotian seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world, and he shook his head secretly. No matter how strong Yang Maicheng is, he is still just a boy. Since his debut, he has been victorious in every battle, and has long since ignored the world. As everyone knows, there are countless strong people in this world, Even Grandmaster Inglian is nothing more than an ant when faced with those powerful men.
I not only want to kill your people, I also want to kill you,
Luoxin sneered.
Your Majesty the Protector.
After hearing this, the masters in the inner circle felt cold in their hearts. But they still shouted loudly and protected Yang Mucheng. Although Yang Mucheng was angry, he did not lose his mind. He shook his head and ordered these masters.
Step back, Hung Lian Perfection Powerhouse. You can't stop him. That's right.
Luoxin put his hands behind his back and nodded proudly. He glanced at these imperial masters and sneered.
You guys are the court eagle dogs who follow the dog emperor. After I kill the dog emperor, I won't let you go lightly. I will catch you all and seal them up.
Cultivate yourself as a medicine slave.
Luoxin's solemn words made some masters tremble with fright on the spot and almost fell to their knees. Medicine slaves are basically the most evil people in this sect who have committed heinous crimes. The elixir refined by the alchemist not only has the effect of curing diseases and saving lives, but can also be used to kill people and poison them. After taking some elixirs, the whole body may even ulcerate, making life worse than death. Yang Mucheng looked at Luoxin quietly.
Is it possible? Snort.
Luoxin snorted coldly and took a step forward. His whole body was surrounded by white energy, and his inner energy gathered in his palms. Then he waved forward lightly, and another bronze ripple swept across. The alchemy masters have seen the power of this bronze ripple before. A loft was bombarded to the ground, and more than 10 alchemy masters were blown away. Not to mention the little Yang Mucheng. The power of this ripple is even greater than before. I am afraid that Yang Mucheng will be torn into pieces on the spot.
This Yang Mucheng dares to cause trouble in Yawang Valley. Killing him like this is really too easy for him.
One of the worshippers shook his head and sighed.
Yes, he should be captured and used as a medicine slave.
Another warrior also sneered. The surrounding alchemy masters wanted to move forward to help, but they couldn't do it at all. This bronze-colored ripple is the Ripple of Destruction, which is a low-grade yellow-level martial skill. When the bombardment comes out, it can bring endless pressure, forcing them to be unable to move a step at all, as if a huge mountain is pressed on their shoulders.
Let me try my 36 Shenwu moves on you.
Yang Mucheng looked at the sweeping ripples with cold eyes, and actually advanced instead of retreating. His hands were exposed like white cranes drying their wings, and he crossed them in front of him and waved. Shenwu 36 styles Yen Wu Slash. 2 rays of golden light crossed and flew rapidly, looking like 2 giant blades several meters long passing through the air. At this moment, it seemed as if even the air was torn apart, causing a sharp whistling sound. The sound was like thousands of steel needles piercing the eardrums, causing the surrounding warriors to cover their ears in panic. Tear! The golden light passed by, hit the ripples of destruction, and was cut open from it like a knife slicing tofu. The golden light is as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder. During the flyby, whether it was a fountain, rockery, or rocks and trees, they were all cut in half and fell to the ground with a rumble. For a time, there was a force of fire in a radius of hundreds of meters. Dust was everywhere, and there was chaos. Luoxin's eyes narrowed. Before the golden light arrived, he felt a sharp aura coming towards him, which caused constant pain on his face. Ignoring his fear, he punched him several times, each punch bursting with infinite energy. Giant fists of inner energy shot out in the air and hit Jin Meng. But this golden light ignored everything and came with a horizontal slash. Not only did it tear these giant fists of internal energy into pieces, it even slashed in front of Luoxin. Tear. The protective inner strength in front of Luoxin's body could not be sustained, and was torn apart in an instant. Not good! A long-lost sense of crisis arose in Luoxin's heart, and he used all his strength to dodge to one side. The golden light flew past his body and flew towards the depths of Yawang Valley. Just hearing a bang, the 4-story building where Luoxin lived was cut in half under the shocked eyes of countless people. Chapter 137 The Mountain Protecting Beast? Quiet! All the alchemists and worshippers in Yawang Valley were stunned. They watched the attic falling down, trembling all over. Luoxin's eyes almost popped out. His heart felt cold. If he didn't dodge, he would definitely be cut into pieces by this blow. Now! Do you still think it's possible to kill me? Yang Mucheng took a step forward and stared at Luoxin. This is the 36th form of Jinwu. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. But the 36 moves of Jinwu have been lost long ago. Only the first 3 moves are left. What kind of moves are these? Questions and confusion suddenly came from all directions.
The look they looked at Yang Mucheng suddenly changed from amusement to awe and concern. If Yang Mucheng knows the 36 moves of Jinwu, so even Luozhen might not be able to do anything in this battle. They didn't know that Yang Mucheng had already used the talisman to complete the incomplete 36 moves of Jinwu. Thus, he completely possesses a top-notch Huan-level martial arts.
Yang Mucheng.
Luozhen slowly touched the wound on his face caused by Yan Wuzhan, anger emerging in his eyes.
You know the 36 moves of Jinwu. So what? Today, I'm going to let you know how powerful I, the Shura god of killing, am.
After Luozhen finished speaking, he took a step forward. He raised his arms, and with a clang, he pulled out 2 bloody Japanese swords from his waist, and descended in front of Yang Mucheng as if he had shrunk to an inch. At the same time, both swords came out and slashed at Yang Mucheng.
Chong!
There was a sound of swords, and everything within a radius of tens of meters was shrouded in the blood-filled sky. Countless swords and sword shadows seemed to form a large, terrifying sky. Under the hood, Yang Mucheng was trying to be enveloped. The harsh sound of swords resounded, and this burst of sword light brought about infinite wind. The wind recklessly danced in all directions, causing a series of ripping marks on the ground.
The 3 priests were so angry that they even resorted to this move.
A priest in the crowd exclaimed.
What's the point of this move?
Someone asked.
This move is the blood blade sword technique, which seals the throat with blood and will not stop until death. The 3 worshippers were originally hunted down by a country. That country sent more than 100 masters to ambush them halfway, all of whom were strong men. 198 of the 108 masters were killed in an instant. It was also in that battle that the 3 worshippers were called the Shura god of killing.
So smart. The alchemy masters present were shocked when they heard this, and quickly looked towards Yang Mucheng. At this time, Yang Mucheng actually punched forward. Jinwu 36 forms of flame dragon break. With a punch, the inner energy in Yang Mucheng's body exploded, and it was like a flame rolling up his body, and his whole body shot out like an angry arrow.
Boom!
The air was forcibly shattered at this moment. Flames billowed in the Yawang Valley under the night sky. Behind Yang Mucheng, there was a red light like the Milky Way flowing down from the 9 heavens. This ray of light was like a flaming dragon descending into the world, flying over like crazy and striking hard into the shadow of the sword that filled the sky. Crackling. With a punch, countless knife shadows were directly shattered and turned into nothing at this moment. Luozhen's tongue felt sweet, and a mouthful of blood almost spurted out. There was a shocked look in his eyes, and he danced the 2 Japanese swords in his hands as if facing a formidable enemy, and quickly placed them in front of him, hoping to block the attack. But Yang Mucheng was not afraid at all, and hit the double swords with his white jade-like fists. Click! The 2 Japanese swords shattered in response. Luozhen only felt a huge force, like an angry dragon pouring into his body. The terrifying force shook his arms, as if they were about to break. At this moment, he could no longer hold back, and spurted blood all over the sky. He shot out backwards, and flew heavily into a small attic. The terrible aftermath caused the entire attic to collapse. Everyone looked forward in disbelief, swallowing uncontrollably. No one expected such a result. The 2 of them had only fought 2 moves so far, but Luozhen looked completely crushed. There's not even room to fight back.
Tongue!
The next moment, Luozhen rose from the ruins and fled towards the depths of Yawang Valley desperately.
This kid is simply a monster. His strength is not much different from that of the 2nd Supreme Immortal. How did he practice?
Luozhen's heart was churning. He is a perfect man. So logically speaking, he should be the one to crush Yang Mucheng. But now the result is exactly the opposite. He can't even catch Yang Mucheng's chops and punches. If Yang Mucheng makes a 3rd move, he may be killed on the spot.
The big worshipper and the 2nd worshipper are both not in the valley now. I can't deal with him with my own strength. I can only mobilize the sacred beasts that protect the mountain.
Luozhen frowned. It is easy to summon the mountain guardian beast, but it is not that simple to let it sleep peacefully. Even if it is a large offering, it will take some effort. But the situation was critical at the moment, and Luozhen couldn't care less.
That direction is it 3 offerings? It seems that it must be so.
The alchemists and warriors around him were shocked when they saw the direction in which Luozhen was escaping. This mountain-protecting beast is a 2-edged sword. 3 years ago, it went berserk, and even the great worshipper was injured by it. Could it be that Luozhen plans to awaken the mountain guardian beast? But after thinking about it, everyone felt that this must be the case. Yang Mucheng was so powerful that he could almost crush Luozhen. If the mountain guardian beasts are not awakened, then the entire Yawang Valley may not be saved. Tongue! 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 Countless warriors immediately caught up with Sans Ho.
Your Majesty, there is something strange.
At this time, an internal expert solemnly said,
Their direction seems to be escaping to the depths of Yawang Valley. I once heard that Yawang Valley has a mountain-protecting beast. It is extremely powerful. Their trip seems to be aimed at the mountain-protecting beast. The mountain guardian beast?
Yang Muchung snorted coldly. He didn't care about the mountain guardian beasts or the mountain guardian monsters. The purpose of this trip is to conquer Yawang Valley. If we are scared by a monster that we haven't seen yet, then wouldn't tonight's casualties be in vain? He turned his eyes and quickly ordered,
Leave a few people behind to take care of the wounded like Baizhong. Others, follow me.
After saying that, Yang Muchung tiptoed a little and rushed out quickly. The Aoki masters behind him also looked at each other for a while and followed him bravely. But after a while, everyone stopped in front of the cabinet in Yawang Valley. In front of this huge cabinet, there is a huge lake, and the water on the lake is as calm as a mirror. A huge chain stretched out from the cabinet and spread to the bottom of the lake. Is this where the mountain-protecting beasts live? Chapter 138 Awakening. Lake. Quiet. Only the long chain was shaking and making a clanking sound, which made people feel a little scared. Yang Muchung looked intently and narrowed his eyes. He has the Emperor's Chi watching technique, which allows him to see through the level of items and the cultivation level of warriors at a glance. This chain is actually the best of the spiritual level.
It seems you also discovered.
Luo Zhen saw Yang Muchung's expression change slightly, and couldn't help but reveal a hint of pride. He held the chain in his hand, and threw a red pill into the lake.
This is where the mountain-protecting beast lives. Even the chains linking it are of the highest spiritual level. Yang Muchung.
Your strength is certainly terrifying, but you wouldn't have thought that you would die in the hands of a monster. Would you?
Gudu.
Gudu.
As soon as he finished speaking, huge bubbles suddenly appeared in the calm lake. At first there were only one or two, but gradually there were more and more, and the whole lake seemed to be boiling. Below the lake, a surging breath came, giving people the illusion of being out of breath.
This mountain-protecting beast originally lived in the Medicine King Valley. It has been more than 430 years since the first generation of the Medicine King Valley Patriarch restrained it with elixirs and then tied it with chains. In the lake, I use sleep powder every month to put it to sleep. What I dropped just now is the concentration pill. It will wake up completely in a moment.
Wow wow. As soon as he finished speaking, the lake roiled, and a huge head suddenly popped out of the lake. Countless lake waters flowed down from the triangular head.
Een snake.
Yang Muchung's eyes narrowed. This Een snake was twice as big as the one he killed in Yumingshan. It was over 20 meters long and its scales were as big as a palm. The aura of cultivation has even reached that of the terrifying Hinglian Grandmaster, much higher than Luo Zhen. However, this sinister snake seemed to have been sleeping in the lake for too long and was still a little depressed.
You evil beast. Destroy that boy.
Luo Zhen grabbed the chain and pulled hard. Only then did Yang Muchung realize that the chain had actually extended into Een Snake's back and was directly nailed to the spine. With such a tug, Een Snake, who was still a little sluggish, was suddenly aroused by pain and went crazy. Roar! A roar that sounded more like a dragon or a snake came from the Een Snake's throat. The terrifying roar actually caused a wave of sound that swept in all directions. This loud sound was like a thunderbolt hitting the Medicine King Valley suddenly, and even spread several miles away, regardless of whether it was the master of Aoki or the worshipper of Yuangu. Their expressions all changed at this moment, and they retreated back in panic. Call. Then, Een Snake's huge pupils suddenly closed and landed firmly on Yang Muchung. The next moment, its giant tail was pulled out from the lake, bringing up a wave of shocking waves, sweeping towards Yang Muchung like a giant stick. The soul is drifting. Yang Muchung tiptoed and flew forward, barely dodging the blow. The Een Snake's giant tail hit the ground, causing the entire earth to tremble violently, and countless cracks popped out like lightning. This blow is even several times more powerful than the war trample of the mammoth ancient demon elephant. However, the Een Snake was so fast that Yang Muchung was still in midair. It twisted its tail and turned into an afterimage, then chopped it off head-on. With just a bang sound, Yang Muchung flew out like a cannonball. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, it penetrated tall buildings and smashed heavily into ruins. The entire earth trembled at this moment, and the ground collapsed crazily, forming a huge deep pit, like the trace of a meteorite.
Hisses.
The Ian snake's perception is several times stronger than that of a warrior. Its huge body dragged its long chain and swam towards the location where Yang Muchung fell. Wherever the Ian snake passed, all the Aoki masters retreated backwards with pale faces. Only Luotian looked proud.
This little emperor took a full blow from the Ian snake. But he is still alive. His life is pretty good. But no matter how hard his life is, can you still survive the Ian snake's pursuit?
The loud noise that erupted in Yaowang Valley had already awakened the sergeants of the two countries stationed outside the valley. Almost immediately, the soldiers who thought the enemy was attacking quickly rushed out of the camp, arranged in formation, and prepared to defend themselves against the enemy. But who knew that the shocking explosion came from the Yaowang Valley? As soon as this sound started, another terrible earthquake came from the valley. Roar! At the same time, the roaring sound that looked like a dragon, but not a dragon, or a snake but not a snake, came immediately. Xia Jun hurriedly got out of the tent,
just in time to hear the roar. When he looked towards Yaowang Valley, he already found that the valley was filled with flames.
What is that?
Xia Jun couldn't hide the fear in his eyes.
The mountain-protecting beast of Yaowang Valley. The Ian snake,
Eunuch Wei said hurriedly.
Presumably, Emperor Yang's attack on Yaowang Valley was noticed, and someone awakened the mountain-protecting beast.
Xia Jun immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
It turns out to be a Ian snake, so I'm not afraid of it. Emperor Yang once killed a Ian snake in Yimingshan, and he still pierced it with one finger. If you want to use this monster to stop Yang Emperor, this the second Yao Wanggu did a bad job.
But before Xia Jun could smile, Eunuch Wei's next words shocked him.
Your Majesty, the evil beast Ian snake in Yimingshan only has a lifespan of about 100 years, and its cultivation level is only at the level of Tongmai. But the Ian snake in Yaowang Valley has lived for more than 400 years, and its cultivation level has reached the level of Hengmai. Master Lien, it is extremely difficult for a warrior of this level to subdue this Ian snake. If Emperor Yang fights against this Ian snake, it will only be a disaster.
Eunuch Wei was trembling all over. As a warrior, he naturally understands the horror of Grandmaster Henglian. If this sinister snake is allowed to kill, it can wipe out a small country in half a month. Why does no one dare to touch Yaowang Valley? Why has Ertai been eyeing Yaowang Valley for so long but never sent troops to attack it? Part of the reason is because they are afraid of the strength of Yaowang Valley. Part of the reason is precisely because of this sinister snake that dominates the master.
Eunuch Wei, take people into the Medicine King Valley quickly, and be sure to rescue Emperor Yang.
Xia Jun quickly ordered.
Slave takes orders.
Eunuch Wei hugged his fists, and quickly led more than a dozen military masters into the Medicine King Valley. Crackling, flames came out of nowhere, and burned the entire attic of Yaowang Valley. The continuous fire almost turned the sky red. The Ian snake swam slowly, its huge body passing over the ground, leaving deep marks on the ground. Hiss. The advancing Ian snake suddenly stopped and let out a vigilant hiss. Its huge snake eyes suddenly tightened and it looked forward. I saw, in the flames, a figure was completely unaffected by the flames and slowly walked out. Wherever it passed, the flames actually separated on their own.
How dare you hurt me, you beast?
Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes slightly, and his momentum suddenly burst out. At this moment, his long hair was flying and his robes were rustling. Behind him, the five-clawed golden dragon embedded in the skin seemed to come alive at this moment.
That is? Dragon?
Suddenly, exclamations suddenly sounded. Chapter 139 I am invincible in this world. Boom! Yang Muchung didn't see any movement, but his body suddenly erupted with endless inner energy. In this internal energy, a shadow of a five-clawed golden dragon more than 30 meters long was formed outside Yang Muchung's body. At the same time, Yang Muchung's aura was constantly rising, even from a distance of dozens of meters. Ian Snake could feel that Yang Muchung's strength was constantly improving and growing.
What kind of skill is this? Why do dragons appear?
Luotian looked at Yang Muchung, whose momentum was growing in the void, and at the shadow of a huge five-clawed golden dragon more than 30 meters long outside Yang Muchung, and his eyes became solemn. Even Ian Snake was suppressed at this moment.
Bastard! What are you doing? Eat this guy for me. If you dare not obey, I will seal you in the Mirror Lake forever.
Hearing the seal entering the crystal lake, a trace of fear appeared in Ian Snake's eyes. During the days when it was sealed in Crystal Lake, it could not see the sun or the moon, and it felt drowsy every day. The pills that made it sleep made it feel as if its bones had been eaten away by thousands of ants. Boom! Although he was afraid of Yang Muchung, Een Snake still had the courage to kill him. The body of more than 20 meters long suddenly retracted at this moment, like a taut spring. And in the shocked eyes of countless people, it shot towards Yang Muchung like a bolt of lightning. The churning momentum of the Een Snake no longer resembles a superior monster, but seems like a dragon out of the sea.
How dare you be so arrogant? Do you think it's possible to rely on this demonic beast to defend the entire Medicine King Valley? Then let's give it a try and see if I can kill this Een Snake. Or will I be swallowed by this Een Snake?
Seeing the Een Snake rushing towards him, Yang Muchung's eyes were full of fighting spirit. He kicked the ground with both feet and rushed towards the Een Snake flying out of the crystal lake. This man and this beast are obviously going to have a head-to-head confrontation and a real contest. Boom! In an instant, Yang Muchung and Een She collided in midair. A shocking storm erupted, and the storm visible to the naked eye instantly rose to a height of 123 meters, sweeping in all directions. Wherever it passed, the rocks peeled off inch by inch and turned into countless dust and powder. At the place where the explosion occurred, a huge crater with a radius of dozens of meters was directly blasted out by this shocking force. Everyone's eyes widened and they looked towards the fighting position. However, it doesn't matter if you don't look at it. When they look at the people in Yawang Valley, their hearts sink. Grandmaster Hun Lian's demonic beast, the Een Snake that they regarded as the guardian beast of the mountain, was actually unable to deal with Yang Muchung. On the contrary, he was at a disadvantage in the competition. Tying! 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 Outside Yawang Valley, Duke Wei quickly rushed there with more than a dozen military masters. Along the way, they heard bursts of thunder like explosions, and even the ground was shaking uncontrollably. Without seeing it with your own eyes, it is difficult to imagine what kind of battle is taking place in Yawang Valley.
Eunuch Wei, that Een Snake is so scary. So what if we go there?
A military expert couldn't help but wonder.
Yes.
Another person nodded and said,
Di Yang is a warrior in the later stage of Hun Lian. If even he can't deal with this sinister snake, even if we go, we will only be buried in the snake's belly.
Eunuch Wei frowned and shouted angrily,
Shut up! This is His Majesty's decree.
When several people heard this, they immediately stopped talking. In fact, even Eunuch Wei himself did not have much confidence. Maybe by the time he arrived at Yawang Valley, Yang Muchung would have been swallowed by the sinister snake.
Look!
The moment everyone rushed into the Medicine King Valley, their pupils shrank, revealing a look of incredible shock. This man and one beast are fighting frantically. Boom! Yang Muchung and Een Snake collided again. Yang Muchung's body, tempered by the ancient heaven-swallowing technique, possessed a physique that was beyond terrifying for ordinary people. The Een Snake was hit by him and flew backwards, hitting the ground heavily. Een Snake was about to get up from the ground to fight back when he saw Yang Muchung rushing over. He even saw Yang Muchung grab it by its tail with his big hand. Then, Yang Muchung swung his hands, and the Een Snake, which was more than 20 meters long and weighed more than 10,000 kilograms, was thrown into the air. Yang Muchung's figure was like an arrow. He flew quickly, slapped his right palm, and then blasted Een Snake into the ground. This, Eunuch Wei was stunned and couldn't believe it. Several military masters behind him were also stunned and couldn't even close their mouths. Of course, the people who were the most shocked were the people from Yawang Valley. They thought about various scenarios. Yang Muchung knew that he was no match for this sinister snake, so he knelt down in tears and begged for mercy to save him from death. Or maybe Yang Muchung resisted stubbornly and tried to fight to the death. But in the end, he was swallowed by the Een Snake. But they never expected that this would happen. Een Snake was actually suppressed and beaten by Yang Muchung, with almost no power to fight back.
Roar!
A roaring sound resounded, and the huge Een Snake suddenly emerged from the ruins, its shocking roar erupting in endless ripples. Click! Enraged, the Een Snake actually tore off the chains that bound it, and its huge body leaped over like a dragon out of the sea. The mouth that could even swallow heaven and earth, when open fiercely engulfed Yang Muchung. The Een Snake was so fast that in its rage, it seemed to have truly transformed into a terrifying dragon. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, it directly swallowed Yang Muchung into its belly. Quiet. Deathly silence. Everyone looked at the sky with dumbfounded eyes. They couldn't believe that Yang Muchung was swallowed by the Een Snake like this.
Ha ha!
Luo Zhen burst into hysterical laughter. Previously, Een Snake was suppressed and beaten by Yang Muchung, and his heart almost fell to the bottom. Seeing this scene now is like soaking in ice water in the dog days of summer. Feeling refreshed from head to toe. Luoxin's laughter resounded throughout the Medicine King Valley.
Yang Macheng, aren't you crazy? Didn't you attack our Yawang Valley at night? Didn't you take our Yawang Valley and our mountain-protecting beasts in your eyes? Now that you have been swallowed by a sinister snake, I don't see what qualifications you have to be crazy. What qualifications do you have to be proud of? What a pity! I couldn't kill you with my own hands.
Luoxin clenched his fists, and there was a trace of regret in his eyes. Eunuch Wei's face turned pale. As soon as he entered the valley, he saw Yang Macheng suppressing the Yin snake and fighting again. He thought that the battle situation had been decided. But who knew that a sudden change occurred? The Yin snake actually swallowed Yang Macheng in one gulp.
Your Majesty!
Many alchemy experts exclaimed. At this moment, a scream suddenly came. Everyone couldn't help but be startled, and quickly looked towards the source of the sound. The one who screamed in agony was actually the Yin snake that had swallowed Yang Macheng earlier.
Puff!
There was a crisp tearing sound, and a pair of white jade-like palms suddenly stretched out from the Yin snake's belly, and then tore it apart with force. Chapter 140 Surrender. Tear. The terrible tearing sound resounded throughout Yawang Valley. Before the proud smile on Luoxin's face faded away, he completely stiffened. Under his extremely shocked gaze, Yang Macheng actually tore open the belly of the snake with both hands and appeared in front of all of them. And this Yin snake, which had the cultivation level of a Grand Master, was directly torn into two pieces by these hands. In the endless spray of blood, Yin snake's broken body hit the ground heavily.
If you have any other tricks, just bring them out.
Yang Macheng walked out slowly with his hands behind his back. He was covered in snake blood, like a shocking murderer. As he walked towards Luoxin, he was also frantically devouring Yin snake's energy and blood. With every step he took, his energy became higher and higher. When he walked in front of Luoxin, his cultivation finally broke through and reached the perfection of horizontal training.
Plop!
Luoxin couldn't bear it any longer, and his knees softened, and he knelt down heavily. His biggest reliance is Yin snake. Now that Yin snake has been killed, what hope does he have to resist?
Yang! Emperor Yang!
Luoxin was frightened and trembled all over.
I am willing to surrender to you.
Call. Hearing this, everyone, including Eunuch Wei, took a breath. This is Luoxin. This is the Shura god of killing. This is a perfect and strong man. Although Luoxin may not be sincerely convinced, it would be a great thing if he could gain the allegiance of a perfect and powerful person. I will first pretend to be loyal and surrender. Although I lost, there are still big worshippers and second worshippers in Yawang Valley, and their strength is several times higher than mine. When the time comes, I will wait for this kid to relax his vigilance, and then I will cooperate with the Chongfeng and the others inside and outside to kill them. Luoxin lowered his eyes, showing an attitude of surrender. He was sure that Yang Macheng would not kill him. A perfect and powerful man was so precious that even the 8 major parliamentary countries combined could not find more than 100 of them.
Submit to me? Sorry. No need.
Yang Macheng grinned and stepped forward with his right foot. Boom! This foot stepped on Luoxin's chest, pushing his whole body into the ground. His heart was crushed on the spot, and he died through the heart.
3 offerings.
Seeing Yang Macheng actually killing Luoxin with one kick, countless warriors and worshippers screamed in surprise.
Kill all the warriors and capture all the alchemists.
Yang Macheng waved his hand. At sunrise, Xia Jun followed the agreement and led his troops into the Yawang Valley. Rivers of blood flowed in the valley. All the warriors were killed, and more than 100 alchemists and apprentices were tied up and brought to the square. Although Eunuch Wei had already told the story in detail about the Medicine King Valley, Xia Jun was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. Especially when he saw the Yin snake that looked like an ancient god and demon. He was so frightened that he trembled.
Where is Emperor Yang?
Xia Jun asked in a low voice.
Emperor Yang is interrogating those alchemists.
Eunuch Wei pointed to the front.
There are a total of 108 alchemists in the Medicine King Valley, including 6 spiritual level high-level alchemists, 18 middle-level alchemists, and 84 low-level alchemists. In addition, there are more than 700 human alchemy apprentices. These alchemy apprentices do not have much knowledge of alchemy and manage the planting and picking of some spiritual herbs in the Medicine King Valley. Zhou Xiaoyan, the owner of Yawang Valley, left for the Ertai Palace 7 or 8 days ago with the big offering and the second offering.
After taking the elixir, Baizheng looked pale. But he was out of danger. He was introducing the harvest of Vowing Valley.
Where is the top-grade alchemist?
Yang Muchung asked.
They are kneeling in front,
Baizhong said. Yang Muchung looked over. But I saw 6 gorgeously dressed alchemists being pinched by the necks and pinned to the ground by 6 inner masters. Although these alchemists were dissatisfied, they could not break free from the oppression of the alchemy masters. He walked over and nodded. And an internal expert quickly let go of his arm.
Emperor Dog, if you dare to attack our Medicine King Valley, you will be dead when the owner of the valley comes back with the big offering and the second offering. Don't think that you will be invincible after killing the third offering and the guardian beast.
The alchemist's status in Vowing Valley is extremely high. What's more, he is also a top-grade alchemist, whose status is second only to the valley master, now being suppressed here like a slave, kneeling on the ground. He could not hold back his anger for a long time. After breaking away from the restrictions of the alchemy master, he opened his mouth and cursed.
Oh, I know.
Yang Muchung nodded expressionlessly.
What?
Before the alchemist could react, he saw Yang Muchung lift his foot. Boom! A head was crushed on the spot. Blood flying everywhere. This is a top-grade alchemist. Killed so casually, the hearts of several top-grade alchemists present were skipping a beat. It should be noted that those who are interested in Medicine King Valley treat these alchemists like their parents and wish to support them as gods. For fear of offending them, it would be nice to kill Yang Muchung like this. And he is also a top-grade alchemist?
Release.
However, Yang Muchung didn't react at all. He came to the second high-level alchemist with an expressionless face and signaled the master to let go.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Master Alki released his hand. Boom! Almost without any warning, Yang Muchung stepped forward again, trampling to death this high-grade alchemist who had no time to speak.
I killed another top-grade alchemist.
Eunuch Wei watched this scene, his heart beating wildly.
There are only 6 top-grade alchemists in the Medicine King Valley. Does Yang Emperor want to kill them all? You do not understand.
Emperor Xia shook his head.
Emperor Yang is forcing Vowing Valley to surrender. These alchemists hold themselves to be noble and think they are superior to others. They think that since they are alchemists,
they have a gold medal for immunity from death. And they think that Emperor Yang will not kill them. But Emperor Yang did this, just telling them that if they don't surrender, they will die. I know how to use this method, but I can never be as decisive as Emperor Yang. I have been the emperor for half my life in vain. Maybe the real emperor needs Emperor Yang to be like this.
Emperor Xia sighed. He always felt that as the emperor of the Xia kingdom, one of the 8 major parliamentary states, he was extremely heroic and controlled life and death. But in the end, he was not even as good as a young man.
Release?
While they were talking, Yang Muchung had already arrived in front of the third alchemist. The third alchemist trembled with fright, kowtowed quickly and said,
Holy Lord, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I am willing to submit to you. I am willing.
Boom! Before he finished speaking, Yang Muchung fell down again. The third alchemist was trampled to death. He glanced around and saw that the remaining 3 high-grade alchemists were already so frightened that they were shaking all over, their heads hitting the ground so hard that their scalps were bruised. He kept shouting,
Your Majesty, please spare our lives. We are willing to submit to Dakian.
Really? Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes and looked at the middle-grade and low-grade alchemists.
What about you?
Everyone's hearts trembled. Even the high-grade alchemist was trampled to death like a chicken and a dog. What qualifications did they have to compete? He quickly fell to his knees and shouted in unison.
We are willing to surrender to the Holy One and Dakian. Chapter 141. The troops are approaching the city. A bloody battle ended. From late at night to sunrise, Vowing Valley has changed its owner. This level of strength is equivalent to that of a small country. The Medicine King Valley was destroyed so quickly, although part of the reason was that the owner of the valley, the first worshipper, and the second worshipper were not in the valley. The speed of destruction was still hard for Xia Jun to accept.
Congratulations to Emperor Yang. Now that we have obtained the Medicine King Valley, the strength of the Dakian kingdom has reached a new level. Now, even the 8 major parliamentary countries are probably not as powerful as the Dakian kingdom.
Emperor Xia congratulated him.
It's just a pity that those 3 top-grade alchemists were killed. Bring these alchemists back to Dakian country. Show them affection and reason, and maybe they will loyally join us.
Hearing this, Yang Muchung smiled lightly and said,
Xia Emperor, how do you think this elixir is used? Of course it's food.
Emperor Xia looked puzzled, wondering why Yang Muchung would ask such a question.
That's right. If these alchemists refuse to surrender, or are unwilling to do so, if they add an extra herbal medicine to the refined elixirs, the elixirs used to treat diseases will become poisons that kill people. These people, I can rest assured to protect my people. Give my army to them? So, make these alchemists fearful so that they don't dare to make mistakes.
Yang Mucheng said lightly. Army? People? Emperor Xia was still full of doubts. Of course, Yang Mucheng would not explain anymore. Yang Mucheng will incorporate these alchemy masters into the army and let them refine elixirs that promote cultivation and enhance the strength of the Black Flag Army and alchemy masters.
However, these alchemists still have a glimmer of hope in their hearts.
Valley Master, the big worshipper and the second worshipper are not dead. These alchemists will not completely surrender. The next step is to attack the Ertai Imperial City and fulfill the blood oath they made before. Thinking of this, Yang Mucheng's eyes turned cold. The Yaowang Valley was invaded. And after a brief rest, the Dakian and Xia armies marched straight in, heading towards Huanglong's attack on the Ertai Palace. 3 days later, Ertai sent 100,000 troops to face the coalition forces of the two countries head-on. As a result, the army was vulnerable, and its formation was torn apart by a single charge by the Black Flag Army, and then was cannibalized by the surrounding Xia army. The general who led the army was beheaded on the spot. The defeated army broke up and took 30,000 prisoners. 14 days later, when news of the fall of Yaowang Valley spread, the morale of the Ertai army dropped sharply. On the contrary, the allied forces of the two countries were so powerful that wherever they passed, all the cities opened their gates and gave up resistance. At one time, more than 30 cities in Ertai fell. On this day, Ertai once again sent an army of 200,000 troops to block the coalition forces. Unfortunately, although this army was large in number, they were all new recruits who had never been on the battlefield. The battle lasted only half a day, and most of them collapsed. As a last resort, Emperor Ertai ordered all troops to withdraw quickly and defend the imperial city. Along the way, there were countless battles and victories, all the way to the foot of the Ertai imperial city.
This is the imperial city!
Emperor Xiao looked at the Ertai imperial city with excitement in his eyes. He has been to this imperial city many times, but never in this way. Ertai is one of the 8 major parliamentary countries. How difficult is it to drive troops to invade? But now he actually did it. But Xia Jun was very sober. He knew that if he hadn't followed Yang Mucheng, he might not have been able to do it in this life.
How is the situation in the city?
Yang Mucheng sat on the horse and asked.
Something bad?
Many spies from the Xia kingdom followed the army into the imperial city of Ertai, so they could clearly understand the situation in the city.
There are 300,000 soldiers in the city, although most of them are civilians who have been forcibly recruited.
Their strength cannot be underestimated. If they stick to the city, we will never be able to capture the imperial city. However, there was news earlier that there was a partial riot in the imperial city, because the soldiers in the army did not have enough food. They had begun to rob the civilians' food reserves. The XC area was already a sea of blood, although the army plundered food. But it's not enough to support an army of 300,000 for 10 days. Yawned Emperor. We just need to besiege but not attack. When they use up all the food and grass, we can capture the imperial city without any blood.
Xia Jun said excitedly. He looked at Yang Mucheng with questioning eyes.
Let the soldiers stay and rest for a day, and then let the secret agents in the city cooperate with us inside and outside.
Yang Mucheng said lightly. At the same time, in the imperial city, when he learned that the coalition forces had actually reached the city so quickly, Ertai Emperor Lumi suddenly became gloomy, and all the civil and military officials in the DPRK and China remained silent. So what about the 300,000 troops? Only they knew that these troops were already frightened and did not dare to attack the coalition forces. The lack of food in the city even led the army to start massacring civilians. Now, ordinary people have stirred up resistance. How many days can this imperial city last?
Immortal Master.
Thinking of this, Lumi turned his attention to Zhou Xiaoyan. At this time, countless people's eyes turned to Zhou Xiaoyan, the master of medicine King Valley. If he is willing to take action, he is sure to win this battle. Zhou Xiaoyan raised his eyelids slightly and said,
After my analysis, the coalition forces are not strong. The only scary thing is Yang Mucheng. This son is the heart and soul of the Black Flag Army. As for the Xia army, it is not worth mentioning. They are led by the Black Flag Army. As long as Yang Mucheng is killed, the momentum of the Black Flag army can be curbed, and the two coalition forces will be defeated without a fight.
Lu Mi was overjoyed when he heard this, but immediately there was a bitter look on his face. He shook his head and said,
Master Immortal, after conquering the Medicine King Valley, Yang Muqing's cultivation has grown to perfection. Even the mountain-protecting beast in your Medicine King Valley was torn to pieces by his own hands. In our country, Ertai, there is only one Hinglian Grandmaster. I'm afraid I can't deal with him. Moreover, Yang Muqing will definitely guess that we have no choice but to attack him. His Chinese army tent will be very tightly guarded.
Mentioning the attack on Yaowang Valley, a cold light flashed in Zhou Xiutian's eyes.
Humph. This little emperor dares to attack me. Yaowang Valley. He really thinks I'm a fool. After the two countries' coalition forces capture the two countries, you must agree to one condition. Master Immortal, please speak.
Lu Mi said.
Counterattack Dakian.
Zhou Xiutian's eyes flashed with coldness.
Although our Medicine King Valley is powerful, we can only stick to one side and cannot send troops to attack a country. I want you to help me kill 100 cities and use them to refine the Supreme Holy Pill.
Hearing the Supreme Holy Pill, Lu Mi trembled with fear and nodded quickly.
This is easy to say. I will definitely do it. The big offering and the second offering are left to you. Raid the military camp tonight and bring Yang Muqing's head to see me.
Zhou Xiaoyan said calmly.
Yes.
Behind Zhou Xiaoyan, the two men shouted together and took orders. Chapter 142. All enemies are here. It's late at night and lonely. Three figures quickly jumped out of the palace, leaving no trace of their figures and instantly blending into the night. They rushed straight to the military camp, facing the iron barrel-like defense of the Black Flag army. These three figures could easily pass through as if they were in a deserted area.
You two are taking advantage of this.
I'm going in. After a while, the three of them stopped in front of Yang Muqing's tent. The great worshipper glanced at the two of them and disappeared from the spot. Two of the three people who came to assassinate Yang Muqing this time came from Yaowang Valley.
A big offering. Only half a step before the venerable person becomes cold. Cultivation, as a master of horizontal training. The second worshipper is the supreme true immortal Jia Bowen, whose cultivation has reached the level of Grand Master Hung Lian. The other person came from the Ertai Imperial Palace and was Rhoda, the confidant of the Ertai Emperor. His cultivation also reached the level of Grand Master Hung Lian. Three Hinglian masters took action together to assassinate an emperor. This is simply a unique thing in history.
Jia Bowen, your cultivation is so terrifying. Why are you loyal to Yaowang Valley?
Rhoda asked the question in his heart. These days, the three people from Yawangu are staying in the palace. The big worshipper and the second worshipper were almost obedient to Zhou Xiaotian, the valley owner. The status is even like that of eunuchs and slaves in the palace. It should be noted that warriors have their own dignity, especially warriors at the level of Grandmaster Hung Lian, who are like dragons in the sky and must not be offended.
Want to know?
Jia Bowen smiled faintly.
That's because the Valley Master is more powerful than us.
There is one biggest secret in Yaowang Valley, and that is the strength of the Valley Master. At first, Jia Bowen wanted to enter the Yaowang Valley to seize the medicine, but was later discovered and had to kill someone. As a master of Hung Lian, almost no one can stop him. But Zhou Xiaoyan subdued him with just one move. From then on, he stayed in Yaowang Valley obediently and made two offerings.
Isn't the Valley Master an alchemy master? He also practices martial arts?
Rhoda asked.
Tongue.
Before he finished speaking, Master Bamboo Fong Chenghan came back. Jia Bowen hurriedly asked,
Great enshrinement. Is Yang Muqing dead?
Bamboo Venerable Fong Chenghan shook his head.
This little emperor is too alert and is not in the big tent at all. I have looked for 7 or 8 tents around, but they are all unoccupied. Presumably the little emperor is worried that someone will come in at night. I came to assassinate him, so I deliberately made an empty city plan.
The words have not yet finished. The originally dark military camp was filled with flames. I don't know when, but the 10,000 Black Flag troops were already ready. And at this moment, they were holding torches high and surrounding the three of them. Hula. There was a commotion and the crowd parted. Yang Muqing came with his hands behind his back.
Did Yaowang Valley and Ertai send you 3 people to assassinate me? Why? Aren't the 3 of us enough?
Bamboo Venerable Fong Chung said with a cold smile. The 3 of them are almost at the top of their game, and each of them possesses the cultivation level of a Hung Lian Grandmaster. Stomping one's feet can even cause a small country to be annihilated. When you arrive in any country, Your status is equivalent to that of a king or emperor. Now, Yang Mucheng actually looks down on such a person. Dispatching 3 people at once?
Not enough.
Yang Mucheng shook his head.
Then who is qualified for this?
Fang Cheng laughed coldly.
Let Zhou Xiaoyan take action himself.
As soon as Yang Mucheng said this, the expressions of the 2 priests, Fang Chenghan and Jia Bowen, changed. They were all peerless experts who secretly attacked Yaowang Valley. Only because they were defeated at the hands of Zhou Xiaoyan did they surrender to Yaowang Valley. Although decades had passed since their previous battle with Zhou Xiaoyan, they still felt scared and did not dare to think about it again. Now the little emperor said that only Zhou Xiao was qualified to assassinate him, which made the 2 of them feel underestimated like never before.
Do you know the 3 of us?
Fang Cheng asked with a cold smile.
I don't know.
Yang Mucheng shook his head. Fang Chenghan said loudly.
I am Banstep Venerable Fang Chenghan. I practiced martial arts at the age of 16 and became a master of internal strength at the age of 24. In the next 60 years, I traveled to various countries. I walked through the desert of death and passed through the human-eating forest. He has killed more people than you have ever seen. And now he is 96 years old and has reached the level of Master Hinglian. He is the great enshrinement of Yaowang Valley.
The surrounding Black Flag army and the masters inside were all frightened. Fang Chenghan is actually 96 years old, but he looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s. I don't know if it's because of my great health-preserving skills, or because my cultivation has reached the extreme and I'm starting to rejuvenate. Fang Cheng smiled coldly, pointed at Jia Bowen and said,
This is the supreme true immortal, Jia Bowen. Although not as good as me, his cultivation level has also reached that of Grandmaster Hinglian. The perfect master of Hinglian, who died in his hands, has surpassed more than 100 people. This is Luo De, the personal bodyguard of the Ertai Emperor Lu Mi. He is also the master of Hinglian and the owner of the Dayan family boxing gym. He alone has restrained masters from more than 100 countries from daring to act recklessly in Ertai.
Every time Fang Chenghan reported someone, the faces of the surrounding Black Flag army and alchemy masters turned pale, and they felt suffocated. These 3 people are like gods and demons. Although Sword Master Xiang Xiaolong is terrifying, his reputation is limited to the Xia Kingdom. But these 3 people, without leaving home, are famous all over the world. Even a 3-year-old child knows of their existence. Now these 3 people actually teamed up to deal with Yang Mucheng? Finished, Fang Chenghan put his hands behind his back and looked at Yang Mucheng proudly.
You are just a strong man who has perfected his skills. Any one of the 3 of us can kill you. Now that all 3 of us have come forward, you can rest in peace even if you die. Yeah. Let's take action then.
Yang Mucheng waved his hand, signaling the Black Flag army and the alchemy masters to retreat. This level of fighting is not something they can interfere with. A trace of anger flashed in Fang Chenghan's eyes. Yang Mucheng's attitude did not take the 3 of them seriously at all.
Let me experience your strength.
Luo De had long disliked Yang Mucheng, and he stood up as soon as Yang Mucheng finished speaking. He took off his robe, revealing a thin body. Unlike other people who practice Dayan family boxing, Luo De's skin is as white as jade, even more delicate than women. But under that well-proportioned body, it seemed that the power of a great beast was hidden.
You also practice the Dayan family's boxing skills?
Yang Mucheng asked curiously. He has fought against many people who practice Dayan family boxing, but without exception, they were all dark, skinny, and built like a cheetah. And Luo De, like a young master from a rich family, is far better than a master of Dayan family boxing.
That's right. If you practice Dayan's martial arts to the extreme, you can cleanse your tendons and cut your marrow. I have reached this state 30 years ago.
Rhoda raised her eyelids and stared at Yang Mucheng quietly, with a sneer on her lips.
I don't know. How many moves can you hold on to in my hands?
Chapter 143. Let Zhou Xiaoyan come. Boom. Before he finished speaking, Rhoda had already taken action. At this moment, he was like a howling wind, a galloping cheetah, and leaping lightning. Everyone only saw a white shadow passing by, and Rhoda shrunk across a distance of more than 100 meters and came to Yang Mucheng's side.
Drink!
He shouted sternly, turned his right hand into a palm, and slashed towards Yang Mucheng's neck. Dainjia boxing is different from other martial arts. After cultivating to the level of Rhoda, his body is harder than steel. Every move has great power, and its lethality is unimaginable. His palm seemed ordinary, but it was a hand dagger that had been refined over time. Even Fang Chenghan and Jia Bowen didn't dare to confront him head-on. Phew! This palm strike brought up a whistling wind. The torch in the distance was almost blown out by the strong wind.
Worthy of being Rhoda with the iron palm of 100 wars,
Fong Chunghan said with a smile, cupping his fists.
With this palm of his hand, even if the opponent is also a strong master of Henglian, his neck will be split by him.
Jia Bowen clenched his fists and stared at Rhoda as if facing a formidable enemy. If he faced this move, he could only retreat. Rhoda's body is stronger than the monster, so it is definitely not a wise move to defend against him. However, faced with this move, Yang Muchung stood still and blocked the blow with a light punch with his right hand.
You actually blocked it?
Rhoda's eyelids twitched. He only felt that the palm hit by Yang Muchung was slightly numb, and his heart was extremely shocked.
As the owner of the Dayan family boxing gym, and with the support of the royal family, I can soak my body with heavenly spirits and earthly treasures every day. Is this kid's body stronger than mine?
Before Luo could react, Yang Muchung had already smiled faintly and punched out.
A contest of strength? I will let you, an arrogant boy, know what it means that there is a world outside the sky, and there are people outside the world.
Rhoda's eyes flashed with coldness, and he punched out as well. Boom! The fists collided, and then the power hidden in them suddenly exploded. Luo only felt a terrifying force coming from Yang Muchung's fist, and this force is obviously stronger than him. Wow! He let out a scream. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his body involuntarily flew towards the rear, retreating for more than 30 steps in a row, each step clanging on the ground, leaving a series of deep footprints.
This kid is so strong!
Rhoda held his right fist, and he almost felt that his fist had been smashed just now.
You can't fight him head-on.
Jia Bowen and Fong Chunghan were particularly shocked. Rhoda's strength was obvious to everyone, and even he was amazed by it. One can only imagine how powerful Yang Muchung's body was.
No wonder you don't take the three of us seriously. However, you have to know, strong body doesn't mean everything. Can you resist my move?
Jia Bowen took a step forward and saw that he had both hands out. At this moment, the pure inner energy surged out and even turned into white lines visible to the naked eye. Jia Bowen fiddled with his hands in the air, his fingers beating rapidly, as if playing another pipa, and his inner energy was the strings of this pipa. But in an instant, countless white lines of internal energy in the void formed a large intertwined net, moving towards Yang Muchung crazily.
What kind of trick is this?
Rhoda narrowed her eyes slightly and couldn't help but ask.
This inner strength thread is as thin as a hair and can be broken by ordinary people. How can I use it to deal with a strong person who has perfected the horizontal training?
Fong Chunghan shook his head and smiled.
You don't understand. This is Jia Bowen's special martial arts Ganjian. Although this inner strength thread is as thin as a hair, it is harder than gold and silver threads, and stronger than the edge of a sword.
It's sharp. I'm afraid Yang Muchung will be crushed into a pile of mincemeat by this Jinjiin before he can break it.
After hearing this, Rhoda looked forward, but at this moment, Yang Muchung also frowned slightly. Seeing the Qian Jiyuan coming, he slammed the sole of his foot on the ground. Just hearing a boom, the ground suddenly cracked, and countless rocks flew up and down, shooting out in all directions. And he struck out with his palm, hitting a rock half a man's height. Boom! This rock that was filled with powerful internal energy was like an angry arrow shot out, hitting the big net with extreme force.
A piece of broken stone wants to tear apart my Qianjian? Is it possible?
Jia Bowen sneered, shook his hands, and suddenly the huge net of Qian Jiyuan opened suddenly, wrapping the huge rock in it. Just hearing a
tearing
sound, the huge rock was cut into countless palm-sized pieces, which fell to the ground like rain.
Next.
It's you? Jia Bowen seemed to be very satisfied with the power of his Qianjian. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes, and he clasped his hands forward. Suddenly, the big net swooped down, tightly covering Yang Muchung. He was like a fish caught in a big net, with nowhere to escape.
It's over.
Fong Chunghan smiled lightly. Rhoda even nodded.
This move is perfect for restraining warriors like us. No matter how strong your body is, you will be torn into pieces if you are covered by this big net. Any last words?
Jia Bowen looked at Yang Muchung from a high position, with his fingers spread out like a god and demon who controlled the world of life and death. As soon as he tightened his fingers,
the big net would quickly close up and chop Yang Muchung into pieces, like the previous rock.
This broken net also wants to trap me.
Yang Mucheng shook his head.
You go back and let Zhou Xiaoyan come in person.
How dare you speak harshly even when death is imminent? Jia Bowen's eyes were filled with coldness. He suddenly retracted his fingers and clenched his hands into fists. Immediately, the big net shrank crazily and twisted towards Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng shook his head in disinterest. He thought that Zhou Xiaoyan would take action himself tonight. And as long as he killed him, the group of alchemists in Yawang Valley would completely surrender. But he didn't expect that he only sent 3 of his men. If Zhou Xiaoyan were allowed to escape, it would be a huge threat to him and to Qian Kingdom. Shenwu 36 forms of flame dragon break. Boom! Yang Mucheng punched out. And in the next moment, his entire body disappeared on the spot. And his surging inner energy surged like flames, bringing out a dragon-like body behind him. In the void, there was a shocking dragon roar. It seems like there really is a rock dragon wandering among the mountains and rivers. That piece of Qian Jihian's big net that could crush everything was directly smashed by this white jade fist. Countless internal energy turned into nothing and disappeared in midair.
Not good!
Jia Bowen's expression changed. He hurriedly waved his hand, and the thread of inner strength that was about to disappear was pulled back by him. In front of him, it seemed that countless hands were quickly threading needles and threads, weaving together the inner strength silk threads, forming a huge shield half a man high in the blink of an eye. Then, Yang Mucheng's punch came suddenly. Tear. The shield was like paper, and was torn apart easily. Under Jia Bowen's disbelieving gaze, Yang Mucheng struck him in the chest with a dragon-like punch. Chapter 144 Beating the Grandmaster. Boom. How could Jia Bowen withstand such a blow from Yang Mucheng? He spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and his body fell like a meteorite, making a deep pit in the ground. A wave of air visible to the naked eye swept in all directions along Jia Bowen's body.
He's not dead yet?
Yang Mucheng was slightly surprised. There were waves of slight backlash from the previous fist, as if something on Jia Bowen's body had absorbed part of the power of his punch. Thinking of this, he looked forward. I saw Jia Bowen actually wearing a piece of armor underneath.
The ultimate spiritual level protective armor? However, this armor can block one of my attacks. I wonder if it can block my next attack.
Yang Mucheng's eyes turned cold, and he punched away again. At this time, Fang Chenghan couldn't sit still anymore, and 2 people in succession were defeated by Yang Mucheng. If he didn't take action, not to mention that the task tonight would not be completed, maybe all 3 of them would die here.
Chang!
He shook his right hand, and the shocking sound of the sword resounded. In an instant, a continuous sword light was seen rushing forward at this moment. Each extreme sword light seemed like a poisonous snake with its fangs, biting towards Yang Mucheng crazily. There are more than 100 sword lights, and more than 100 poisonous snakes. At this moment, it covered 100 meters radius. Everyone could only see the shadow of a poisonous snake, and Yang Mucheng was completely enveloped by this shadow. Retreat! Yang Mucheng tapped his toes on the ground, his body like a wild goose flying smoothly, retreating backwards. In an instant, he rushed out from the snake shadows in the sky.
I want to see whether you are faster or my sword is faster.
Fang Chenghan shouted coldly. The right hand shook again, and at this moment, the snake shadows all over the sky turned into a whirlpool, closing towards the center. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, it transformed into a venomous snake that was 20 meters long and as thick as an elephant, and rushed towards Yang Mucheng crazily.
Oh my god!
Everyone who saw the scene felt terrified. When they saw the Yin snake in Yawang Valley, they were frightened and even suspected that the Yin snake was an ancient creature. Now that I saw that the power of Fang Chenghan's sword was no less powerful than that of Yin snake, I felt even more trembling in my heart.
Swordsmanship?
Just when the snake shadow was about to rush in front of Yang Mucheng paused and stopped suddenly. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and the sword was aligned with his right hand. His long hair was dancing in the wind, and his robes were making a rustling sound. Although there is no sword in the hand, there is a sword in the heart. A round of sun and moon rotated and moved behind him. The sun and moon alternated and reflected brilliantly.
Shiliang Sun and Moon Peak Sword?
Fang Chenghan was stunned, his eyes shining brightly.
Look at me! This crazy snake! How I swallowed the sun and moon!
Roar! Before he finished speaking, a wild snake came running and roaring. But Yang Mucheng slashed it with his sword, and the terrifying snake shadow was split into 2 deep in the eyes of countless people. Fang Chenghan only saw a flash of sword light coming towards him, and an unprecedented sense of crisis arose in his heart. Without any hesitation, he retreated to the rear. Just when Jia Bowen and Rhoda were wondering why Fang Chenghan would retreat without a fight, they took a look from afar and took a breath of air. A shallow bloodstain suddenly appeared between Fang Chenghan's eyebrows. And when Fang Chenghan's eyes, which were bursting with infinite murderous intent, looked at Yang Mucheng again, there was even more inexplicable fear. Scared. It can be seen that Fang Chenghan is afraid. Only he knew that if he hadn't dodged quickly before, this sword would have cut him in half. The three of them looked at each other for a while. Originally, they thought that the assassination was foolproof if the three Hylian Grandmasters took action. But who expected that there would be such a situation? After nodding, Jia Bowen and Luo De, who were standing behind, also walked out together and stood side by side with Fang Chenghan. Earlier, Yang Mucheng said that they were not worthy enough. And the three of them sneered, thinking that the little emperor did not know how high the sky was and how high the earth was. But now that all three of them had been defeated by Yang Mucheng, they naturally no longer dared to look down on each other.
In terms of fighting alone, you can definitely defeat the three of us. But what if the three of us join forces?
Fang Chenghan held a long sword in his hand, staring at Yang Mucheng with his gloomy eyes, like snake eyes. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Chenghan, Jia Bowen, and Luo De all burst out with a shocking inner energy. A wave of air visible to the naked eye erupted from the bodies of the three of them, sweeping in all directions. The surrounding Black Flag army and alchemy masters were all thrown tens of meters away by this terrifying momentum.
It seems that you still haven't remembered what I said before. The three of you together are not enough. Anyway, you are Zhou Xiaoqian's confidants. Keeping you will be a great disaster in the future. I will reluctantly take action today. Bar!
Yang Mucheng's hands behind his back finally let go. At the same time, his entire aura changed at this moment, like a god or demon in this world. Fang Chenghan's heart trembled. He suddenly had the illusion that Yang Mucheng standing in front of him seemed to be Zhou Xiaotian, giving him the same pressure as Zhou Xiaotian. In fact, he felt like a small boat in a huge wave that could sweep the world and could be swallowed by the huge wave at any time.
No! If we don't take action, we will be taken advantage of by his momentum.
Fang Chenghan shouted loudly. I saw that he did not take action immediately, but raised the sword fiercely. Infinite spiritual energy gathered in the void, and the originally sharp sword in his hand turned extremely blue at this moment. This gesture of raising hands is extraordinary, and it is obviously a middle-grade Huang-level martial skill. At the same time, Rhoda was the first to rush out. His body, which had been tempered for nearly 100 years, had a terrifying physique that was comparable to that of a monster. However, he was defeated at the hands of a 15-year-old boy, which made him extremely unwilling. Let out a roar. Rhoda's thin body actually swelled crazily, and the blood vessels and veins appeared crazily under her fair skin, like ferocious earthworms, making people scalp numb at the sight. In the blink of an eye, Rhoda's figure doubled in size, and with the momentum of his charge, he was like a running one-horned rhinoceros, flying in front of Yang Mucheng. Rhoda raised his right leg, and all the strength in his body swept through his limbs and bones at this moment, and all the bones in his body made a crackling sound at this moment. Immediately afterwards, it came down like a giant axe. This blow seemed to be no different from the previous one, but it was the strongest power that Rhoda unleashed by burning his blood essence. Saw this scene, both Fang Chenghan and Jia Bowen's hearts jumped.
Rhoda is going to fight!
But when I thought about it, this was normal. Rhoda's status was extremely high, second only to Lumion Ertai, and it could be said that one person was inferior to 10,000 people. How could he tolerate his defeat at the hands of Yang Mucheng? So in this final battle, he even planned to wash away his shame with blood. Chapter 145 Green Dragon soars to the sky.
Drink!
Rushing in front of Yang Mucheng, Rhoda let out a scream. This burst of sound did not seem to come from a human mouth, but rather seemed to burst out from the throat of a monster beast. It was like thousands of steel needles piercing the eardrums, causing the faces of countless soldiers around to change wildly, and they quickly covered their ears.
What a strong blood!
Yang Mucheng was slightly shocked. Rhoda's chi and blood were even similar to that of the Yin snake in Yaowang Valley. It stands to reason that warriors are slightly weaker than monsters of the same level. But at this moment, Rhoda surpassed the Yin snake. With such strength, no wonder Rhoda can intimidate other countries with just one person, making the masters afraid to invade our country.
This blow might be able to smash all the bones in Yang Mucheng's body.
Jia Bowen thought to himself. Ask yourself. This is a blow that he would not dare to take forcefully.
Not necessarily. This guy Yang Muchung cannot be judged by common sense. As long as he has perfected the horizontal training, he can resist our three masters.
Jia Bowen thought in his mind. And he did not dare to neglect his movements. The fear that Yang Muchung brought to him was too deep. So the three of them went all out to kill Yang Muchung at all costs. Rhoda chopped it with one hand. Although it is an empty palm, if his cultivation reaches his level, he will smash even 1,000 kilograms of boulders into smithereens.
Die!
Rhoda shouted angrily. And his slashes became more and more fierce. But he didn't expect that Yang Muchung just smiled faintly, raised one hand slightly, and grasped Luo Da's slash that filled his whole body with energy and blood.
How is that possible?
Rhoda closed her eyes, with a look of disbelief on her face. No matter how much he overestimated Yang Muchung, he never expected that the other party would be so strong.
Come again!
He shouted angrily. Although his right hand was held by Yang Muchung, he became more and more courageous as he fought. Warriors who practice day and family boxing are best at close combat. His whole body is covered with weapons. His fists, knees, elbows, all have the ability to kill. The next moment, an attack like a violent storm rushed towards Yang Muchung.
Are you the strength of the #1 master in Ertai? In my opinion, it's nothing more than that.
Yang Muchung shook his head slowly, with a hint of waning interest on his face.
I have resisted so many of your attacks. I wonder if you can block my attack.
Yang Muchung said and punched out. Crackling. There was a burst of explosions, and Rhoda's storm-like attacks were all shattered by Yang Muchung's punch. The fist shadow attacks in the sky turned into nothing at this moment, smashing all obstacles out of thin air.
No!
A trace of panic flashed in Rhoda's eyes, and he didn't even have time to react. Yang Muchung's punch was too fast and too powerful. It directly broke through his protective body and hit him hard on the chest. Yang Muchung didn't hold back at all with this punch, and all his strength exploded out. Even the Yin Snake in Yaowang Valley couldn't withstand Yang Muchung's attack. How could Rhoda withstand it? Suddenly there was a muffled sound in the chest. The back suddenly exploded, and all the blood and internal organs in the body spurted out like a sudden storm.
Damn it!
Jia Bowen's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that Luo Da couldn't even withstand Yang Muchung's punch. He roared immediately, stretched out his 10 fingers, and a large intertwined net of thousands of opportunities was formed in this instant. And it enveloped Yang Muchung.
Yang Muchung, you smashed my 1,000 planes and 10,000 planes network with one punch earlier. But I don't believe you can smash my 10 sides and 1,000 planes and 10,000 planes draw big net.
Jia Bowen's eyes opened angrily, and his fingers flew. The large network formed by interweaving each other covered each other layer by layer, and the momentum was dozens of times greater than before. Moreover, the internal threads of each large net are no longer as thin and thin as before. Each one is as thick as a thumb. Then Jia Bowen was the master of Henglian. After using Qian Jiyin like this, he had to stop and look ahead.
The strength of each side of this net is several times stronger than the previous one. Let's see how you can break free.
Thinking in his mind, he looked around. I saw Yang Muchung standing there, with no intention of dodge. Instead, he shook his head lightly, seeming quite disappointed. Before Jia Bowen could react, he grabbed Yang Muchung's right hand into the void and slashed away with a sharp slash. A golden inner energy turned into a giant blade. This slash can kill everything in the world, and it is unparalleled. Tear. Countless internal forces intertwined with 1,000 machines' great net were easily torn open, like thin window paper, under the slash.
This is...
Jia Bowen was horrified.
36 moves of Jinwu. Xuanwu slash.
Yang Muchung said slowly. Before he finished speaking, everyone saw the mighty giant blade sweeping away, tearing countless large nets into pieces in an instant, and at the same time slashing through half of Jia Bowen's body. Under Jia Bowen's disbelieving gaze, his lower body remained motionless, while his upper body slid down and fell to the ground, bleeding like a fountain. With one punch and one chop, 2 powerful men were killed. This battle is enough to go down in history.
Yang Muchung.
Fong Chenghan clenched his sword tightly. His eyes were cold. 3 people came to assassinate Yang Muchung, but now he was the only one left. Fortunately, he finally completed this sword move.
The sword points at Changhong.
He shouted loudly and pointed his sword forward. At this moment, the whole person and the long sword in his hand were like a cannonball, shooting towards Yang Muchung cave. The terrifying sword light left a large area of extreme light behind him. like the Milky Way falling from the sky. This sword separated the road of life and death, and everything in the world.
Well done!
Yang Mucheng laughed loudly. These people are all the right-hand men of Zhou Xiaotian in Yaowang Valley. After killing these people, Zhou Xiaotian will never be able to make a comeback in the future. Facing this sword, Yang Mucheng stepped hard with the sole of his foot, leaving a huge footprint on the ground. With the help of this terrifying explosive force, he soared into the sky.
Let me see where you are going to escape. Even if you end up in the underworld or down in the blue sky, I will kill you today.
Fang Chenghan shot away with his sword. The hearts of those who saw this scene jumped in unison. This terrifying sword light reminded them of a poem. The flow of water fell 3,000 feet, and it was suspected that the Milky Way fell from the sky. Right now, Yang Mucheng, who was flying into the sky, seemed to pause for a moment when he reached the commanding heights. At this moment, his whole aura suddenly changed, and he even closed his eyes. The boiling and surging inner energy swept through his whole body like a flame, and a ferocious and domineering dragon formed outside his body. Boom! Suddenly, Yang Mucheng suddenly turned over in midair, face down, and slapped him away with his palm. 36 moves of Zhenwu. Shilong soars to the sky. Roar! In the night sky, there was a faint roar of dragons. Chapter 146 Kill with one palm. In the void, infinite inner energy gathered. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, Yang Mucheng's internal energy like fire poured into this palm. A terrifying giant palm holding the sky suddenly formed at this moment, heading towards Fang Chenghan.
The mayfly shakes the tree. Die!
When Fang Chenghan saw that Yang Mucheng dared to directly attack him, he roared. The sword light in his hand moved, and the galaxy-like sword light erupted again, and he headed towards Yang Mucheng's cave desperately. Boom! The attacks from both sides collided wildly. All the sergeants saw an incredible scene. The giant palm falling from the sky possesses infinite shocking power. Then, the terrifying power contained in the giant palm directly destroyed the overwhelming sword light, and at the same time, it slammed towards the ground, hitting Fang Chenghan's body. In the end, Fang Chenghan's whole body was hit by this palm, and was directly smashed into the ground under this shocking palm. Just listen to a crisp crackling sound. All the bones in Fang Chenghan's body exploded at this moment. Yang Mucheng, who had completely killed him, jumped up and fell to the ground with great ease. 3 Hinglian Grandmasters came to assassinate. Completely annihilated.
Receive!
Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily, and he activated the ancient heaven swallowing technique, and a huge suction force emerged, directly sucking the energy and blood of these 3 masters into his body. Coupled with the previous killings in Yaowang Valley, his cultivation level finally reached Grandmaster Hinglian at this moment.
Long live my emperor! Long live! Long live!
At this moment, calls rose to the sky.
If I hadn't seen this scene with my own eyes, I would never have been able to imagine it. Someone was able to kill 3 Hinglian Grandmasters in a row, and the person who did it was a 15 or 16-year-old boy.
Xia Jun put his hands behind his back and looked at Yang Mucheng, who was worshipped by thousands of people, with extremely complicated feelings. This battle, Yang Mucheng will definitely be able to become famous all over the world, and his Dacian kingdom will even become an existence superior to the 8 major parliamentary states.
Eunuch Wei, you are indeed right,
Xia Jun said with a bitter smile. The most correct thing he did in his life was to listen to Eunuch Wei and treat Yang Mucheng kindly.
This slave didn't expect this scene.
Eunuch Wei was frightened. He did say that Yang Mucheng's future would be limitless, and he might become a Grandmaster of Hinglian. However, in his opinion, it would take at least 20 or 30 years for Yang Mucheng to reach the level of Hinglian Grandmaster. After all, among all the countries, which Hinglian Grandmaster is not over 100 years old. But now Yang Mucheng has obtained the status of Master as a young man. Yang Mucheng put his hands behind his back and looked towards the Ertai Imperial City, where the city gate was closed. The night is thick, but the fearful eyes of the city wall guards were still clearly visible to him.
Lu Mi, I give you 7 days to leave the city and surrender. Otherwise, after 7 days, my army will attack heavily and massacre the city.
The sound boomed out like thunder, loud and powerful, resounding throughout the entire Ertai Imperial City. Wow! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng pulled off a red belt and tied it on his head. Almost at the same time, the Black Flag Army also took out red ribbons and tied them on their helmets. There is an unwritten agreement in Kyushu that the red belt will massacre the city. Once this red ribbon is tied on the head, There is no possibility of rejection. There is only one outcome for both parties: fight to the death. The news of the Red Belt massacre immediately reached the Ertai Palace.
Your Majesty, it's not good. The coalition forces are preparing to massacre the city. They have already tied the Red Belt. Now, the military morale is in chaos, and many soldiers are getting ready to open the city gates and surrender.
A messenger almost cried. Shout this sentence out.
I know.
Lumi seemed to have aged dozens of years. As early as Yang Muqing's thunderous shouts came, he knew that the situation was over. The 3 Hinglian grandmasters were all wiped out, which actually led to the other party planning to massacre the city with red belts. How long can 300,000 soldiers resist? There isn't much food in the city, so I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on for long.
Shangxian, can you take action?
Lumi looked at Zhou Xiaotian almost beseechingly.
Back then, you subdued Fang Chenghan and Jia Bowen with just one move. If you were willing to take action, there would be no chance for Yang Macheng to jump around.
Zhou Xiaotian sat aside and looked hesitant. After a moment, he shook his head.
I can't take action. But now we have not yet reached the point of failure. Yang Macheng said that if the city gate is not opened in 7 days, he will massacre the city with red belts. In these 7 days, I will refine a supreme holy elixir. Shangxian, that supreme holy elixir.
Lumi was shocked.
The supreme holy pill requires 999 hearts of babies born in the Yin hour of the Yin year and the Yin month. Nowadays, in the imperial city, we can't find so many Yin hour babies, so we have to make do. But in this way, my chances of breaking through are not that great.
Zhou Xiaotian slowly raised his head and glanced at Lumi.
You haven't sent someone to do it yet. However, the relationship between the army and the people in the city has become very bad now because the army killed people and grabbed food. If we send people out to snatch children now, I am afraid it will cause a civil uprising,
Lumi said with difficulty. Zhou Xiaotian sneered and said,
which emperor was not made by stepping on countless corpses. Now under Julin City, if you want to be the emperor safely, you can only obey my orders. If I refine it with the supreme holy elixir, I can defeat the 2 countries' coalition forces on my own. You will be your emperor, and I will still be the master of my medicine King Valley. If the imperial city is destroyed, you, the emperor, will become a prisoner.
Lumi was at a loss what to do by Zhou Xiaotian's words. No one wants to give up power, especially at times like this.
Okay, I'll do what you want.
Lumi gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. 3 days later, early the next morning, Xia Jun came to Yang Macheng with a secret letter.
This Lumi is really doing his own thing. Di Yang, take a look. This is the latest secret message from the city.
Yang Macheng took the secret letter and looked at it suspiciously, and couldn't help but frown.
Stealing babies? Why did Lumi send people to steal babies? Yang Emperor, don't you know about Zhou Xiaotian in Medicine King Valley?
Xia Jun asked.
You know, Zhou Xiaotian is already 201 years old.
Yang Macheng shook his head.
What does this have to do with them trying to steal the baby?
Xia Jun couldn't help but glance at Yang Macheng. He didn't expect that Yang Macheng, who had reached Hinglian Grandmaster, didn't even understand these things about martial arts.
Ordinary people are considered old when they live to be more than 100 years old. Warriors can live for decades longer, and masters, like you, can live to be 200 years old. Only by breaking through the master realm can you live longer. Zhou Xiaotian needs these babies to refine the supreme holy elixir.
Chapter 147, Entering the Imperial City. The supreme holy elixir? Yang Macheng understood everything from Xia Jun's explanation. Turn out to be, when a warrior is nearing the end of his life, the energy, blood and internal energy in his body will gradually fade away. When the internal energy of qi and blood has completely subsided, it is the moment of death. Zhou Xiaotian is good at maintaining health. He has not taken action for decades, and all the energy, blood and energy in his body are bottled up in his body. That's why he was able to break through Grandmaster Hunlian's limit and live to be 201 years old.
However, Zhou Xiaotian is just like an ordinary person now. He has no cultivation base, but he dare not take action easily. Once he takes action, his blood and internal energy will be consumed rapidly, and his soul will return when the time comes. So,
he had to refine the supreme holy elixir.
Xia Jun looked at Yang Macheng and said slowly,
This supreme holy elixir is made from the heart of a baby. It is said that when a baby is born, his body contains innate energy. As he grows up, this innate energy will gradually disappear. Zhou Xiaoqian wants to use this innate energy. The energy is refined into a pill to help him break through the realm of Hinglian Grandmaster and reach a higher level. Reach the legendary Qi training realm.
Yang Mucheng lowered his eyes, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Using this method to break through the shackles is simply too cruel.
Are the people in the city just watching their children being stolen and snatched away?
Yang Mucheng asked again.
Of course not. This incident caused an uproar in the imperial city. Many people have united on their own and launched an attack on the army. However, these people were bloody suppressed, and the civilians in the imperial city were almost killed. Half of them were killed. And now all the civilians are hiding in their homes and afraid to go out. Yan Emperor, I have sent spies to secretly organize a militia team in the city. This militia team will help us cooperate internally and externally. As long as the white flag is raised on the top of the city, it will be the day of our general attack.
Xia Jun said.
Very good. You asked the militia team to notify all the civilians and let them hide at home when the army enters the city. Although I said that I will destroy the palace, the civilians are still innocent. As for those troops, snort.
Yang Mucheng sneered. Another 3 days. In the past few days, the Black Flag Army and the Xia Army were recuperating. The army in the Imperial City was timid and uneasy. At this time, not only the Black Flag Army wore red belts, but even the Xia Kingdom's army also wore red belts. The announcement of this general attack made everyone uneasy. No matter how high quality the soldiers are, they cannot be too tight, and there will always be moments of negligence. This day, late at night, a militia composed of common people in the city sneaked into the city wall quietly. At dinner, they added poison to the meal, so they quickly put an end to the soldiers guarding the city walls. A white flag was erected at the top of the city, and the suspension bridge was quietly lowered.
It's time for a general attack.
Yang Mucheng slowly opened his eyes. The Black Flag Army quietly entered the Imperial City. At this time, it is the early morning hours, which is the sleepiest time of the day. It was dark inside the city, and even the military camp in the city was quiet, so no one knew that the crisis of death was approaching them at this moment.
The attack begins.
Yang Mucheng ordered.
You are not allowed to attack ordinary civilians. Anyone who disobeys the order will be killed. You are not allowed to plunder anything from the people. Anyone who disobeys the order will be killed.
Immediately, the army with red ribbons wrapped around everyone's heads immediately broke into pieces and rushed towards the military camp like a dragon. There was a dull sound of the door being kicked, and the sound of sharp blades wiping one's throat sounded one after another. Since tomorrow is the day of the general battle, the armies in the city also chose to rest tonight and prepare for the tough battle on the second day. However, they never expected that the coalition forces of the two countries would attack one day in advance. Without the slightest precaution, this accelerated their demise.
Xia Emperor, I'll leave the military camp to you, and I'll lead my men to a bloodbath in the palace. It will take Zhou Xiaoqian 7 days to refine the supreme holy elixir. Regardless of whether he can break through and reach the legendary Qi training realm, we have to stop him in advance.
Yang Mucheng immediately asked Baizhong to take the powerful masters and rush towards the imperial city with him. With a Hinglian master like Yang Mucheng in front, who else can block their path? Yang Mucheng holds a bow and arrow. Even in the middle of the night, he can use the Emperor's Qi technique to see the palace guards hiding in the dark, as well as the palace masters of the Ertai Palace. All these people were killed.
The last Alki master was shot through the eye socket by Yang Mucheng and was nailed directly to the wall. Shortly after, Baizhong returned to Yang Mucheng, knelt down and said,
Your Majesty, all the guards and masters outside the palace have been killed.
As soon as he finished speaking, the tokens of the guards and Alki masters had been taken and piled up like a mountain. Yang Mucheng nodded and asked,
Has Lumi been found? And where is Zhou Xiaoqian? I just asked an eunuch in the palace. Lumi had been hiding in the royal secret area a few days ago. Many masters in the palace have been transferred there. As for Zhou Xiaoqian, we have not discovered his traces. But according to what the eunuch said, Zhou Xiaoqian should be in the royal secret realm.
Baizhong said quickly. Yang Mucheng raised the corners of his mouth. In any case, Ertai is one of the 8 major parliamentary countries after all. It's really outrageous that they broke into the palace so easily without encountering any decent resistance. It turns out that they have already retreated to the secret realm.
Where is the secret realm?
Yang Mucheng asked the inner masters to pay attention to their surroundings. After all, the imperial city is someone else's territory, so it is better to be careful.
Just behind the imperial city. There is the largest palace in Lumi. It is said that it took 3 million gold coins to build and took 3 years to complete. Not only can it be used to escape the heat in summer, but it is also AI military base. You can take refuge there even if the imperial city is attacked. The guards in the palace should have been transferred there.
Baizhong pointed to the back of the palace. Yang Macheng looked along and could see a brightly lit place in the distance, which was extremely conspicuous in the night.
Walk!
Yang Macheng sneered and rushed out first, passing over the vast and majestic buildings in the palace. A moment later, a group of buildings that were as magnificent as the palace appeared in Yang Macheng's field of vision. Although it was already late at night, this secret realm still felt like a city that never sleeps. It can be clearly seen that groups of fully armed guards holding torches high are patrolling in circles.
Your Majesty, the defense is so tight. We can't sneak in at all.
Baizhong watched carefully for a moment and couldn't help but said,
Sneaking in? Why do you want to sneak in? I want to go in openly and honestly.
Yang Macheng took a deep breath and puffed up his chest.
Little Lumi, I'm here to take your dog's life. Why don't you come out quickly and die?
The shouts were like thunder, resounding over the imperial city. The echo echoed along the city wall, like rolling thunder, ever expanding. Chapter 148: The Secret Technique of the Golden Man. The secret realm of the imperial city. Lumi walked anxiously in the hall. Ever since he was transferred from the palace to a secret place for refuge, he had never been able to rest for a moment. All outstanding guards in the army and palace are guarding the secret realm, defending the entire secret realm like an iron barrel. As one of the 8 major parliamentary states, Ertai had destroyed countless imperial cities. But they never thought that such an outcome would befall them today. The troops are approaching the city, and everything is at stake.
Your Majesty, you don't have to worry.
An internal expert couldn't stand it anymore and tried to persuade him.
The 110,000 strong army is just outside the city. Tomorrow is the day of massacre. Do you want me not to worry?
Lumi said angrily. The Master of Alki raised his hand and said,
Your Majesty, there are still 300,000 soldiers in the city, as well as us warriors. The most important thing is Zhou Shangxian. As long as his supreme holy elixir is refined and reaches the legendary state, then Yangmu, even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you can't even get in. But Zhou Shangxian has been refining the elixir for 6 days. Who knows when he will complete it?
Lumi couldn't help but sigh. He knows. Although there are hundreds of warriors practicing in the secret realm, if Yang Macheng really comes in, I am afraid that none of these people can stop the opponent's footsteps.
Now we can only hope that Zhou Shangxian will come out of seclusion as soon as possible and reach the legendary realm. With him here, our country can maintain its foundation for tens of millions of years.
Lumi seemed to have made up his mind.
Let Yang Macheng be proud of himself for a few days, and when the immortal comes out of seclusion, he can be blown into powder with one palm.
The words have not yet finished. Suddenly, a thunderous sound came from outside the secret realm.
Little Lumi, I'm here to take your life. If you don't come out, I'll kill you quickly.
Crack. The ground and walls in the secret area all exploded, and clear sound wave ripples could even be seen in the air. Some soldiers with lower cultivation levels and high-level masters were shocked and had blood flowing from their eyes, ears, mouths, and noses.
What's going on? Hurry up and take a look.
Lumi was shocked. When Yang Macheng shouted these words, everyone in the secret realm was awakened. Countless alchemy masters and sergeants rushed out of the sentry posts and stood guard outside the secret realm.
Kill! Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and shoot him with an arrow.
A sergeant shouted with horror on his face. Huluhu. The next moment, a strong bow was drawn into a full moon, and the canine-toothed hook arrows filled with infinite inner strength shot towards Yang Macheng like rain. Baizhong stood aside and shook his head secretly.
The Holy Master has reached the level of Grandmaster Hung Lian, but he is a god and demon in this world. How can these arrows hurt him?
Really? Facing the rain of arrows, Yang Macheng waved his right hand lightly. His wave was like the hand of gods and demons stirring up the world of the sun, moon, heaven, and earth. It actually caused countless wind and clouds, and caused the arrow rain to stop in front of him.
Give it back to you.
With a cold snort, Yang Macheng raised his right hand again. In an instant, more than 100 canine-toothed hook arrows were blasted forward at a faster speed than when they came. Even if it is a casual wave, it is still the power of a master. How can these ordinary people stop it? A sharp arrow shot out, directly shooting through most of the inner strength masters and sergeants in the secret area on the spot, and even nailed them directly to the wall. And screams continued for a while. Seeing this scene, the people in the secret realm were already frightened and looked horrified.
Yang Machung.
At this moment, Lumi also rushed out.
How dare you break into the Imperial City? In this world, no matter where I want to go, no one can stop me.
Yang Machung clasped his hands behind his back and said leisurely,
Now that you have come out, it doesn't matter if I destroy you. Ertai will be leaderless.
Lumi clenched his fists. How could Ertai, a powerful country, have suffered such humiliation at the hands of troops? He stared at Yang Machung with a cold face, and said in a cold voice,
Do you think you can escape alive if you kill me? Just before, I had sent troops to the military camp. In less than half a moment, 300,000 the army will surround this place. If you dare to kill me, I will let you be buried with me.
Yang Machung smiled faintly, pointed in the distance and said with a smile,
An army of 300,000? Look what that is.
Lumi was startled and looked into the distance. In the direction Yang Machung was pointing, he saw flames rising into the sky, and a smell of blood rising into the sky. He was wondering in his heart when he heard Yang Machung continue.
I said I would massacre the city, so I won't break my promise. Emperor Xia had already led 100,000 soldiers into the military camp, and most of them are probably dead now. Do you think you are invincible? When Zhou Shangxian comes out of seclusion, one hand will be enough to kill you.
Lumi clenched his fists and shouted angrily.
Then I will kill you first, and then find out Zhou Xiaoyan.
Yang Machung didn't want to talk nonsense with Lumi, so he struck away with a palm. This palm mobilized infinite inner energy. Under the firelight, everyone saw that a golden giant palm suddenly formed and slapped Lumi unceremoniously.
Escort!
Lumi shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen or so sergeants around him quickly raised their shields the size of paper door panels and rushed from left and right to block Lumi. This shield is made of fine steel and requires 7 or 8 soldiers to lift it up. 4 or 5 shields intertwined together to form a huge shield wall, tightly wrapping Lumi in it. If he were a master of Tongmai, this palm might have been easily stopped. But Yang Machung was a master of Hinglian, the highest level of cultivation in the 3 realms of body tempering. Boom! The giant golden palm smacked away, and the huge shield wall directly dented a deep palm print. A loud sound like a bell being smashed resounded, and the shield wall was torn apart before it even lasted half a breath. Together with the sergeants, they were all killed on the spot.
Yang Machung, do you really think that there is no one in our country?
Lumi shouted loudly. I saw him taking out something from his arms and throwing it forward. The object was only about the size of a palm and looked like a doll, but it was made of pure copper and was covered with strange talismans. After landing, it grew crazily and suddenly turned into a bronze man more than 3 meters tall. After the bronze man appeared, he blocked Lumi directly with his body and swung his fist towards the giant palm.
Boom!
A deafening sound suddenly resounded, and Yang Machung's palm was actually smashed by the punch of the weird bronze man.
This is?
Yang Machung looked at the bronze man with a different expression on his face. This bronze figure has a rough appearance and is vaguely human-shaped. Apart from the head, torso, and limbs, there is nothing else that can be clearly distinguished. The talismans all over the body were carved like dragons in jade. Driven by a certain force, they slowly rotated around the body of the bronze man like flowing patterns.
The secret technique of the Golden Man.
Seeing this bronze man, Bai Zhong's eyes widened and he took a breath of air.
I didn't expect anyone to know this secret technique.
With the bronze man present, Lumi seemed to have received a reassurance, and a proud smile appeared on his face. Chapter 149, Broken Copper and Iron.
That's right. It's the Golden Man's secret technique.
Lumi put his hands behind his back, and the previous panic was no longer in his eyes.
When the Great Qin Empire was at its most glorious, it unified the 9 states. The first emperor, Yingzheng, even collected the world's money and poured it into 12 golden statues. Each golden statue was 3 feet tall and had the power of thousands of cauldrons to protect the country for thousands of years. Our country, Thailand, once obtained the secret technique of the Golden Man at an ancient site. Our country, Thailand, devoted all its national power to only create this bronze statue. Although it did not fully inherit the secret technique of the Golden Man, this bronze statue still remains. He has the power of a great master. Yang Machung, are you still capable of killing me now?
Lumi put his hands behind his back and said with a proud smile,
Your Majesty.
There was a hint of fear in Bai Zhong's eyes.
This bronze man is not afraid of life and death, and will not get tired. He is invulnerable to swords and guns, and is invulnerable to water and fire. Even warriors of the same level may not be the opponent of this bronze man. The faces of the surrounding masters were a little horrified. They thought that killing Lumi would be as easy as picking something out of a bag. But he didn't expect that the other party had such a powerful trump card. Yang Machung, don't think that you are the only one who is the master of Hinglian. Kill him for me. Lumi gave a ferocious laugh and directed the bronze man to step forward. This bronze man was so powerful that when he stepped on the ground with the sole of his foot, the entire earth was dented, and countless gravel shot out in all directions. With the help of this terrifying explosive force, the bronze man actually shot towards Yang Machung like an angry arrow. What? This bronze man? Seeing this scene, Bai Zhong and others' faces turned pale. Seeing that the bronze man was tall, they naturally thought that he was clumsy. It's simply shocking that he can move so dexterously now. Boom! 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 The bronze man came running like a mad, ancient, ferocious beast. Every time the soles of his feet hit the ground, they would create a terrible dent. But in an instant, they rushed in front of Yang Machung, and that swift punch came crashing down. Everyone present widened their eyes. Even if the punch was not directed at them, they could still feel the tremendous pressure. This bronze man is probably even more powerful than the real Hinglian Grandmaster. Baizhang lost his voice. The Aoki experts around him couldn't help but nodded. Ordinary warriors, no matter how much they practice, may not be able to cultivate a pair of copper skin and iron bones. This copper figure is made of tens of thousands of kilograms of pure copper poured back into it. And its punches and kicks have great power. He can't be hurt by a punch or hit by a sword. How can you hurt him? You want to kill me? Just because of this bronze statue? Facing the charging bronze man, Yang Machung slowly shook his head, with a trace of sarcasm on his lips. And his inner energy burst out crazily. Grandmaster Hinglian, get out of here! The angry shout sounded like thunder. Yang Machung punched with all his strength and blasted out. Ha ha! You are so stupid to dare to go head-to-head with my bronze man. Lumi couldn't help but sneer. Although they are both Hinglian Grandmasters, there are differences. Lumi didn't believe that his bronze man was no match for a flesh and blood body. Clang! The fists struck each other, and a loud and deafening sound erupted. A circular wave of air swept out towards the surroundings. The terrible wind pressure blew the surrounding ground into dust. It even sent countless sergeants and masters flying around. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, the bronze man was knocked back with a punch. How is that possible? Lumi roared. Yang Machung snorted coldly, swept forward, and quickly got close to the bronze man's body. The right palm smacked out quickly, hitting the bronze man's chest hard. The bronze man let out an angry roar and held his palms in front of him, trying to block Yang Machung's attack. But Yang Machung's palm was too fast and passed directly through the bronze man's palms, imprinting it on its chest. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and a half-inch deep palm print was immediately dented on the bronze man's chest. Under the power of this palm, it hit the ground quickly and violently. If it were an ordinary person, this palm would have shattered his heart a long time ago. But the bronze man was not aware of it. His huge body once again bullied Yang Machung like a god and demon, and fought against Yang Machung. Boom! 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 Now, the bronze man seemed to have become a big drum, and Yang Machung's fists and feet were like giant hammers that beat the drum. The big drum that could be shaken with every blow erupted with turbulent power, leaving a deep mark on its body. But after a while, the copper man no longer looked as majestic as before, and looked more like a pile of broken copper and iron from a distance. The Holy One is so strong! Even a bronze man who has applied the secret technique of the Golden Man can be suppressed and beaten by him. Hee hee! This is Thailand's last trump card. It's nothing more than this. An Aoki master looked at the battle situation and endured. He couldn't help but laugh softly. I'm afraid things are not going well. Bai Zhong shook his head. Among the great masters, he has the highest cultivation level, so his perception is clearer than others. Although this bronze man was pressed down and beaten by the Holy One, the Holy One is made of flesh and blood after all. He has been attacking for so long, and his energy and blood have subsided, and it is no longer as good as before. The power between his fists and feet is also much weaker than before, and that bronze man is always at his peak. If the Holy One doesn't kill this bronze man as soon as possible, the situation will be reversed. As soon as he finished speaking, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. The bronze man put his hands in front of him and blocked Yang Machung's punch. Almost at the same time,
Its right palm turned into a knife and slashed towards Yang Muqing's head. If this palm were struck by him, even the basalt would be completely blown into powder. Yang Muqing's eyes narrowed and his body hurriedly moved to the side. But this palm still hit his shoulder. Boom! Yang Muqing, who was in midair, was knocked down by this palm and hit the ground hard. Countless terrifying cracks spread densely toward the surroundings. The solid ground with a radius of 100 meters was completely broken. Smoke and dust rose crazily all over the sky, and the entire imperial city seemed to tremble at this moment. Bai Zhong, who was close, covered his ears in horror and backed away crazily.
Your Majesty!
Bai Zhong cried out. In the diffused dust, only the terrifying body of the bronze man could be seen. Yang Muqing, on the other hand, was completely enveloped. Everyone looked at the field eagerly.
Ha ha! After being hit by the bronze man, you still want to live? This knife will definitely smash the kid Yang Muqing to pieces. What a pity! This bronze man can only be used once.
Lumi slowly shook his head with regret on his face.
Really? This piece of scrap metal still wants to kill me.
As soon as he finished speaking, a faint response sounded in the dust. Call. The next moment, the wind suddenly rose. I saw a figure in the dust, standing like an ancient stone statue. If that wasn't Yang Muqing, who else could it be? The bronze man's hand knife hit his shoulder, but Yang Muqing remained motionless and unscathed. At this moment, he grabbed the void with his right hand. A golden light appeared in his hand. Chapter 150, The Legendary Realm.
Shattered metal? You actually said that my copper figure is scrap metal?
Lumi clenched his fists and roared. However, before he finished speaking, Yang Muqing's right hand, which was holding the golden light, struck downwind. 36 forms of Zhenwu. Xuanwu slash. Call. With one slash, the space seemed to be chopped into pieces. Everyone saw only a piece of golden smooth falling down as fast as lightning. The arrogant bronze figure was cut into two pieces, as if a knife cut tofu, when this golden smooth surface fell. Boom! Boom! The broken bronze man hit the ground heavily, with a huge weight that made the whole earth tremble.
What else can it be if it's not scrap metal?
Yang Muqing clasped his hands behind his back and shook his head slowly. The reason why he didn't kill the bronze man at first was because he wanted to test the bronze man's strength. If you are strong enough, you can get this golden man's secret technique and refine several similar bronze men. But after a battle, he discovered many shortcomings of this bronze man. Although the Tongren is equivalent to a Honglian grandmaster, he is still far from a real grandmaster. Once you meet a master with strong martial arts skills, you will become a sandbag who cannot fight back. As for the bronze man's attack, it is certainly terrifying, but its speed is much slower than that of the same master. As long as you dodge it with all your strength, even if the opponent has shocking divine power, you will not be able to hit the opponent.
What other trump cards do you have? Show them all!
Yang Muqing looked at Lumi. Everyone in Erda was shocked and turned pale, as if they were mourning. Lumi was so frightened that he took a few steps back, unable to believe it. He fully believed that he could use this bronze man to kill Yang Muqing, but he didn't expect that he would be chopped into two by the opponent. Although there are hundreds of great masters in the secret realm, they are all frightened out of their wits at the moment. So how can they still have the strength to fight? As for the masters in the military, although they are strong for ordinary people, they are by no means the opponents of warriors, let alone the opponents of masters like Yang Muqing. What other trump cards are there? It's nothing more than Zhou Xiaotian and Zhou Shangxian, who are still in retreat. But, even if he is released from seclusion, can he be Yang Muqing's opponent? At this thought, a sudden change occurred in the sky above the originally peaceful secret realm. At this moment, a cloud cover appeared, and a cloud layer of more than 10 miles drifted in and shrouded everyone's heads. And deep in the secret realm, a surging and terrifying power is slowly brewing, as if it is like a volcano about to erupt, making people feel great pressure.
That is...
Yang Muqing was shocked.
Xuanqi realm?
Rumble. Thunder snakes surged in the cloud cover, and streaks of lightning reflected the dim sky extremely brightly. Call. At this time, a shadow that was 10 feet high loomed in the air. The phantom, with crane hair and childish face, sitting cross-legged in the void, is none other than Zhou Xiaotian. I saw his heart turn to the sky, his mouth open wide, and in an instant, the endless clouds in the sky were swallowed up by him crazily, like a long whale sucking water into his belly. Plop! Seeing this scene, countless soldiers in the secret area fell to their knees in shock.
This is something that only an extraordinary person can accomplish. The immortal broke through the shackles and finally reached that state.
Lumi trembled all over, with surprise in his eyes. He looked at Yang Macheng and laughed loudly.
Yang Macheng, let me see how you can be so arrogant now. Immortal Gu Shan has reached the legendary realm. And you will definitely die this time. Is this the Qi training realm?
Zhou Xiaotian looked at his palms, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Now, his originally long silver hair was quickly dyed black at this time. And his loose teeth also grew back. The skin all over his body, that was dull, and covered with age spots, also shed, like a snake shedding its skin, quickly transforming into baby-like skin.
It is rumored that as long as you break through the Hinglian Grandmaster, you can transcend mortals. At this time, what we practice is no longer martial arts, but immortality.
Click. Zhou Xiaotian stood up slowly, and the bones all over his body made a crackling sound. The feeling of twilight that existed all the time in the original body seemed to be completely washed away, replaced by a kind of endless vitality like a buoy.
The Qi training realm is the same as the body tempering realm, with 3 major and minor realms: Xian Qi, Xian Liquid, and Xian High. These 3 small realms are collectively called the Qi training realm. Now, I have only reached the early stage of Xian Qi and already have such terrifying power. If I reach the Xian Liquid realm and Xian High realm, then so what?
Zhou Xiaotian shook his head. He simply couldn't imagine it.
The previous fight outside the secret realm should have been Yang Macheng. I didn't expect that he actually broke through the Imperial City and came to the secret realm. That's fine.
There was a trace of confidence on Zhou Xiaotian's face.
Now that I have broken through the shackles, I no longer have the previous life limit and can take action at will. Yang Macheng, let you be the first person I kill after breaking through. If you die in my hands, you will be immortal.
The Imperial City of Erdai fell, and the secret realm was under siege. Zhou Xiaotian, the master of Yawang Valley, broke through the Hinglian Grandmaster and stepped into the Xian Qi realm. He came with his hands behind his back. One foot after another seemed to be stepping on the void, without using any internal energy. But there was nothing abrupt about it. The whole person seemed to have merged into the void. He was walking slowly like this, with great momentum. At this moment, he looked like a descending god, an unreachable mountain.
Yang Macheng.
Zhou Xiaotian put his hands behind his back and looked down at Yang Macheng.
At such a young age, you are able to reach the realm of Grandmaster Hinglian. It is not an exaggeration to say that you have become a legend in the world. Maybe 100 years later, you will be able to reach my realm. But it's a pity that you met me.
His voice seemed to come from beyond the sky, with supreme majesty that made people unable to contain the fear in their hearts. Plop. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 100 masters behind Yang Macheng fell to their knees heavily, because they could not bear the momentum. Rao is the most powerful by Zhong, but he could only barely hold on. But Zhou Xiaotian's eyes slowly turned towards him. He was stared at by these godlike eyes, and the defense in his heart was torn to pieces. He could no longer hold on, and fell to his knees with a thud.
It's over. It's over.
Baizhong was trembling in his heart. The fear of Zhou Xiaotian is like the fear of mortals towards gods, stemming from the trembling in their souls. He couldn't even think of any resistance.
How come Zhou Xiaotian is so strong this time? The Holy Lord is Grandmaster Hinglian. I'm afraid I won't be able to defeat him.
Lu Mi, on the other hand, suddenly became proud when they saw that Zhou Xiaotian's mere appearance forced them all to kneel to the ground. Lu Mi clenched his fists even more. His eyes were cold.
Yang Macheng, if I don't cut you into pieces today, it will be difficult to eliminate the hatred in my heart.
Chapter 151. The top of the Forbidden City. Zhou Xiaotian stood there quietly with his hands behind his back. From a distance, it looks like a statue of an ancient god and demon, with a vague sense of terrible oppression. Yang Macheng could hear the surging energy and blood in his body surging as vast as the ocean. He could feel that the internal energy in his body was almost as heavy as lead, water, and mercury. He could feel that his mental power was more like a mountain peak. Substance. This kind of cultivation has completely transcended ordinary people. Zhou Xiaotian put his hands behind his back with a faint smile on his face. Feeling extremely confident, he looked at Yang Macheng, suddenly smiled and said,
Yang Macheng, if you choose to surrender to me, I can consider saving your life. I can let you stay in Yawang Valley as an offering like Fong Chenghan and Jia Bowen. Shan Xian,
Lu Mi shouted hurriedly.
This son is like a tiger. If you keep him, it is like keeping a tiger by your side. Yang Muchung has to kill him.
Hearing this, Zhou Xiaotian smiled and shook his head.
The Xuanqi realm is definitely not what you imagined. I have been a master of Hinglian for more than 100 years, and I have never thought that this world is so big. Now I have broken through the shackles and reached the Xuanqi realm. Only then did I realize that the whole world is under my control. If he has any rebellious intentions, I can crush him to death with just a flip of my hand, which is easier than crushing an ant,
Zhou Xiaotian said, looking at Yang Muchung with a smile.
Are you willing to surrender? I am the 9th Lord. I can't even surrender to heaven and earth. How can I surrender to you?
Yang Muchung raised his head and looked over.
In that case, then I will kill you.
Zhou Xiaotian's expression turned cold when he heard this.
Today I will show you the difference between Grandmaster Hinglian and Xuanqi realm.
After he finished speaking, he waved his right hand forward. This wave was as light as shooing away flies. But when it landed in the air, there was a roaring wind. Tear. A huge wave of air rolled out from Zhou Xiaotian's hand, rising 8 or 9 meters in an instant. Like a wave, it surged toward Yang Muchung overwhelmingly. The air waves were crackling and rolling, full of momentum. Countless rockery fountains in the secret area were directly smashed into pieces by the air waves. Even the stainless steel shield held in the sergeant's hand was instantly shattered into a pile of powder by the air wave. Lumi took a breath of cold air. He saw the air wave hitting the bronze man who was cut in half by Yang Muchung, and the half of the bronze man was directly blasted into copper cakes. He couldn't help but be horrified.
This kind of strength has far surpassed Grandmaster Hinglian, and is absolutely invincible in the world. Not good.
Baizhong and others watched the air wave sweep in. They knew how terrifying the air wave was, but they knelt on the ground unable to move due to Zhou Xiaotian's momentum. Especially when he saw the posture of the bronze man. He was even more scared and horrified. Even the bronze figures weighing tens of thousands of kilograms were turned into copper cakes. If it were them, I'm afraid they would be beaten into powder. Yang Muchung stood there, eyes narrowed. Boom! He stamped his feet and unleashed his huge internal energy, directly sending Baizhong and more than 100 masters behind him to a place dozens of meters away to prevent them from being hurt by Zhou Xiaotian. At the same time, Yang Muchung, who was facing Zhou Xiaotian alone, clenched his palms and slashed downwards. A golden giant blade slashed down, and with a bang sound, the golden giant blade directly tore the air wave in half.
Huh?
Zhou Xiaotian's expression changed slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. After his cultivation reaches the realm of Xianqi, he is equivalent to jumping out of the 3 realms, and no longer in the 5 elements. He can control the power of heaven and earth with just a raise of his hands. Almost the same as the legendary immortals. But Yang Muchung's slash actually broke his own attack, which he couldn't understand.
Your Majesty, can the immortal really kill Yang Muchung?
A guard looked at the 2 men nervously.
Of course you can,
Lumi said confidently.
The immortal has separated from his mortal body and reached the legendary realm. The strength he possesses is beyond what you and I can understand.
Baizhong's legs were trembling, and his mind was buzzing.
This is the Xuanqi realm. The Xuanqi realm, no matter how powerful the Holy One is, I'm afraid he is no match for him. Is this the strength of the Xuanqi realm?
Yang Muchung raised his head.
Even if you are in the realm of immortals, so what? Let's see how I can completely kill you with a mortal body today.
Before Yang Muchung finished speaking, the soles of his feet touched the ground and flew out, turning into an angry arrow and shooting towards Zhou Xiaotian. At the same time, he waved his hands and slashed like a white crane drying its wings. He turned his hands into wings and his wings into blades. 2 giant golden blades crossed and slashed towards Zhou Xiaotian. 36 moves of Zhenwu. Air-splitting strike.
Snort!
Zhou Xiaotian snorted coldly, grabbed the 2 giant blades in his hands as if he were trying to retrieve something from a bag, clenched it fiercely with his 5 fingers, and crushed them to pieces.
Fire Dragon Break!
Yang Muchung's body swayed, and he flew in front of Zhou Xiaotian. He swung out a punch filled with surging inner energy, and the dragon's roar echoed through the sky. In the beginning, he used this move to kill Fang Chenghan, Luo De, and other powerful men. Now this move is several times more powerful than before. Even a mountain peak placed here would be smashed into pieces by Yang Muchung's punch. Facing this punch, Zhou Xiaotian sneered, put his hands behind his back, and did not make any resistance.
Boom!
There was a loud sound, like the bell of Han Temple being smashed, and a ring of sound waves billowing in all directions. The huge residual energy rushed in all directions, sending all the people flying. The ground was blasted into a mess. And even the entire imperial city trembled at this moment. This punch was like a meteorite falling from the sky, hitting the earth, and the earth-shaking sound spread for hundreds of miles. However, what shocked everyone was that Zhou Xiaotian actually used his body to block Yang Muqing's blow.
Is this your strongest attack? It's like scratching an itch.
Zhou Xiaotian showed a hint of ridicule when he saw the Nine Dragons' supreme robe on Yang Muqing. He said,
"Huh? Wang-level low-grade magic weapon. It seems that you use this magic weapon to overcome endless difficulties. Right. It's a pity that it is not worth mentioning in front of me. Crush it for me."
Zhou Xiaotian's eyes widened angrily, and he punched Yang Muqing with the same punch, which shook Yang Muqing's body heavily. Click. His faint handprint was patted on Yang Muqing's chest, and it sank directly, revealing an inch of palm print. At the same time, all the bones in his body erupted with an extreme sound, as if they were completely shattered. And the Nine Dragons' supreme robe, which had accompanied Yang Muqing through more than 100 battles, large and small, was completely torn into pieces at this moment. Puff! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yang Muqing fell downwards.
This guy.
Looking at Zhou Xiaotian, who looked up to the sky, Yang Muqing was shocked. The Xuanqi realm is indeed terrifying. Chapter 152 True Martial Arts. 36 Poses.
Your Nine Dragons' supreme robe has been torn by me. So what qualifications do you have to challenge me?
Zhou Xiaotian put his hands behind his back and looked at Yang Muqing, who spurted out a large mouthful of blood and was smashed into the ground by himself, with extremely proud eyes.
I gave you a chance to surrender, but you chose to refuse. Let's see how I bury you here today. If you can die in my hands, you should rest in peace.
As soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly turned gloomy and sharp. The internal energy surging from his body swept out like a sea, and at the same time, he crushed Yang Muqing with a palm. Crackling. Before he could hit the palm, the ground cracked crazily. Countless buildings exploded directly with his slap, and a deep palm print appeared directly on the ground. It was as if the giant spirit god descended on the spot and slapped it with his palm.
You have this kind of strength in the Xuanqi realm. If your cultivation level is higher, wouldn't it be possible to turn the world upside down?
Watching this scene, countless people were shocked. Lumi was extremely proud. He had never slept peacefully since Dakian counterattacked Ertai. If Yang Muqing is eliminated, he will have peace of mind in the future.
I heard that Yang Muqing's 3 concubines are extremely beautiful in the world. I will send people to capture them when the time comes. When I get tired of playing with them, I will send them to be military prostitutes.
Bai Zhong and others' faces had already turned pale in a battle of this level, let alone intervening. Even if Zhou Xiaotian glared at them, they would feel their blood surge and almost burst.
What should we do? The Holy Nine Dragons' supreme robe was shattered. Zhou Xiaotian is so terrible this week. Now this palm is several times more powerful than the previous one. How can the Holy One resist it?
Thinking in his heart, Bai Zhang looked quickly, hoping for a miracle to happen. Yang Muqing stood up slowly.
Since the 36 moves of Jinwu are of no use to you at all, I will use all 6 moves to see how you can resist.
Boom! Facing the unrivaled palm of this god and demon, Yang Muqing's eyes widened angrily. He stepped heavily on the ground with his saws, and a surge of internal energy surged through his limbs. Sky-shaking hammer. Sky-shattering strike. The flame dragon breaks. Xuanwu slash. Qilong soars to the sky. The 6 movements came out in unison, no longer as majestic as before. But at this moment, they became extremely simple and natural, with a vast and simple general trend. A distant punch shook Zhou Xiaotian's giant palm.
The light of a firefly dares to compete with the bright moon? The little master of Hengrenjing is just like an ant in my eyes. You also want to stop me.
Seeing Yang Muqing's counterattack, Zhou Xiaotian sneered and suddenly crushed his right hand downwards. A huge force, like a tidal wave, poured into the giant palm. In the blink of an eye, the pressing giant palm made a whistling sound, and at this moment it grew to a size of nearly 100 feet. Boom! The next moment, under the shocked eyes of countless people, this palm hit the ground heavily. A churning and oscillating inner energy, like thousands of galloping horses, swept across all directions with a powerful sweep. Rumble. A vast and loud sound resounded, and the entire royal secret realm was completely crushed at this moment, and the billowing dust even surged into the sky. Everything within the field of vision collapsed at this moment, and everything was desolate.
Humph! The mayfly shakes the tree.
Zhou Xiaotian looked at the ground and couldn't help but sneer. He turned to look at Lumi.
I have killed Yang Machung on the spot. Why don't you quickly send someone to clear out the enemy troops in the city?
Well, only then did Lumi come back to his senses. He nodded in shock, feeling extremely happy in his heart. He quickly ordered,
Yi Linyun, take my tiger talisman and mobilize the troops in the city to wipe out the enemy forces in Dakian and Daxia. Leave no one alive, no prisoners, and execute them all on the spot. Marquis of Guangjuan, please pass on my instructions and lead an army of 30,000 soldiers to immediately counterattack Dakian and sweep through all the cities in Dakian.
Lumi said with a cold expression on his face.
Every city that the army passes by will massacre 3 people. I don't want to see anyone alive. Also, capture Yang Muching's 3 concubines alive.
All the soldiers took orders one after another. In the distance, Bai Zhong and other internal experts looked at this scene with horrified expressions. Even if Yang Mucidi is defeated, will they still have a way to survive? Just when everything seemed to be a foregone conclusion. Boom! A soaring inner energy broke through the suppressing giant palm and soared into the sky at this moment.
12 moves!
Yang Machung performed 12 moves at once, directly breaking Zhou Xiaotian's palm.
Still alive?
Zhou Xiaotian's face darkened. A small, ant-like existence had been fighting with him for so long, and even his full palm couldn't kill it.
Good! As expected of Emperor Yang.
You are still alive. I want to see how long you can last.
Let out a roar. Zhou Xiaotian rushed directly towards Yang Machung. Instantly, the two of them turned into a black shadow and fought together. No matter where the two hit, a hurricane of terror would erupt, completely tearing everything around them apart. The shadows of the fists exchanged almost became one, and the speed was so fast that no one present could catch it with the naked eye. 18 moves, 24 poses. Under Zhou Xiaotian's violent attack, Yang Machung did not dodge at all, and turned into terrifying afterimages, fighting against Zhou Xiaotian. And at the same time, each of his punches and kicks will incorporate most of the 36 Shenwu styles. Even later, 30 moves were performed at once. The terrifying power that erupted between his fists and feet even directly suppressed Zhou Xiaotian.
Zhou Shangqian's strength is so terrifying. He should be at full strength now. He has never used such an offensive before. But now, he doesn't hold back at all. What's even more terrifying is that Yang Machung was able to withstand all of Zhou Shangqian's attacks, and was even able to suppress him.
Everyone outside the field looked at what was happening in front of them with their mouths open. Zhou Xiaotian's increasing attacks made them extremely horrified and shocked. But Yang Machung, who had been suppressed before and could barely raise his head, shocked them even more. He actually suppressed Zhou Xiaotian one-sidedly.
How is this possible? He obviously only has Grandmaster Henglian.
The more Zhou Xiaotian fought, the more shocked he became. He had no idea that Yang Machung could still resist his attack even though he had already exploded. Even when facing him, Zhou Xiaotian felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart.
No. If this continues, I will definitely lose. It seems that I have to use that move.
A thought flashed through Zhou Xiaotian's mind, and then this thought completely occupied his mind. Boom! Almost at the same time, Zhou Xiaotian, who was fighting, suddenly shot towards the rear and withdrew from the battle. Everyone around was already stunned. Chapter 153 Half-Step of Profound Energy. Quiet! There was deathly silence in the entire secret area of the palace. Although the sound of killings was loud in the military camp, it seemed that no sound from the outside world could reach here. All eyes were focused on the two of them. More! It fell on Yang Machung. How could a Henglian Grandmaster be able to compete with a powerful person in the Xuanqi realm without falling behind? This is simply beyond their imagination.
You are very strong, and you can actually push me to this level. Even if you surpass me in the future, it is not impossible.
Zhou Xiaotian no longer had the fairy-like attitude he had before. His clothes were torn, and he was in a miserable state. He looked directly at Yang Machung.
In 5 years. No, at most 3 years. You can surpass me and become a powerful person in Xianqi. But unfortunately, you are still not a strong person in Xianqi. And you also appeared 3 years ago.
Zhou Xiaotian said. His whole body aura surged. The whole person seemed to have transformed into a mountain peak. An unreachable Mount Tai.
Even if the battle continues, the outcome will not be known. So use the last move to end your fate.
As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Xiaotian's momentum, which had almost condensed into substance, began to crush down crazily, causing the ground around him to crackle. and cracks scattered in all directions. The crowd around them felt this power. Their expressions changed, and they scrambled to escape into the distance. Bai Zhong looked even more horrified. He could have a premonition that Zhou Xiaotian's attack would definitely be earth-shattering. Enough to destroy everything. Your Majesty, he shouted quickly. This old man Zhou Xiaotian can't do anything to you. We don't need to fight him with this trick. We'll leave the Green Hills without worrying about having no firewood. So we'd better withdraw our troops? Yang Mucheng shook his head. He stepped on the ground, and his inner energy was like a roaring sea sweeping over his limbs and bones. The terrifying power, at this moment, was like a shocking wave. A huge wave. He looked at Zhou Xiaotian. This time, I will combine the 36 moves of Jinwu into one strike. Let's use this move to determine the outcome. Good. Zhou Xiaotian's eyes widened. He clasped his hands together and slashed downwards in the air. In an instant, the mountain peak condensed into substance behind him. And at this moment, it fell to the extreme. The huge mountain, tens of millions of feet long, was crushing down. The biggest feature of entering the Xuanqi realm is that you can sense the power of heaven and earth and exert several times more power. Although Zhou Xiaotian has only entered the Xuanqi realm not long ago, he can already vaguely borrow the power of heaven and earth. Boom! 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 The huge mountain crushed down. The air around it crackled, and the entire ground collapsed crazily under the shocking momentum. Zhou Xiaotian was like a god and demon in this world, raising the entire secret realm to the ground with a wave of his hand. Even the entire ground collapsed 20 or 30 meters under the pressure. And at this time, Yang Mucheng was still standing there. The mental formula of Jin with 36 postures circled rapidly in his mind. At this moment, he used endless moves one by one. The last 36 postures turned into the last punch, heading towards blast forward. If we say, Zhou Xiaotian's blow was the majestic mountain peak, then Yang Mucheng's punch was a shocking wave that swept through the world. This is a well-deserved shocking battle. Lord Baizhong. Seeing this scene, all the masters inside were frightened to the point of bursting with fear. Who will win? Your Majesty or Zhou Xiaotian? Baizhong looked bitter. Although the Holy One is a peerless genius, his opponent is Zhou Xiaotian, who is transcended to the mortals. No matter how terrible the stormy waves are, how can they break the rocks in the sea? What's more, Zhou Xiaotian is not an ordinary reef, but an indescribable one, the shaking Mount Tai. But everyone on Lu Mi's side was extremely excited. Is this the strength of the Xuanqi realm? A strong master of Dan family boxing knelt on the ground with tears streaming down his face. If you hear the Tao in the morning, you will die in the evening. This is the real realm of immortals. With immortal Zhou, our country can unify all the countries and become a great power. If anyone dares to disobey, they will be suppressed and killed without mercy. Lu Mi clenched his fists and was filled with excitement. He seemed to have seen the scene of tens of millions of people kneeling at his feet and shouting long live. Boom! Under the shocked eyes of countless people, the mountain peaks crushed down. Wow! The shocking torrent formed by Yang Mucheng's punch was directly suppressed, smashed into pieces, and turned into endless waves that splashed away and disappeared into the void. End it! Zhou Xiaotian's eyes opened angrily, and his clasped palm suddenly struck down. The next moment, Mount Tai fell down with the force of tens of millions of people. However, at this time, Yang Mucheng's eyes lit up, and he saw that his endless torrent had gathered into a thin line at this moment. It turned into a terrifying beam of light, piercing through in an instant. The majestic and invincible Mount Tai was blasted away at this moment, turning into nothing and disappearing quietly. Zhou Xiaotian still maintained the posture of slashing with both hands, but the beam of light pierced his chest in an instant and shot into the vast sky. Wow! Zhou Xiaotian spat out a mouthful of blood, with fear in his eyes. How is it possible? I am in the realm of immortals. Immortal? Even if the real immortal is here, I can kill him completely. Yang Mucheng's eyes were indifferent for a moment, and he swung a Jinwu punch again. Zhou Xiaotian's body was instantly reduced to powder by this terrible blow. The most powerful man in Ertai, a terrifying existence that surpassed the three realms of body quenching, and even a strong man who had reached another realm and another realm, was just wiped out. Only the royal secret realm, which was completely razed to the ground, was left to witness all this. Call. Yang Mucheng exhaled a breath of turbid air and fell slowly. Zhou Xiaotian's huge energy and blood was swallowed into his body at this moment. At this moment,
His breath surged.
Huh? I see.
After devouring all the energy and blood from Zhou Xiaotian's body, Yang Mucheng showed a hint of surprise, and then nodded in realization.
It turns out that Zhou Xiaotian is not in the real Xianqi realm. He relied on the supreme holy pill to forcefully reach that realm. But neither his physical strength, nor his inner energy could reach the real Xianqi realm. It can only be regarded as half a step of profound energy at most. Now that I have devoured his energy and blood, although I have not made a breakthrough, I have also reached the half-step profound energy realm. So powerful!
Yang Mucheng clenched his fists. He can sense that the power of heaven and earth is around him, and can even respond to him.
What a pity! If Zhou Xiaotian had reached the true realm of profound energy, maybe I would have been defeated by that last blow. But after all, he is not in the true realm of profound energy.
Yang Mucheng shook his head slowly, concentrating his breath. He put his hands behind his back and walked towards the outside world step by step. Chapter 154. The whole world was shocked.
Who's winning?
Everyone looked towards the secret realm. Everyone had escaped from the secret realm as early as Zhou Xiaotian's overwhelming mountain peak pressed down. At this moment, their eyes are looking unblinkingly into the secret realm that was completely destroyed.
It must be Zhou Shangxian. His cultivation has broken through the shackles, reached the profound energy realm, and transcended mortals. How can Yang Mucheng resist his strength? Maybe Yang Mucheng has been crushed into a powder.
One of the great masters said loudly. Many sergeants and guards nodded in unison. Zhou Xiaotian's breakthrough was so terrifying that the 10-mile cloud cover formed not only covered the secret realm, but even covered most of the imperial city. This kind of strength is already like that of a legendary immortal.
That's right. Especially Zhou Shangxian's final blow. It was like a god or demon in this world.
Lumi said with great joy. There were constant cheers from the Tai side. In contrast, it was deathly silent here in Dakian.
Lord Baizhong, has the Holy Emperor really fallen?
A great master asked, trembling all over.
I don't know either.
Baizhong shook his head. But in fact, he already had a vague answer in his heart. Zhou Xiaotian's blow was too strong. Like an unshakable mountain, it is enough to destroy everything in the world. When everyone in Dakian Kingdom was extremely melancholy, while everyone in Ertai was happy and excited, a sharp wind suddenly came, and the dust shrouded in the secret territory was torn apart in an instant. A young figure clasped his hands behind his back, as if walking from the void out. Although his clothes were torn and covered in blood, his aura was overwhelming, like a god or demon in this world.
Impossible!
When they saw this figure, everyone in Ertai suddenly turned pale, and Lumi fell to his knees with a thud. Zhou Xiaotian broke through Hinglian and reached the legendary realm. He should have been invincible. So how could he be defeated by Yang Mucheng? This last great god of Thailand, the last trump card, was completely killed at this moment.
Your Majesty!
After Baizhong and others came to their senses, they knelt on the ground and screamed wildly. In this battle between gods and demons, he is simply invincible. If anyone else had defeated Zhou Xiaotian, Baizhong would not be so excited. After all, Yang Mucheng is too young. He is only 15 or 16 years old, but he can have such extraordinary abilities. In a few years or decades, his strength will be able to aspire to the real immortal realm. And as long as he is around, Dakian Kingdom will be a well-deserved dynasty for all generations.
Zhou Xiaotian is dead. Kneel down and execute him.
Yang Mucheng looked over.
It's not that easy. Yang Mucheng, accept your fate.
There was a sound of drinking. It turned out that Jian Zhou Xiaotian, the great masters of Ertai, was killed. And they also felt the sadness of death. The people present are all the masters of the country, the most powerful ones. How could they not resist and wait to be captured without mercy? In an instant, dozens of Ertai's masters all burst out, with surging murderous aura gushing out from their bodies. At the same time, a vast force rose up and headed towards Yang Mucheng. At this moment, the attacks that filled the sky were overwhelming. Baizhong and others couldn't help but change their expressions. The centipede insect was dead, but not stiff. After all, Ertai is one of the 8 major parliamentary states. In addition to Zhou Xiaotian from Yaowang Valley, the palace also recruited many powerful people from among the people. Now these people exploded with all their strength, and their power was no less than Zhou Xiaotian's final blow.
Who are you? Dare to resist me?
Yang Mucheng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he crushed his right hand down, and a huge and infinite wave of energy erupted at this moment. This force fell from the sky, bringing with it a white wave of air, as if even the space had been penetrated by this palm. Crackling. Just hearing bursts of explosions. Before the palm came, the bodies of many warriors had exploded like popcorn, splattering blood all over the ground. It was not until these dozens of masters were crushed to death by this momentum that the giant palm belatedly struck the ground, once again making a deep palm print in the secret realm.
Your Majesty, have you also made a breakthrough?
Seeing this scene, Baizhong couldn't help but said with great joy,
Not yet. I'm only half step of the profound energy, and I'm still a little short of the true profound energy realm. But my current strength is even the true profound energy realm, and I can kill.
Yang Mucheng killed with one palm. Dozens of people put their hands behind their backs. Although Baizhong didn't understand what half-step Xuanqi meant, he was immediately excited when he heard that Yang Mucheng could kill even those in the real Xuanqi realm. Herod. There was a sound of war horses raising their hooves. Eunuch Wei stood up and dismounted, and shouted loudly,
Emperor Yang, in the Imperial City camp, we have slaughtered all the 300,000 troops. Some of the defeated troops broke up and fled. All the civil and military officials in the city were killed.
Plop. When Lumi heard this, his face was as white as a piece of paper. Even the last of the army had been killed. What hope did he have of resisting?
Lumi, can you think of today?
Yang Mucheng put his hands behind his back and looked at Lumi, the once powerful emperor of Ertai, but now the last emperor.
You are arrogant and domineering. The Dayan family's boxing skills are even more rude to me. Instead of reflecting on your lax discipline, you actually sent troops to attack my Dakian country. This caused the lives of our Dakian country to be devastated and miserable. At that time, did you think you would be a prisoner today?
Lumi knelt on the ground, no longer daring to call himself a widower or me. His heart felt cold, and he just kept kowtowing.
Forgive me, Emperor Yang. Ertai, are willing to surrender to Dakian. I am willing to cut off half of the city and give it to you as an apology. Ertai will become your vassal state.
Lumi prayed constantly. He just wants to survive. As long as you survive, there is a chance for revenge. His eldest son Lu Jian was taken away by a true immortal to practice in his early years, more than 30 years ago. As long as Lu Jian can be found, and the sect where Lu Jian is located can be found, Ertai will still have hope of restoring their country. So what if you have half a step of profound energy? In that sect, there are so many strong men with half-step profound energy, and Lu Jian's master is in existence that transcends the profound energy realm. After I survive this calamity, I will make you pay with blood. Lumi lowered his head to hide the hatred in his eyes.
Send me the city? Become my vassal country?
Yang Mucheng shook his head and sneered.
Now that the entire Ertai has become my possession, do I still need you to send it to me? Today I will avenge the innocent people of my Dakian kingdom. Go to H.L.
After saying that, Yang Mucheng fell down and stepped heavily on Lumi's body, crush his head on the spot. As soon as Lumi died, the guards who were still resisting in the secret realm suddenly lost all hope. The prosperous Ertai destroyed the country. The Tai Emperor, Lu Mi, was executed on the spot. Zhou Shaoyan of Medicine King Valley broke through the Henglian Grandmaster and died at the hands of Yang Mucheng. When this news came out, the whole world was shocked. Chapter 155 Lottery.
30 million gold coins seized. 3,000 boxes of jewels. A complete set of Dayan family boxing training secrets. A blueprint of the Golden Man's secret technique.
As soon as Lumi died, Baizhong led his masters to seize the imperial treasury. The loot captured was reported one by one. The list is full of jewelry and money, even various priceless jades and corals. These things were counted for 2 days in a row before they were sorted out. One can imagine how rich Ertai is.
The wine and meat of the Zhumen stinks, and the bones are frozen to death on the road.
Yang Mucheng shook his head.
I came here all the way, and many people in Ertai didn't even have enough food or clothing to keep warm. The state treasury has so much money, but it doesn't know how to provide food for disaster relief. There is no need to repay the money for ordinary jewelry. Take all back home. Is there anything else?
Yang Mucheng asked.
Your Majesty, we also found a map of a tomb in Lumi's treasury.
Baizhong carefully took out the map. Tomb? Yang Mucheng shook his head. He had now reached the half-step profound energy realm, and ordinary things no longer had much appeal to him. He glanced at it lightly, and couldn't help but shrink his eyes. The tomb of a Xian liquid realm warrior? Internal strength, channel opening, and horizontal refining are the 3 realms of body quenching. Xian Qi, Xian liquid, and Xian Hai. The three are the realm of Qi training. This tomb is actually the tomb of a powerful person in the mysterious liquid realm. So there must be a lot of good things in it.
Right. Your Majesty. Lumi sent people to excavate this tomb many times. But because there were countless traps in the tomb, nothing was done in the end. Last time at the Xia Kingdom Martial Arts Conference, the warriors who obtained the secret manuals also came from this tomb. What you get? There are so many secret books, elixirs, weapons, etc. in this tomb.
By Zhongdo. Yang Mucheng nodded. In a battle with Sword Master Xiang Xiaolong, his dragon-slaying sword was shattered. In a battle with Valley Master Zhou Xiaotian, his 9-dragon supreme robe was shattered. Nowadays, I have no merit. There must be a lot of treasures in the cemetery of the powerful people in the mysterious liquid realm. Even if you can't strengthen yourself, if you can find good things, you can increase Dakian's national strength. And the most important thing is that the secret skills of the Jin people and the boxing skills of the Dan family were all found in this tomb.
Just because of a tomb, a country has become so powerful. I don't know how terrifying it must be to be in front of this strong man in the mysterious liquid realm.
Yang Mucheng shook his head and sighed. He put the map away. This tomb is on their way back, so you can stop by and take a look. Ding side mission completed. Task introduction. Blood oath. The country is weak and bullied. How can we wash away the blood debt without using blood? Within 3 years, he led his army into Ertai and bloodbath the imperial city for 3 days. Warning to the world. Dakian is a powerful country in the world. If you offend our country's power, you will be punished no matter how far away you are. Is there a draw now?
All tasks completed?
Yang Mucheng was stunned. Emperor Xia had been taking charge of the massacre of the city. Unexpectedly, 3 days had passed since he had entered the imperial city.
Lottery!
Yang Mucheng did not hesitate and directly chose the lottery. Anyway, in a few days, I have to go to the tomb. If I can draw something good, I might be able to ensure my life in the tomb. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the yellow level middle grade architectural drawings and cultivation secret realm. Cultivation secret realm. The concentration of spiritual energy in the secret realm is 15 times that of the outside world.
Nice one!
Yang Mucheng's eyes lit up. As he often said, a country cannot be sustained by just one person. Although Bai Zhong, Lu Yaoer and others have made rapid progress in strength, they are only in the early stages of Hinglian. They cannot take on big responsibilities. And once an opponent of Zhou Xiaotian's level appears again, they will be helpless. This secret cultivation realm can quickly improve their strength. Don't know what's next. Start the lottery again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the level list.
Anyuan Danju.
Those steps. Hearing this word, Yang Mucheng almost jumped with excitement. The ancient heaven swallowing technique is a stepless skill. And it is precisely because of this skill that he created Dakian's lifetime glory with one person's power. Now comes the second stepless exercise. A surge of information quickly poured into Yang Mucheng's mind. Although the amount of information in
Anyuan Danju
is extremely huge, Yang Mucheng can easily accept it after his cultivation has reached half a step of profound energy.
I got good things in these 2 draws. I wonder what this last one will be.
Yang Mucheng is looking forward to it more and more.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the yellow level middle grade weapon. The Golden Crow Sword.
Yellow level middle grade? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows, slightly dissatisfied. If you give him this weapon before fighting Zhou Xiaotian, it might be of some use. Now it has no effect on him.
Bai Zhong, you have made a meritorious service this time, and I will reward you with this sword.
He casually threw the Golden Crow sword to Bai Zhong. At this time, Xia Jun had just walked in. Seeing this scene, he was almost scared to death. The Golden Crow sword is golden in color, as if it were made of pure gold. The surging supernatural power is like a tide slowly spreading along the sword. You can tell at a glance that it is not a mortal thing. At least it was Huangji's weapon, and he just rewarded it to others casually. To know, such a sword, even if placed in Ertai, would become a national treasure.
Emperor Yang is really heroic.
Xia Jun's eyes almost bulged out with envy. Bai Zhong also knelt down in excitement and shouted to thank the Lord for his kindness. He never dreamed that Yang Mucheng would give such a precious thing to him.
Is the massacre over?
Yang Mucheng raised his eyelids slightly and looked at the other party.
Yes. We only massacred the army and left ordinary civilians unharmed. However, some dignitaries in the city went out of their way to fish in chaos, slaughtering people and robbing property. I also killed these dignitaries. Xia Jun smiled. You came just in time. According to the rules we set before, I will give you 2/3 of the city in Ertai. The map is here. You can choose it yourself. Yang Mucheng waved his hand, and Bai Zhong immediately took the map. Xia Jun shook his head quickly and said with a wry smile, Emperor Yang, whether it is killing the Ertai army, attacking the imperial city, or killing Zhou Xiaotian, our Xia kingdom has basically not been of much help. How can I dare you take 2/3 of the territory? Just give me 1/3. Xia Jun told the truth. In capturing Ertai, their Xia kingdom basically did not exert much effort. Moreover, Yang Mucheng has now reached half a step of profound energy, and his cultivation has already surpassed that of ordinary people. It was too late for him to flatter him. How could he dare to open his mouth and take away so much credit from under Yang Mucheng's nose? Since you ask like this, let's give you 1/3. Yang Mucheng nodded. This Xia Jun is quite knowledgeable. Knowing that I didn't put in much effort, I didn't dare to take advantage of it. If he still dares to compete for the spoils of war, then the alliance between the two countries will directly end after this battle. Chapter 156 Dragon Burial Mountain. Stayed in the imperial city for a few more days. Yang Mucheng issued an imperial edict informing heir of the ownership of many cities in Thailand. Since then, Dakian Kingdom has more than 400 cities overnight, directly becoming the country with the most cities among the 9th-level countries. At the same time, he also appointed a group of officials to take over the city. It won't be long before these cities will be completely integrated into Dakian, although Lumi has been killed. However, there are still many orphans of the royal family who have not given up and are still leading troops to resist in various places. However, there was only sporadic resistance, and the Black Flag army could directly kill them on the spot as soon as they arrived. At this time, Yang Mucheng has already taken Baizhong to the place where the tomb is located. The place where the tomb is located is called Burial Dragon Mountain, and it is a treasure land with excellent feng shui. The entire Dragon Burial Mountain stretches with mountains. From a distance, there are dragon claws, dragon heads, dragon whiskers and other parts, as if it really looks like a divine dragon has fallen here. And the entrance to the tomb is in the dragon's mouth of Buried Dragon Mountain. Let's go to the town to rest for a few days and wait until the Black Flag army arrives. Yang Mu became enlightened. As the Emperor of Dakian, if he wanted to obtain the things in the cemetery, he naturally did not need to drill a hole in the cemetery and sneak in like he did with Captain Jean. Just let the Black Flag army dig up the entire tomb and take everything away. Hey, Your Majesty, this town is a bit strange, Baizhong said doubtfully. The town where Longshan is buried is called Yukong Town. There are many warriors from all over the world who covet the tomb of Longshan, as well as gold-touching captains from all over the world. So the whole Yukong Town is very lively and prosperous. But now, when I look at it, Yukong City is a little quiet. You can even smell the pungent smell of blood from a distance. Could someone know that we are coming? So they set up an ambush here and wait for us? Baizhong said. Ambush? Yang Mucheng smiled faintly, put his hands behind his back, and walked forward. Rumble. At this moment, a sound like a wild horse running wild suddenly came. At the same time, there were also sounds of crying. I saw a woman running wildly on the street with her child in hand. Behind them were a group of menacing flaming jackals. Although the flame jackal is the lowest level monster, it is as big as a calf and more ferocious than a poisonous wolf. So it cannot be resisted by ordinary people. Ah! The woman let out a scream and fell to the ground together with the child. Roar! Immediately, the flame jackal howled and leaped over. One of the jackals even lay on the woman's body, opened its big mouth and bit into the woman's head. The movements are skillful, and I don't know how many times I have done this kind of thing. Baizhong, save people, Yang Mucheng said immediately. The woman was so frightened that her liver and gallbladder were about to burst, and when she thought she was certain to die, Baizhong stepped forward, swung out the golden crow sword, and cut the flaming jackal into 2 pieces. When the other jackals saw this, instead of being afraid, they were aroused with ferocity. They roared and rushed towards Baizhong, but they were no match for Baizhong, and they were all killed in just a moment. Thank you, my benefactor, for saving my life. The woman was so frightened that she didn't even come to her senses until Yang Mucheng came to her side and kept kowtowing. Get up! What's going on with these flame jackals? Yang Mucheng asked doubtfully. Monsters stay away from cities and rarely come to towns in groups like this, although they were only the lowest level of monsters.
Yang Mucheng was still puzzled by the appearance of so many at once.
These flaming jackals are raised by Du Tianhao, the son of the city lord. He is cruel by nature and likes to let dogs eat people.
When the woman talked about Du Tianhao, her eyes showed fear, as if she had encountered something terrible.
Run away quickly. These flame jackals are Du Tianhao's treasures. If you kill them all, Du Tianhao will never let you go.
Baizhong smiled and said,
You don't know. My young master is a big shot. Let alone Du Tianhao. Even if his father comes, he will have to bow down in front of my young master.
The woman stamped her feet anxiously. She saw that these two people were outsiders, and were not worthy of Du Tianhao's fear, since Du Tianhao's father is the lord of a city. His status is simply that of the local emperor here, in addition to the gold captains and warriors who came to steal the treasure. Many of them were recruited by him, and their strength was terrifying. Recently, the imperial city of Ertai was destroyed, and the city lord went around recruiting subordinates with the message of
reviving the national outline.
The army has expanded to about 5,000 people. Certainly, this army is just a miscellaneous army, composed entirely of bandits and robbers, burning, killing and looting everywhere. In recent days, they have made another idea to visit the Burial Dragon Mountain Cemetery and want to dig out the treasures in the cemetery, so they simply stationed near the Burial Dragon Mountain. And his son Du Tianhao led these flaming jackals to kill and play every day.
Is it?
As soon as Baizhong finished speaking, a sinister sneer sounded in the distance. I saw a young man coming with a group of boys and girls. Most of these boys and girls were holding a flaming jackal in their hands. The leader is none other than Du Tianhao.
How can it be so easy to kill my baby and just want to leave?
When Du Tianhao saw his pet being killed, a fierce light flashed in his eyes.
I will make you pay with your life today,
Baizhong said angrily.
You let your dogs kill people. Is there any justice? Is there any king's law? Now we just killed a few of your flaming jackals, and you want us to pay for it with our lives?
As soon as Baizhong finished speaking, the group of boys and girls, including Du Tianhao, burst into laughter, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world.
I am the law of heaven, and I am the king's law. What if I kill a common man?
Du Tianhao sneered.
That's right. We won't just kill you. After we dig out the tombs in Dragon Burial Mountain, we will also kill the Guan and kill Yang Mucheng.
Another girl shouted.
One of our dogs is more valuable than your life. If you don't want to die, kneel down and kowtow to our dog.
A young man shouted. The woman had never seen such a scene before. She was so frightened that her whole body collapsed and her face turned pale. The child in her arms was crying loudly.
Quack! This kid is crying so much that I'm going to tear him apart.
Du Tianhao frowned and immediately let go of the rope in his hand. Ouch! A dozen flaming jackals roared and rushed towards the child in the woman's arms.
Kill him! Leave no one behind!
A hint of chill flashed in Yang Mucheng's eyes. Before he finished speaking, Baizhong rushed out quickly. Although Baizhong couldn't help much in the battle, he was still a strong man. These low-level monsters were no match for him. He swept away more than a dozen flaming jackals with one sleeve and was killed on the spot. In the shocking blood mist, Baizhong even killed himself in front of these teenagers. Chapter 157 The Power of Half-Step Mysterious Energy. Baizhong waved out his palm. Several teenagers who escaped were directly blasted into blood mist. Du Tianhao cursed secretly and swung his long whip towards Baizhong. The long whip made a hissing sound and turned into a wild snake as it flew past, biting towards Baizhong's heart.
Snort!
Seeing that the other party was so ruthless, Baizhong felt even more murderous in his heart. With a flick of his finger, the long whip was shattered.
Sir! Run away!
When the woman saw the scene, she turned pale with fright, and her legs trembled.
The people you just killed were all the children of village bandits, and some were descendants of warlords. Even if you kill them and flee to the ends of the earth, they will not let you go. They should be the ones who should run away,
Yang Mucheng said with a smile, his hands behind his back. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Du Tianhao, who was running away, was slapped by Baizhong and flew out.
You can't kill me!
Du Tianhao looked at Baizhong walking towards him, his eyes full of horror.
I am the son of the city lord. My father has thousands of troops and dozens of warriors. If you dare to kill me, you will not be able to escape even if you go to the underworld. Even if you are the son of the emperor, I will definitely kill you,
Baizhong said. Yang Mucheng had to complete the orders given by him even if he had to climb mountains of swords and descend into seas of fire.
Go to H.L.
Baizhong stepped on the ground and floated towards Du Tianhao. Du Tianhao's expression changed drastically, and he was so frightened that he peed his pants immediately. Just when Baizhong was about to slap him with a palm, a roaring voice suddenly came from the distance. "Stop!" A figure in black suddenly appeared in front of Baizhong. Baizhong shouted angrily and attacked the opponent. The figure in black snorted coldly, and the two immediately fought together. Crack! The two fists and kicks collided 7 or 8 times in an instant. Everyone could only see two black figures fighting together in the open space. Every punch and kick brought up the roaring wind. A casual punch sent all around them. Houses, buildings, and trees were torn to pieces. At the same time, 7 or 8 more people came from a distance and stood beside Du Tianhao. When the woman saw this, she was so frightened that she almost collapsed to the ground.
It's over. Du Tianhao's help is here. They are just a group of warriors in the early stages of horizontal training.
Yang Machung glanced at the crowd and shook his head secretly. The words just fell. Just hearing a bang sound, the figures in the field suddenly separated, and the figures in Baizhong and black were shot backwards. When Du Tianhao saw the scene, he felt as if he had been given blood. He quickly got up and said to the man in black,
"Uncle Zhao Cheng, you have to avenge me. These two people are going to kill me. You must kill them for me."
They were all cut into pieces.
The man in black named Zhao Cheng frowned slightly. He and Baizhong fought hard and tried their best, but they couldn't capture it. The opponent's strength is far superior to his.
"Brother, why are you taking action against our young master?"
Zhao Cheng looked at Baizhong.
"Take care of people's lives with grass, and kill with dogs,"
Baizhong said.
"It's all your fault."
Zhao Cheng glared at Du Tianhao. The tomb at Burial Longshan was about to be excavated, and a large number of manpower was needed. He did not want to offend Baizhong, the mysterious Henglian strongman. After concentrating for a moment, he said, "Brother, you also killed a dozen people and taught my young master a lesson. We were wrong in this matter. Why don't we just expose it for my sake?" "Uncle Zhao Cheng," Du Tianhao shouted, dissatisfied. When had he been bullied like this and couldn't take revenge? But after being glared at by Zhao Cheng, Du Tianhao could only swallow his head and lower his head. He looked at Baizhong and Yang Machung with secret hatred, and made up his mind that if there was a chance, he would kill these two people with 1,000 cuts.
Revealing this, a warrior in the early stage of Henglian dares to ask me to sell my face.
Yang Machung next to him said coldly,
"When I'm talking to him, there's no way you can interrupt."
Zhao Cheng shouted angrily and struck out with a palm. Suddenly, a white palm print flew up. This white palm print seemed to be flying lightly, but in an instant, it rolled up a piece of wind and sand, forming a huge palm print several feet long and flew in front of Yang Machung. Yang Machung didn't see any movement. The overwhelming giant palm melted away, like the scorching sun meeting the snow.
"If you attack me, you will be punished by death."
Yang Machung grinned.
"Boy, don't think that our Lu family is afraid of you. There is just one strong horizontal practitioner, but there are more than 10 of us in the Lu family. Since you are unwilling to give up, then we can only kill you."
Zhao Cheng's eyes froze. He had already seen that Baizhong, the mysterious master, was actually following Yang Machung's orders, to be able to make a strong man obey his advice. This young man's status is definitely extraordinary, but this does not mean that they are afraid. As soon as he finished speaking, several other Henglian martial artists behind him had already stood up, vaguely surrounding Yang Machung and Baizhong.
"I will restrain the other party. You kill that boy?"
Zhao Cheng whispered. "Tang!" Almost at the same time, more than a dozen Henglian strongmen shouted and flew towards Yang Machung. Zhao Cheng, on the other hand, rushed directly towards Baizhong. Seeing this scene, Du Tianhao was as excited as if he had been given blood,
and kept shouting,
"Boy, if you dare to mess with me, I will see how you die today."
Baizhong frowned and was about to step forward to stop him, but Zhao Cheng shouted,
"Your opponent is me,"
and rushed directly towards Baizhong. Looking at the dozen or so powerful Henglian warriors rushing towards him, Yang Machung slowly shook his head.
"It's just looking for death. It's you that damn it,"
one of the Henglian warriors shouted. In their opinion, the reason why Yang Machung was able to block Zhao Cheng's attack might be because he had some protective magic weapon on him. But no matter how powerful the magic weapon is, how can it withstand the attacks of more than 10 of them? He hasn't finished speaking yet. It was already a light step. This step seemed ordinary. But when the soles of the feet landed, a surge of inner energy arose. A wind wave with a height of tens of feet was set off to the extreme at this moment. hitting everyone. When his strength reaches the level of Yang Muchung, he can move his hands and feet with great power. What's more, he has mastered how to use the power of heaven and earth. The wind and waves surged out like a monstrous flood. In the astonished eyes of countless people, they rolled violently, doubled in size, and then suddenly crashed down. Boom! It was like a shocking huge wave crashing down, shaking the ground violently. The mighty momentum is like tens of thousands of war horses flying past and running wildly, sweeping across all directions with overwhelming force. I am the only one who dominates. Bang! 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 The three horizontal warriors, who bore the brunt of the attack, were shot dead without any bones. The entire earth was cracked by the smash, and countless cracks spread out like lightning. This, Du Tianhao, who had previously clamored to cut Yang Mu into pieces, was stunned. Even Zhao Cheng stood there in shock, his eyes almost bulging out. Chapter 158. The Ancient Tomb appears. What kind of strength is this? Zhao Cheng felt terrified. In his heart, he wished he could crush Yang Muchung into ashes. But what he hated even more was how Du Tianhao got into trouble with such a terrible character. Those were more than a dozen powerful men who could not even withstand a hurricane. What kind of cultivation and strength is this? Now do you still think you are qualified to let me sell you face? Yang Muchung asked lightly. I was blind and didn't know that Senior was here. Zhao Cheng came back to his senses and bowed solemnly towards Yang Muchung. He pointed at Du Tianhao and said, This is the son of the Du family. His father is the city lord near Burial Dragon Mountain. He has 5,000 soldiers and horses. The city lord is thirsty for talents and is currently raising troops to overthrow Yang Muchung. If the senior is as powerful as the previous, go and be invited. After we take over the country, it will not be a problem to become the protector of the country, Zhao Cheng said hurriedly. On the one hand, he wooed Yang Muchung, and on the other hand, he also told the Du family's strength indirectly, so that Yang Muchung did not dare to act rashly. National protector? Yang Muchung looked at the other party with a half-smile. If the senior is not satisfied with the position of the national protector, he can go and discuss with the city lord. In the future, he can be granted a vassal status, or even be regarded as an equal king, and he will be on an equal footing with the emperor. Zhao Cheng stopped when he saw Yang Muchung, thinking that the other party was making moves. After thinking about it, he quickly said again, Yang Muchung only found it funny. This group of rebels, in front of him, the emperor, said they wanted to overthrow his court and divide the country with him. Shaking his head, Yang Muchung looked at Zhao Cheng. Do you know who I am? You are? Zhao Cheng was also surprised. Most of the active people in Ertai were masters of Dan family boxing, and he had never heard of Yang Muchung. Could it be that some extremely powerful person has rejuvenated his youth? In other words, some old-timer came to travel because he was resting in peace and quiet? My name is Yang Muchung, Yang Muchung said lightly. He has done a great job to the current Holy Emperor. The 95th Emperor? Bai Zhong shook his head and sneered. What crime should you do? Call. Zhao Cheng felt cold all over his body, as if he had poured ice water on him from beginning to end. He never dreamed that the young man in front of him was Yang Muchung. At this moment, he was so frightened that he paralyzed and knelt on the ground, without any strength left. So what if Yang Muchung? So what if you are the Emperor of Dakian? You just came here alone. My father can send troops to kill you. Du Tianhao shouted. Zhao Cheng smiled bitterly and shook his head, completely shattering Du Tianhao's illusions. Young Master Du, Emperor Yang has reached half a step of profound energy, and his cultivation has reached the sky. Even the owner of the Yaowang Valley died in his hands, and no one in the world can defeat him. He can defeat an entire country by himself. City Lord, why do you want to dig out the tomb of Dragon Burial Mountain? You want to find the treasure to deal with him. When Du Tianhao heard this, he trembled all over, as if he was mourning for an exam. Kill him. Yang Muchung looked at Du Tianhao and Zhao Cheng indifferently, then turned and walked towards Burial Dragon Mountain. The woman stood aside, scared to death. She only knew that Du Tianhao's identity and background were terrifying, but she did not expect that this young man's background was even more unusual. Burial Dragon Mountain. This is a mountain range that stretches for hundreds of miles. What is surprising is that there is no grass growing on this mountain range. There are also countless people who say that they have seen the fall of Tianlong here, and this mountain peak was transformed by the fallen Tianlong. At this time, an army of thousands of people is entrenched in Burial Dragon Mountain. Everyone is armed to the teeth
and strictly guards the slaves who are digging the tomb. Found it. A shout came suddenly from the mountain. A communications soldier hurried over and quickly arrived at the military camp.
Lord City Lord. We found it. We found the entrance to the tomb.
In the military camp, the leading middle-aged man was shocked when he heard the sound and rushed towards the tomb. The people following him were all bandits who were causing trouble.
Congratulations to the City Lord. Congratulations to the City Lord. After finding the tomb, as long as we can get 1 or 2 treasures, we can deal with Yangmu. Yes, the unification of the country and the unification of heaven and earth will be completed soon.
Everyone around was overjoyed. A wide avenue has been opened up in the dragon's mouth of Burial Dragon Mountain. A stone door appeared at the location leading to the throat. There are strange turntables on the stone gate and incomprehensible talismans. And nearby, there were countless corpses lying there. Some of these corpses were slaves who had died from exhaustion, but most of them were strong men who had come to dig tombs.
Sir, look.
Next to the stone gate, there is an ancient stele with engraved characters on it. It's just that because of the age, the words on it have long been blurred, and only Beishian Jinring can be seen clearly.
Whatever the ancient monument is, open the door quickly.
The middle-aged man shouted impatiently. Fight against the Black Flag Army? Confront Yang Machang? He doesn't have that much courage yet. According to legend, this tomb contains an undead army. As long as he can control this force, no matter how strong Yang Machang is, he will not be his opponent.
Yes.
A bandit leader nodded quickly, and he called dozens of sergeants with crowbars and hose to rush forward and open the door. However, this stone door was not completely closed as everyone imagined. It just opened with a slight push. However, this opening was like opening a door that contained evil spirits. All I saw was the endless ghostly shadows making sharp roars and rushing out at this moment. Even more so at the same time, a black light soared into the sky, even reaching into the sky. A small town near Zhanlong Mountain.
Uncle Master, if we are looking for the tomb of Master Beishian, we can go in directly. With our cultivation, let alone the City Lord with 5,000 soldiers and horses. Even 50,000 cannot stop us.
A young girl frowned slightly and said. The middle-aged man whom she called her uncle, dressed in clean children's robes, was slowly drinking tea.
Sheer, you don't know something. Master Beishian is a generation of demons. Can his tomb be dug out? Especially by ordinary people? I have explored the tomb several times. The tomb is sealed with a formation. Once the door is opened, it will capture all living creatures within 1,000 miles of Dragon Burial Mountain. It's just that hundreds of years have passed in this tomb, and the formation has gradually become ineffective. But when the door is opened, everyone in Dragon Burial Mountain will definitely not survive.
Sheer's face was full of surprise.
Uncle Master, you are only half-step profound. Can't you even resist a formation from hundreds of years ago?
The middle-aged man shook his head and said with a smile.
Sheer, you don't know how terrifying Beishian is. Not to mention my half-step of Xuanqi. Even the real Xuanqi experts have been killed countless times by Beishian. He is a powerful man who can reach the sky. And he is also a demon who can reach the sky.
Boom! At this moment, a burst of black light surged into the sky. The middle-aged man couldn't help being stunned and exclaimed.
The tomb has been opened.
This shocking strange appearance attracted the attention of all the powerful people near Dragon Burial Mountain. Chapter 159 The Martial Arts World and the Secular World.
That is,
Yang Macheng, who was under Dragon Burial Mountain, also felt this terrifying power and couldn't help but look shocked. This long-lasting power has even completely surpassed him. Call! At this time, 2 figures flying across the sky quickly fell from the sky and landed not far from Yang Macheng.
This is Dragon Burial Mountain. You'd better not go in.
A middle-aged man in the lead glanced at Yang Macheng and Bai Zhong who were rushing towards Burial Dragon Mountain, and said calmly. Bai Zhong frowned and was about to speak, but was stopped by Yang Macheng.
You can enter Dragon Burial Mountain. But I can't,
Yang Macheng said with a smile.
You little kid, why don't you listen to my advice? Have you seen the black light on Burial Dragon Mountain? This black light was a trap set by Master Beishian to guard the tomb. After ordinary people enter, they will be forcibly collect the essence and turn it into a mummy. My uncle is trying to save you,
Sheer shouted. She is only 14 or 15 years old, but she looks old-fashioned.
Jinren Beishian?
Yang Macheng frowned. The other party even knew who the owner of this tomb was. Did they come to this tomb early in the morning?
Jinren Beixian is a powerful being in our martial arts world, and his cultivation has reached the mysterious liquid realm. He has overwhelming strength.
He glanced at Yang Mucheng and shook his head.
Hey, how can I tell you this to people in the mortal world? In short, you should leave quickly. Apart from me, there are many people in the martial arts world who are staring at this tomb. Martial arts world? Mortal world? Why haven't I heard of it?
Yang Mucheng shook his head. The middle-aged man was not talking, but looked towards Dragon Burial Mountain with his hands behind his back. Sheer stared at Yang Mucheng with a smile, shook her head and said,
Of course you don't know. This is what our martial arts world is divided into.
After Sheer's explanation, Yang Mucheng understood. It turns out that dynasties and capitals, where mortals were the mainstream, were called the secular world. The sect where these martial arts cultivators are located, Blessed Land Cave Heaven, is called the martial arts world. These two worlds are not related, but they are inextricably linked. Most of the techniques practiced by warriors in the mortal world were handed down from these sections. The powerful people who are famous in the mortal world are either outer disciples in the martial arts world, or they are traders in the martial arts world. For the martial arts world, the secular world is just a bunch of ants. To the secular world, the martial arts world is like myths and legends.
Forging God sect. Qianya sect. Have you heard of these sects?
Yang Mucheng asked.
It's just a small sect. There are so many small sects like this in the martial arts world. Who can remember them?
Sheer said with a smile. What about Yaowang Valley?
Yang Mucheng asked again. The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Mucheng in surprise.
You actually know a lot. In the Medicine King Valley, except for Zhou Xiaotian, there is nothing else worth mentioning. He is not very talented, and was once an outer sect of a large sect. Disciple, Li Zong later founded Yaowang Valley.
I see. Yang Mucheng nodded. In fact, he had long wondered why there were so many masters. But he didn't expect that there was actually a martial arts world in this world. Perhaps it was also because Dakian State was too weak and had no contact with this circle. The chat with the other party also confirmed Yang Mucheng's guess. The sect that the middle-aged man belonged to was established in a country larger than Dakian Kingdom. Every year, some talented boys and girls were recruited from this country as disciples. In this country, there are some small families with many powerful people. There is an unwritten rule in the martial arts world, which prohibits attacking the secular world.
Well, I always thought that Dakian's national power was strong enough. But I didn't expect that the countries outside were even stronger. It seems that I was just looking at the sky from a well. After exploring the ancient tomb, I returned to Dakian country. We must improve the quality of the whole people. The people are the foundation of a country. The people are rich and the country is strong. If every family can have several, or even dozens of powerful warriors, who else dares to bully our country? That is, without mobilizing the army. Just relying on the people can resist the enemy's attack.
Yang Mucheng thought in his heart. Baizhong stood aside blankly. Although he had traveled around the world, the largest country he had ever visited was Ertai. I have never heard of such shocking news. Among some large sects, even the strong men in the mysterious liquid realm and Xianhai realm have. All this has simply turned his world upside down.
Do you understand now?
Sheer smiled faintly and said in a mature manner.
It's better to leave quickly. The tomb of Master Beixian has been targeted by many people, and many powerful people will come later. There are some people who are more powerful than my uncle. If we fight later, we can't take care of you. Thank you for telling me about the martial arts world. In order to repay you, I will join forces with you,
Yang Mucheng said with a smile. When the middle-aged man heard this, he shook his head angrily. Sheer almost jumped. In their view, Yang Mucheng was just an ant on the ground. So what qualifications did he have to join forces with him?
Do you know who my uncle is? My uncle is a disciple of the Kanglin sect. He has reached half a step of profound energy and can destroy the existence of a country with one hand. Does he need you to join forces? He is the one next to you. He is a martial arts practitioner who is not even qualified to serve my uncle in the Kanglin sect.
Sheer shouted angrily and couldn't help but look at Yang Mucheng.
You can have a Hunlian martial artist as a bodyguard, which is obviously a good status. But your status is nothing in the martial arts world.
She looked at Yang Mucheng, thinking that after her persuasion, the other party would obediently go down the mountain. Unexpectedly, Yang Mucheng condensed for a moment, nodded and said,
By Zhong, Sheer is right. The people from the martial arts world will arrive later. I'm not strong enough to protect myself. So let's go down the mountain first. You?
Seeing this scene, Sheer felt dumbfounded. At this time, the middle-aged man suddenly looked stunned and shouted quickly.
Seer, pay attention. Someone is coming.
Yang Maichun looked up and saw dozens of silhouettes flying quickly from a distance. These people come from all directions, and most of them are alone. There are few middle-aged men with apprentices. Moreover, the cultivation of these people has reached half a step of profound energy.
There is actually a real realm of profound energy.
Yang Maichun couldn't help but close his eyes. An old man flying over caught his attention. Boom! The next moment, these people were like meteorites, falling directly from a height of 100 meters, and landed heavily in front of Dragon Burial Mountain. Chapter 160: The Terrifying Zhongtiani. The empty Burial Dragon Mountain was filled with more than 100 people in a moment. The scary thing is that only a small number of these people are at the level of Finalizing Grandmaster, and the rest are at half step of Xuanqi. Even the old man at the head has reached the true realm of profound energy.
Yichen, you're actually here? Haha, how could I not come to the excavation of the Dragon Burial Mountain tomb? After all, this is the key to a breakthrough. The same applies to me. I have been interested in this tomb a few years ago. If I hadn't been afraid of the magic circle behind the tomb, I would have done it myself. I wonder if I can find the key to a breakthrough in Dragon Burial Mountain.
The visitors gathered together in twos and threes, talking to each other. Apparently, as Sheer said before, they all come from the martial arts world, so they have known each other for a long time.
Liang Xiao, are you here too?
At this time, a man with a hooked nose looked over, with a half-smile expression on his face.
I don't need to report to you where I'm going. Right.
A middle-aged man named Liang Xiao said coldly.
Uncle, you still have the nerve to show up.
Sheer clenched her fists and glared at the hook-nosed man. Yang Maichun stood aside and watched quietly. The hook-nosed man who appeared must have some grudge against Sheer and Liang Xiao. There is even more undisguised hatred between the two parties.
Seer, what's wrong?
Yang Maichun asked.
He is my master uncle, and I have always regarded him as a relative. But this beast in human skin killed my master, and he actually wanted to insult me. Master Liang Xiao tried to stop him, but I'll beat him up and say that I had an affair with Uncle Liang Xiao and poisoned the master. So we were kicked out of Kanglin sect, and we were hunted everywhere.
Sheer clenched her fists, with unconcealable hatred on her face. Zhongtiani stared at Sheer with a hint of greed in his eyes. As early as when he was in Kanglin sect, he wanted to take possession of this girl. But unfortunately, he was always hindered and could not succeed. Later, it was because Sheer left the sect that he thought about it day and night for a long time.
Hee hee. You two are traitors to the sect, and everyone will punish you. Sheer, you are still young. If you are willing to surrender to the sect and confess your crimes, you will say that Liang Xiao instigated all this. I can take you in, beast.
Liang Xiao no longer had the calmness he had before. A look of anger emerged on his face. Even though he was not Zhongtiani's opponent, he went to kill him in a rage. The battle between two half-step profound energy masters was so terrifying. The entire Burial Dragon Mountain was shaken, and countless boulders rolled down the hillside like mudslides. As terrifying as the end of the world. Sheer clenched her fists and stared at Zhongtiani. The strong men all around were standing at a distance, as if it had nothing to do with them.
Fight! Fight! If you kill one, you will lose one. If you lose 1.5 steps of profound energy, then there will be one less person fighting for the opportunity.
Someone secretly laughed.
Who do you think will win?
Some people are also paying attention to the battlefield.
Of course, it's the half-step profound chi named Zhongtiani. Although they have the same level of cultivation, Zhongtiani's attacks are ruthless and his moves are sinister. Moreover, it took him longer to reach the half-step profound chi, and he has strong internal energy, which can withstand the power of heaven and earth. The mastery is also deeper.
Someone said. The two of them almost fought into a black shadow. Every time fists and feet collided, there was a loud noise. Dui Han's burst of energy even lifted the ground around him.
Is this half-step profound energy?
Yang Maichun clasped his hands behind his back and watched the battle between the two. He originally thought that the half-step profound energy in the martial arts world would be far stronger than the half-step profound energy in their mortal world. But now, he was disappointed. Liang Xiao's cultivation level may be worse than Zhou Xiutian's, while Zhongtiani's cultivation level is only slightly higher.
However, It is really scary for these sect disciples to have reached this level of half-step profound energy cultivation. There is a huge gap between the martial arts world and the secular world.
Yang Muchung thought to himself.
Boom!
As soon as the thought came to an end, a loud sound was heard, and the figures in the air suddenly separated. Zhang Tian stepped into the void and kept punching forward, while Liang Xiao vomited blood, was beaten backwards, and fell heavily to the ground.
Uncle Master!
Sheer was so distressed that she almost cried.
The battle is over.
The half-step Xuanqi around him glanced lightly, and then withdrew his gaze. Most of their attention fell on the Dragon Burial Mountain tomb. The black light lingering on the top of the mountain finally began to dissipate.
Ha ha!
Zhang Tianyi slowly fell down and walked towards Liang Xiao and Sheer.
Sir, I'll give you another chance. If you help me identify Liang Xiao, I can spare your life.
Sheer wanted to devour Zhang Tianyi alive. So how could she be complicit with him? She said angrily.
Dream! You despicable villain. You are so shameless. Even if I die, I won't help you. In that case, don't blame me for being cruel.
Zhang Tianyi frowned and shook his head. With that said, he walked towards the two of them. However, before he could take a few steps forward, he was blocked by someone. Zhang Tianyi raised his head in displeasure and found that the person blocking him was Yang Muchung, who had been standing aside for a long time. As early as when he arrived, Zhang Tianyi saw Yang Muchung. However, Yang Muchung was young and lacked momentum. He only thought that Yang Muchung was a rich man from the secular world who was pursuing Sheer. So he didn't care. Now that he appeared to block her, she couldn't help but feel a little funny.
You dare to stop me?
Liang Xiao was also shocked and said quickly.
Zhang Tianyi. He is just an innocent young man. All this has nothing to do with him.
Sheer shouted.
Boy, get out of the way quickly. He kills people without blinking an eye. And he will really kill you without mercy.
Yang Muchung turned around as if nothing had happened, glanced at Liang Xiao and Sheer, and said with a smile.
I said before, in order to repay you, we will join forces. I will help you kill him.
At this time, many of the half-step Xuanqi on Dragon Burial Mountain looked over, laughing in their hearts that this kid didn't know how to live or die, and dared to block the path of half-step Xuanqi. Only the skinny old man in the Xuanqi realm raised his eyelids slightly, and looked at Yang Muchung with a hint of surprise.
Weird.
The skinny old man frowned slightly, and he found that he couldn't see through Yang Muchung. As everyone knows, the Emperor's Qi-seeing technique can see through all things, and it can also prevent the other party from seeing through him. Yang Muchung was no different from an ordinary person at this moment, so naturally he couldn't detect those half-step profound energy. Even the skinny old man in the Xian-Qi realm found nothing unusual.
Boy, since you are seeking death yourself, don't blame me for being rude.
Zhang Tianyi smiled coldly, and slapped Yang Muchung's head and face with a palm like a thunderbolt. Sheer explained.
Be careful.
Yang Muchung smiled faintly, closed his eyes, and the aura contained in his body burst out in an instant. Half a step of profound energy,